This audiobook contains 42 censored sentences and 147 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. What? Were you expecting us to be all silent and submissive? I may not be the toughest around, but I've got enough strength to keep my voice. Lariel's laughter echoed, tinged with mockery. Lariel, a mutated vampire, boasted long, curly locks cascading down to the middle of her back. Her eyes, mostly red, were adorned with peculiar, thick protrusions on the sides of her head. Her mouth, wide and menacing, revealed rows of fangs and razor-sharp teeth. Her physique resembled a rigid, almost dress-like form, with two sturdy arms extending from her back, each adorned with 3 fingers. Additionally, smaller appendages protruded from behind her calves, adding to her eerie presence. With a smirk aimed at Morwenna, Lariel's black and red wings unfurled from her back, adding to her menacing presence. She raised a finger to her bravado in a silencing gesture. "I could put an end to you right now. You have no idea the pain you caused my father all those years ago," she taunted, her tone oozing with malice. "I've been waiting for this moment of retribution. Who would have thought the outer god would give me such a chance?" Her eyes began to emit an ominous glow. Morwenna remained silent, her expression stoic, as various blue and purple crystals materialized beneath her feet. She met Lariel's gaze without flinching. In truth, she had no memory of this woman, but from the intensity of her words, she knew she had caused her pain. Yet, she doubted any apology would suffice now. "Oh, you want to dance, huh? Fine by me. I've been longing to hear you scream." Lariel's shout echoed as sharp appendages and shadow attacks surged toward Morwenna, poised for battle. Morwenna, now the source of power for Latia's pseudo-sacred gear, discovered that she possessed new abilities similar to Vey and Phrazy. In response to Lariel's aggression, Morwenna instinctively raised her arm and channeled her energy through a delicate crystal. With a subtle gesture, a translucent shield of azure hue appeared before her, providing a powerful barrier against the impending attacks. Lariel's astonishment was clear as she witnessed Morwenna's effortless defense. Her initial surprise turned to frustration as she intensified her assault upon the shield, unleashing a barrage of attacks in a futile attempt to breach its protective barrier. However, the shield remained resolute, unyielding in the face of Lariel's attacks, much to her growing aggravation. "Enough of this nonsense." Lariel's voice echoed with furious anger, her eyes ablaze with unrestrained rage. "You are but a thorn in my side, a mere obstacle to be removed." With a fierce scream, she launched herself towards Morwenna, her bravado fueled by a desire for vengeance that bordered on madness. Bypassing the shield with unnerving agility, Lariel unleashed a flurry of strikes, her sharpened nails and menacing appendages aimed with deadly precision, intent on delivering the final blow. However, just as her arm and appendage were approaching Morwenna, a powerful counterattack repelled her with brutal bravado, hurling her backward. Lariel's eyes widened in shock at the sudden turn of events. Reacting swiftly, she leaped backward, narrowly evading the onslaught of large purple and blue crystals erupting from the ground, their jagged edges aiming to strike her. Though a few managed to graze her, she remained largely unscathed. With a mixture of disbelief and frustration, Lariel observed her missing appendage, quickly regenerating it. However, when she attempted to do the same for her arm, she found herself unable to, prompting confusion to cloud her face. Glancing back at Morwenna, whose expression remained impassive, Lariel's anger flared even further. "Don't delude yourself, you witch. If you think this feeble attempt is enough to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken." Her words were abruptly cut off as she leaped away once more, narrowly dodging the sudden appearance of large purple and blue crystals in midair, their dangerous intent clear as they lunged toward her. The collision of crystals sent shards flying, but Lariel's smirk remained, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos. Yet, her confidence quickly faded as the smaller shards honed in on her, striking her barato and leaving her unable to move. Despite her initial boldness, Lariel found herself crashing to the ground, her body betraying her. Confusion clouded Lariel's face as she desperately tried to command her limbs to obey, only to be met with complete paralysis. Panic gripped her as she realized the depth of her predicament, her voice trembling as she demanded an explanation from Morwenna. "What have you done to me?" Her desperate scream echoed through the chaos, seeking answers. Morwenna paused, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Lariel with a mix of pity and disdain. "Did you ever consider the true nature of my crystals? Did you foolishly assume they were incapable of harming you beyond the physical realm?" Her words carried a weight of reproach, underscoring Lariel's underestimation of her power. "You're incapable of fairness, aren't you?" Lariel's scream echoed in the air, her smirk fixed on Morwenna, who remained unmoved. "You thrive on lies, deceit, and manipulation. A despicable being like yourself will never find solace or redemption for the atrocities you've committed. You're condemned to a life of darkness and despair. Suffer in the deepest pit of torment, you awful person." Morwenna endured the onslaught of verbal abuse, acknowledging that she deserved every word of it. However, she chose not to react, letting Lariel unleash her fury for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Lariel's tirade came to an abrupt halt as she gasped for breath, wheezing heavily from the exertion. "Fandrin will consume a part of you to inherit your strength once this is over," Morwenna conveyed calmly, her words filled with solemnity. "A fragment of your essence will live on within him for eternity. This is farewell, Lariel, though my words may hold no significance to you." Cinceredo, she took a small token from the crushed remains, storing it within her own necklace as a somber memento. Without a word, Morwenna turned away from Lariel's lifeless form, the weight of her actions heavy upon her shoulders. She walked away in silence, choosing not to dwell any longer on the sight before her, her heart heavy with the burden of what had transpired. Before Elaira stood Explodita, faced with the female mutated vampire whose figure was enveloped in a deep, ebony darkness and veiled in shadows. Her body was adorned with multiple crimson eyes. Cinceredo, perhaps there are others like her. Lifting her gaze, she asked, "Among the remaining 10, who else retains the capacity to speak after undergoing mutation or evolution?" Tilting her head reflectively, Explodita replied, "Everyone except for Kevin Vapolito and Rugasliv. They appeared to revert to wild animals after the transformation." Elaira murmured, taking in the information with a pensive nod. "Our leader and the outer god may have ordered your demise, but don't be afraid. I am more fascinated by the opportunity to study your unique form and learn from it. Cinceredo, lovely lady in a dress. I won't let that stop me." With a sudden leap, Explodita propelled herself towards Elaira, propelled by a small crimson explosion behind her. Elaira skillfully dodged the attack, effortlessly evading Explodita's lunge. As the mutated vampire landed on the ground, a web of shadows enveloped the area before exploding into a burst of crimson energy. Blood-red spikes appeared in the air before shattering into fragments. "Fascinating," Elaira murmured, her scientific curiosity awakened by the display of Explodita's abilities. Elaira continued to effortlessly sidestep as Explodita repeatedly lunged towards her, the dance of evasion unfolding with a sense of repetitive predictability. Despite her best efforts, Explodita's attacks failed to land, her lack of adaptability only worsening the situation. Frustrated by her inability to strike her target, Explodita voiced her grievances with the petulance of a child. "This isn't fair. Stop dodging my attacks, and let me eat you." She whined, her frustration palpable. Elaira remained composed, her demeanor unwavering in the face of Explodita's complaints. "Allowing myself to be harmed would defeat the purpose of this confrontation. I have no intention of being a mere meal for you, she replied calmly, her gaze steady upon the mutated vampire. Enraged by Eliaras's steadfast evasion, Explodita's temper flared, her frustration boiling over like a tantrum-prone child. "You made me mad now," she exclaimed, stomping her foot upon the ground in a fit of petulant rage. Each impact from Explodita foot and tantrum unleashed bursts of crimson energy on the ground. Seconds later, Explodita vanished, momentarily catching Eliara off guard. But her instincts and rigorous combat training kicked in, propelling her to react with precision. With a seamless movement, she soared into the air, executing a graceful spin before delivering a forceful kick to Explodita's face, momentarily stunning her. The childlike mutated vampire was thrust through the air, crashing into a nearby pillar before collapsing to the ground, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What just happened?" she mumbled incoherently, struggling to make sense of the situation. "I may not give off a combat vibe, but I've faced my fair share of battles over the years. Am not as weak as you may believe," Eliara stated calmly as she elegantly landed on the ground, her holographic pen tapping against the tablet in her hand. Eliara continued to work on the holographic tablet, her face filled with curiosity as she entered data about their interaction. Once she was satisfied, she put the tablet away and turned to face the now-standing Explodita. "So Explodita, is it?" Eliara's tone remained steady as she cracked her fingers, her gaze unwavering as she confronted the angered mutated vampire. "If you choose to be hostile, then I will respond in kind," declared Explodita defiantly, her eyes fixed on Eliara. "How threatening," Eliara responded calmly and slightly sarcastically, unaffected by Explodita's threat. "I am fully prepared for whatever you may unleash. Please, give it your all." Crimson energy burst from Explodita's body, surrounding them as she prepared for her next move. With a smile, Eliara shifted her stance, balancing on one foot while raising the other towards her waist. Pointing upwards, she focused on one her arms towards the ceiling and the other at Eliara. "Amplifica, exploding world of 1,000 suns," she exclaimed, unleashing her formidable technique. As Eliara watched the bizarre transformation taking place around her, she couldn't help but be filled with a sense of confusion. Countless large orbs of darkness, each with playful bunny and cat ears and adorned with a variety of strange and comical expressions, materialized around her. The ground beneath her was covered in similar faces, constantly shifting and changing in a mesmerizing spectacle. In front of her stood Explodita, standing on a platform with a microphone in hand, swaying her clenched fists in a rhythmic pattern. "Never gonna explode," she sang out, her voice reverberating through the surreal landscape. The peculiar orbs with their whimsical faces began to release darkness and crimson energy towards Eliara, causing her to leap away in an attempt to avoid the incoming attack. But her escape was brief, as she felt a crimson hand wrap around her leg, its sinister laughter echoing in her ears. "Boom!" the hand proclaimed before erupting in a fiery explosion, engulfing Eliara in a whirlwind of chaos and destruction. As the explosion faded away, Eliara emerged mostly unharmed, except for a slight injury to her leg. It dawned on Explodita that the same blue energy powering Eliara's holographic equipment had reinforced her leg against Explodita's attack. Despite being taken aback by Explodita's increased power, she remained determined to see through her mission. Eliara clicked her tongue in frustration as she removed the remnants of the crimson hand that had ensnared her leg. She landed on the ground with a wince and carefully tended to her injured leg, watching the blue energy embrace the wound and initiate the healing process. "An Amplifica? I underestimated her," Eliara whispered to herself, a tinge of introspection in her voice. "I should not have rushed to judge her. That was my mistake." Resolved to learn from her misjudgment, Eliara readied herself for the challenges that awaited, fully aware of the unpredictable nature of her adversary. As Eliara pondered her options for countering Explodita's Amplifica technique, She quickly remembered that being more powerful than the user was a viable strategy, making their attacks less effective, although she was only slightly stronger than the current Explodida. Another method involved using specific techniques to neutralize the effects from within, though it would be more challenging to execute. However, there was a third option, an unconventional one, that caught her attention. Using her own Amplifica, to Eliara's surprise, the stage that Explodida was one had once again shifted in front of her, with Explodida still gleefully shaking her fists side to side, clearly relishing the confrontation. "Hey, hey, dance! Explode!" she shouted, her excitement palpable. Without hesitation, countless small crimson balls materialized around Eliara, poised to detonate upon her. Reacting swiftly, she surrounded herself with her blue energy, weakening the force of the explosions. Sensing the imminent danger, Eliara leaped away just in time, avoiding the brunt of the onslaught. Despite her quick reflexes, the culmination of the explosions still wreaked havoc upon the area before it repaired itself, a testament to the destructive power of Explodida's own Amplifica. The third option it is, then. "I haven't used it much, though," Eliara murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on Explodida with newfound resolve. A small smile graced her lips as she uttered the incantation. Amplifica, with a resolute demeanor, Eliara crossed her arms over her chest, summoning blue, see-through gauntlets that enveloped her arms. As she channeled her energy, the current dimension began to shrink in size, making way for Eliara's own Amplifica to manifest an unexpected turn of events that surprised Explodida. You can use one too. Cool. Amazing. You're great," Explodida exclaimed in excitement, marveling at Eliara's ability to us Amplifica too. However, her delight quickly turned to confusion and horror as she realized her own Amplifica was shrinking before her eyes. "Wait, huh? Mine is shrinking," Explodida shouted in disbelief as her own Amplifica technique gradually faded, leaving her stranded in a new dimension, the manifestation of Eliara's Amplifica. The stage beneath Explodida vanished, and she fell to the floor, leaving her in a realm dominated by shades of gray and blue. Surrounding her were various machines of unfamiliar design, some gray and metallic, while others were translucent and tinged with blue hues. "Collapsal coloniae de automationes." Automation colony collapse, Eliara murmured, a sense of relief washing over her as she successfully activated her Amplifica, overwhelming Explodida's technique. They now stood within Eliara's domain, where she wielded control over the environment. Surrounding herself with countless blue game-like screens, Eliara accessed a wealth of data, displaying Explodida's stats and weaknesses in numerical form. With a calm smile, she addressed Explodida, her tone exuding confidence. "Everything in here is designed to counter you based on an instant scan. Let's see how this plays out, shall we?" she remarked, her gaze steady as she observed Explodida's reaction. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, Explodida took a step back in fear, the realization of her predicament sinking in. Like a frightened child, she turned on her heels and fled, terror etched upon her face as she hastily retreated from Eliara's formidable power. Is she trying to escape?" murmured Eliara, surprised by Explodida's sudden flight. What an unexpected turn of events. Eliara observed the fleeing figure with a puzzled expression. But she must know the futility of her efforts, lacking the necessary techniques to break free from this dimension. Lifting her gaze, Eliara skillfully manipulated her wrist, causing a cerulean, game-like interface to appear before her. Within its digital confines lay a plethora of data. The velocity of Explodida's retreat, the rhythm of her heart, her current psychological state, the effectiveness of her abilities in accordance with her overall well-being, and many more. Translucent, colossal tools and equipment appeared in the surrounding airspace, all aimed at Explodida. The mutated vampire, catching sight of this array, increased her pace, the rhythm of her breaths quickening. Fear filled her being, overriding all other emotions, compelling her to flee with desperation. Engaging in combat was the furthest thing from her mind. Survival alone dictated her actions. The instruments surged forward, propelled by unseen forces. Among them, a crackling rod surged towards her, aiming to impale her limb. Yet she quickly evaded its grasp, propelled by the energy of her crimson orbs. However, her victory was short-lived as a sudden impact to her abdomen sent her reeling backward, her grin replaced by a grimace of pain. Grimly, she turned her gaze forward to behold a colossal red boxing glove that had delivered the blow, its massive form serving as a harbinger of her impending defeat. Struggling to summon her powers in defense, she found herself hindered by an inexplicable sluggishness. The once swift manifestation of her crimson orbs now occurred at a lethargic pace, leaving her bewildered and frustrated. "Why? Work, come on," she muttered through gritted teeth, frustration coloring her words with an air of desperation. In the distance, Eliaras's expression held a lazy smirk, for this unfolding scenario played directly into her realm of control. Within her Amplifica, the mere impact of a single creation upon her enemies triggered a cascade of effects within their very beings. Their ability to harness their powers underwent a drastic deceleration. Operating at a fraction of their usual speed, diminished to as low as a quarter of their normal capacity. Their cognitive processing slowed to a crawl, hindering their perception and reaction times while impairing their own agility and nimbleness to similar degrees. Yet, it was the final effect that proved most powerful. Their vulnerabilities magnified threefold, rendering them exceedingly susceptible to exploitation. Thus, for the majority, a single strike sealed their fate, amplifying their weaknesses to such an extent that victory for Eliara was virtually assured with but a single blow. As the electric rod struck Explodita, the intense shock induced a series of convulsions, causing her to lapse into unconsciousness repeatedly. Each time she awoke, she was met with overwhelming pain during a difficult ordeal. The cycle continued, each attempt bringing her closer to the edge until, finally, she collapsed motionless, sprawled upon the ground with froth spilling from her barato. Eliara, unfazed by the gruesome sight before her, approached the fallen figure with measured composure. Retrieving a syringe with practiced precision, she administered the injection to the unconscious figure, completing the grim task at hand. Centuredo, she took a single finger from Explodita's lifeless form, preserving it for future use with clinical detachment. With a dismissive sweep of her hand, Eliara dispelled her Amplifica, the dimension crumbling away like delicate parchment, leaving her once more within the confines of the underground storage facility. There, in the middle of the stark surroundings, she encountered Morwenna, the woman leaning against a towering pillar. Morwenna acknowledged Eliara with a nod, her gaze shifting between her companion and the lifeless form of Explodita. "I assume that the fight went well? Did you get a body part?" she inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of expectation. "Reasonably well, all things considered," Eliara responded, her expression betraying a hint of satisfaction tinged with mild disdain. "Despite her attempts at resistance, she proved no match for my powers. It was almost disappointing, really. And yes, I have a body part." "Ah, but we need not concern ourselves with going into their histories or motives," Morwenna interjected, her tone laced with pragmatic resolve. "So long as they are not one of the three, our mission remains unchanged." Eliara nodded in agreement, a glimmer of approval shining in her eyes. In their line of work, ignorance often proved to be a potent weapon, sparing them the burden of needless complications and moral quandaries. Quietly, the pair moved toward Valerie, their current teammate grappling with the most powerful of the three mutated vampires they had come across so far. Throughout the halls, countless pitch-black portals appeared as Dendon, the strange mutated vampire, unleashed a relentless barrage of viscous black orbs, each pulsating with ominous energy. Yet, Despite the ferocity of his attacks, Valerie moved with an almost bizarre grace, effortlessly evading each projectile with fluid movements. Dindin, a stark figure in the middle of the room, bore a pale complexion devoid of features save for a gaping mouth of inky blackness where his face should have been. His unique ability, reminiscent of Keisha Abandon's Hole, allowed him to manipulate jet-black spatial distortions, redirecting attacks, and even parts of his own body through the inky voids that surrounded him. Though capable of speech, Dindin remained mostly silent, his frustration and annoyance manifesting in guttural grunts and feral snarls as his attacks repeatedly failed in their attempts to ensnare Valerie. Each evasion by Valerie served only to stoke the flames of Dindin's ire, his frustration mounting with each passing moment as he found himself increasingly outmaneuvered by his elusive enemy. As the inky portals materialized around Valerie, each adorned with a sinister hand that launched a volley of dark projectiles, she continued to effortlessly evade their onslaught, her movements a testament to her agility and skill. With a deft leap, she narrowly avoided a particularly potent attack, the ominous sound of its impact reverberating through the room. To her dismay, Valerie observed as the jet-black ink attempted to corrode the ground beneath her feet, its acidic properties gnawing hungrily at the stone. Yet, thanks to the sturdy construction of Aaron's handiwork, the foundation remained steadfast against the corrosiveness, frustrating Dindin further with each futile attempt. In a fit of primal fury, Dindin unleashed another volley of projectiles, his frustration reaching a boiling point as he himself joined the assault, releasing a concentrated blast of dark energy from his gaping mouth. Sensing the imminent threat, Valerie retaliated in kind, her resolve hardened by the deafening silence that met her attempts at diplomacy earlier. With practiced precision, Valerie wielded her formidable arsenal of magic. Flames burst from a swirling magic circle, casting an incandescent glow upon the chamber, while a spear made of crimson blood formed in her outstretched hand. Maintaining her composure in the middle of the chaos, Valerie skillfully raised defensive barriers, conjuring protective magic circles that warded off the onslaught of darkness and projectiles that assailed her from all sides. In a climactic clash of opposing forces, Valerie's blood spear and flames collided with Dindin's dark energy, the resulting collision sending shockwaves rippling through the chamber. The ensuing explosion tore through the air, shattering shelves, boxes, and pillars alike. As both combatants were propelled backward by the bravado of the blast, a legion of avian apparitions appeared from the billowing smoke, their forms dark and shifting. With eerie precision, they swooped down upon Dindin, launching sharp winds that cut through the air with deadly accuracy. Following in their wake, a pack of feral tigers appeared from the smoke, their primal instincts driving them to savage their target with ruthless efficiency. With snarls of ferocity, they lunged at Dindin, jaws agape, intent on attacking with their claws and jaws. Dindin flawlessly maneuvered his inky circles, skillfully dodging the blood-wind blades aimed at his head and diverting them with his black portals. His arms, thighs, and legs swiftly moved out of harm's way, guided by the precise control of his darkened portals. The tigers, poised to pounce on him, found themselves suddenly transported through the obsidian portals to another corner of the room. A sly grin spread across his lone mouth as his cunning maneuver succeeded, thwarting his adversary's attacks and filling him with a sense of triumph. But his moment of victory was short-lived as Valerie's shoe connected with his face, sending him reeling and shattering his concentration, causing his disparate body parts to reunite. Crashing through several shelves, Dindin quickly regained his footing, determined to retaliate. His gaze lifted just in time to witness the blood tigers once again closing in on him. With a swift gesture of his hands, he conjured a circular motion, summoning a black portal that redirected the charging beasts, whisking them away and depositing them beside Valerie, effectively neutralizing the immediate threat. "You've certainly honed your skills with those portals," Valerie remarked, acknowledging Dindin's prowess. "But Her sentence trailed off abruptly as a chilling sound pierced the air, followed by a sudden sharp pain that overwhelmed Dendon's senses. Looking down, he saw a dark blade had struck him, and he collapsed. Centuredo, swiftly, Valerie subdued Dendon, employing anti-magic restraints and weaving tendrils of blood around him, binding him in place. Despite his frantic struggles, he found himself immobilized on the ground, his anguished cries echoing through the confines of the underground facility, a proof to his defeat. "You chose to spare him?" Elira asked. Her interest sparked as she and Morwenna approached Valerie. Valerie responded with a somber smile. "I thought he might have potential for study," she said, gesturing toward the figure. "He's still mostly intact, after all." In truth, Valerie's decision did not stem from a desire for scientific exploration, but rather from a reluctance to bear the weight of taking Dendon's life. Having already been witness to numerous deaths during her time with DXD and Aaron's group, she hesitated at the thought of adding another to her conscience. Furthermore, she felt a sense of empathy for Dendon and his companions, understanding that their rebellion likely arose from desperation, even if she remained unaware of its exact motivations. Elira nodded. Though inwardly skeptical of Valerie's explanation, she accepted the offer graciously. "Very well. We'll take him off your hands, but we must consult Aaron first. His future depends on it," she explained, accepting the token from Valerie's outstretched hand. "I am still here, despite your disregard," Dendon's voice interjected, cutting through the silence that had settled over the room. Though his screams had ceased, his tone now held an air of dignity, a stark contrast to his previous distress. Taken aback by his unexpected retort, the group turned to regard Dendon with surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, Valerie spoke up, acknowledging the disparity between his appearance and his manner of speech. "You sound quite different than we anticipated," she remarked. "Umph. Your assumptions based on appearance betray your ignorance," Dendon retorted, his tone dripping with condescension. Valerie brushed off Dendon's condescending tone and continued her inquiry. "What caused all of this? And why did you decide to create such chaos?" she asked, her tone both strong and curious. "Esselin holds the answers to our situation," Dendon responded, his demeanor suddenly more cautious. "Vorlu is also quite forthcoming, so he may share the details with anyone he encounters. However, I will remain silent, no matter what threats you may make," he asserted, the inky mouth on his face fading as a sign of his determination to keep things secret. Elira waved her hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. We'll take him to where Aaron is. His aura pulses will lead us straight to him," she stated confidently. "And what about you two?" she continued, looking at Morwenna and Valerie. "What are your plans?" "He'll come with you," Morwenna offered, her expression determined as she voiced her decision. Valerie nodded in agreement. "I'm with you," she declared, her resolve matching Morwenna's. With the group's decisions made, Valerie reached up to touch the transceiver that was made from her ring. After a brief moment, she nodded in confirmation as it disappeared from sight. "Only Vorlu and those with Raynar's group are left," she informed the others. "It'll all come to an end soon. I believe Vorlu is telling their story to Aaron as we speak." With unanimous agreement, the group put their plans into action. Elira wasted no time in grabbing hold of the blood-formed rope ensnaring Dendon, pulling him along despite his feeble protests. His pleas for mercy echoed in vain, drowned out by the group's chatter. As they journeyed across the relatively smooth terrain, the remains of their recent battles scattered around them, it became clear that the area had been devastated by their conflicts. Debris littered the ground, evidence of the intense struggles that had taken place in their wake. Yet, undeterred by the destruction surrounding them, the group pushed forward, their focus fixed on Aaron's current location. Aaron Tool's soliloquy. "I would like to start off with my own story, if you don't mind," began Vorlu, his tone carrying a sense of introspection. "Among my lineage and a select few others, my prowess stands as a guiding light, revered within our community. This unique ability grants us unparalleled opportunities across our dominion, spanning not one, but 3 planets, with the primary one being the very world of my birth. He paused, reflecting on the weight of his words before resuming. The ability to replicate any object or substance bestows upon its wielder both blessings and curses. However, due to the influence of my familial heritage, one could argue that within my species, I am nearly invincible. Any dissenting voice or action is swiftly subdued in my presence. In hindsight, one might perceive my upbringing as one of indulgence and entitlement. He confessed, his remorse evident in his voice. "Man-child?" I asked, sensing a twinge of shame in his response. With a nod, he admitted, "I suppose that's a fair characterization. I was living in a bubble of privilege, wrapped in entitlement, and yes, I'll admit I wasn't the best person to say the least." His confession continued, each word filled with remorse. I had everything handed to me on a silver platter, and people tried to win my favor, hoping for a moment of my approval. Anyone who disagreed with me faced my anger. I mistreated and took advantage of them without any guilt. He spoke about his upbringing with a mix of regret and resignation. My family reflected this behavior, if not made it worse. Their entitlement mirrored mine, creating an environment where this behavior was not just tolerated, but encouraged. And so, I continued this cycle, treating almost everyone with disrespect. Unfortunately, Esalen was one of the people I hurt. He confessed, showing genuine remorse. Esalen embodied pure goodness, tirelessly dedicated to ensuring the comfort and happiness of all, often neglecting his own well-being. Vurlu pondered, a hint of admiration coloring his tone. Regrettably, I took advantage of his kindness for my own selfish purposes. He paused, his expression growing solemn as he delved into the darker facets of their society. Esalen stood as a rare example among us, a symbol of decency in a culture of entitlement and rudeness that extended even to my own family. It's a strange parallel to the stories I've heard of the vampires from your world, reflecting our own self-indulgent ways. Vorlis' brow furrowed as he continued. In our pursuit of luxury, we became selfish and unrestrained, acting without consideration for others. This was the era before Fumara's rise to power. He hesitated, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Moreover, our society was characterized by a ruthlessness bordering on the edge of madness. It's likely that your allies and friends witnessed this darker side, especially if any remnants succumbed to feral instincts. Though, I must confess, I have not encountered them since we parted, he acknowledged, his gaze distant as memories flooded back. You see, the vampires in our world have experienced a similar transformation brought on by turbulent events within their own community, I admitted, reflecting on the similarities. Although some remnants of entitlement remain, many have begun a journey of personal growth and redemption. Perhaps one day, such a transformation could also reach your species. Vorlis' smile held a touch of sadness as he shook his head, his expression growing serious. "I'm afraid not," he replied solemnly. "The reason for our exodus, or rather, our forced displacement, stems from that very realization. Are you familiar with the theory of apocalypticism or eschatology?" He asked, his tone heavy with significance. Indeed, I nodded, acknowledging the vastness of the concept. Apocalypticism encompasses the belief in significant turmoil, often signaling the end of the world as we know it. It's a concept deeply rooted in various religious and cultural frameworks, intertwining ideas of divine judgment, cosmic cycles, or intervention from realms beyond our understanding. Vorlis' nod held a solemn weight as he continued. Yes, and unfortunately, this belief is now appearing within my species. Even before the arrival of DXD, a catastrophic event occurred. One of our 3 planets had already fallen to destruction, despite Lady Fumara's rule. What took place? I inquired, though I was already well aware of the events. My intention was to prompt Vurlu to be truthful, ensuring a thorough grasp of the situation. It was greed, Vurlu admitted, his tone free of evasion. Plain and simple. I hinted at Esalen's uniqueness within our race, did I not? While others had similar traits. Societal norms force them to suppress those inclinations and conform to the traditional vampire archetype. When Esselin emerged and deviated from this norm, advocating for a different path, he attracted followers, forming what you might call a faction. He went on, recounting the progression of events. Over time, this faction grew, creating a division within our society. One faction clung to our customary ways, while the other embraced ideals of egalitarianism. He explained the concept. Egalitarianism embodies a belief in equality and fairness, rejecting hierarchies based on social status. It stands in stark contrast to systems of nobility, where certain individuals or groups hold elevated status and power. I found myself standing with a faction advocating for no change, a stance that was in line with my existing beliefs and way of life. Esselin, however, was among those on the opposing side. Vorlu explained. At first, their efforts were peaceful, with public demonstrations and discussions aimed at reforming our society. But the establishment and previous leadership saw these actions as a threat, which led to conflict. The fighting was contained to the planet that eventually met its end. Vorlu continued, his voice tinged with sorrow. The powers that lead us saw it as a sacrifice in the grand scheme of our species' history, a grim acknowledgement of the severity of the situation. But as the casualties rose, unease spread rapidly, leading to a ceasefire and diplomatic summit. I nodded in comprehension as Vorlu recounted the events, adding, "You and Esselin were both present at that critical meeting, right?" His affirmative nod confirmed my assumption. That's when everything changed, Vorlu admitted, his gaze fixed on the ground between us, his expression weighed down with regret. To this very day, the identity of our attackers remains a mystery, Vorlu confessed, bitterness tainting his voice. Whether they were hired by those in power, acted on their own accord, or were manipulated by the Wayburrows overseeing us for their own entertainment, I cannot say. The scars I carry serve as a constant reminder of that tragic day, a day marked by loss and devastation. Esselin, too, emerged as one of the few survivors in the chaos. He fell silent, his demeanor distant as he recollected the turmoil that followed. After the attack, the planet was thrown into disarray. Faced with only two options, stay and become embroiled in the conflict, or flee, the decision weighed heavily on us. However, returning to the safety of the other two planets was no longer viable, as they were heavily fortified with hundreds of thousands of spacecraft prepared to intercept ours. Thus, those seeking to avoid the impending conflict had no choice but to escape. His words resounded with solemnity, conveying the weight of their dire situation. "And so, your group found its way to the Resistance, didn't it?" I asked, needing clarification. "Yes, that's right," Vorlu confirmed with a heavy sigh. "After much deliberation during our difficult journey, we ultimately decided to seek refuge with the Resistance. It was a challenging trek, filled with loss and hardship, with some succumbing to their injuries or the cruel effects of starvation along the way. But despite everything, we finally made it to our destination. Why didn't you seek help for your mental and emotional well-being after going through such trauma?" I pressed, curious about their choice. "Many of us felt it was a matter of pride," Vorlu confessed, his tone tinged with resignation. "Even though we wanted to embrace the values of egalitarianism, remnants of our former pride still held on. We chose to endure in silence, unwilling to acknowledge our vulnerabilities. However, the Resistance welcomed us with open arms, for which we'll always be deeply grateful," he explained, conveying a deep sense of gratitude in his words. I pondered, taking in his explanation. "And why today, of all days, did you choose to start whatever this is?" I inquired further. Vorlu's response carried a heavy sense of sadness as he spoke of Esselin's descent into madness. Over time, Esselin's mental and emotional state deteriorated until he reached a point of insanity, he revealed. His fixation only grew stronger when he became infatuated with Valerie Teeps, the damper, one of your companions. He began to relentlessly stalk her, and you already know how that turned out as you put a stop to it. We tried to intervene, but his fixation consumed him. Vorlu continued, his weariness evident. He also, for some reason, became convinced that the Wayboros overseeing our planets would soon come for us, particularly within the next month. He felt compelled to prepare for their arrival, even suggesting a plan to return and eradicate them, all a notion that the old Esselin would have vehemently opposed. He finished, his voice heavy with exhaustion. If possible, I beg of you not to take his life, but rather to restore him to his former self before he succumbed to madness. Deep down, he still holds onto his inherent goodness, pleaded Vorlu, bowing his head humbly. As I contemplated his past behavior and observed his current state, I couldn't help but find it curious, reminiscent of Reiser, albeit for different reasons. Reiser's arrogance had stemmed from his consistent victories in raiding games and his extraordinary regenerative abilities. It seems that Vorlu's experiences have led him to a sobering realization, bringing about this transformation. At last, I spoke up, shattering the silence. Out of the 10 individuals here today, only 3 will live. However, it seems that 1 or 2 of them will be spared for experiments under the watchful eye of Alara. I will allow her to conduct her tests before restoring them to their former selves, although they will likely face an extended period of confinement afterwards. Do you agree with this arrangement? Who will be the lucky 3? He asked, his voice shaking. You, Esselin, and Marilua, I confirmed. The other survivor is Dendon. However, you know well that I have the power to revive the rest of them. Vorlu swallowed hard, his gaze fixed upon the ground before he nodded in acknowledgement. May I inquire as to why you choose not to revive the remaining 7, and why you hesitate to spare Dendon? He queried. I have already utilized my foresight abilities. I began to elucidate. I have glimpsed into numerous potential futures for those 7 individuals, yet their paths remain unaltered across all outcomes. While I could continue to search for alternatives, the likelihood of any significant divergence occurring is minimal, perhaps only under highly specific circumstances, I clarified. He fell into a deep silence, carefully considering my words for a full minute. As he pondered, the echoes of battle could be heard in the distance, mixed with the palpable surges of energies of those still engaged in combat. At last, he lifted his gaze to meet mine, his hand reaching up to remove his mask, revealing the scars and burns he had endured on that fateful day. I will accept your decision, he stated, his voice filled with solemnity. As an outer god, and one who strives to lead others towards righteousness, I will abide by your judgment. However, I must humbly request that proper graves be provided for all those who perish today. For everyone, he earnestly begged. I responded with a comforting smile and assured him, rest assured, they will find their final resting place alongside others in the graveyard section of the planet, Vorlu. Thank you very much, he replied, bowing his head in gratitude. Would you like assistance in healing those scars? I offered, but he declined with a shake of his head. They serve as reminders of the trials I've endured and the journey that shaped me into who I am today. I choose to keep them, but I appreciate your offer, he explained. With that settled, our conversation continued. I expressed my interest in learning more about the planet, the Wayboros, and any other details he could provide, regardless of their significance. Thus, we spent several minutes engaged in dialogue, exchanging information and insights. Chapter 22, Part 5, Hot Springs Bonanza, third-person point of view. Ravel gracefully evaded yet another barrage of silver projectiles, skillfully dodging the attacks launched by a man with distinctive features, gray and black hair, framing red eyes, his attire a testament to his eccentricity. The silver orbs transformed into bats mid-flight, unleashing beams of silver energy towards her. Unfazed, Ravel remained calm as the attacks passed harmlessly through her body. With practiced precision, she retaliated, conjuring a searing fireball aimed directly at her assailant. Despite his agile evasion, the flames singed the air as he narrowly avoided their wrath. A wicked grin spread across his features, his name resonating as Kiraluka, one of the remaining trio of vampires yet to be defeated, excluding Vorlu, who had already defected, choosing a path of silent allegiance. Perched atop a fallen pillar, Ravel fixed her gaze upon Kiriluka, a silent curiosity burning in her eyes. Silver energy attacks, blood manipulation, and the typical darkness and shadow manipulation. One intriguing individual, pondered Ravel, her mind spinning with speculations. His appearance likely remained unchanged. Could this imply inherent strength prior to any mutation or evolution? Before Ravel could probe deeper into her thoughts, Kiriluka launched himself at her once more, a grin spreading across his face as they engaged in their skirmish. He seemed to revel in combat, a true aficionado of battle, indifferent to his opponent's identity or strength. All that mattered to him was the rush of adrenaline that came with a good fight. For Kiriluka, consuming the duplicates of Fandrin served as just another means to end an opportunity to face ever stronger enemies for his own enjoyment. Consequences mattered little to him as he unleashed a barrage of silver blades towards Ravel. Ravel swiftly countered with her renowned clan's ability, the Hellfire, as the flames effortlessly tore through Kiriluka's attacks, catching him off guard. Despite being fully capable of quickly ending the confrontation, she chose to prolong the engagement, seeking to understand her enemy's motives and mindset. As the smoke dissipated, Ravel confronted Kiriluka with a probing question, her tone measured yet curious. Are your actions driven by a sense of altruism, or do you simply relish the thrill of battle? Your demeanor reminds me of others I've encountered, hence my question. Kiriluka's initial surprise melted into a characteristic grin, and his response was unapologetically candid. Yeah, I kind of want to go and help Esselin or whatever his previous plans were, but now that he's just insane, I don't care, I'm just here for the fights. With a sudden burst of speed, Kiriluka reappeared behind Ravel, his fist enveloped in shimmering silver energy as he launched a punch towards her. And you, my dear little fellow, proved to be quite the tough one. Ravel gave him an incredulous look as she easily avoided his punch before slamming her elbow into his chin, temporarily stunning him. She then followed it up with a palm strike to his face and unleashing a single ball of flames at him. The force of the attack was undeniable, engulfing him in flames as his body careened through a labyrinth of pillars and shelves, crashing with resounding impacts. Ravel, observing the scene, couldn't help but emit a weary sigh, shaking her head in disappointment. You're just like Valisama then. Although he's a lot better now, but still a battle maniac at heart, her initial hope, a flicker of optimism in the middle of the chaos, that Kiriluka might defy her analysis lay shattered. Instead, his actions merely served to validate her speculations, leaving her with a sense of resignation. She sighed once more, the weight of disappointment heavy upon her, as she stared at Kiriluka's body. He rose from the debris, his grin unfazed by the ordeal, his enthusiasm undiminished. You're the best. I knew this would be fun. You're the strongest among them, right? He exclaimed, the excitement palpable in his voice. Ravel's response was a simple, yet deflating, no, delivered with a deadpan expression that contrasted sharply with his enthusiasm, leaving him bewildered and questioning. Do not lie to me. Besides the outer god, you are likely his most trusted ally, the most powerful, he exclaimed, pointing his finger accusingly at Ravel. As Kiriluka passionately made his declaration, Ravel realized the futility of trying to reason with him. His unwavering focus allowed little room for her words to have an impact. With a resigned sigh, she shifted into a defensive stance and quickly vanished from her original position. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared below Kiriluka, unleashing a torrent of hell-fire flames upon him. Expecting such a retaliation, Kiriluka had already encased his body in a shield of shimmering silver energy. However, his defense was no match for Ravel's onslaught, as her flames effortlessly tore through his protective barrier, just as they had done before. Once again, Kiriluka found himself engulfed in flames, his skin and hair catching fire in the searing heat. Much to Ravel's astonishment, Kiriluka stood firm. Cinchuredo, he unleashed a silver energy beam from his mouth at Ravel. Reacting with lightning reflexes, Ravel deflected the attack with a quick slap, showcasing the vast difference in their strength. Instead of disappointment, Kiriluka found amusement in her reaction, his laughter ringing out through the chamber. "A slap? Seriously? That wasn't some weak attack, lady," he exclaimed, his amusement coloring his voice as the residual energy from the deflected beam exploded against the wall, shaking the surrounding area and displaying its formidable power. "Why do you insist on facing opponents who are stronger than you? Do you not value your own life? Is this all a game to you?" she inquired, a touch of concern coloring her words. "Because it's exhilarating. It's just who I am. Sure, I can be serious when I need to, but I don't care about that at all. It's all inconsequential to me. As long as I can experience the thrill of the battle, that's all that matters to me," he proclaimed before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ravel shook her head in frustration, struggling to comprehend the man's blatant disregard for his own well-being. It was perplexing to her that he would willingly put himself in harm's way by engaging in battles against opponents much more powerful than himself. She couldn't shake the notion that, given the chance, he would eagerly confront even someone as powerful as Aaron, solely for the sheer excitement of it, without any regard for the potential consequences of his actions. Ravel's hand made contact with Kiriluka's face, leaving him in a state of shock. He looked up at her, speechless, only to receive another slap. She continued this pattern, each one coming in rapid succession, while he looked on, bewildered. Ravel's strikes were weak, more of a taunting gesture implying that she could do much more damage if she wanted to. At least, that's how Kiriluka interpreted it. "Put some effort into it. Come on," he yelled, breaking the rhythm of her attack. "Are you some kind of maniac?" she accused, to which he responded with laughter. "Then call me that if you wish," he exclaimed, laughing as Ravel continued her slaps. However, after 2 minutes, she stopped and let out a sigh, her frustration evident. "This will be the last thing, then. Do you not have any regrets? Don't you miss your family? Don't you want to live?" asked Ravel in rapid succession, her gaze unwavering as she looked down at him. Kiriluka suddenly jumped back, wincing as he attempted to stand on his shattered leg and knee. Despite the pain, he maintained his grin, standing shakily but defiantly before Ravel. "No, you're already aware of how this universe is. There is only suffering for those who weren't born into a lucky planet, species, and home. I'm no different, but instead of letting it crush me, I embrace the madness my love of battle stems from it," he declared happily. Ravel regarded him with pity, shaking her head slowly. She was already well aware of the harsh realities of their universe, but that didn't mean she had to accept or condone them. With a hint of sympathy lacing her expression, she gazed at him and asked, "Do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?" Confidently, he responded with a grin, "Spare me the pity. I loved every twist my life has taken, even along with the chaos that took place on my family. I don't care. They were arrogant, foolish, weak aristocrats. I was different, an anomaly. My very existence has been proof of that rebellion, to living life on my own terms. Even as I near the end of my journey, I hold no regrets." His bold declaration caught her by surprise. She had suspected hidden regret within him, but as their eyes locked, she felt a firm zeal for his chosen path. He held no remorse, no second thoughts. It was a life beyond her comprehension, yet she refrained from passing judgment. With a silent acknowledgement, she enveloped herself in the famous hell fire her clan was proud of, mirroring his resolve. "Very well. I will bring an end to your life. Before I bring you down, tell me your name." Ravel's voice echoed with determination, her eyes burning with intensity. With a confident smile, Kiriluka boldly replied to her, "I am Kiriluka Vernorth, the embodiment of greatness. The greatest man to ever walk this multiverse." Embracing the darkness, he fused it with body, along with blood. Censurado, choosing to forego ranged attacks, he propelled himself forward, his body pulsating with an array of energies. As he soared, his form became a fusion of his various powers, manifesting a peculiar spear-like entity that surged toward Ravel with unstoppable force. Ravel's hellfire went through a metamorphosis, resembling the divine flames wielded by Shizuku Himejima. The once fiery inferno turned pure white, nearly silver, giving off an ominous shimmer that hinted at a hidden warmth and comfort, a complexity not lost on Ravel. She understood that as Kiriluka met his end, he would also encounter this strange blend of sensations. With a controlled motion, Ravel reached out her hand, releasing a stream of pure white flames towards Kiriluka. The man, showing no desire to avoid the attack, propelled himself towards the oncoming inferno. However, as he advanced halfway through the attack, his body started to disintegrate, quickly falling victim to the relentless embrace of the scorching flames. In an instant, he turned into ashes, his essence quickly consumed by the glowing blaze, leaving nothing but remnants behind. After the flames had finally died down, leaving only a desolate emptiness behind, Ravel found herself standing in the aftermath, letting out a heavy sigh. "Kiriluka Vernorth, your memory will not fade," she murmured softly, bending down to collect some of the ash scattered around her. "Will this be enough?" She wondered, unsure if the ashes would meet Fandrin's demands. Thinking back to Fandrin's request to consume the other 7 vampires to strengthen his power, Ravel questioned if the ashes would serve their purpose. Doubts lingered in her mind, compounded by the memory of her recent mistake. The previous day's error weighed heavily on her conscience. She had unintentionally taken a life in the heat of battle, an action she now regretted despite having the individual revived by Aaron. The lingering embarrassment served as a reminder of her fallibility, a humbling lesson in the unpredictability of combat. "You truly are a strange enemy," Zenobia remarked with skillful grace as she dodged the unusual, oddly shaped attacks from the mutated vampire. The woman, draped in various shades of purple from head to toe, flaunted dark, glossy locks tinged with the same color, paired with horns protruding from her head and vibrant purple eyes. Her attire, though daring and fashionable, she showed confidence in her bold appearance and playful demeanor. "Go on, enjoy yourself, and embrace the excitement that awaits," she encouraged, continuing to launch her unconventional attacks at Zenobia. Undaunted, Zenobia effortlessly countered with a quick swing of her sword, dispersing the incoming onslaught. "No thank you," she replied cheerfully, her tone unwavering. "I am happily committed and content, so I will pass on your tempting offer." She playfully winked at Zenobia and remarked, "Cheating is quite common, little girl, and many people engage in it." With a playful gesture, she blew a barato in Zenovia's direction. Knowing that Aaron had an unconventional household, full of women, Zenobia furrowed her brow and chose to remain silent. She had long accepted the unorthodox nature of Aaron's arrangements and was resolute in not letting it affect her, even if some labeled it as cheating. Breaking the tense moment, Zenobia retorted, "Enough talk. I can't end your life, since Aaron needs you to remain alive for something." With that, she swiftly vanished from her position, leaving an air of lingering tension behind. "The outer god requires my presence? Well, perhaps fortune favors me after all," Murilua mused with a confident grin. In a flash, Zenobia reappeared beside her, delivering a swift and powerful strike to her side, sending her tumbling away. "That's not what I meant, and you're well aware of it," Zenobia exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. Despite the impact, Murilua maintained a sly smile as she crashed to the ground. Though she appeared unharmed, she felt a sharp ache and struggled to conceal it from Zenobia. "Well, I couldn't care less. If he's willing to keep me around, I might as well try to win him over," Murilua remarked with a smirk, prompting a laugh from Zenobia. "Aaron is skilled at deflecting romantic advances. He even rejected the affection of a goddess of love from our universe, you know? And as for a vampire like you trying, well, let's just say that's highly unlikely," Zenobia replied, recalling the encounters between Aaron and Freya before they ceased once her husband returned. Murilua's expression shifted to a frown upon hearing this. Despite her confidence in her looks, charm, and abilities, the revelation that even a goddess of love had failed gave her pause. She stared at Zenobia with a mix of disbelief and uncertainty, deciding to leave Merilua to grapple with her inner turmoil. Zenobia swiftly closed the gap between them once more. With a mighty strike, she drove her knee into Merilua's face, sending her soaring through the air once again. Despite Merilua's quick recovery mid-flight, Zenobia unleashed a flurry of holy aura slashes from her Duran EX, targeting her opponent with precision. Merilua deftly maneuvered, utilizing her purple energy to evade the attacks, pushing herself out of harm's way. She fought back by summoning darkness in the form of tentacles, attempting to ensnare Zenobia, but her opponent proved too nimble, slashing away the menacing appendages. In the blink of an eye, Zenobia struck down Merilua with a powerful blow, causing her to cry out in pain. Without hesitation, Zenobia closed the remaining distance between them and delivered a strong strike to Merilua's midsection, leaving her stunned and struggling to recover. "Good night," Zenobia declared as she raised her fist, ready to deliver the final blow. "W8. Merilua's plea was cut short as Zenobia's fist connected with her cheek, sending her crashing to the ground, unconscious. "I'm not interested. I'll ask about those details from Aaron later," Zenobia stated, casting a glance at her ring. "Or maybe I could take a quick glimpse?" With a touch to Merilua's head, Zenobia delved into her memories, witnessing the trials and tribulations the woman had endured, along with the struggles of her planet and species. A sigh escaped her bravado. "Blast it all," she muttered, turning her gaze back to the prone form of Merilua. "Are we going to that place then, Aaron?" Zenobia efficiently fastened anti-magic restraints onto the unconscious woman, then administered a slime pill to ensure she stayed incapacitated and healed her. With a resolute expression, she lifted Merilua's slack body and hoisted her over her shoulder, carrying her away. "I only feel one more person engaged in battle, and they're with Rainier. They should be finishing up soon," she muttered to herself, setting off towards the location of the ongoing skirmish. Rainier stood still, watching the man in front of her as he frantically hurled various projectiles at her protective shield of light. She made no move to attack, simply holding her ground and analyzing his movements. This man, Esselin, was the leader of the small group she had come across. As the other auras in the underground facility faded away, leaving her alone with Esselin, Rainier couldn't help but sigh as she realized she was facing the final challenge in this brief confrontation. "It's just you and me now, huh, big guy?" she called out, her voice echoing through the chamber, only to receive incoherent grunts of rage and frustration in response. Despite his mutated or evolved state, Esselin still resembled an ordinary man. However, his current berserker-like behavior, or perhaps his descent into madness, created a stark contrast to his former self. Rainier kept her composure, watching him with a mix of caution and annoyance, ready for whatever obstacles lay ahead in this final battle. "Let's just get this over with," Barato announced, summoning a spear of light into her hand. "I may not be able to take your life, but I can certainly incapacitate you." Esselin, with his long lilac hair, deep purple eyes, and elegant attire showing signs of his current frenzied state, growled in response. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, using a combination of abilities. Spikes erupted from the ground due to his blood manipulation, while shadows and darkness swirled around him, accompanied by a relentless onslaught of balls of energy, including his distinctive lilac-colored attacks. Rainier remained composed, deflecting and evading the onslaught with calculated precision. Despite Esselin's relentless assault, it was evident that each attack took its toll on him, draining his stamina with each passing moment. Aware of his weakening state, Rainier bided her time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and bring an end to the confrontation without causing permanent harm. As Esselin's relentless attack gradually faltered, Rainier saw her chance to strike. With a swift and precise movement, She twirled the spear of light in her hand before flinging it towards him. Caught off guard, Esselin was unable to dodge as the spear pierced his shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain. Before he could react, Raynar's shoe connected with his face, forcing him to the ground. The impact knocked him out cold, but Barato had made sure it was enough to incapacitate him without causing permanent harm. With Esselin subdued, Barato quickly bound him with cuffs and administered a slime pill to heal his injuries. As Esselin began to regain consciousness, Barato kept him restrained on the ground, waiting for him to fully come to. "Are you feeling more composed now?" Raynar asked as Esselin groggily took in his surroundings, still recovering from the battle's effects. What?" Esselin murmured, his voice filled with confusion as he slowly regained his cognitive ability. Little did Esselin know, Aaron had anticipated Raynar's encounter with him and, after the discussion with Vurlu, had made adjustments to the slime pill that Raynar carried. One of the alterations ensured that it would alleviate the insanity and negative mental effects he was going through, bringing Esselin back to his former self. As memories flooded his mind, Esselin's expression shifted to one of horror as he gazed at Raynar. Instead of succumbing to despair or erupting in anger, he stood there, visibly shell-shocked, and uttered a simple apology. Raynar remained silent, processing the unexpected turn of events, where she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning, she was met with the sight of Aaron, accompanied by Vurlu and several others. Aaron Tool's soliloquy. Raynar, "Good work. Our little operation is now done," I acknowledged. Raynar offered a silent nod before redirecting her attention to Esselin. "He'll handle things from here. There are a few things I wish to speak to him about," I informed her, a hint of weariness permeating my tone. Acknowledging my instruction with another nod, Raynar turned around and rejoined the group. I had instructed them earlier to go ahead us, as I wished to engage in a brief conversation with Esselin. With a snap of my fingers, he was effortlessly lifted and settled onto a chair I had conjured for the occasion. "Now, then, let's have a little chat, shall we, Esselin? Vurlu and I have thoroughly discussed the circumstances leading up to this moment, but I have a few questions for you," I stated, my voice measured and composed. While I already possessed the truth through prior means, I sought confirmation from Esselin's own account, prepared to discern any lies. So how can I help you?" he asked, his voice tinged with timidity. Although I hadn't seen him spiral into madness firsthand, his newfound meekness was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. I nodded, acknowledging his question, and posed my own. "I'm curious, why were you so fixated on Valerie? You seem to be in a clear state of mind now, so I'd like to understand your reasoning. Centuredo hybrids are often seen as superior to pure bloods, which can breed envy and animosity. Besides Valerie being a woman, is there any other factor at play here? Do female hybrids have more advantages or power or something similar?" I inquired, referencing his earlier mention of Valerie's gender and seeking further clarification. To my surprise, he nodded in agreement. "Yes, although it's only a slight difference. In our species, females, especially hybrids, possess the strengths of both species, often resulting in their abilities being twice as powerful. The precise reasons behind this phenomenon remain uncertain, and we are unable to provide an explanation," he explained. As I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words, I contemplated the inherent advantages bestowed upon hybrids in this universe. Typically, they inherit the strengths of both vampires and their other lineage. However, there is a peculiar exception. Offspring resulting from the union of a demon and a vampire in this universe tend to suffer from defects. Furthermore, while vampires in this universe may successfully breed with other races without major issues, mating with demons results in a staggering 99% mortality rate among the offspring. The remaining 1% are considered special cases. One such extraordinary individual among Fumara's subordinates is the Rank 5 Eradicator, celebrated for his unmatched ferocity, despite being a demon and vampire hybrid. Many believe that he was born and blessed with a natural advantage, able to wield the strengths of both species without the burden of their weaknesses. His unmatched strength only added fuel to the rumors swirling about his true origins. Fumara recognized his extraordinary potential early on and made sure to secure him for herself, unwilling to let such a valuable asset slip away. What was your next move if you had captured Valerie? We know about your dealings with Fandrin. Were you only planning to replicate her and consume the duplicates, or did you have other intentions? I asked, fixing a stern gaze on him. Esselin's eyes dropped to the ground, a look of shame crossing his face before he let out a heavy sigh. At first, I pursued her for both reasons. I wanted her for her potential as a hybrid, but I also recognized her origins from a different universe, which could change things. However, considering her existing abilities, duplicating her seemed beneficial for all of us. Did you not think about the possible consequences of absorbing her power? Taking in something so powerful could lead to overload and might result in your death instead of helping you. I pushed further. I didn't even consider that aspect. At the time, I didn't care about the potential consequences. I was willing to take a risk in the hope of becoming stronger, driven by the perceived threat hanging over us. If we died in the process, so be it. But if we survived, we would come out much more powerful, capable of conquering any enemy. As for the other reason, while in my delusional state, I acted on both instinct and an irrational longing. I wanted her for myself because in my distorted perception, I had fallen in love with her, Esselin admitted. Exhaling heavily, I asked, "And how do you feel now?" I kept my eyes fixed on him, waiting for his response. The rational part of my mind has regained control. While I still admire Valerie and acknowledge her beauty, I no longer have any intentions of pursuing or possessing her. That's not who I am. As I mentioned, my actions during that deranged period were driven by primal instincts, he clarified. After pondering his words for a moment, I gave a solemn nod, then turned my gaze back to him. 4 individuals remain. One will meet their end soon, while the other 6, soon to be 7, will be fed to Fandrin to give him more power. As a result of your actions, the remaining trio will likely face imprisonment or be coerced into labor by the resistance. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Upon hearing my declaration, Esselin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I comprehend the potential repercussions. But why only 3 of us? He inquired. I proceeded to explain my reasoning, recounting the various outcomes I had envisioned for the 7 involved parties. Unfortunately, none of the scenarios presented a favorable alteration or improvement. Esselin fell into a contemplative silence, eventually nodding and understanding after a few moments. Very well, he responded with a hint of resignation, bowing his head. I accept the consequences of my actions. We shall assume accountability for any disturbances caused today. I nodded in agreement as we lingered there for a few extra minutes, engaging in a conversation that delved into various topics concerning his species and the overarching threat and mission he aimed to undertake. By the end of our conversation, he had divulged every detail within his knowledge, and not once did he lie to me. In his clear state of mind, Esselin revealed himself to be a fundamentally decent individual, only driven to madness and irrationality by his circumstances. I held on a hope that he would prove to be a valuable asset in the times ahead. Additionally, I found myself pondering how he and the remaining trio would navigate their interactions with the vampires of our universe, a prospect that intrigued me and one I hoped to explore further in the future. An hour passed, during which all matters were settled, and those involved were sent to their assigned labor camps. Although the term may sound harsh, in reality, it meant dispersing them to various regions across the planet to work for their redemption. Turning my attention to Fandrin, I asked, "How do you feel?" He had already absorbed the essence of 6 out of the 7 vampires, leaving only Dindon remaining. Despite my offer to help speed things along by using some of Dindon's energy to sustain Fandrin, he chose to remain patient until Dindon met his end after Elira carried out her research on him. I feel fine, though a bit strange with the surge in power and the acquirement of a mix of abilities, Fandrin replied, his hands clenching into fists. While Fandrin's increase in raw power wasn't extraordinary, it still marked a significant rise. However, the most beneficial outcome was the fusion of various abilities innate to the vampires, resulting in the emergence of two new abilities that were a curious blend of their respective traits. So far, Fandrin had refrained from experimenting with these newfound abilities. Very well, then. I shall entrust Gasper, Valerie, and a select few others to assist you in mastering your newfound abilities, I informed Fandrin, to which he offered a nod of acknowledgement. Thank you again, Aaron. He expressed his gratitude as I departed, leaving him in the company of the individuals I had gathered to aid him. As I left the room, I encountered the trio who had accompanied me, patiently waiting outside. Ready to return, then? We still have plenty of time left in the day, although we should grab lunch before resuming our plans, I proposed. Food sounds good. My stomach has been voicing its protest for a while now. It's around midday, right? Zenobia inquired. Indeed, more or less, I confirmed. Let's head to the dining hall for lunch before making our way back to Kritnukla, I suggested, leading the way as we set off for our meal. After dining for about 45 minutes, making sure to have extra food for our journey back to Kritnukla, specifically to a town I intended to transform into a hot springs destination similar to Izu. We finished our meal. The town's rejuvenating hot springs would be its main attraction, but not the only one. Ready? I asked, looking at my companions once more. It'll teleport us back to the main city first. In case Yasivi wants to come with us. Is that a good idea? Won't she be busy with her duties? Rainier asked skeptically. Very likely, but as I said, we'll just check in on her before going to the town. I've already heard from some residents who are unhappy with the area's current state simple, desolate, and boring. That's why I want to revitalize it into a lively hot springs town. I elaborated on my plan. Ravel inquired, you mentioned earlier that there might be some trouble over there. What did you mean by that, Aaron Sama? I replied, well, it's nothing serious. Just a few troublemakers causing a scene when we arrive, trying to delay my construction on the hot springs and other buildings in the town. Ravel nodded in understanding and confidently declared, leave them to me and Zenobia-sama. Zenobia, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to attention at the mention of her name. Me? She questioned, pointing to herself in disbelief. With a grin, I replied, indeed, Zenobia. If you assist Ravel, we can treat ourselves to a night at one of the luxurious hot springs buildings I plan to construct. Imin, Zenobia exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Ravel's shoulder, eliciting laughter from us all. With one final check, we set off for the town, ready to face any challenges that may arise. We made a short visit to the main urban hub, Kritnukla, where we received word that Yasivi would meet us later since she was currently busy with her duties as queen. Armed with this information, we quickly made our way to the town I was excited to change into a hot spring metropolis. The town we arrived at appeared rather modest in size, characterized by a scattering of a couple of sizable structures accompanied by smaller to medium-sized buildings. Its unassuming nature lacked any distinguishing features, rendering it seemingly ordinary, although this simplicity was not inherently negative. However, upon our arrival, I noticed that the townspeople had gathered outside the town, their curiosity piqued by our presence. Approaching us, a figure whom I presumed to be the appointed town leader addressed me. Lord Aaron, thank you for the advance notice. The shadow soldier mentioned that this town is to be transformed into a hot springs destination. Could you elaborate on your intentions? He inquired. I nodded, proceeding to explain my vision for the town. I outlined a concept of a hot springs resort and elaborated on the additional tourist attractions and amenities I intended to introduce to enhance the town's appeal and stimulate economic growth. I see. I don't mind. That sounds wonderful. I wish to experience these hot springs too, the town leader exclaimed enthusiastically. His sentiment was echoed by the nodding heads and excited murmurs of agreement from the gathered townsfolk, all eager to try out the hot springs once they were built. Before I could continue, a man's voice interrupted with hostility, shouting, "Hold it! You jerk!" Despite the interruption, I chose to ignore the outburst and began walking towards the town. However, I felt a firm hand grip my shoulder, prompting me to turn around to face a young man of around 20 years old, his muscular build indicating his strength. His expression was grim, and he spoke with determination. "I refuse your stupid plan." His declaration was met with agreement from a few others in his group, evident by their grinning faces. Unfazed by his opposition, I calmly replied, "I refuse your refusal," gently removing his hand from my shoulder before continuing on my path towards the town. As the young man tried to grab my shoulder once again, a thud sounded behind me, followed by more shouting. Unfazed, I continued towards the town entrance. Despite its modest size, I decided to maintain the town's theme while slightly enlarging its scale and elevating the design of the hot spring buildings to a more extravagant level. Extending my hand, I began the process of rebuilding the entire town, infusing it with new life and vitality. With each movement, structures began to transform and expand, while the atmosphere buzzed with the anticipation of the town's revitalization. Zenobia Corda's soliloquiao, "What the hell is wrong with you?" cried the man I had pushed away. He gave me a fierce glare, stood up, and puffed out his chest. "You looking for trouble, Cinturado? Let's all just take a breath, shall we?" he implored, his voice tinged with concern. Ignoring the elder's plea, the agitated young man made a wild swing in his direction, fueled by his own adrenaline. Without hesitation, I intercepted the blow, causing the old man to recoil in shock at the reckless behavior unfolding before him. "Assaulting elders is hardly the mark of a decent person," I chided him, fixing him with a stern gaze. All around us, the townsfolk murmured disapprovingly, clearly unsettled by the escalating confrontation and the disrespect shown toward their leader. Undaunted by the disapproving whispers, the young man pressed on, his voice radiating unwavering confidence. "As I've said before, it's time for the older generation to step aside and let us take the reins. Their outdated beliefs and traditions are holding us back. Under our leadership, this town will thrive like never before," he declared, exuding an air of absolute certainty in his ability to lead. However, Ravel interjected with a dose of reality, my tone measured yet firm. "There are no guarantees that your leadership would lead to prosperity for this town. Effective leadership demands maturity, wisdom, and experience, qualities which you appear to lack. Running a town, especially one of this magnitude, requires a depth of knowledge and understanding that you have yet to demonstrate," Ravel countered, emphasizing the importance of sound leadership principles to the young man. The young man's face reddened with anger as he advanced toward Ravel, his veins pulsing with fury. Despite my confidence in Ravel's ability to handle the situation, the tension in the air was undeniable, prompting Rainier to finally step in. "Well, this certainly escalated quickly," Rainier remarked, giving a quick glance at Aaron and the bustling activity of the town, which was now in the process of rebuilding and expanding. "Honestly, it's rather pathetic. What's your hang-up with this place being revitalized? It's already undergone significant changes since the merger of the two planets. Besides, you've only been here for a day and a half. Your fixation on it is really odd." As more of his friends closed in around Rainier, swelling their ranks to at least 3, a similar number encircled Ravel. Turning his anger toward U.S. outsiders, the leader's hostility reached a boiling point. "You 3 newcomers talk too much. It's time you learn a lesson. This is our town, not yours. No matter who contributed to its creation," he spat, his words dripping with aggression and possessiveness. As the young man advanced menacingly towards me, I met his gaze with a steely glare, refusing to back down. Turning to the elder and the town leader with grim determination, I reluctantly uttered, "We'll have to handle this the hard way. My apologies for the necessity." The leader's smile faded into a somber acknowledgement, his nod expressing understanding of the unfortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, the young man's smirk oozed with arrogance as he scoffed at the idea of me overpowering him. But before he could finish his taunt, I swiftly seized his arm, lifting him into the air before firmly bringing him down to the ground. A strange sound escaped his bravado, followed by his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Blinking in mild surprise at the quick resolution of the altercation, I couldn't help but comment. I didn't expect him to go down so easily. The onlookers, apart from Ravel and Rainier, stood frozen in shock at the sudden conclusion of our skirmish, uncertain of how to react to the unexpected turn of events. "Well, might as well take care of these other idiots," Rainier remarked casually before swiftly incapacitating the three men encircling her with well-placed punches to their midsections, leaving them writhing in pain on the ground. Meanwhile, the trio, facing Ravel, hesitated as they assessed the seemingly harmless appearance of the young girl before them. However, before they could react, Rainier sprang into action once more, swiftly dispatching them with a series of powerful strikes, rendering them unconscious. "Thank you, Rainier-sama." Ravel expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. "Don't mention it. At least it's all sorted out now. Hopefully Aaron can set up some makeshift holding cells for them here." Their offenses weren't severe enough to warrant confinement in the main city's prisons or the Resistance's prisons, Rainier commented, her tone pragmatic as she considered the best course of action for the defeated aggressors. "Excuse me, Elder San, do you happen to know the name of this town?" Ravel politely inquired of the elderly gentleman. No, it hadn't crossed our minds until now, but you're right. It's essential to decide on a name as it will define the town for years to come," he responded, his agreement evident in the nod of his head. "In that case, how about Ashidhakant?" Aaron proposed, joining our conversation as he approached. As we glanced back toward the town entrance, we noticed another Aaron standing there. "I've tasked a clone with overseeing the construction," he explained, then directed his attention to the unconscious troublemakers from earlier. "Ashidhakant?" the elderly man echoed, his bewilderment clear. Ashidhakant comes from Sanskrit, where Aushida means medicine or healing herb, and Kund usually refers to a pond or reservoir. So, Ashidhakant can be understood as a pond of medicinal herbs or a reservoir of healing plants, he clarified, providing insight. He looked back at the assistant overseeing the construction and nodded thoughtfully. "I plan to incorporate various plants here, similar to the section in Cosmosilica Terraflora that houses a variety of healing items and herbs. This town will serve as both a hub for hot springs and healing items. Currently, I'm in the process of developing a new item similar to my slime pill and the Phoenix Tears, though they'll have different versions and effects. What do you think?" he asked. Ravel's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded thoughtfully. "Expanding our offerings will not only increase traffic to this town, but also provide a means for healing sicknesses, diseases, and injuries for those who visit. This will undoubtedly enhance the appeal of our seemingly unassuming town to both locals and visitors alike," she elucidated. Rainier, always quick-witted, interjected with a sly smile. "The significance of the name is not lost either. It holds meaning beyond Aaron's typical horrible naming sense." Aaron blushed at the playful jab and chuckled in response. "Why not?" I chimed in, feeling the energy of Ravel's vision. By offering more avenues for healing, we make it possible for people to address their ailments without the need for constant presence here. In doing so, we bump up this town from merely a hub for hot springs to a place of greater importance on the entire planet, maybe even universe. Glancing at Aaron and the elder, both nodded in agreement. Eventually, Aaron spoke up. That's exactly the vision I had in mind. With that said, it should be completed now." With that, he turned on his heel, and we followed suit. Before us stood a sprawling townscape, reminiscent of a medieval style. Gone was the former lackluster ambience. Now, the town exuded style and vitality. In all honesty, its previous state felt like a blank canvas, as if Aaron had merely provided the basics, allowing the people of Yasivi to spread out and explore various locales rather than being confined solely to the main city, as was the case on their previous planet. Directly ahead of us sprawled a vast open space, dotted with assorted buildings and forthcoming shops. Most structures boasted a blend of cement and wood, with minimal use of metal. It was a stark departure from the predominantly wooden architecture of the previous town, showcasing Aaron's commitment to innovation and progression. The terrain beneath our feet was rough and uneven, yet it seemed to be a purposeful design choice. Various lamps adorned the area, ready to cast their warm light upon the town once darkness fell. In addition, patches of vegetation decorated the buildings, adding a natural ambience to the surroundings. Scattered throughout were small trees, further strengthening the town's connection with nature. As the small group took in the scene before them, collective oaths of admiration filled the air. Feel free to explore the new town, Aaron encouraged. The main attraction is near the center. I've named it Hotel Springs. Yes, I know, it's rather generic, he admitted with a chuckle, prompting laughter from some of us. The other point of interest is situated at the rear of the town, Aaron stated with a hint of excitement in his voice. It's an impressive indoor garden housed in a warehouse, with a medical facility on the top floor. This will be the main healthcare center for the townspeople and any visitors in need of treatment. With a quick gesture, he summoned a shadow soldier, which promptly disappeared to relay the information to Yasevi. As the announcements came to a close, the townspeople scattered, leaving only the leader behind. Turning to Aaron, the leader expressed gratitude, but before he could finish, Aaron anticipated his question. The town hall is located next to the Hot Springs Hotel, so you won't have to go far, he interjected, providing directions. Join us, we're heading there next. With that, we made our way towards the town hall, eager to discover the new developments in this ever-changing town. The Crossroad Plaza we arrived at buzzed with activity, presenting a picturesque scene. At the top left corner, the Grand Town Hall Plaza stood tall, flanked by the impressive Hot Springs Hotel. On the bottom left, a multi-purpose building housed a general goods store and a bustling market, while a stylish clothing store stood adjacent to it, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Raynar's inquisitive nature surfaced as she pondered aloud. Are any of these buildings residential, or is there a separate district for housing? Aaron nodded, acknowledging her curiosity. None of these are residences, but I've made sure to have a nearby residential district to cater to the residents. They won't have to travel far to access the amenities here. And to add a touch of convenience, I've also included small shops within the residential areas for the future residents that will move here, he explained, his meticulous attention to detail evident in his approach to the town's development. I'm surprised to see so many people gathered here, I observed, taking in the bustling plaza around us. Despite Aaron's earlier assurance that residents could explore the entire city, it appeared that a large portion of the population had gathered in this spot. One of the main attractions seemed to be the Hot Springs Hotel, which had piqued the interest of many, as evidenced by the number of individuals entering its premises. Aaron chimed in, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. I did mention that it's the central point of the town. In addition to the town hall, there's also the market, clothing store, and the hot springs I spoke about earlier. Right now, goods are being sold there, with androids providing service, although they'll be replaced in the future. The same goes for the clinic and warehouse, but the rest of the buildings are currently vacant, he explained, giving an overview of the current state of affairs in the growing town. With a sense of consideration, Aaron informed the elderly man, I've made arrangements for you to reside in the town hall. Your living space is ready, along with your belongings, ensuring a smooth transition. There's no need for you to look for a new home here, he assured. Expressing his gratitude, the elderly man replied, Thank you, Lord Aaron. I'm truly grateful for all that you've done. I shall proceed to explore the town hall. Thank you once again, before respectfully bowing and departing. Returning his attention to us, Aaron suggested, Shall we go have a look in the hot springs then? There should be enough rooms available, much like our home and the other spaces. I've expanded the interior significantly. You could even consider the hotel to be its own miniature town or city, given its size, his enthusiasm evident in his tone. A unanimous decision led us straight into the Hot Springs Hotel, where we were warmly welcomed by a male android. After booking a night's stay at the reception desk, Aaron took care of the payment, and we were promptly shown to our room. As we made our way through the expansive hallways, we couldn't help but be impressed by our luxurious surroundings. The floors, ceiling, and walls were all adorned with polished wood or marble, all shining with immaculate cleanliness. It almost seemed as if they were being meticulously cleaned, every minute a suspicion that didn't feel entirely far-fetched, especially considering the occasional surge of peculiar energy pulsating through the environment. Climbing 2 flights of stairs, we arrived at the epitome of luxury, the top floor. The rooms here boasted unmatched extravagance, yet their price tags did not completely exclude all but the wealthiest of guests. Aaron explained that with adequate savings, anyone could afford to stay here, with rates starting at around 60,000 yen or approximately 400 per night. He also mentioned that the lowest priced rooms started at a reasonable 30 or 4,000 yen per night, and he had previously shown us some of these rooms, which were undeniably luxurious in their own right. Each room featured its own private hot spring, spacious enough for a couple or small group. Additional amenities included a fridge for storing drinks or food, a minibar, ample space for 2 tables and multiple chairs, a large-screen TV, Wi-Fi access, and a generously sized bathroom complete with a bathtub and shower, among other comforts. It was clear that no expense had been spared in ensuring the comfort and satisfaction of the hotel's guests. Upon entering our room, we were pleasantly surprised by its sheer size, which dwarfed even the generously appointed accommodations on the ground floors. I estimated it to be 3 or 4 times larger, with a slightly bigger TV and all the same amenities as the other rooms, plus a delightful balcony that offered panoramic views of the town below. As we explored the spacious room, Aaron took a seat on the sizable bed. This bed can be transformed into 2 or 4 additional beds, depending on the guest's needs. With the assistance of staff, it could even accommodate up to 6 guests comfortably, he elucidated. And while the personal hot spring here is larger than the others, it's not quite as expansive as the main ones on the ground floor, he added, providing insights into the room's versatile layout and amenities. Ravel asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Earlier, you mentioned wanting 3 types of hot springs, right? Aaron nodded as he replied, yes, that's right. We have separate baths for men, women, and a mixed-gender option. Cinchuredo, Aaron explained, his tone thoughtful. For the sake of maintaining a sense of decorum and respect, we discourage inappropriate behavior in the mixed-gender baths. However, we understand that such interactions may occur naturally. As for the private hot springs in the guest rooms, the guests are free to enjoy them as they please. It makes cleaning much more manageable, he added, to which Ravel nodded in agreement, understanding the reasoning behind the regulations. Well, what are we waiting for? Shall we make our way to the relaxing hot springs? We've come all this way. It would be a shame not to indulge and experience it, Barato suggested, her eyes focused on Aaron, a blend of curiosity and uncertainty evident in her expression. Aaron chuckled in agreement. Absolutely. I've secured a spot in the mixed hot springs for us, so let's not dawdle. It's a bit of a hike from here, around 15 minutes on foot. We could teleport or even run to speed things up. But he trailed off, glancing at both me and Ravel. You've hit the nail on the head. I'm very eager to explore this place. Given your track record, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more to discover than what you've mentioned, I interjected with a grin, echoing Ravel's sentiments. Zenobia-sama makes a valid point. Knowing your love for innovation and your track record of modifying buildings on the Resistance's planet, and our own home in our universe, I wouldn't be surprised if you've added a cinema or something equally extravagant thing here, Ravel added with a laugh. A hint of amusement played across Aaron's lips, his reaction ambiguous, as he either acknowledged her speculation or was taken aback by our banter. After a final look around the room, we left our accommodations, eager to explore further. Taking the elevator to the ground floor, we stepped out into the lobby. Well, look who's here, Yasivi greeted, waving her hand in our direction as we approached. Have you finished your task for the day, then? Aaron asked casually as we joined her. Yasivi nodded in affirmation. There indeed. I shall be in your company for the remainder of the day. Barakyu and my other advisors will handle things in my absence, Yasivi confirmed, her gaze shifting to her left where Tehila stood, bowing respectfully. It has been some time, everyone. I will be accompanying Lady Yasivi from now on, Tehila added, providing a brief explanation for her presence. We nodded, somewhat surprised by the sudden change, but accepting nonetheless. Yet, curiosity arose within me, and I couldn't help but tilt my head and asked, "So 6 people in Aaron's room?" Yasivi chuckled and shook her head. "No, I have made arrangements for my own accommodations, and will be sharing a room with Tehila. However, we will gladly join all of you at the hot springs, if that is agreeable," she replied, smiling at Aaron. "Of course. Since it's a shared pool, it makes sense. Do you have any belongings with you? You might as well go and stow them in your room. Well, wait here for your return," Aaron suggested, and she agreed before departing with Tehila. What about our own items, like towels and such?" Rainier murmured, casting a questioning glance at Aaron. "I brought towels and other essentials with me, so no need to worry about it. And if by chance you forgot something due to excitement, we can always summon the staff to fetch whatever we need," he reassured, his tone calm and reassuring. Rainier nodded, visibly relieved, while I couldn't resist smirking at her, earning a glare of embarrassment in return. However, it was Ravel who appeared the most anxious, her gaze fixed on the ground as she seemed lost in thought. Before I could ask about why Ravel was acting like that, Tehila and Yasivi returned, urging us to leave as we headed towards the mixed hot spring. As we strolled through the hallways, we noticed several others gathered around just outside the hot spring rooms, engaged in conversation while waiting for their turns. Small waiting areas were scattered around, each with vending machines offering a variety of snacks and beverages. Upon closer examination, we found that the prices were even lower than those in our own universe. It became clear that Aaron was dedicated to making these types of amenities accessible and affordable for everyone, without sacrificing quality. It filled me with excitement as I considered how he would revolutionize the human world once we revealed ourselves. The vague plans he had hinted at in the past only added to the anticipation of what was to come. A lively and unusual sight greeted us as we came upon a group of elderly individuals immersed in what seemed to be a game of bear pong. "Bear pong?" Rainier murmured, clearly puzzled by the unfolding spectacle. The game was accompanied by a rather elaborate setup, utilizing various advanced equipment to aid in the process. Upon closer observation, it became clear that the participants were simply using light wine, soft drinks, tea, coffee, or water, depending on who was tossing the small plastic ball. I attempted to explain the situation, but my companions remained bewildered by the sight, except for Aaron, who appeared unfazed. With a chuckle, I couldn't help but comment, "Nothing seems to surprise you anymore, huh?" He smiled in response, acknowledging, "Very few things manage to surprise me these days, Nova." However, this display was still quite interesting to see, even if I didn't show it as overtly as the rest of you. His laughter echoed as he observed the elderly participants in the game. After the initial surprise had faded, we stayed a bit to watch the game for a few more minutes, with even Yasivi, Tehila, and Ravel joining in on the fun. Laughter and joy filled the air as they immersed themselves in the game. I, however, resisted the urge to join, knowing that once I did, I'd likely be unable to tear myself away for the rest of the day. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere, I reminded myself of my responsibilities as the student council president, even in this unfamiliar environment. While I may have indulged in more childlike behavior since our arrival, my duties remained, albeit temporarily sidelined. Once we eventually moved on from the game, we encountered another section that elicited laughter from Ravel. "So, you did include one, after all, a small cinema section, Aaron-sama?" she inquired, her smile directed at him. He chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, the mall from the other planet remains here, offering a larger and superior selection. I chose to add this cinema section for the convenience of our guests. The seats are cozy mini sofas with armchairs, providing a level of comfort that's hard to beat," he explained. With a quick flick of his wrist, Aaron pulled out his phone, revealing images of the luxurious cinema he had mentioned. It resembled the type of upscale theaters where patrons would typically expect to pay a premium for such an experience. However, here, the prices were surprisingly reasonable, given the lavish amenities evidence to Aaron's dedication to providing top-notch experiences at accessible rates. Is there anything else similar to this left, Aaron? Yasivi asked, her tone brimming with genuine curiosity as we took in our surroundings. To the left were countless doors leading to the women-only hot springs marked our current location, showing our progression through the large hallway in the hotel. After this section, we could surmise that the mixed hot springs were our next destination, as Aaron had mentioned earlier. On the right, an array of waiting areas and other interesting distractions caught our attention, including the cinema and the bear pong section we had come across earlier. I think there's one more attraction, a small and charming bowling alley. It even has a cozy little bar, if anyone fancies a drink, Aaron replied with enthusiasm, his eagerness shining through as we moved closer to our goal. With quickened steps, we soon arrived at the designated area and eagerly stepped through the inviting doorway, eager to explore what lay beyond. Upon entering the modestly sized room, we were met with the sight of 5 bowling lanes, a welcoming bar, and a comfortable lounge area. A few individuals were already present, some receiving instructions from the androids Aaron had created to oversee the facility prior to hiring staff. Bowling. I've never come across the concept before. I'd be interested to try it, but perhaps we should make a stop at the hot springs first? Yasivi proposed, her curiosity sparked, but her longing for relaxation prevailing. We all agreed, choosing to prioritize our visit to the private mixed hot springs. With our decision made, we set off towards our destination, eager to unwind and bask in the soothing waters. Approaching the generously sized door, which stood a bit taller than Aaron, he led the way as the rest of us followed inside. The communal changing room welcomed us, prompting us to begin the process of getting changed. Ravel blushed ever so slightly, a tinge of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, while Yasivi and Tehila seemed taken aback, motionless in their surprise. Don't worry, this is a customary welcome for us, so there's no need to feel self-conscious, Aaron reassured them, sensing their hesitation. We'll go ahead and wait for you at the preparation area. With that, Aaron, Barato, Ravel, and I quickly dried off and got dressed before following him through the adjacent door, leaving Yasivi and Tehila to finish getting ready before joining us. Aaron Toole's soliloquy while we waited for their arrival. The 3 girls continued their bathing routine, taking turns washing one another's hair and assisting each other with getting cleaned up. This familiar scene was a common sight when I joined them in the baths in our universe, and even here, although it didn't happen too often. Sitting on a wooden stool, I let out a weary yawn. The past 2 days have been incredibly busy. What I had hoped would be a relaxed exploration and reconstruction effort turned out to be more demanding than I had anticipated, leaving me feeling drained not physically, but mentally and emotionally, reminding me of recent events. Are you okay, Aaron-sama? Ravel asked, causing me to look at her wearily before nodding in confirmation during yet another yawn. I'm fine, Ravel, just a bit exhausted from everything that's happened and the overwhelming amount of information, but it'll be okay. Do you need any help? I asked, to which she nodded, with a blush coloring her cheeks, Censurado embarrassment evident on her face. She stuttered, struggling to find her words, so I responded with a playful smile. I was just kidding, Ravel. Just teasing you a bit. I reassured her, chuckling softly, though her resulting pout was unmistakable. Building on our playful banter, I casually mentioned Censurado. I could tell she was becoming increasingly uneasy by the small shifts in her demeanor. While this level of friendliness wasn't completely unheard of for us, my confidence marked a change from our usual interactions. Perhaps I was feeling playful, or the influence of the hot springs was at play. After all, similar moments had occurred during past experiences in outdoor baths and hot springs. You're pushing the teasing a little too far. She might just collapse from embarrassment before we even reach the hot springs, Rainier cautioned, interjecting with a hint of concern. Upon receiving Raynar's warning, I chuckled in agreement, recognizing the need to tone down my playful teasing. Stopping the massage, I turned my focus to washing Ravel's legs. Your legs are quite impressive, Ravel. You have a strong build, and your overall fitness really stands out. Perhaps I should give you a fun nickname, I joked, followed by another round of laughter from me. Ravel remained silent, standing there and trembling slightly while looking away, clearly flustered. It was no secret that Ravel got embarrassed easily, which seemed to be a common trait among the girls, especially in the current setting. By the way, is there a time limit for the hot springs? In the past, we usually had private bookings or the whole place to ourselves, so I'm curious if there's a specific time frame for each group here, Zenobia added, steering the conversation toward a more practical topic. I shook my head in response. No, there's no time limit here. This establishment boasts a total of 150 hot springs. Given the current population of the town, there's little chance of shortages now or in the foreseeable future. Besides, as I mentioned earlier, the facilities can accommodate large groups quite comfortably. Just take a look around at the spaciousness of this place, including the hot springs themselves. Zenobia and Rainier looked around the vast room, nodding in acknowledgement. As I had earlier noted, the dimensions rivaled those of Yasaka's outdoor bath, but on a grander scale, offering ample room for all. We have 50 hot springs designated for males, 50 for females, and 50 mixed. With this distribution, we should have no issues, I explained, earning a nod of understanding from Zenobia. However, should the need arise in the future, I can easily expand the number of hot springs, maybe even doubling or tripling the current count, I added, prompting another nod of agreement from Zenobia. Shifting my focus back to Ravel, I noticed that she was still trembling, the lingering effects of our earlier interactions. Cinceredo, their cheeks adorned with a faint blush. Zenobia, Rainier, could you lend them a hand? I'll continue with Ravel, I requested, to which they readily agreed, guiding Yasivi and Tehila to nearby stools. It's customary to cleanse oneself before entering the hot springs. We wouldn't want to compromise hygiene by diving in without proper washing. I explained to both of them, emphasizing the importance of cleanliness before indulging in the hot springs. I see. That makes sense, but we need to undress. Yasivi asked tentatively, to which I nodded in confirmation. Ah, I see. Cinceredo. Tehila? I asked, looking back at her. I noticed that the rest of her skin exhibited various shades of red, with some areas lighter or darker than others. Yes, Lord Aaron. The vibrant red hue is a distinctive trait of my species' physiology. While I take pride in it, I also find myself feeling embarrassed at times, particularly during missions that require subtlety. In such cases, I must conceal my entire form to blend seamlessly with the surroundings, Tehila explained, her cheeks deepening in color as she instinctively adjusted her clothing and averted her gaze. Noticing the scene, I observed Yasivi mimicking Tehila's actions, with Zenobia and Barato offering their assistance alongside them. It's not every day one encounters such unusual characteristics, well, at least not in our universe. Maybe it's more commonplace here. That raises an interesting question. Do you face discrimination due to the color of your skin? Such prejudices are unfortunately prevalent in our universe, particularly among humans, I inquired, intrigued by the cultural implications of Tehila's distinct physical attributes. Tehila took a moment to consider my question before shaking her head. In our society, skin color isn't a big deal. Instead, people are more likely to be judged and looked down upon based on perceived weakness or lack of power. However, there are times when others try to insult me using my skin color if their usual tactics don't work, she explained. By people from different races, I assume? Rainier asked as she continued to wash Tehila's back, and Tehila nodded in agreement. In our species, skin color doesn't matter much since we all have the same hue. Instead, we are categorized based on traits like strength and physical ability versus wisdom and intelligence. As you probably already know, Tehila clarified, shedding light on the dynamics within her society. Rainar's confusion led Tehila to explain the distinctions within her species, emphasizing that she was considered unique among them. Unlike many of her kin, Tehila clarified, she did not suffer from insanity or mental illness, traits often associated with heightened intelligence within her species. This was a fabricated memory I had implanted within her after changing her. In this new reality, Tehila was one of the rare individuals who remained normal despite possessing exceptional intelligence, a deviation from the usual path of her species, where heightened intellect often led to insanity. While some members of her species followed the path of intelligence at the expense of their mental stability, others embodied the opposite extreme, characterized by physical strength without the accompanying cognitive prowess. Given the choice, Tehila indicated a preference for her current state, free from the burden of insanity that afflicted many of her kind who pursued intellectual dreams. So, it's either a choice between being brilliant but insane, or strong but stupid. You've really struck gold, Tehila, Barato said with a smile as she helped Tehila get ready. Although everyone knew the truth about Tehila's condition, they all respectfully went along with the story she had shared with us. Tehila seemed genuinely grateful for their acceptance and lack of judgment, with a smile gracing her face as her multiple eyes closed in contentment. Thank you. And yes, I consider myself quite fortunate in that regard. By this age, most of my peers would have already succumbed to their inner turmoil and likely committed regrettable actions, Tehila elaborated, expressing gratitude for her comparatively stable state of mind. We listened attentively as Tehila continued to share her insights into the destinies of her peers, her words painting a solemn picture of the repercussions that often accompanied the pursuit of intelligence among her species. They would either relentlessly pursue their lifelong goals or dreams, leaving devastation in their wake, or sink into such depths of despair that they would either flee the planet or take their own lives. Those few who managed to regain a semblance of sanity would often isolate themselves, slowly wasting away due to starvation or dehydration, Tehila recollected, her tone infused with a mix of sadness and acceptance. Curiosity ignited in Zenovia's eyes as she asked about the fate of those who chose the path of physical strength over intellect. As for the other path, the ones characterized by brute strength and limited intelligence, their arrogance and ego would often lead them to embark on increasingly reckless missions, inevitably resulting in their death, one way or another. Alternatively, they might find themselves in conflicts with similarly dim-witted individuals, leading to their untimely demise in such confrontations, Tehila clarified, providing a sobering glimpse into the harsh realities faced by her species. Feeling the need to change the atmosphere, I stood up and suggested, how about we head to the hot springs and change the conversation? Dwelling on this seems to be putting a damper on things, no offense intended, Tehila. As I spoke, I noticed their expressions shifting, and I followed their gaze to realize that the water had accidentally knocked the towel from my hands, leaving me standing there in an awkward situation. Chuckling at the unexpected turn of events, I shook my head in amusement. Gathering some water, I proceeded to clean everyone else before we slowly made our way to the hot springs. Stepping into the warm, restorative waters, we all let out sighs of contentment as the comforting embrace of the water surrounded our bodies, washing away the tension and allowing us to unwind. This feels surprisingly wonderful. Did you do something to the hot springs, Aaron? Rainier asked, her expression reflecting a sense of relaxation and relief. I've infused the water with healing properties to help soothe and relax the body, I explained, enjoying the soothing effects of the hot springs myself. This is truly delightful. I could stay here forever, remarked Yasivi wearily, prompting a chuckle from me. Aaron, would you be so kind as to install one connected to my bedroom? Teasingly, I responded, is this a royal decree from Queen Yasivi herself? Yes, indeed it is. Please make arrangements, and thank you in advance. She replied promptly, her tone leaving no room for argument, which only served to elicit more laughter from me. Sure thing, Queen Yasivi. I will ensure everything is taken care of before our departure later, I reassured her while chuckling, and we settled back into the soothing embrace of the hot springs. Cinchuredo, I looked at her in confusion, noticing she had accidentally spilled her drink on my lap. A mixture of surprise and confusion washed over me as I tried to understand what had happened. Had she been using my lap for her own comfort? Or perhaps she had been so overwhelmed earlier that she needed a moment of rest upon sitting on my lap. Whatever the case, I doubted she would explain herself in front of everyone, so I decided to ask privately later in the day. What are your plans after this? Yasevi's question disrupted our tranquil moment in the hot springs, causing me to stop patting Ravel's head, much to her disappointment, and redirect my focus to her. After pondering her question for a moment, I replied, "Honestly, there are a few matters that I both want and need to address. However, I intend to proceed with some of the plans I've already put into motion." Looking up at the ceiling, I let out a sigh before continuing. "Firstly, we'll be traveling to Stellonium to see what Eleanor has in store for me. Raria will accompany me, as it is her home planet. Following those events, I plan to journey to Phonian Foodie and attempt to recruit rank 4 Virion Demon of the Eradicators." As I outlined my plans, a strong sense of calm settled over me, knowing that these ventures were essential steps toward achieving my goals, as we'd take down 5 of the Eradicators. We had 3 defects and 1 captured. I'd like to say Sonisama, her team, and Kanami-sama with the Slashdog team are going on a mission to Atos Rurlera. Their objective is to rescue Resistance members and apprehend the Wayboros member, as well as rank 8 Taphalis, confirmed Ravel. They'll be fine. They have shadow soldiers accompanying them, ready to lend assistance if necessary. Therefore, I won't be joining them, I reassured, confident in their abilities to handle the mission. It's not a full-blown assault, but rather a covert operation. Their goal is to stealthily navigate their way, capture their targets, and rescue the others. It's similar to our mission in Xenwaria, but with the experience of the Slashdog team in covert operations, I anticipate a higher chance of success. Additionally, with Lavinia and Suzuku also joining the effort, their chances of success are even greater, I elaborated, expressing my confidence in the team's capabilities. Artemis and Ravel have also brought up the potential retaliation from the Valkyries of this universe after the killing of rank 12 Ihild, confirmed Rainier, acknowledging the looming threat. Adding her insights to the discussion, Yasevi remarked, "Based on what I know of their species, the Volgenders, they are not exactly known for their peaceful disposition. Their focus is primarily on their own race, and they only bring in males for procreation purposes. It was quite unexpected to come across the Volgenders of your universe, who seem to be more rational." Upon reflecting on the situation, I gave a nod of agreement to Yasevi's assessment. Yes, the Valkyries and the Volgenders. I plan to personally visit their planet and try to establish a line of communication with them. I hope we can find a peaceful resolution to any tensions. But if that's not possible, I may have to resort to more decisive actions, I said with a sigh, understanding the seriousness of the situation. Raswai-sama and the other Valkyries are eager to join you, expressing a strong interest in the Volgenders and the potential merger of their planet with Asgard in our universe, Ravel disclosed, catching me off guard with a revelation. "So, the old geezer wants to come along?" I teased in response, surprised at the idea of Odin accompanying us on the visit. They want to have a word with him first, but they're confident he'll agree, especially once he learns that the Volgenders are mostly female. Ravel confessed with a sigh, eliciting laughter from me. "Odin?" Yasevi interjected, seeking clarification, prompting Ravel to explain Odin's significance as one of the chief god in our universe's many pantheons and his infamous reputation for his unconventional behavior. That's both impressive and unsettling. A chief god known for his open eccentricities and unconventional behavior, Yasevi commented, expressing her mixed feelings about the prospect of encountering Odin. I chuckled at Yasevi's observation and responded, "True enough, if all gods and goddesses behave the same way, they'd be rather dull. It's the open and eccentric ones that give the pantheon its depth and character. But I do understand how tiring it can be around the serious and eccentric ones. That's why I always strive to maintain a balance and avoid becoming too rigid or aloof. The thought of becoming a stuck-up or boring person filled me with dread. No matter how old I get, I made a promise to myself to keep a youthful spirit and stay updated on current happenings. Even when I have children in the future, I plan to use my knowledge and wit to playfully tease them and their friends a prospect that brought a mischievous grin to my face. After all, what's life without a bit of playful banter? As our conversation continued, we explored a wide range of topics, from serious matters to light-hearted banter. With each passing moment, the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed and jovial, allowing us to unwind and enjoy each other's company. Despite the shortness of our visit, the time spent together proved to be immensely enjoyable, offering a welcome break from the tumultuous events of the past 2 days. Yasivi, is the room satisfactory? I asked. The next day had arrived, and as we made our way back to the castle in the bustling main city, and after quickly arranging for the installation of the private hot springs connected to Yasivi's bedroom, I awaited her judgment. Yes, it's quite spacious. Thank you, Aaron, she replied, her eyes scanning the compact yet adequately roomy hot springs next to her room. What would you like as a reward for everything you did? When Yasivi mentioned a reward for my hard work, I couldn't help but feel taken aback. A reward? I repeated, surprised by the unexpected offer. With a playful gesture, Yasivi lifted her arm in a playful gesture, striking a confident pose. As the legendary dragon you've heard so much about, would you like the chance to learn from me? She asked boldly. Her boldness left me momentarily speechless. Tehila, who was present, looked on in bewilderment at Yasivi's suggestion. I appreciate the offer, but I'll keep that in mind for another time, I replied, trying to brush off the proposal with a light-hearted tone. However, Yasivi's response caught me off guard. Very well. Anytime, anywhere, you're welcome to use them. Consider it a lifetime offer, she affirmed, nodding in agreement. Wait, what? I exclaimed, seeking clarification, but Yasivi simply laughed and waved off my question. Feeling slightly flustered, I quickly changed the subject. Well, I suppose we should be on our way. Thank you for your hospitality and everything else. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to contact me, I offered, preparing to take my leave. Yasivi smiled warmly and accepted my offer. He'll be sure to remember that. Thank you again, Aaron, she said before surprising me with a kiss on the cheek, causing Tehila to gasp in astonishment. Lady Yasivi? Tehila gasped, taken aback by the surprising turn of events. Yasivi offered Tehila a comforting smile before redirecting her attention to me. Do not worry, Tehila. With the resistance and Aaron's presence, this kingdom will be well taken care of, she reassured her. Before I could reply, I felt a strong grip on my collar, and I was quickly whisked away to the outside of the castle. It was Rainier who had taken hold of me. Her expression narrowed as she studied me intently. You've managed to charm the queen of a kingdom, haven't you? She accused, her tone tinged with disbelief. If you're asking if it was intentional, then no, I replied with a chuckle as she released her hold on me, and I chuckled again to myself at the absurdity of the situation. Anyway, I said, stretching my arms. Let's head back. It'll help out in preparing the teams for a toast Rurlera and make arrangements for my own team's journey to Stellonium. Have you decided who will accompany you to Stellonium, Aaron Sama? Ravel inquired, but I shook my head in response. Not yet. However, Raria herself will be joining us, and am hopeful that after our visit, she'll choose to align herself with our cause voluntarily, I explained. Ravel glanced down thoughtfully before posing another question. Do you anticipate something significant occurring there that would lead to her change of allegiance? I fell silent, diverting my gaze towards the cityscape before us. You could say that, I replied cryptically. While I hadn't used my powers to foresee the future about Raria, a strong intuition told me that events in Stellonium would be pivotal for her. I resisted the temptation to look deeper into those premonitions, but I had a hunch about Eleanor's schemes and their potential impact on Raria's decision. Rainier suddenly punched my arm lightly, prompting me to turn my attention to her. Stop trying to be mysterious and let's head back, she exclaimed with a laugh. Chuckling in response, I feigned innocence. Was I being mysterious? I didn't think I was. I admitted, though truth be told, I had been lost in contemplation about Raria's potential transformation. Despite her formidable strength as a member of the Eradicators, her capture had been relatively straightforward. However, there was something lingering in the back of my mind. Yeah, you're right. Let's get going, I agreed, and with that, we swiftly made our way back to the Resistance's planet. The day before Sona and Kinema's team, along with other members of the Resistance, departed for a toast Rurlera, I found myself overseeing their training. I had assigned some tasks to my clones and avatars on the planet so that I could focus on this important preparation. Something on your mind, partner? Drake asked, standing beside me as we observed the training session. Both heavenly dragons were present, monitoring the progress of the two teams. As I scanned the field, I noticed various members of the team engrossed in their training. Some were strategizing for the mission, while others were engaged in physical exercises. Lavinia, on the other hand, was sharing her knowledge of magic with the group. However, my attention was drawn to Raria, who was willingly instructing others in the art of swordsmanship. This sight sparked a twinge of curiosity within me. The memory of my encounter with Raria on Lorviud Seglave lingered in my mind as I observed her training with the Resistance members. Reflecting on her hesitant demeanor during our confrontation, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her behavior than met the eye. Was she truly there just to relax and converse with Ebikin, as her lack of enthusiasm for the fight suggested? Or was there another underlying reason for her reluctance to engage in battle that day? As I continued to watch Raria, the urge to go into her psyche and uncover the truth behind her actions grew stronger. However, before I could act on this impulse, Raria turned to face me, her gaze questioning. Quickly averting my eyes, I looked at Drake, who grinned knowingly. "Don't even think about it," I murmured, a hint of threat in my tone, knowing that delving into Raria's mind without her consent would be a violation of her privacy and trust. "My dear partner, I'm well aware of your reputation as the strongest dragon in your legendary companions, but openly staring at a Resistance prisoner? Isn't that a bit too much when you say?" Such bold curiosity teased Drake in a playful manner. I let out a sigh and playfully elbowed him in the ribs, which only elicited more laughter from him. Albion observed our interaction and asked, "What's on your mind, Aaron?" I nodded thoughtfully and shared my thoughts about Raria, expressing a desire to go into her mind and better understand her actions. There was a moment of silence as both Drake and Albion contemplated my words. Well, given the challenges everyone faces in this universe, perhaps going to that place was her only escape away to relax and find comfort. Maybe she envisioned the idea of being defeated by you as a way to cope, imagining how it might change her life. You know, lightening her burden and avoiding responsibility, suggested Drake with a touch of insight. Avoiding her duties? Huh? I repeated, glancing back at Raria. While not everyone had fully accepted her presence, many had gradually warmed up to her, especially since she had been stripped of her powers. Actively offering guidance and at times acting as a mentor, she had contributed to the improvement of many in their swordsmanship and combat skills. Well, I started, but was interrupted by Ravel's urgent call. "Eren-sama." Ravel's voice cut through the air, grabbing the attention of all present. With everyone's gaze now fixed on her, she hurried toward us and came to a stop before me. "What's wrong, Ravel?" I asked, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. With a subtle sense of foreboding etched on her face, she delivered the dire news. Fumara has unleashed its devastation upon Xenwaria and all within it, along with the complete annihilation of the Foshadam's fleet of spaceships. A heavy silence draped over the area as her words resonated. While the result wasn't entirely unforeseen, the speed of its occurrence caught some by surprise. I had even speculated that such an event might transpire within a week of my initial announcement. The Foshadams have been completely and utterly eradicated from existence, she concluded, allowing the weighty silence to settle once more. Chapter 23, Part 1. From when time changed, third-person point of view. Fumara's response to the Foshadam's actions was not a mere dismissal. She viewed it as a manifestation of cowardice, deriving amusement from their reluctance to directly confront the Eradicators, Wayboros, or Umbra. This understanding of their tactics and mindset only fueled her resolve to decisively put an end to the conflict. Upon her return to the main planet's base, Fumara did not immediately spring into action. Instead, she took the time to assess the situation, strategize, and mentally prepare herself for the impending confrontation. This demonstrated her leadership, strategic prowess, and dedication to efficiently resolving the conflict. When Fumara crossed paths with Kita, it was not a casual encounter. Their meeting held great significance, as Kita, being rank 8 of the Eradicators, possessed valuable information and insights about the ongoing situation. "Lady Fumara, allow me to bring you up to speed," Kita offered, her tone respectful yet urgent. Fumara nodded, signaling her readiness to listen and absorb Kita's briefing. Before them, Kita displayed a series of screens, offering a comprehensive overview of the planets currently controlled by the Foshidums. Each screen detailed the extent of Foshidum's control and the precise locations where they had siphoned resources for their own benefit. Additionally, she provided Fumara with detailed intelligence about the positioning of the Umbra, Wayboros, and Eradicators, showing their readiness to spring into action at the mere signal from Fumara herself. Taking in the wealth of information, Fumara maintained her stride alongside Kita, her mind spinning with strategic considerations. Upon reaching a new room, she broke the silence with a decisive directive. Given the value of the assets that have been stripped away, instruct 2 of the Wayboros to initiate a reclamation operation. We cannot afford to overlook any resources, particularly in light of the interference from the Outer God. Every piece of equipment and every morsel of sustenance is now crucial to our cause. Move swiftly, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. "Yes, of course," Lady Fumara acknowledged Kita before swiftly departing. Leaving Fumara to her solitary contemplation, the room she now occupied was a vast control center, its walls adorned with an array of screens that offered insights into the operations unfolding across numerous planets. Alone in this chamber, Fumara embraced the solitude, dismissing the attendants who would typically clutter the space. Preferring to oversee proceedings with her own eyes, she settled into a chair, surrounded by the glow of the multitude of screens. With practiced precision, she manipulated holographic displays and tapped commands into the translucent keyboard before her. Focusing her attention on the planets ensnared by the Foshidums, she honed in on each one, scrutinizing the scenes playing out upon them. To her satisfaction, she observed her loyal followers being treated with a degree of care by their captors, receiving sustenance that elicited a faint smirk of amusement from Fumara's lips. How naive! Such innocence, she reflected, her laughter reverberating through the room as she observed the unfolding scenes on each planet. The sight of resources being used for her captured followers elicited a blend of amusement and disdain from Fumara. With each transition to a new planet, the pattern repeated itself, further cementing the absurdity of the Foshidums' actions in her mind. Despite their reputation as warmongers, they displayed a surprising inclination for generosity, a contradiction that amused Fumara endlessly. Closing her eyes briefly, Fumara summoned the attention of Throis, her adopted son, who stood quietly behind her with a contemplative air. A smile teased at her lips as she addressed him, her voice tinged with playful excitement. "Well, will you simply linger there, gazing at me?" she challenged, welcoming his presence with open arms. "I've been wondering about your inactivity towards this war. Our reserves are dwindling rapidly," observed Throis from his position behind her. Fumara slowly turned her chair, meeting Throis' gaze with a sly grin. "We have ample resources from other planets, as you're well aware. However, our associates, with the exception of Eleanor and Infursos, remain unaware of this. Allowing them to believe in our scarcity will spur them into action," she explained, her tone exuding calculated confidence. Throis raised a skeptical eyebrow, his posture relaxed yet attentive. "That strategy carries risks, Fumara," he cautioned. A spark of intensity flickered in Fumara's eyes as she replied, her smile unwavering. "Indeed it does. However, more often than not, the odds tilt in my favor," she asserted, her gaze momentarily flashing with crimson intensity, a subtle show of her mysterious powers. The young man let out a deep breath, his face betraying a blend of resignation and annoyance. So, what specific action do you require of me? You always have a plan, he asked, his tone tinged with familiarity. Fumara nodded in approval at his quick response. As expected of my son, always sharp, she commented. As for your task, bring the king, queen, and their children to me. I will personally handle their fate, she commanded, her voice dripping with icy resolve. Ekthrois met her gaze with a solemn nod, taking in her directive with a serious demeanor. Understood. When do you want this to happen? He asked, his gaze unwavering. As soon as possible. I long to see the chaos unfold among their kind. There's a certain satisfaction in watching them fall, Fumara replied, a malevolent smirk curling upon her lips as she anticipated the impending upheaval. Very well. I shall begin at once. Anticipate their arrival within a matter of hours, Ekthrois affirmed before disappearing into the shadows, leaving behind a small flicker of shadows. Fumara chuckled softly at his quick compliance, her amusement evident as she turned her attention back to the array of monitors. Observing Ekthrois' movements through the surveillance feeds, she couldn't help but shake her head in amusement at his awareness of being watched. Such audacity, she murmured with a hint of admiration. Settling back into her chair, Fumara released a sigh of anticipation, her thoughts drifting towards the orb nestled within her palm. Just a bit more, and then we can awaken him, she murmured to herself, the hues of red, blue, and purple swirling within the orb hinting at its latent power. May it be sooner rather than later, and may that wretched outer god not impede our progress, she added with a note of frustration. With a flick of her hand, the orb dissipated, leaving Fumara to resume her surveillance of the planets under her watchful gaze. Meanwhile, she began to initiate communications with various individuals, setting into motion the carefully orchestrated downfall of the Phoscidums. Pladrifa, Lady Fumara has issued new directives for the eradication of the Phoscidums, Echeles reported, pointing to the rank one of the Wayboros with a subtle gesture. A blue screen materialized in front of Pladrifa, who carefully examined its contents before nodding in acknowledgement. We will take charge of the attack on their various spacecraft. I will inform the others. What about the Umbra and Eradicators? She questioned, turning to Echeles for clarification. Echeles gave a clear and concise response, her expression showing no sign of doubt. Both factions have been given their own instructions. It is reasonable to assume that the Eradicators will be involved in frontline combat, while the Umbra will handle covert operations behind the scenes. After all, the Eradicators are the public face of Lady Fumara's organization, she explained briefly. Pladrifa acknowledged Echeles' words with a nod before preparing to leave. However, Echeles' voice stopped her in her tracks, causing her to turn back and focus on her comrade. Ihild has recently fallen. As a fellow Volgender, what course of action do you intend to pursue? And what about your species? Echeles asked, her tone filled with curiosity as she sought to understand how the Volgenders would react to the loss of one of their own. As one of the primary representatives of her species, holding a position similar to that of Brynhilde among her people, Pladrifa's response carried significance. She looked at Echeles with a steady gaze before delivering her answer with not much emotion. There's a strong possibility of our kind declaring open hostilities against the resistance, despite the ongoing conflict. I will appeal to Lady Ive or Lady Fumara for permission to join them. Even if we're unsure of the whereabouts of their base or planet, we will scatter across the cosmos, searching for any allies they may have and eliminating them in retaliation, she declared firmly, her resolve evident in her words. Echeles absorbed Pladrifa's response with a nod, masking her underlying concern with a composed demeanor. Do you have any hints about whom you might target in your retaliation? Also, considering that you and Ihild weren't particularly close, I find it somewhat surprising that you're personally invested in pursuing the resistance, she remarked, her tone neutral yet inquisitive. Pladrifa acknowledged Echeles' question with a solemn nod. While our relationship may not have been characterized by closeness or frequent interaction, there existed an unspoken bond between us as fellow Volgenders. We recognized that we could rely on each other in times of need, albeit in silence. I sought my counsel on occasion, evidence to our mutual respect, and as one of the strongest among our kind, it is obligatory upon me to seek retribution for her. And as her comrade in Boros, she explained, her resolve resolute as she spoke of her duty to avenge her fallen kin. With a resigned sigh, she added, when it comes to our targets for the upcoming attack, there are plenty of options due to the diverse array of species and races aligned with the resistance. However, we must seek Lady Fumara's approval before moving forward. Personally, I plan to journey to Stellonium to enlist the support of a particular group there, especially considering their affiliation with Raria prior to her disappearance. As Hladrifa spoke, her gaze remained fixed upon the ground, oblivious to the shock that widened Echoles's eyes. Echoles planned to inform Aaron of this development, as it seemed unexpected for Hladrifa to venture to Stellonium, a planet Aaron had intentions of visiting soon. Are there any other places? Echoles inquired, her curiosity piqued. Stellonium harbors a multitude of species, so it's not entirely surprising. And what about that other planet known for Hladrifa interrupted, her tone probing? Your odd interest in our affairs is rather notable, Echoles. Why is that the case? She scrutinized Echoles with a narrowed gaze, seeking answers. Echoles nodded thoughtfully, her expression contemplative. I usually keep to myself and observe from the sidelines. However, the complexities of interspecies dynamics never cease to captivate me. Your affiliation as Volgenders piqued my interest, especially considering your apparent lack of closeness. Therefore, I felt compelled to ask further. But if you would rather not go deeper into the matter, I will respect your boundaries and refrain from further probing. Hladrifa acknowledged Echoles' explanation with a single nod. Understood. Your curiosity is duly noted, Echoles. I hadn't taken you for the inquisitive type. Nonetheless, I would appreciate it if you refrained from further questioning. With that being said, I shall take my leave now. Please help in sharing the information to the rest of our faction, she concluded, turning on her heel and departing. Watching Hladrifa leave, Echoles felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. I must warn Aaron about the potential meeting with Hladrifa in Stellonium. If he kills or captures her, it could worsen the situation with the Volgenders, she murmured to herself, her thoughts burdened with worry. With a resigned sigh, Echoles reluctantly tore herself away from her thoughts and turned to fulfill her duties as a member of the Boros. Despite the urgency of her tasks, her mind remained tangled in a web of possible outcomes, none of which seemed promising. I can only hope for the best. But Aaron's unpredictable nature leaves much cause for concern, she thought to herself as she navigated through her responsibilities. With a heavy heart, Echoles left the area, her mind consumed by the numerous possibilities that lay ahead. Infursos gazed upon a certain planet, now under the grip of the Foshidums, with total indifference. Hidden within his personal spacecraft, he observed from a safe distance, his expression concealed by a silent sigh of resignation. With narrowed eyes, he concentrated on a specific area of the planet's surface. Raising his right hand, a powerful weapon quickly appeared, a magnificent blue-purple sword crackling with potent electricity. Without delaying any further, he directed the blade towards the designated target, and with a swift motion, it descended upon the planet's surface. The impact was cataclysmic. A significant portion of the planet was instantly obliterated by the force of his attack. Through the myriad of monitors surrounding him, Infursos witnessed the chaos that ensued. Panic spread through the populace as they scrambled in disarray, their lives thrown into turmoil by the sudden devastation. Despite the collateral damage, Infursos remained resolute in his conviction. His primary objective, the elimination of a high-ranking Foshidum soldier, had been achieved. In his eyes, the sacrifice of those caught in the crossfire was regrettable, yet necessary, a means to an end justified by the greater cause. Infursos shifted his gaze to a different screen, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his lips. There, displayed before him, was Zyra, one of the fresh recruits to the Umbra, diligently carrying out her duties. On two adjacent screens, 10k-15 and Fadram mirrored Zyra's efforts. Despite the departure of Sagarif, their former comrade, the void left behind was quickly filled by Zyra, seamlessly integrating into their ranks. Turning his attention to another cluster of monitors, Infursos observed the Eradicators and Wayboros engrossed in their respective tasks. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he recognized the progress of his meticulously laid plans. Each cog in his grand scheme was turning, inching him closer to his ultimate objective. Lost in thought, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, contemplating the intricacies of his plans. Lord Infursos, one of his subordinates interjected, breaking his reverie. We have just received word that Lord Ekthrois is in pursuit of the king, queen, and their remaining kin. So Madame Fumara has chosen that path? He questioned, a chuckle slipping through his lips. Very well, let her enjoy herself. No need to interfere. It's all just a game to her. Infursos found it rather amusing that Fumara would personally take on the task of eliminating the king, queen, and their remaining kin. In the past, she would have assigned such matters to others. However, he speculated that her change in approach might be attributed to the presence of the outer god and the recent victories claimed by the resistance. It was reminiscent of the early days of the resistance, mirroring events from years gone by. Shall we proceed with the other plans, then? The subordinate inquired. Proceed with Plan 1. If circumstances shift, as I indicated, switch to Plan 62, he instructed, observing as the subordinate nodded in understanding. Right away, the subordinate acknowledged before promptly departing to carry out his orders. He directed his attention to a specific monitor, a satisfied smirk appearing on his face. This little charade should come to an end by the day's end, or perhaps tomorrow, depending on the actions of Madame Fumara, the efficiency of our operatives, and the resilience of the Fascidoms. He mused aloud, considering the variables at play. With a mere thought, he summoned numerous colossal swords, each piercing the planet's surface with devastating force, furthering the chaos and destruction. Infursos took a moment to relish in the havoc he had caused. While he didn't delight in battle like some, he found a twisted satisfaction in witnessing the suffering and misfortune of others. It was an inherent inclination, devoid of any tragic backstory. He simply existed to bring about destruction, much like a god of destruction and outer god. Hours drifted by before Ekthrois finally reached the primary spacecraft housing the royal family. King Valagar, Queen Jelania, and their lone surviving son, Inlang. Upon his arrival, Valagar, awakening from slumber, gazed at Ekthrois with curiosity. "Who might you be?" he inquired, his eyes fixed on the newcomer. Ekthrois, maintaining his composure, placed the remains of his recently resurrected daughters before him, Xena and Lyaena. Ekthrois then responded with a hint of incredulity. "Surely, King Valagar, this is but a jest on your part. It is inconceivable that you're not aware of who I am." Valagar burned with fury as he beheld the terrible fate of his beloved daughters. Yet he swiftly reined in his raging emotions, a feat mirrored by his queen by his side. Beside him his son bristled with violent intent, ready to unleash vengeance upon the perpetrator. However, a single glance from Valagar conveyed a silent command, compelling the young prince to quell his rising anger, albeit begrudgingly. Valagar scrutinized Ekthrois, recognition dawning slowly. "Ah, you are Ekthrois, ranked first among the Eradicators, rumored to be the adopted son of Fumara. Have you come to claim our lives?" he questioned, his gaze sharp. A faint smile graced Ekthrois' lips as he replied, "I have arrived to capture all of you. Fumara herself shall give out your fate," he declared, conjuring forth daggers of dark blue color, crafted from the shadows themselves. Advancing with a look of fury on his face, Inlang spread his wings, signaling his readiness to confront the intruder. "I will handle this. Mother, father, you need not worry," he declared, his voice resolute. He then unleashed a barrage of jet-black feathers and alternating orbs of black and white energy toward Ekthrois. Undaunted, Ecthrois effortlessly deflected the onslaught, his dark blue daggers effortlessly slicing through the projectiles while dark blue shadows emerged from the ground, forming formidable barriers against the attacks. Seeing his initial effort fail, Yinlang furrowed his brow, his determination unshaken. Stepping closer, he summoned a legion of white slimes that transformed into avian creatures and razor-sharp blades, all aimed at Ecthrois. Yet, the adoptive scion of Fumara remained unmoved, his stance unchanging. With a mere tilt of his dagger, he shattered the incoming attacks into a myriad of minuscule fragments, showcasing his unparalleled mastery of the situation. Your appearance is quite striking, quite unlike others of your kind. A mutation, perhaps, or an unconventional evolutionary path. Ecthrois commented with indifference, acknowledging Yinlang's unique traits. However, your individuality does not help you, for your abilities are nowhere near as powerful as mine. In a flash, Ecthrois disappeared, reappearing behind Yinlang with astonishing speed. "Realize your insignificance," he scolded, his words filled with contempt, as he swiftly shattered Yinlang's arms and wings into countless pieces. Yinlang, shocked and furious, prepared to fight back, summoning the familiar white slimes once again. Yet, before he could attack, Ecthrois' foot connected with his face, driving him down into the ground with a loud impact. The vessel shook heavily under the blow, a testament to the strength of the strike, leaving Yinlang unconscious in the middle of the silent room. Valagar and Jelania were stunned by the quick defeat of their son. Yinlang had become stronger once he came back from getting his new body. They even had him fight various others from their species, even the ones he couldn't beat before, and he defeated them with ease, but today they were reminded how powerful the Eradicators were. Jelania, Valagar murmured weakly, causing both the king and queen to stand up, their determination wavering in the face of adversity. "Understand. We must use every bit of strength, lest we be defeated," Queen Jelania replied, urgency coloring her voice. Before their plan could unfold, Ecthrois appeared abruptly between them, his presence a palpable threat. With quick precision, he reached out, his hands poised dangerously close to their faces, freezing the monarchs in place with dread. Caught off guard, Valagar and Jelania found themselves immobilized, their minds racing to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Before they could formulate a response, Ecthrois seized them by the faces, his dark blue darkness enveloping his hands, and drove them to the ground with swift precision, rendering them unconscious with alarming efficiency. Surveying the unmoving forms of Valagar and Jelania, Ecthrois let out a silent sigh. In battle, he occasionally found himself more talkative, but such scenarios only emerged when victory was assured or his mood dictated. Otherwise, he remained a silent, formidable presence, his actions speaking louder than words. Ecthrois quickly sidestepped a surge of black and white energy, narrowly avoiding it as it slammed into the glass window in front of him. He turned to face Yinlang, who had regained consciousness, showing signs of exhaustion but also a fierce determination in his eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed Ecthrois' face at Yinlang's resilience. Despite the force of his previous attack, the young prince had managed to rise once more, a testament to his new strength. Ecthrois regarded him with a smile, acknowledging Yinlang's unbending spirit. "I commend your resilience in standing again. You have certainly caught my interest," Ecthrois remarked, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Show me the remnants of your strength, the unbreakable spirit of your lineage." "Shut up." Yinlang's response came as a defiant growl as he unleashed two weaker beams towards Ecthrois, having depleted much of his energy in his initial attack. Ecthrois, with a calm and composed demeanor, effortlessly maneuvered through the two weakened attacks, his movements graceful and precise. Closing the distance between them in a blink, he observed Yinlang's preemptive strike with a faint smile, admiring the prince's tactical skill. Despite Yinlang's anticipation, Ecthrois effortlessly evaded the blow. Undeterred, Lang launched another beam in a calculated maneuver, aiming to exploit Ekthreu's evasive pattern. Yet, once again, Ekthreu's gracefully sidestepped the attack, his bravado efficient and almost elegant. Seizing the opportunity, Ekthreu's drove his dagger into Lang's injured arm, eliciting a cry of agony from the young prince. Before Lang could fully comprehend the pain, Ekthreu's delivered a swift, brutal kick to his neck, sending him hurtling across the room to collide with the unforgiving surface of the wall. Though conscious, Lang's spirit had been shattered by the overwhelming power of his opponent. Aware of his inevitable defeat, he resigned himself to his fate, his body weary and his resolve broken, as he lay defeated and motionless against the cold, hard wall. "You have potential, Prince," Ekthreu's remarked with a hint of acknowledgement, though skepticism tinged his words. "But I doubt Fumara, Eleanor, or anyone else would consider you worthy of their service. Your autonomy under Ihild's oversight was fortunate, but for now rest." With a decisive kick, Ekthreu's rendered Lang unconscious, putting an end to the confrontation for the time being. Dusting off his shoulder, he surveyed the room, his mind calculating the next course of action. Creating several clones, Ekthreu's dispatched them to scour the area for any valuable assets. After a brief search yielded no significant findings, he dismissed the clones, deeming their mission fruitless. In a swift motion, Ekthreu's summoned fresh clones to transport the incapacitated royals. Within moments, they vanished from the confines of the spacecraft, leaving behind a scene of oblivious chaos. Moments later, as they materialized away from the vessel, a deafening explosion tore through the cosmos, engulfing the spaceship and all within it in a fiery inferno. It was a final act of mercy from Ekthreu's, sparing them from further suffering and ensuring their demise remained swift. He fixed a discerning gaze on one of his clones and asked, "Have you secured the remaining provisions?" The clone responded with a quick nod, promptly opening a portal to an alternate dimension filled with rations, sustenance, and gear. Ingeniously, he had assigned several duplicates to discreetly salvage these supplies from the vessel before its obliteration during his thorough reconnaissance of the craft. "Excellent. It seems our task is completed and a lot quicker than I anticipated," he stated, his satisfaction evident. The challenging aspect lay in pinpointing the whereabouts of the spacecraft. However, this accomplishment would undoubtedly deeply trouble the prideful Foshidums. With a thoughtful murmur, he vanished again, accompanied by his duplicates, leaving behind only the faint echo of his actions reverberating through the void. As the sun rose, casting its warm glow upon the scene, the captives were brought before Fumara, the very location where Ramlar had met his grim demise. Lang, Valagar, and Jelania stood bound and shackled, their once proud demeanor now subdued by chains of captivity. A crowd of onlookers surrounded them, their voices rising in a cacophony of vitriol and condemnation, hurling curses and scorn towards the trio of detainees. Fumara, resplendent in her authority, rose to address the assembly, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. With a snap of her fingers, she conjured forth blue displays, revealing the dire plight of their brethren subjugated, ensnared, and transferred to the desolate confines of their ancestral homeworld, Zinwaria, for the transgressions perpetrated by your kin in recent days. "Only the most severe punishment will suffice," Fumara intoned, her words laced with a steely resolve that brooked no dissent. Valagar and Jelania readied themselves to speak, their intent almost palpable in the charged atmosphere. However, before any words could escape their mouths, the chains binding Lang convulsed violently, echoing his aggressive growl that demanded attention. His defiant grin illuminated the darkness, a beacon of rebellion against their captors. "Transgressions?" Lang's voice echoed through the area, a mixture of defiance and righteousness coloring his words. "We may not have been most righteous of species, going around countless worlds, conquering races, but consider our actions now. Isn't our cause noble?" The bleeding wounds on his arms, though cauterized, served as a testament to their struggle, a visual reminder of the price paid for his defiance towards Echthyros. Eve's impending action came to an abrupt stop with a simple gesture from Fumara, her hand halting the course of events. With a smirk, Fumara turned her gaze back to Yinlang, her words oozing with disdain. Noble? For whom? Fumara's question hung in the air like a dagger ready to strike. For the wretched resistance? Aside from them, who else would dare to see your actions as noble? Her smirk carried the weight of her dominion over the universe, her control reaching far beyond mere physical restraints. Fumara was keenly aware that her subjects, deeply entrenched in her indoctrination, would never perceive Yinlang's actions from his perspective of righteousness. Years of careful manipulation, spanning generations, had ensured her hold remained unshakable. Yinlang's power surged like a tempest unleashed, driving him forward with an electrifying intensity. The chains encasing him rattled and quaked violently, echoing the storm brewing within him. With a scoff followed by a smirk aimed squarely at Fumara, he spoke words that resonated with terrifying defiance. Even if we die today, your tyranny will eventually crumble, Yinlang declared, his voice a thunderous proclamation against the darkness of oppression. The resistance will emerge victorious. Though rarely given to praise, Yinlang held a silent gratitude towards the resistance. Their home provided solace in the middle of chaos, and their actions had facilitated their liberation from Fumara's grasp. Yet, gratitude remained unspoken, veiled beneath layers of stoicism and pride. Fumara's frown deepened, a silent acknowledgement of Yinlang's rebellion. With a swift gesture, two swirling beams of energy lashed out, piercing Yinlang's thighs and anchoring him to the ground. Yet, despite the physical restraints, his gaze remained fixed upon Fumara, an unwavering defiance burning in his eyes. They have resisted the fate you tried to impose on them. Yinlang's voice trailed off, a faint orange glow emanating from his chest, drawing Fumara's gaze with a chilling intensity. But not anymore. They chose to defy your twisted destiny before Yinlang could finish his revelation. A searing beam of energy erupted from Fumara's fingertip, punctuating his words with finality as it struck him down and ended his resistance in an instant. Fumara's eyes, wide with horror, betrayed the shock of her own actions, a glimpse into the depths of her ruthlessness. With an aura as cold as death itself, Fumara issued her command without remorse. Dispose of the rest. I care not for the method. Remove them from my sight. Turning away from the scene she had orchestrated, Fumara strode purposefully from the arena, leaving a stunned crowd in her wake, including Ive, who stood frozen in disbelief. Ive, shaken from his stupor, he bellowed her directive into the void. Execute them. Leave no trace. Send them to the abyss. The echoes of distant turmoil reverberated in the background, a haunting accompaniment to Fumara's departure. As she retreated, shaken to her core by the glow she saw, she couldn't believe she saw it again. It was meant to be gone. That was meant to be dead. Its resurgence can only mean... Fumara's voice trailed off, her power pulsating in tandem with her mounting dread, sending ripples through the fabric of the cosmos. She's alive. The realization shook her to her core, igniting a fierce determination within her. I must find it and obliterate it. Its existence cannot be tolerated any longer. Yet, despite her formidable abilities, the elusive nature of her target eluded her senses, shrouded by her assumptions of the interference of an outer god. Darn it. If only it would reveal itself more, Fumara cursed, frustration and anger emanating from every fiber of her being. But I still must awaken Master Magnum Tenebrosum. With a heavy heart and a mind brimming with schemes, Fumara departed the planet, returning to the side of her master to strategize. For a certain god had resurfaced, defying her expectations and stirring ancient fears from the depths of her memory. Keeper of the eternal flame, where do you hide? Fumara's voice was laced with frustration, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The last to come close to you was Lucius Benevolentia. With the departure of Fumara, the relentless gears of destruction continued without pause. Commands were executed with cold precision, and before long, the fate of Xenwaria and its inhabitants was sealed with a single devastating blow. A catastrophic explosion consumed the planet, its very core shattered by the force of annihilation unleashed upon it. In an instant, all life within its borders was extinguished, consumed by the fiery storm of destruction. The Phoshidums, once a proud and thriving species, were now nothing but a memory. Their existence was snuffed out in a blinding flash, their legacy reduced to dust by the merciless decree of Fumara. In the depths of the cosmos, amidst the stars and galaxies, a solitary god wept. Its tears flowed unseen and unheard, like rivers of sorrow, mourning the lost lives and extinguished potential of the fallen planet. Yet, in the darkness, a glimmer of hope flickered. A long-dormant power had been reignited, a beacon of defiance against the shadows of oppression. The god knew that this spark of rebellion, though small now, would ignite a wildfire of resistance in the days to come. In the quiet of its domain, the god watched and waited, knowing that the tide of destiny was turning. The ember of rebellion would grow, fueled by the flames of courage and determination, until it blazed brightly across the universe, bringing hope to all who dared to dream of freedom. And so, with patience and unwavering faith, the god bided its time, for it knew that in the end, light would triumph over darkness, and the echoes of lost lives would be drowned out by the resounding chorus of victory. Lucius Benevolentia, the herald of change, was the first to unleash the storm of revolution, yet its potential was stifled before it could fully awaken. Despite its suppression, the embers of rebellion continued to smolder, passed from one generation to the next like a torch in the darkness. Now, with the emergence of a certain group, the dormant flame is ready to be reignited, its intensity fueled by the fervor of those who dare to defy the status quo. Like a wildfire unleashed upon the cosmos, their collective strength will shake the very foundations of the universe, leaving no corner untouched by the flames of revolution. Erin Toole's soliloquy upon hearing her revelation. I lifted my eyes to the sky to confirm her claim. It was undeniable the once lively planet of Xenwaria was now nothing but ruins, its remnants scattered like forgotten memories across the cosmic sea. Exhaling silently, I solemnly nodded in agreement. It seems so. Have you informed Unagor, Iliozev, and Geharin of this grim news? I asked, seeking clarity. However, Ravel's response was a shake of her head, indicating that she had not yet done so. No, not yet. I considered waiting for you before delivering such dire news to them, she revealed softly, her expression conveying the weight of the burden. I believe it would be beneficial for you to be the one to deliver the news instead of me. Recognizing the wisdom in her suggestion, I agreed with a measured tone. Very well. We will meet with Unagor and the others first. Then, we will extend the courtesy of informing the wider populace. I resolved, prioritizing empathy in the face of tragedy. They deserve time to mourn before we share the news with everyone. Glancing back at the two heavenly dragons, I commanded, continue their training regimen. I plan to make the announcement in about 4 to 5 hours. They acknowledged my instruction and rallied the others with fervor, encouraging them to persist despite the weight of recent revelation. Reluctantly, the group resumed their activities, driven by a mix of duty and apprehension. Turning away, Ravel and I set out on our journey towards the abode of Unagor and his companions. As we traveled the path, curiosity compelled me to ask, who else was informed of this situation? Ravel's response was prompt and comprehensive. Grafia-sama, Reiko-sama, and Ine-sama. They have promised to keep it a secret until the appropriate individuals are informed of the situation. Understood, I acknowledged, expressing gratitude for their discretion. Arriving at our destination, we found ourselves near a quaint park adjacent to Team DXDS apartments. Approaching the trio, Ravel and I were cautious, knowing the significance of what we were about to reveal. Despite my best efforts to remain composed, the gravity of the situation hung heavily in the air, casting a solemn shadow over our meeting. Onagor, as perceptive as ever, preempted my introduction with a resigned acknowledgement of the moment's weight. Whenever you come to us, it's never without significance. I had hoped for a moment of calm today, he lamented as we joined them. What news do you bring, Aaron? Taking a deep breath, I looked up, grappling with the weight of the words about to leave my mouth. There's no easy way to convey this, I began, my voice heavy with sorrow. Before I could continue, Onagor interjected, his voice laden with understanding. They're all gone, aren't they? They've all been killed by Fumara, right? He surmised, his words resonating with a mixture of acceptance and grief. I nodded solemnly, confirming his suspicions. Yes, the entirety of your species has been extinguished, and your home planet obliterated alongside them. I disclosed, the weight of the truth hanging heavily in the air. You three, along with a select few scattered across the cosmos, are the sole survivors. A heavy silence settled over us, cloaking the air in a substantial stillness. It felt as though time itself had slowed, burdened by the weight of our collective sorrow. Each of the three survivors lowered their gaze, lost in reflection on the grim truth before them. Yet, along with the somber silence, Ravel's reaction stood out distinctly. Beside me, her expression betrayed a glimmer of surprise at my revelation. What do you mean by that, Aaron Sama? She inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. I turned to her, meeting her gaze with a solemn nod. There are three more, I confirmed, offering a glimmer of hope in the desolation. Three individuals who were not present on their home planet at the time of its destruction. They had left years ago, choosing to hide and avoid detection. There is potential for their species to make a comeback, if you understand the implication. Onagor furrowed his brows in confusion, seeking clarification with his gaze. What do you mean by that? He asked, uncertainty coloring his voice. As I mentioned, there are three individuals who have managed to evade detection so far, I repeated, striving to clarify the complexities of the situation. They have chosen to remain in hiding, cautious of openly aligning themselves with our cause. However, given time, it's possible that they may reconsider. His face softened as he absorbed my explanation, and he let out a heavy sigh. Turning to Eliozev, the only female among their group, Onagor's gaze then returned to me, his expression filled with anticipation. Forgive me for asking, but who are the others? Specifically in terms of gender, he inquired, his tone a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Among the remaining survivors, 2 are women and 1 is a man, I revealed, laying out the gender makeup of the group. With all 6 of you coming together, there's a hopeful chance of restarting your species. However, the decision ultimately lies with you, and I will refrain from unnecessary interference, aside from assisting in your reunion. Onagor acknowledged my words with a slight blush, his expression showing a mix of gratitude and deep thought. Eliozev, too, seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, her silent nod speaking volumes. Turning to me, Geharin brought up a practical concern, a sense of urgency in his voice. When will you let the rest of the resistance know? He asked, seeking clarity on our next steps. In approximately 4 to 5 hours, I confirmed, allowing them time to process their grief. But if you need more time, I am willing to accommodate your needs. They shared solemn looks before coming to a collective decision. 4 to 5 hours should be enough. We cannot dwell in sorrow forever. Go ahead with your original plan, Aaron, Geharin stated firmly. Eliozev then presented a thoughtful idea, her gaze steady as she suggested establishing a settlement for their species. If possible, could we create a community on this planet? I believe it would benefit our future efforts, promoting a culture that rejects violence and embraces a more harmonious path, she expressed, her vision for the future filled with hope and determination. Onagor and Geharin echoed her thoughts, showing their agreement with sincere nods. Whether it's here, Cosmosilica terraflora, or Critnocula, we are open to any option, Geharin added, a touch of urgency in his plea. I assured them of my dedication, pledging my support to their cause. Rest assured, I am fully committed to your collective wish. I will make plans for the settlement accordingly. Please, choose the location that resonates with you. If you choose Kritnukla, I will need to inform you CV. I assured them, eager to fulfill their aspirations for a brighter future. Unagor nodded in agreement with Eliozev's proposal, his expression thoughtful as he considered the possibilities. May we have some time to think it over? Perhaps we'll come and inform you by the time you make the announcement, he requested, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. That's perfectly fine. You can take all the time you need. There's no rush to inform me. I reassured them, emphasizing my willingness to accommodate their needs. After another brief exchange, Ravel and I left them to their deliberations, giving them the space to reach a decision in their own time. As we walked away, Ravel shared her concerns about the practical implications of their situation. Having only one partner for each of them could pose a problem if they struggle to conceive or if the offspring are all of the same sex, she remarked, her voice laden with empathy. It will work out. They will come to me for assistance in that regard as well. They're doing this out of love and for the preservation of their species. I believe it's acceptable, albeit a little unconventional, I replied, acknowledging the complexities of their situation and the need for compassion in finding solutions. Her penetrating gaze bore into me as she posed her question, the weight of it hanging heavily in the air. So, you're saying they might request to change the baby's gender while still in development to help revitalize their species? She asked, uncertainty evident in her voice. I nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the seriousness of her inquiry. The silence that followed spoke volumes as she processed the potential implications of such a request. Unexpectedly, she hit me with another question, catching me off guard. Would you be willing to do that for your future children as well? Her voice held curiosity and a hint of apprehension. Taken aback, I looked ahead, earnestly contemplating her question. Would I be comfortable making such a decision for my own children? As I pondered, conflicting emotions surfaced. On one hand, the idea of sparing my children from birth defects and ailments held undeniable appeal. I wanted nothing more than for them to lead healthy, fulfilling lives, free from the burdens of illness or deformity. Yet, the notion of altering their genetic makeup felt ethically complex. Would it be right to intervene in their natural development, even if it could potentially improve their quality of life? After a moment, my resolve solidified. I think I would, I admitted, my voice measured yet resolute. I don't want my future children to be burdened by such challenges. I want them to have the best possible start in life. However, I added a caveat, mindful of individual autonomy. But if any of my wives expressed a desire not to undergo such alterations, I would respect their wishes without hesitation. Regardless of any differences or challenges they may face, they would be treated with the same love and acceptance as any other child. Ravel's faint smile communicated a feeling of comprehension and approval. After exchanging a nod, we went our separate ways, dedicated to the work that lay ahead. There was a great deal to organize, and time was of the utmost importance. Within this surreal setting, I found myself engulfed in a sense of disorientation. The names I called out reverberated into the void, only to be met by the silence of the strange world that surrounded me. As I peered down at the swirling expanse below, it appeared to pulsate with an otherworldly energy, a dazzling display of colors and shapes dancing before my eyes. And then, the whispers commenced, faint, barely audible words that seemed to drift on the ethereal breeze. Despite the absence of my powers, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, of unseen eyes scrutinizing my every move. With a sense of apprehension gnawing at my senses, I began to move ahead, guided by an instinctual sense of purpose. Each step I took felt weighty with significance, as if each movement held the key to unraveling the mysteries of this odd place. If I had been drawn into this place, whether by chance or design, it surely held some deeper meaning, some hidden truth waiting to be unearthed. And so, with determination in my heart, I pressed onward, eager to uncover the secrets that lay within. As I walked deeper into the unfamiliar world, a sense of warmth surrounded me like a comforting embrace. It started as a small spark, a hint of heat within the vastness, but with each step I took, it grew stronger, leading me strongly towards its origin. Despite the increasing warmth, there was no discomfort or sweat. Instead, it felt oddly reassuring, as if the warmth were guiding me towards some profound truth. Even as I walked, the scene below remained unchanged, a constant display of swirling lights and colors. It was as if I were traversing a still landscape, yet the feeling of progress persisted, propelling me forward. Accompanied by the multitude of voices that enveloped me, one voice stood out above the rest. "Is he the next?" It repeated, a persistent question that reverberated through the depths of my mind. Though the words held no clear significance, I resisted the temptation to acknowledge them, knowing in my gut that it would serve no purpose. With determination in my heart, I continued onward, drawn inevitably towards the source of the warming sensation. Whatever lay ahead, I was firm in my mission to uncover its secrets and unravel the mysteries of this surreal world. As I drew nearer, the peculiar landscape transformed into a gentle incline leading towards a vibrant orange light suspended in the air. And there, accompanied by the radiant light, stood a figure, their silhouette outlined against the brilliant light. They stood still, their back facing me, their long crimson hair cascading over their shoulders. Adorned with an orange crown, they emanated an aura of regal presence that entranced my senses. As I reached out to them, a voice reverberated in my mind, commanding me to stop. Frozen in place, I listened attentively as the voice spoke once more, its words resonating with an otherworldly authority. Soon, it murmured without turning to acknowledge me. Before I could grasp the meaning behind its strange message, I felt a powerful force tugging at my consciousness, pulling me inexorably out of the dream. Though a part of me resisted, a deeper instinct urged me to surrender to the inevitable, to allow events to unfold as they were meant to. Reluctantly, I relinquished control, allowing myself to be drawn back into wakefulness. Though the sense of urgency gnawed at me, compelling me to intervene, I understood the wisdom in heeding the voice's guidance, trusting in the natural course of events to unfold in due time. "Aaron, wake up!" Greyfire's voice pierced through the mist as I roused from sleep, her touch gentle on my shoulder. I blinked, feeling disoriented, and sat up with a strange sense of detachment. My mind lingered in the world of dreams as I glanced down at my right hand, lost in thought. Sensing my distraction, Greyfire's concerned tone broke the silence. "Is everything all right? You don't usually drift off like that, especially not in the middle of the day," she remarked, her brow furrowing with worry. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. I just felt unusually tired and decided to take a short nap once everything was sorted. "Sorry," I offered, rising to my feet and conjuring a fresh set of clothes with a flick of my fingers. But Grafia remained unconvinced, her intuition picking up on my unease. "Did you have a dream or something?" she pressed, her gaze searching mine for any hint of the truth. I nodded with a smile, agreeing with Greyfire's assessment. "Yeah," I confirmed, recounting the details of my dream and how it seemed to align with previous experiences where my dreams held significance or provided glimpses into the future. To my surprise, Greyfire's expression shifted to a frown, her brow furrowing in deep thought. Sensing her unease, I couldn't help but inquire, "Do you have an idea about it?" Her response was unexpected as she delved into a revelation about an ancient text she had encountered while assisting Savina and Lysanvar. According to her, the text contained information about various planets, artifacts, and even descriptions of deities resembling the figure I had encountered in my dream. As she continued to speak, my interest was piqued. I brought this book with me and showed both Ebikin and Essena. They confirmed that everything within it was, albeit not entirely accurate or too detailed, as it was recorded by a single man, she concluded, shedding light on the potential significance of my dream in the context of ancient lore. As we made our way to the venue for my announcement, my curiosity about the figure from my dream only intensified. Another god, huh? Or someone important? Who is it, by the way? Or what did the ancient text say? I asked, eager to uncover more about the mysterious entity. Graphia shook her head slightly, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Not much was known about them. Even Esena and Ebikin were unsure of the details, she admitted. But they in the text referred to the figure as the Keeper of the Eternal Flame and the Arbiter of Balance. The titles resonated deeply within me, stirring something profound. The Keeper of the Eternal Flame and the Arbiter of Balance. Huh? I mused aloud, contemplating the significance of such designations. Pretty intriguing titles for such a mysterious individual. As we continued our journey, thoughts swirled through my mind, piecing together fragments of information in an attempt to unravel the mysteries before us. Could this figure be the same deity we sought to rescue? It seemed possible, and I made a mental note to prioritize seeking them out in the near future. After all, if they were indeed the Keeper of the Eternal Flame and the Arbiter of Balance, their guidance could prove invaluable in the chaotic times ahead, or even recruit them to our side. Stepping into the room connected to the platform where I would deliver my speech, I was met with a gathering of familiar faces. Among them were Savina, Lysenvar, and the other leaders of the resistance, along with unexpected attendees like Latia, Reiko, Rosweiss, and Gondel. Are you prepared, Aaron? Unager's group wants to speak to you after the speech, Savina informed me, anticipation lacing her words. With a resolute nod, I affirmed my readiness. Yes, I'm prepared. Let's start this. It won't take long, but it'll also outline our next target in the speech. I confirmed, feeling the weight of the moment settle upon me. Standing before the hovering microphone, I took a deep breath and felt the weight of the moment settle over me. Looking out at the gathered crowd, including members of DXD, a surge of calm flowed through me. Clear my throat, I addressed the audience with conviction. The Fashidoms and their planet, Xenwaria, have recently faced destruction. I announced, the gravity of the words hanging heavy in the air. Their species now teeters on the brink of extinction. Murmurs rippled through the crowd at the solemn news. I continued, maintaining a steady tone. However, accompanied by the devastation, there are 6 survivors, 3 of whom are here with us today, I declared, gesturing towards the individuals in question. I implore all of you to show them your support during this challenging time. Reflecting on my recent encounter with the Fashidoms, I recounted my efforts to persuade them to change their destructive plans. I went on a mission to their planet in an attempt to dissuade them from their path. I explained, unfortunately, despite my best efforts, I was unable to sway them from their course. Even in the aftermath of this tragedy, we remain undeterred. Instead, we will use it as motivation to propel us forward, I declared, my voice resonating with unwavering conviction. The 3 survivors standing among us today have pledged their aid in our mission to free the universe from the oppression of Fumara. With a snap of my fingers, a holographic display appeared above me, illuminating the image of the planet Itos Rurlura. Itos Rurlura is our next destination, I announced, the weight of the moment hanging heavily in the air. Several of our comrades went there on a mission and have yet to return. Our objective is twofold, to rescue them and to capture Taphalis, the rank 8 member of the Wayboros. Normally, I would have kept such plans confidential, but given recent events, transparency was crucial. I share this information with all of you so that you may stand united in our cause. I continued, my gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Together, we will emerge victorious in this next endeavor, for the future of our universe depends on it. The echoes of my speech dissipated into the air, and a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Their voices harmonized, conveying their unity and support for the forthcoming mission. Gratefully, I observed as the members of DXD and the Resistance were adorned with well wishes and words of encouragement. In particular, The outpouring of goodwill towards Onegor, Geharin, and Eliozev deeply moved them. The trio, visibly touched by this unexpected display of solidarity, were overcome with emotion. Tears filled Eliozev's eyes as they expressed their gratitude to the assembled crowd, their voices choked with feeling. Along with the raucous cheers and applause, a sense of togetherness and camaraderie filled the air, unifying us all in a common purpose. It was a poignant reminder of the strength that can be found in solidarity and the unity of those who stand united in the face of adversity. As the resistance leaders addressed the crowd, I retreated into the room with Gondel and Rosweiss by my side. Their presence sparked my curiosity, leading me to inquire about their intentions. "What brings you two here? How can I help you?" I asked with genuine interest in my tone. Gondel spoke first, her voice filled with determination. "Volgenders," she declared, "I am aware that eventually you will journey to that species planet. I ask you to take us with you. We have discussed it with the others, and we plan on reaching out to Odin Sama soon. But for now, I want to let you know that I am determined to go and meet them." Her words resonated with a strong sense of purpose, and I nodded in understanding before turning to Rosweiss, eager to hear her thoughts. "I echo Granny's sentiments," Rosweiss affirmed. "I too desire to meet more of this universe's Valkyries. They intrigue me, and I am curious to learn more about their culture and customs. Moreover, their inclination towards conflict in response to the loss of one of their own is a phenomenon that warrants further exploration." With a warm smile for Gondel and Rosweiss, I confirmed my decision. "Ravel has informed me of your wish, and I am more than happy to oblige. All the Valkyries, as well as the Geezer, will be joining us on our journey to the Volgender's planet," I announced. Their faces softened, and they nodded in agreement. Gondel came forward, her hand resting on my chest as she smiled gratefully up at me. "Thank you, dear. I look forward to our journey together," she expressed warmly. However, Rosweiss's reaction was quite different. Her eyes widened in shock, and she let out a horrified scream. "Granny, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Gondel's unexpected display of affection. Recognizing Gondel's increasing affectionate behavior, I chose not to interfere, respecting her independence as an adult woman and honoring her choices. Despite any concerns I may have had, I knew she was resolute in her decisions. Turning to both Gondel and Rosweiss, I addressed their worries about the Valkyries of Volgenders. "We will proceed with your plan once I take care of a few other matters, or if they pose a direct threat to us, requiring us to confront them directly," I reassured them. "Ideally, I would prefer to win them over to our side, but I understand that it may be a tough challenge. If it comes to that, I ask that you do not stand in the way of what must be done." They quickly understood my intentions and readily agreed. They had no prior connections with the people in question, and I doubted that they would form any connections with them so quickly. As a result, I had no immediate concerns about the Valkyries siding with them. However, a lingering unease remained within me. I'm worried about Odin. If they uncover his more unusual tendencies, they could use them to manipulate him. I expressed my concerns. Gondel let out a hearty laugh, while Rosweiss let out a tired sigh. "Centuredo Gondel," I replied, nodding in acknowledgement to her words. I glanced at Latia, silently asking for her input, but she simply shook her head, indicating she had none. In response, I shrugged, accepting the situation. With those discussions over, we waited for the remaining speeches to conclude. It was not until about 30 minutes later that the final speaker finished, and the crowd started to disperse. Approaching me with a lingering sense of surprise at the swiftness of their newfound support, Onegor and Geharin Eliozev approached me. "We have come to a decision," Aaron Geharin announced, Centuredo. "It will be wise for you to discuss the specifics with her and then update me. I will handle the logistics once the plans are finalized. Furthermore, I will arrange for a personal teleportation pad to be linked to the new settlement, allowing for quick access between there and the Resistance's base. Currently, the only pad is located in the main city," I explained, detailing the upcoming course of action. They nodded in understanding. "Thank you again. Aaron, for everything you have done for us. We look forward to contributing to the resistance in the days, weeks, months, and years to come. Geharon expressed his gratitude, bowing his head in respect. Don't mention it. You have all been essential in your own ways, contributing to the cause. You are integral members of the research department, and Unagor and Eliozev are assisting in the training efforts here. I acknowledged, emphasizing their valuable contributions. They nodded in acknowledgement. We continued our conversation for a bit more before parting ways for the rest of the day. As darkness fell, the anticipation grew for the upcoming journeys of the two teams. One bound for Atos Rurlera and the other my own team, preparing for our expedition to Stellonium alongside Raria. I sought comfort within the embrace of the rejuvenated tree that stood as the focal point of the Resistance's planet. One of the odd creatures, born of the tree's essence, rested in my arms. While its counterpart was missing, I didn't know where it was. Looking out at the landscape, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within me, prompting a sigh to escape my lips. How many sighs had I released during this hour of contemplation within the sacred branches? My legs hung over the ledge as I absent-mindedly stroked the creature's head, cradled in my lap, finding solace in its silent company. A familiar presence wrapped around me, approaching from behind and settling next to me. As I glanced beside me to greet their arrival, my eyes landed on Essena, seated beside me with the other creature being nestled in her arms. "Good evening, Essena. How can I help you?" I asked, the words slipping out automatically as I returned my attention to the view spread out before us. Her smile cut through the darkness as she commented, "It's funny how you always offer help when someone approaches you. Only with those you cherish do you simply acknowledge their presence without the offer. But even then, you still extend the offer on occasion. It's just something I've observed anyway." I fell into a thoughtful silence, acknowledging the truth in Asina's observation. Offering assistance had become second nature to me, a result of the numerous requests for aid that came my way. With a wry smile, I conceded, "It does seem to be a deeply ingrained habit of mine. So what brings you here?" Essena proceeded to explain the reason for her visit, recounting Greyfire's consultation with her and Ebican about my dream. Recalling her initial hesitation to share the information she admitted at the time of Greyfire's visit, the details I had were just whispers and rumors. Unsure of their accuracy, I hesitated to reveal them. However, it seems Lucius also had similar dreams, despite never coming into contact with the being known as the Keeper of the Eternal Flame directly. "Do you have any specific knowledge about this entity?" I asked, wanting to gain more insight. "Why not use your powers to discover more?" Essena countered, her smile warm as she rested her head against my shoulder. In the dream, I felt a strong urge, or perhaps a command, not to use them. It was as if the entity was indicating that events should unfold naturally. Perhaps it had foreseen the events leading up to my encounter with it, and immediately afterward. As a result, I held back from probing further into the matter. I explained, remembering the sense of constraint imposed within the dream. Asina's explained that she heard hushed conversations of the adults, snippets of information heard from the scientists that experimented on her, along with them asking if she was chosen to in that regard. Pausing for a moment, lost in thought, she resumed with a sense of solemnity. "I do remember there being a lullaby associated with it." She started, her voice carrying a weight of gravity. Then, in a gentle, almost reverent tone, she began to recite the lullaby. "Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twirl in an eternal trance, there resides a serene and wise force, preserving peace beyond the skies. In the cradle of celestial grace, with tender hands and gentle embrace, it cradles the universe with loving care, ensuring balance in every corner. Through the passage of time's embrace, it maintains its equilibrium with unwavering grace. In every galaxy, in every twinkle of a star, its presence is felt like a soothing dream. Hush now, little one, and close your eyes tight under the watchful gaze of celestial light, for the eternal flames guide your sleep, guiding your dreams in a peaceful sweep. So, sleep, Dear child, in tranquil repose, as the constant dream softly bestows its blessings upon this vast expanse, ensuring harmony in every galactic dance. With the final notes of the lullaby drifting away into the night, a tangible sense of admiration hung in the air, as if paying homage to the mysterious force known as the Keeper of the Eternal Flame. Or something like that. Hee hee, Esena quipped with a playful giggle, her laughter injecting a bit of light-heartedness into the solemnity of the moment. I didn't immediately respond to the melody of the lullaby. It held an unexplainable charm, leading me to contemplate the source of its origin. Nevertheless, I decided to follow its guidance in my dreams, hoping for more encounters or revelations. As I journeyed alongside Lucius and the first group of the Resistance, our adventure brought us to a unique planet now forgotten in history. There, too, were followers of this mysterious being, yet they remained distant and unresponsive to our advances, even to me, a deity in my own right. Nonetheless, they gave this being another name, often referring to her with a feminine identity intertwined with another title. She revealed, looking upward with anticipation in her gaze. Eagerly anticipating Isaina's revelation, I waited with bated breath for her words. With a gentle smile, she revealed, they called her the Keeper of Fates. I have no clue what it means, though. However, I personally believe she was the reason for the balance in this universe. Now, her powers are fading, and everything is in disarray, or perhaps it had been so for a long time, although I'm not sure. As I pondered the implications of her revelation, I marveled at the idea of a deity responsible for maintaining the equilibrium of the universe. The mysteries of the ancient era beckoned, promising a treasure trove of secrets yet to be unveiled. With a nod of acknowledgement, I replied, with the hints you provided, I have formulated my own theories regarding this deity. Thank you, Esena, for your insights. Isaina's light-hearted manner evoked a chuckle from herself as well. Well then, can I have a reward for helping you? She playfully teased. Returning her grin, I nodded in agreement. I don't see why not. What would you like? Just, please, be reasonable, I requested. With a mischievous spark in her eyes, Esena pretended to contemplate her request before finally admitting, I would like a warm embrace, please. A faint blush tinted her cheeks as she made her bold request, her gaze steady as it met mine. Letting out a sigh, I couldn't help but voice my confusion. I don't mind fulfilling your request, but I have to ask, why are you so infatuated with me? All I did was help you escape a grim fate. You shouldn't invest all your gratitude in me alone. It seems like you're projecting an idea onto me, seeing me as something or someone else, and allowing yourself to be swept along by it. Despite my questioning, Isaina's smile remained as she nodded, indicating her understanding. I have to admit, she started, I saw glimpses of Lucius benevolentia in you, especially in certain words you said to me when you first helped me. I was initially drawn to you because of the idea of Lucius being reborn in you, but her gaze shifted to the mesmerizing scene in front of us, the night sky adorned with glistening stars, the universe extending endlessly above us. It was as if this moment had been crafted by some higher force, perfectly tailored for this revelation. After a brief pause, Esena continued, as I got to know you better, I came to understand that you're distinctly different from Lucius. While you both share a common purpose and some personality traits, the core of who you are is unique. Even Azathoth, the other outer god, confirmed that you are not the reincarnation of anyone. You are simply yourself, Aaron Toole, she earnestly explained. Do you hear that, Ridra? Looks like it's just me, no one else around. I tease my inner companion in a playful manner. Enough with the jokes, Aaron. Esena is being sincere, Ridra admonished, his voice tinged with seriousness. Despite his reprimand, I couldn't help but inwardly chuckle at his stern demeanor. Indeed, I am well aware of that, I responded, my tone turning more earnest. The journey of that year and the experiences I encountered in my own universe have reinforced this realization within me. Regardless of the expectations others may impose upon me, I remain resolute in my own convictions. I will go down that course, but in my own way, a bit of tool magic, you could say, I concluded with a grin. Esena couldn't contain her amusement at my words, her laughter ringing out melodiously. Leaning forward, she placed a hand on my chest. Well then, I believe it's time for that reward now. Lord Tool, she teased, prompting laughter from both of us. In response to her plea, I leaned in and gently brushed my cheek against hers, as she had asked. Esena eagerly responded, one hand resting near my shoulder while the other remained on the creature in her lap. Surprisingly, her gesture was full of energy, her expression warm and faintly smelling of peanut butter, likely from a snack she had indulged in earlier. We remained locked in the embrace for a full 30 seconds before finally parting. As I pulled away, it was clear that Esena was blushing deeply, yet she bravely held my gaze. Despite her embarrassment, she didn't flinch from looking at me, even though she had been the one to make the initial request. And may I have one more? Esena's shy plea caught me off guard, her usual confident demeanor momentarily faltering. Yet, I couldn't help but find her bashfulness endearing. Without hesitation, I leaned in once more, sharing another tender moment with her, reflecting the depth of our previous moment together. This time, Esena held onto my shirt, showing she wanted to stay close. As we held each other for a while longer, I could feel how much the connection between us meant to her. When she leaned in closer, I met her there, and we shared a tender moment face to face. Granting her access to my space, Esena eagerly explored, her demeanor becoming more confident as she grew comfortable. In response, I reciprocated with equal warmth, engaging in a playful exchange as we shared a happy moment together. After another moment lost in our friendly exchange, we parted once again, our faces lingering close together before drifting apart. Esena's face was now a deep shade of scarlet, her embarrassment evident in the crimson hue of her cheeks. I offered her a warm smile, allowing her a moment to compose herself. After a brief silence, Esena finally spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you. I enjoyed it, she admitted, her blush deepening as she confessed. Lavinia and Suzaku gave me tips on how to approach romance. She added, her embarrassment evident in her confession. The revelation that Esena had sought advice from Lavinia and Suzaku caught me off guard. I had expected her to turn to Akino or Kuroka for such matters, making it a truly unexpected revelation. Is that so? Those two weren't the ones I expected you to ask, but it's a welcome surprise, I replied, reaching over to gently pat her hair in a reassuring gesture. Ah, there you are. There's something significant happening. Come to the plaza in Ivory Ilum. Chow Chow's voice startled us, breaking the moment we were sharing. We turned to see Chow Chow's inquisitive expression and raised eyebrow, which only succeeded in making Esena even more self-conscious, causing her blush to deepen. I stood up and offered Esena a hand, helping her to her feet. What's going on? I asked as I teleported us just outside the plaza. The Valkyries of this universe are making an announcement, and it's being broadcast across the universe. Chow Chow explained as we quickly made our way towards the plaza, joining the crowd that had already gathered there. Pushing through the crowd, we finally reached the center of the plaza, where everyone was focused on a floating display. It showed a stadium and a microphone, with a woman standing prominently at the center. On closer inspection, using Aesod, it showed her as Kalorahine, the queen of the Volgenders. Has she started yet? I asked the Chow Chow, but he shook his head in response. A different Valkyrie simply mentioned that the queen was on her way and about to begin the announcement. It seems she just arrived. Let's listen, he replied, prompting me to fall silent in anticipation. With permission of Lady Fumara, we will be broadcasting this across the universe so that it reaches the resistance. Kalorahine's voice rang out with cold sternness. Recently, one of our own has been killed in a cowardly manner by the resistance. Therefore, we, the Volgenders, will be declaring war against the resistance. She declared, her voice resounding with authority and purpose. Ihild, a powerful Volgender, has met her end at the hands of Suzaku Himejima, a despicable member of the Resistance. We will ensure that she and all who align themselves with the Resistance suffer for their actions. That is why we will be targeting a planet suspected of harboring ties to the Resistance, Kalorahine declared, her words laced with unhinged spitefulness as she gestured to her side. The camera angle shifted, revealing a planet unknown to me. However, Chow Chow's furrowed brow indicated his recognition. That's Extianus. It's quite distant from here, but it plays a crucial role in the transportation and distribution of goods and essential resources across the cosmos. You could liken it to transportation companies in our own universe. Extianus serves as both the name of the planet and the organization, he elaborated. Scowling at the revelation, I expressed my concern. So they're going after a company that has no connection to us? What makes them think there's any link? Chow Chow provided an explanation. Their main goal is to further tarnish our reputation in the eyes of the public. You're well aware of how deeply ingrained everyone is in the Fumara universe. The Queen of the Volgenders will exploit that to her advantage. By targeting Extianus, even though it's not the largest company of its kind in this universe, it will demonstrate the severity of the Volgenders' threat, using fear and manipulating public opinion to turn them against us. I pondered, a touch of bitterness creeping into my voice. That's probably nothing new for the Resistance. I trailed off, my eyes fixed on the screen as the Queen continued her speech. That's accurate. The constant barrage of slander from Fumara and her associates has been a recurring challenge for us within the Resistance. We've encountered slander of varying degrees throughout our various incarnations, ranging from severe to mildly derogatory. Mentioned Savina, her voice reflecting a mixture of resignation and acceptance as she joined our conversation with Zyra. Fumara is simply a bitter soul, holding animosity towards everything and everyone for no apparent reason. Aaron, don't let her venom weaken your spirit, Zyra added, her arms folded in a defiant gesture. What do you mean? I asked, intrigued. Have you been to their planet? Svlauria, that's the name of their homeworld. As for Kalorahine's demeanor, it remains a mystery to me. There are rumors that she was once married, but after her husband's death, her attitude changed for the worse. However, I suspect there's more to the story, and his passing only worsened her bitterness. Although, that's just my speculation, Zyra explained, her tone suggesting a hint of speculation. I pondered, stroking my chin thoughtfully, as I readied myself to tap into my powers. A resounding no reverberated within my mind, causing me to flinch slightly. The voice resembled that of the Keeper of the Eternal Flame, prompting me to refrain from using my abilities for the time being. Whatever unfolds on that distant planet and whatever destiny awaits their queen, it seems destined to intertwine with the Valkyries and the mysterious Keeper of the Eternal Flame. I should prepare myself for the unexpected upon my arrival. What kind of powers does the Queen of the Volgenders possess? I asked, fixing my gaze on Zyra. She possesses abilities focused on manipulating ice. Her ice has a darker hue than most, almost resembling jet black with specks of blue scattered throughout. It's rather ironic, considering it reflects her current demeanor. Don't you think? Zyra responded, her tone tinged with a hint of irony. Keeper of the Eternal Flame, and a queen hardened by her control over ice. I can already see where this is going, partner. I think, Draig remarked. Don't you dare say any cliches, Draig, or he'll have to quiet you down, Albion retorted wryly. Partner will melt her cold exterior with his warm determination and win her over. Cue the credits. Draig cheered, just before a series of explosions erupted. Their playful banter provided a brief amusement for me, but a lingering feeling warned me that things wouldn't unfold as expected. Nevertheless, I turned my attention back to the holographic display before addressing Zyra, who observed me with a curious tilt of her head. In that case, I've made a decision to change my plans. After my trip to Stellonium, I'll head straight to Svlauria. There's something about it that bothers me, so I intend to investigate before traveling to Fonyanfudi, I declared, surprising both Zyra and Savina. Aaron, Isatha, and I would like to join you on your journey to Stellonium, if you'll have us." Chow Chow interjected suddenly, catching me off guard with his unexpected offer. "Sure, why not? I've never placed any restrictions on those who want to join me or come with me on my ventures. Everyone is welcome to ask or offer their help. But may I ask why?" I confirmed, directing my question to Chow Chow. "Isatha believes she may have connections in that planet, so our main goal will be to operate independently. Our mission isn't about conquest or destruction. Instead, we aim to maintain our independence while being ready to provide assistance if the situation becomes dire," Chow Chow explained. "In addition, we are aware that it could be a trap, so we will be cautious and prepare to fight or flee if necessary." Acknowledging his reasoning, I nodded in agreement and added, "Understood. I will assign a few shadow soldiers to accompany you both as well. Best of luck on your journey, but remember our newfound notoriety. Using magic to conceal your identities could be useful." In understanding, he nodded while we remained focused on Kalorhine's speech. As time passed, a wave of anxious murmurs spread through the crowd after about 10 more minutes. Looking at Savina, I received a confirming nod before we both stepped forward to address the gathering once the speech was done and the display disappeared. With a composed demeanor, we reassured them that there was no need to worry, emphasizing our confidence in our ability to avoid detection. However, to further ease their concerns, I promised to deploy shadow soldiers to assist our allies who were stationed beyond the borders of this planet. Our words appeared to calm the growing unease, and soon the crowd began to disperse. As the last of the attendees left, I let out a sigh of relief. "It's always something," I murmured, prompting a chuckle from Savina. "Seems like there's never a dull moment," Savina quipped playfully. I shifted my tired gaze to her and managed a faint smile. "Unfortunately, that seems to be our new normal," I replied with a tinge of resignation. We exchanged a few more light-hearted remarks before deciding to part ways for the time being. As I walked away, my mind swirled with thoughts about the impending events, leaving me with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Once more, I found myself drawn into the mysterious world of my recurring dream, but this time, the familiar figure of the Keeper of the Eternal Flame was conspicuously absent. Undeterred, I held my ground, fixating my gaze upon the blazing orb of energy hovering atop the incline. Despite my attempt to analyze and comprehend its nature, a persistent voice echoed in my mind, resolutely repeating the word no. Each time I tried to delve deeper, the voice exerted a subtle influence, compelling me to stop my efforts. It was not a display of power or manipulation. Rather, it was the firm conviction in the voice that dissuaded me from probing further. Whoever this keeper was, they wielded a remarkable influence, effectively stopping my attempts to unravel the mysteries concealed within the fiery ball before me. In the end, I agreed to their silent command, relinquishing my futile endeavors and resigning myself to contemplation and silence. As I prepared to sink to the floor to further into my silent contemplation, the landscape around me began to subtly shift, accompanied by a chorus of voices that went beyond the mere murmurs I had previously heard. "Why?" A female voice lamented, heavy with dismay. Beneath me, the universe's expanse morphed, transforming into a kaleidoscope of shifting colors alternating between pitch black and radiant white in a mesmerizing display. It was as if the very fabric of reality mirrored the chaotic emotions of a troubled soul, oscillating between sorrow and joy with each blink. The sensation was undeniably strange, stirring a sense of unease within me. Yet, accompanied by the cacophony of voices and the disorienting changes in scenery, a deep, muffled voice resonated, a voice that emanated not from a human source, but from something altogether otherworldly. Its eerie timbre sent shivers down my spine. Yet, paradoxically, I felt a strange sense of familiarity with its unsettling presence. "So it was really you, huh? I wonder if your actions mirror hers," I murmured, narrowing my eyes in deep thought. The lingering presence of his influence, reminiscent of hers in my world, was palpable here. Perhaps it was leftover energy from his departure, or maybe he still held a subtle sway. but I lean towards the former rather than the latter. Relinquish for a better world. Relinquish to be reunited with them. Relinquish everything to me. The eerie voice echoed, sending a wave of cold air around me. I furrowed my brow at the haunting sound and let out a resigned sigh. I suppose I'm more tangled in this web than I first thought. It looks like I have to help them free themselves from this maze of influence. But how deep does it go? Does it reach back to their very origins? Has it shaped them into who they are now? If so, can it simply be extracted from their genetic makeup? I pondered aloud, grappling with the weight of my newfound responsibility. Can you promise me? The fearful feminine voice asked, her words quivering with uncertainty. I do not lie. The eerie voice retorted with an unsettling calmness. Following a tense moment of silence, the desperation in the feminine voice became palpable. Take everything. Take everything. I refuse to exist in a world devoid of them, no matter the duration it takes, as long as I can be reunited with them. She pleaded, her desperation echoing through the dreamy space. As those words echoed into the void, the ground beneath me erupted into a swirling vortex of blue and white before the surroundings reverted to their usual state. The cosmic panorama churned beneath me, returning the dream world to its quietude, punctuated only by sporadic whispers. Sensing a presence, I lifted my gaze to meet the penetrating stare of the keeper of the eternal flame. Their eyes emitted a serene orange glow, as if they were scrutinizing me intently. Apart from the tendrils of hair and the flames enveloping their form, I could discern little else about their mysterious figure. Raising my hand, I directed a pointed finger towards them. I'll entertain your schemes, but know this, whatever fate you seek to steer me towards, I'll do my best to change it and reshape it according to my own methods, I declared calmly, a hint of a smile playing on my lips. A tense silence enveloped us, swallowing even the faint whispers that had lingered. Only the crackling of the flaming orb punctuated the silence. After what felt like an eternity of quiet contemplation, a smile crept across the face of the keeper of the eternal flame. Moments later, I felt the inexorable pull of the dream world, drawing me back to consciousness. Resigned to the transition, I offered no resistance as I was pulled from the dream. As reality reclaimed me, I caught a glimpse of the keeper's silent gratitude before awakening fully. The next day, as both teams, along with the members of the Resistance's team, made final preparations to depart, I stood among those saying goodbye. The other teams, including DXD and the remaining members of the Resistance, had already started their own smaller missions, preventing them from joining us. I gave Lavinia a reassuring pat on the back, trying to ease her mixed emotions. She was filled with a combination of excitement and apprehension about the upcoming mission. It had been a while since she had accompanied the Slashdog team, and this reunion had her feeling anticipation. Additionally, her role in teaching magic during their training sessions had ignited a sense of pride and eagerness to see how they would apply her teachings in the field. Well handled as quickly, Lavinia declared with burning fury in her eyes, her embrace growing stronger around me. I have complete faith in you guys, I replied, returning her hug and then affectionately patting her head. I trust you and Suzaku to oversee all three teams in my absence. Suzaku stepped forward and gently parted Lavinia from me. She weakly resisted, silently pleading for me to intervene, but I held back. Instead, Suzaku turned to me and locked eyes with mine. Don't worry about me. Aaron, I'm fine. I know you watched over me last night, and this morning, Suzaku reassured me, her voice steady and confident. I can defend myself, and Juke and the others are there to Barato, if necessary. But I highly doubt it will come to that. In a gesture of understanding, I nodded in response to her words, giving her a brief farewell Barato as she departed alongside Lavinia, who intermittently glanced back at me as they boarded a single spacecraft. Catching Lavinia's gaze, I couldn't help but chuckle, returning her wave before they disappeared into the vessel's confines. As the spacecraft swiftly soared away, I turned on my heel, finding Latia by my side. Who's accompanying you tomorrow to Stellonium? She asked. For now, it's you, Esena. Raria, Chow Chow, Isatha, and my voice trailed off as I caught sight of a certain goddess approaching. She had joined Azazel's group earlier in the month and now stood before us, silent yet evidently eager. It was clear she would be joining our journey. Zoria will be joining us as well. If anyone else wishes to accompany us, they can make their intentions known to me before day's end, I elucidated. Latia and I both agreed, and with Zoria by our side, we prepared for our upcoming mission. The idea of traveling to Stellonium, a clear trap set by Eleanor, didn't discourage me. Instead, it sparked a sense of excitement to participate in her game. Another motive resided within me to give Raria the chance to go back there and hopefully convince them to join our cause. However, my optimism was still clouded by doubt. As the appointed day arrived, I found myself among our small group, each member exuding a palpable sense of preparedness for the upcoming journey. To my surprise, Azathoth, who had only just expressed her desire to accompany me to Stellonium and Svlauria the previous night, now stood among us. Meanwhile, upon receiving the latest developments from Ignia, I promptly informed Velgrind about the changes. She, in turn, swiftly departed for the Central World to assess the situation firsthand, assuring us she would return to this universe if all was well and also tell me the changes. Are you guys sure you're ready for the mission for today? I asked, receiving reassuring nods from each member of our group. Is Zoria not coming with us? Chow Chow asked, scanning the area. She's been asked to stay for a while. As Avetsa needs her help, I explained. But once they're done, she'll contact me, and I'll arrange for her teleportation to our location. It was an agreement she had made with me earlier, and I had no problem with it. With their readiness confirmed, I promptly initiated the teleportation spell, transporting us to the barren expanse of Stellonium, meticulously following the precise instructions provided by Raria. Chapter 23, Part 2, Stellonium third-person point of view. Madame Raria is still missing. Any updates from your end? Inquired a towering figure, his voice carrying a tone of concern. None at all, but it's possible to speculate that she might have been captured by the Resistance or met an unfortunate end. It's the only logical explanation I can think of. She had no hostility towards Lady Fumara, Eleanor, or Infursos, responded another, contemplating the situation. In a dimly lit room, situated on a distant planet, 6 loyal subordinates of Raria gathered to discuss the whereabouts of their missing leader, a formidable eradicator. Despite launching extensive search operations and sending out small reconnaissance teams, Raria remained elusive. As time passed, their efforts weakened, yet their determination to find her remained firm. Raria has been known to vanish from time to time, hasn't she? Perhaps this disappearance is just an unusually prolonged absence. It's not entirely unprecedented, remarked another member, adopting a casual demeanor. I'd normally agree with you, but given the current circumstances, I'm starting to wonder if this is indeed one of her usual excursions or if she's fallen into the enemy's hands, responded the towering figure, his tone tinged with uncertainty. His companion shrugged indifferently. We can continue to speculate and allocate resources to the search, or we can simply wait it out. The decision is yours. You're the one who leads us in her absence, they remarked. A solemn silence fell upon the room as the towering figure surveyed his 5 colleagues. After mulling over his comrade's words, he exhaled heavily. Very well. We'll suspend our search efforts and concentrate on managing the planets overseen by Madame Raria. Tomorrow, I expect all of you to stay for an important announcement that will be transmitted across Madame Raria's jurisdiction. Understood? Declared the imposing figure with authority. His fellow subordinates nodded in agreement, acknowledging the directive, and then dispersed. Alone in the room, the imposing figure stood thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the wall before him. Frowning, he pondered over the fate of their absent leader. I pray it's nothing serious, Madame Raria, he murmured softly to himself, a hint of concern in his voice. With a resigned shake of his head, he exited the meeting room, leaving behind a lingering sense of apprehension. Madame Calorahine, All units are ready to proceed with the eradication of Extianus and its surrounding celestial bodies, reported a Volgender, standing with a stoic face before her desk. Calorahine's eyes, fixed on a document, snapped up, her gaze piercing the very essence of the Volgender before her. The intensity of her stare seemed to cut through the messenger as her pupils narrowed into sharp slits. With a silent nod, she acknowledged the report. Excellent. Ensure that all units are deployed before nightfall today, she commanded, her voice carrying a chilling edge. Why, yes, Madame Calorahine, right away, stammered the woman, hastily exiting the room. Alone once more, Calorahine released a quiet sigh through her nostrils, her gaze returning to the documents before her. Her eyes drifted to a photograph resting nearby, a cherished image of her late husband, daughter, and herself. In the picture, they were a picture of happiness, all smiles frozen in time, captured in one of the last moments of their former life before tragedy struck. As her eyes remained fixed on the photograph, a faint whisper, barely audible, echoed within Calorahine's ears, a voice that seemed to speak directly to her soul. For the future, for their return, it murmured, its words resonating with a haunting echo. In response, Calorahine's eyes began to emit a deep, luminous blue glow, reflecting the intensity of her emotions and resolve. The whisper stirred something within her, igniting a fierce fire that burned within her core. For her, the end goal justified any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing everything she held dear. Yes, for my family, my people, and for myself, all of this is for them, she whispered softly, the words laden with conviction as she reaffirmed her commitment to her cause. A faint, wraith-like figure of a creature, emitting a soft blue aura, loomed behind Calorahine, its form concealed in shadow. A sinister grin spread across its face as it gently placed a transparent hand upon her shoulder. Yes, for your people, your family, consume everything to reach that destiny, it whispered, its voice echoing with a chilling undertone. In a fleeting moment, the apparition vanished, leaving Calorahine's glowing eyes to gradually dim as she regained her composure, returning her attention to the documents before her. To her, the pursuit of her goals superseded any concern for consequences. Whether her actions brought about destruction or salvation mattered little. As long as she attained what she desired, she had been reassured by not one, but two higher powers, and that assurance strengthened her resolve. For her people, for her family, and for herself, she would stop at nothing to achieve her ambitions. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, the place we teleported into, seemed deserted and abandoned. Abandoned structures were scattered across the landscape, surrounded by piles of garbage and debris scattered haphazardly on the ground and even floating in the air. What on earth? Have we landed in some kind of poverty-stricken area, like the slums? Chow Chow asked, his expression showing his confusion as he looked around with the others. Yes, this is what remains of my home planet. The old Stellonium was never known for its kindness. Despite its harsh conditions, it still holds a certain sentimental value for me, Raria admitted, her eyes tracing the dilapidated scenery with a mix of nostalgia and resignation. Approaching a weathered tree, her hand tenderly resting upon its bark, a wistful expression adorning her face, Raria spoke, "This tree, I spent countless hours tied to it. It served as a focal point for the cruelty I endured. Children and adults alike would hurl insults, garbage, and even physical violence at me, her voice tinged with the weight of past suffering. Latia's reaction was one of shock and disbelief. That's not right. Such experiences should not be romanticized or cherished, she interjected, her concern evident in her tone. Raria's smirk belied her somber reminiscence. Indeed, they were far from ideal. Yet, in a twisted way, these memories provide a peculiar sense of familiarity and stability. I advocated for the preservation of this desolate landscape precisely because it serves as a reminder of where I came from, she explained, her words carrying a sense of grim acceptance. Before any movement could unfold, a tiny figure, hardly more than a child, dashed toward Raria with a weathered, rust-stained sword tightly clutched in their grasp. "D!" The child cried out, their voice seething with raw aggression as they swung the makeshift weapon toward Raria. The unexpected attack left everyone else frozen in disbelief, while I remained rooted in my spot, observing the scene with a sense of detached curiosity. Despite the threat, Raria's expression remained calm, almost serene, as she met the child's attack with a knowing smile. With effortless grace, she intercepted the blade with her bare hand, the metal barely making an impression on her skin. Unbeknownst to the others, in a private moment before our gathering, I had granted Raria temporary access to her powers, but with a safeguard in place. Any hostile intentions toward us would trigger an automatic seal, ensuring she couldn't use them any further. With a flick of her wrist, Raria effortlessly destroyed the sword, causing it to disintegrate into harmless fragments as the child staggered backward, unharmed but clearly startled by her display of power. With a raised eyebrow, she addressed the young assailant. "You're still alive, Osmian? Didn't I arrange for you and the other children to be placed in a well-equipped and staffed orphanage?" she inquired, her tone a blend of concern and admonishment. "This is the domain of the rat dwellers. The great Osmian, master of shadows, will always return to claim his territory," the child proudly proclaimed, standing tall and firm in defiance. "So the others are here too?" Raria queried, a hint of resignation coloring her voice as she shook her head. "It's not safe here. You know that as well as I do. However, we know the risks. We come here to hang out too, you know. We don't fear those monsters or malfunctioning robots. This is our turf, and well defended." Osmian interjected defiantly, his youthful bravado masking the underlying dangers of their chosen sanctuary. "Wait, just a moment. What exactly is happening here?" Latia interrupted, her face mirroring the confusion of the group, who all nodded in unison. I couldn't help but chuckle at their puzzled reactions, but Raria turned to Latia and began to explain. "As Chow Chow mentioned earlier, we are in one of the slums of this world. There are many similar areas marked for redevelopment into more livable and visually appealing spaces. However, I made the decision to spare this particular town from destruction, as it holds sentimental value to me. And as for this young gentleman," Raria continued, gesturing towards Osmian, "he is the leader of a group of children who engage in imaginative play. Although, after witnessing Aaron's system of classification, I would categorize them as middle class in terms of power, with Osmian falling into the lower end of the high-class tier." Raria stole a glance at me, her silent plea shining through her eyes as she sought my guidance on how to handle Osmian's question. It was evident that despite his keen insight, Osmian remained oblivious to our identities. It was wise to keep our roles hidden from the children, and if they did happen to stumble upon the truth, I could easily suppress their memories for the time being. With a subtle nod, I silently agreed with Raria, conveying that discretion was indeed the best course of action for now. It was crucial to maintain our anonymity among the younger residents of the slums, protecting our purpose and intentions until the right moment presented itself. I lifted my hand, subtly manipulating the fabric of reality on this planet and encasing it in a protective barrier. This alteration would allow us to move freely without the need for disguises, ensuring that our actions went unnoticed. For now, I aim to maintain a sense of normalcy, delaying the revelation of our identities until the situation called for it. "That's right, we are the new recruits under Raria's command," I confirmed, meeting Osmian's gaze with a reassuring smile. Osmian studied me for a moment, his expression showing a hint of skepticism before he nodded in acceptance. "I see. So she's gathered another group of 6. That's quite a number," he commented, trying to convey an air of wisdom beyond his years. "Stop trying to be clever," Raria admonished Osmian sharply. "Now, where are the others?" she asked, Centuredo delivering a firm smack to the side of his head. Osmian recoiled in pain, clutching the sore spot with a yelp of surprise and irritation. "None of those items are safe to use," Raria admonished, her voice tinged with frustration. "The caretakers at the orphanage always dispose of them. Why do you insist on being so stubborn about this?" she demanded, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "I am the boss." Osmian tried to assert himself, but Raria's persistent pushes kept interrupting his words, though not strong enough to cause harm. The barrage of taps left Osmian flustered as he futilely attempted to shield himself from the relentless onslaught. "We're on a mission here, right?" Isatha interjected, her voice tinged with disbelief as she observed the scene unfolding before her. "As far as I'm aware, yes," Chow Chow confirmed, his own incredulity mirrored by Isatha's. Beside me, Azathoth had been gazing off into the distance, her attention seemingly focused elsewhere. I followed her gaze, but saw nothing out of the ordinary except, "It's beginning, isn't it?" I murmured quietly, drawing Azathoth's attention back to me. With a solemn nod, she affirmed my observation. Presently, Extianus and its associated planets were under siege, the onslaught of attacks commencing as anticipated. "They will survive," I confirmed, my eyes fixed on the vast expanse of the blue sky. With the deployment of shadow soldiers and our covert allies, I held firm in my confidence in the resilience of Extianus and its people. Azathoth's question brought my focus back to her, her intense gaze searching for understanding. "You sense something significant unfolding in this universe, don't you?" she asked, her expression serious. "Yes, I do," I admitted, my tone reflecting the weight of the situation. "It's a recent development, something I intentionally kept myself in the dark about until now. It all began with the discovery of Esena, prompting my discreet questions into the mysteries of this universe. The ancient era, the fall of gods, the existence of entities rivaling their powers, and a multitude of other mysterious phenomena dotted the fabric of this universe. My quest for understanding led me to go into ancient lore and seek out legendary creatures and hidden realms, relying on conventional means rather than my inherent powers to uncover the truth. As I ponder my thirst for knowledge, I couldn't resist the excitement of uncovering the universe's secrets firsthand. The thrill of discovery held a certain charm, much like diving into the lore of a beloved series without spoiling the surprises in store. The Keeper of the Eternal Flame, the shifting cosmic storm of Weijla, the icebound eternity, and the Tyrant of Decay. Fascinating titles indeed. I commented to Azathoth, recounting the strange entities I had come across in my research. There are more, but these are among the few I've managed to gather information about through interactions with the Resistance and other sources. Although I've yet to go deeply into conversations with Esena or Ebican on the matter. Azathoth's eyes closed briefly as she whispered, "Beepa, the Harmony Keeper, and Shashu, the Lord of Endings. You will encounter them. As for the others you mentioned, well, their paths will intersect with yours in due time." Her mysterious words lingered in the air, hinting at encounters yet to come, cloaked in uncertainty and anticipation. "Haven't most of the gods died because of Fumara and Magnum Tenebrosum's purges?" I asked, my confusion plain to see. "They are not gods," Azathoth explained, her tone serious. "They are unique entities that defy conventional understanding. As long as the laws of their existence and the fabric of reality remain intact, they exist. Think of them as akin to outer gods, though not as all-powerful as us." "So, they're not truly dead?" I pushed for further clarification, trying to grasp the complexities of their existence. Azathoth shook her head. "They may lack a physical form, but their essence persists. Both Teen and Fumara tolerate their existence, as long as they do not hinder their objectives or directly oppose them. It seems they are content to remain inactive or observe from the shadows," she explained. Isaina's curious question interrupted our conversation, prompting us to shift our focus to her. "What are you two talking about?" she asked, her head tilted in curiosity. "Oh, nothing to worry about. Just something we happened to come across," I reassured Esena with a wry smile, hoping to ease any suspicion. Addressing the group, I laid out our plan of action. "Let's move forward with our mission. Chow Chow and Isatha, You can start her tasks without disguises, thanks to the adjustments I've made. The rest of us will accompany Raria. With a nod of assurance, Chow Chow indicated their departure. Understood. Isatha has a general idea of where to start our search. We'll keep you informed if we discover anything significant. And just like that, they vanished in a teleportation. As for the rest of us, I continued. Eleanor has put out a call for recruitment for the Eradicators and Wayboros, and likely the Umbra as well, given their covert nature. I relayed this information to the remaining members of our group, preparing them for the tasks ahead. Raria put an end to her scolding of Osmian, telling him to gather the rest of his group and join us. Despite his initial protest, Osmian gave in under the weight of Raria's intimidating glare and hurried off to retrieve his companions. Turning back to our group, Raria let out a weary sigh. Usually, my subordinates are spread out across the planets I oversee, she explained to us. But it seems that they've all gathered here today, probably because of Eleanor's recruitment event. Are they normally dispersed across your territories? Esena asked for further clarification. Raria nodded. Yes, that's right. I rely on a core group of 6 individuals, with the rest of my forces considered less reliable and not actively monitored. If they're all here today, Cyroso would likely be leading them, as he acts as their de facto leader, she explained, giving us insight into the structure of her subordinates' organization. As Osmian returned with the remaining children, Raria wasted no time in leading our group out of the desolate town. As we traversed the dilapidated streets of the slums, it became apparent that the entire area had been abandoned, left to decay in neglect. No one lives here anymore, Raria remarked as we moved forward. They've all migrated to the expansive city I built. I've made sure that everything is affordable, relieving the burdens that plagued us under the oppressive rule of the previous regime. When I took on the role of an eradicator, I quickly ousted the former ruler and brought in positive changes. Curiosity piqued, Latia posed a question to Raria. Could you provide examples of the improvements you've made? She inquired, seeking tangible evidence of the transformation Raria had brought upon the once dismal landscape. Raria described the changes she had made, portraying a society that had undergone a positive transformation. Access to free healthcare is now available to everyone. Elderly citizens receive a 50% discount on all goods and services with their cards. Free transportation is provided within the city. Essential items such as food, water, and clothing are affordable for all, and housing and rent are now within reach for most, offering a range of options, including luxurious accommodations, she explained with pride in her voice. Osmian also shared his own achievement, his tone reflecting a sense of satisfaction. The orphanage receives generous donations from Boss and her followers too. We have plenty of toys, food, and clothing, he announced, prompting the other children to excitedly share the recent gifts they had received. Raria then brought attention to the ongoing struggles faced by some members of their society. Donations to the orphanage are provided monthly. We prioritize the maintenance and upkeep of the orphanage, recognizing the difficult situation of abandoned children despite the improvements in our society. Despite the availability of free education, many parents still selfishly abandon their children, a sad reality that continues even in our universe, she lamented, acknowledging the challenges that persist alongside the progress. Arriving at a sleek, futuristic bus stop, we watched as a sophisticated tram glided into view, its white marble exterior and interior exuding an air of elegance. The structure was adorned with blue glowing accents, giving it a futuristic aesthetic, while its crystal-clear windows offered uninterrupted views of the surroundings. As we stepped aboard, we were greeted by an automatic cleansing and detoxification process at the doorway, a testament to the advanced technology at work. Taking our seats in the pristine interior, the tram smoothly set into motion, whisking us away at remarkable speed. This is pretty advanced, I commented, admiring the innovative design. These could prove invaluable for the Resistance's operations, as well as in our own universe as things begin to change. Raria nodded in agreement. Feel free to utilize them. The technology isn't proprietary and is used in various locations, including Eleanor's planets, she confirmed, highlighting the widespread adoption of such advancements beyond our immediate surroundings. It's going up. Excitedly, Osmian gestured towards the window, and we all saw a colossal robotic bear taking shape in the distance in a flurry of metal and light particles. The children gathered around him, their youthful enthusiasm contagious as they marveled at the spectacle unfolding before them. Incredible, Latia murmured in awe, her gaze fixed on the ongoing construction. Turning to Raria, she posed a question tinged with curiosity. Do you use advanced technologies here? No offense intended, Raria, but you didn't strike me as the innovative and technologically adept type. Raria responded with a wry smile to Latia's inquiry. None taken, she replied calmly. While my focus may have been on implementing social and structural reforms, I do recognize the value of embracing technological advancements. The integration of advanced technologies, such as the one you see before you, has played a pivotal role in our efforts to enhance efficiency and improve the quality of life for our citizens. I cannot take full credit for this creation, she confessed with admiration in her tone. Eleanor provided assistance, but the credit also belongs to one of my subordinates, who possesses remarkable intelligence and ingenuity. I trust such projects to their capable hands. As the rest of the group turned their attention to me, I understood the unspoken question in the air. With a subtle nod, I silently confirmed their unspoken query. If the situation took a turn for the worse, we would choose capture over outright elimination. While Raria held her subordinates in high regard, there remained the possibility of unforeseen betrayals or hidden agendas. In such cases, we would exercise caution and resort to decisive action if necessary. Each of my companions possessed discerning judgment, and I trusted in their ability to accurately assess the situation. However, if they encountered difficulty in reaching a verdict, they were free to seek my help. The journey came to a swift conclusion, and we found ourselves fully immersed in the grandeur of the metropolis. The cityscape sprawled out before us, a breathtaking panorama of towering skyscrapers set against charming, welcoming structures. Ornate fountains adorned the streets, while winding rivers and cascading waterfalls added a touch of tranquility to the lively streets. Everywhere we looked, lush greenery added to the city's vibrant ambience. Are those boats? Esena exclaimed in amazement, pointing toward a canal where people leisurely navigated on watercraft. Raria confirmed Asina's observation with a nod as we stepped off the tram, our feet now on the bustling streets of the city. Indeed, that river encircles the entire city and extends beyond its borders, she explained. Traveling along its peaceful waters offers a unique perspective of the city's beauty, whether by day or night. Each moment presents a different view and atmosphere to behold. We'll head to the orphanage then. Osmian's vibrant declaration reverberated through the streets as he and the other children dashed off, leaving Raria to release a weary sigh. They never fail to keep me on my toes, she remarked, her tone tinged with affectionate exasperation. Kids will be kids, I said with a chuckle, offering a sympathetic smile to Raria. As the rest of the group began to survey their surroundings, both Azathoth and I simultaneously directed our attention to the ground, sensing a subtle disturbance in the air. Raria's suggestion to visit the orphanage brought our focus back to her. How about we make our way to the orphanage? She proposed, her tone welcoming. I'd be delighted to showcase some of the remarkable buildings in the city. They're truly a sight to behold. Agreed, it wouldn't hurt to quietly gather information while we're here, especially regarding Eleanor's recruitment efforts, I replied, echoing the sentiments shared by Latia and the others. The prospect of uncovering the intentions behind the recruitment offer intrigued me, and I remained vigilant in anticipation of any potential traps. I share your curiosity about the technologies present here, Latia remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of caution. And given the suspicious nature of Eleanor's recruitment, it's essential that we remain cautious. As we embarked on our trip with Raria leading the way, Azathoth and I found ourselves walking alongside each other. Sensing an opportunity to talk discreetly, I leaned in to address her in hushed tones. What did you sense? Is there something about this planet that we should be aware of? I inquired, casting a wary glance around our surroundings. As Azathoth held her steady gaze forward, her words lingered in the air, heavy with significance. You sensed at the core energy of this planet, she acknowledged softly, her voice carrying a solemn undertone. It is the focal point for a series of events that are set to unfold in the hours ahead. This extraordinary city and world are shaped by the influence of the entities I mentioned earlier. Her mention of these enigmatic beings stirred a sense of unease within me, prompting me to close my eyes and tap into my powers for insight. Before I could delve deeper, however, Azathoth's touch on my shoulder broke my concentration. Gearfather, sovereign of steel and circuitry, she continued, her words resonating with profound gravity. It is they who have inadvertently set into motion the events that will soon transpire. However, their actions were not driven by malice. Rather, it could be seen as a 10-million-year-old mistake, one that will only come to fruition in the future. What you choose to do with this knowledge is entirely up to you, she concluded, leaving me to ponder the implications of her revelation. The mention of the Gearfather, sovereign of steel and circuitry, lingered in my thoughts, its implications weighing heavily upon me. Despite its peculiar title, it seemed clear that this entity held sway over a vast array of technological domains, perhaps even encompassing the very essence of technology itself. With a resigned sigh, I redirected my focus to Raria's voice as she led us through an impromptu tour of the city. As we paused before a quaint bakery, Raria's suggestion drew my attention. Let's stop here for a bit, she proposed, gesturing towards the shop. It's a bakery with various delicacies. I believe Aaron can even replicate them with his own touch. The sudden turn of conversation prompted amused reactions from Esna and Latia, their gazes shifting towards me expectantly. With a playful chuckle, I yielded to their silent plea. Very well, let's go and check it out ourselves, I agreed, leading the group into the shop with eager anticipation. Stepping inside, I marveled at the familiar interior, reminiscent of the tram we had recently departed from. The bakery's pristine and immaculate surroundings exuded an almost surreal aura, leaving me with a lingering sense of restlessness. Everything appeared so flawless, so meticulously arranged, that it bordered on the surreal. Yet, despite the artificial perfection, there was an undeniable allure to the place, a charm that drew us in, despite our reservations. Raria's recommendations guided our selections, and as Latia and Esna made their choices, I couldn't help but feel a sense of detachment from the seemingly idyllic scene unfolding before me. With our purchases in hand, we stepped outside into the bustling streets once more, the crisp air tinged with the aroma of freshly baked goods. Latia and Esna wasted no time in sampling their treats, their expressions lighting up with delight as they savored each bite. Good, Latia murmured appreciatively, her approval evident in her satisfied expression. Delicious, Esna chimed in jubilantly, her enthusiasm infectious as she relished the flavors dancing upon her palate. I reached into one of the bags and retrieved 3 of the baked goods, distributing them among Raria, Azathoth, and myself. As I bit into the seemingly ordinary-looking treat, I was pleasantly surprised by its delectable flavor. Despite its unassuming appearance, the combination of ingredients melded together harmoniously, creating a satisfying culinary experience. Raria indulged in her portion with evident enjoyment, while Azathoth regarded her food with a hint of apprehension, her expression betraying a sense of reluctance. Sensing her hesitation, I asked, "Is something wrong?" Azathoth paused for a moment before responding, her tone thoughtful. "It feels strange not eating food prepared by Graphia, Reiko, Ine, or Aaron. That's why I'm hesitant to try it. However, given your positive reactions, they'll give it a taste," she explained before tentatively taking a bite. Her initial reaction was subtle, but perceptible, a slight widening of her eyes, followed by a moment of contemplation. Eventually, she nodded in approval, acknowledging the satisfying flavor of the baked good. It's enjoyable, though not quite on par with Aaron's cooking or baking, she remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Chuckling softly at Azathoth's comparison, I quipped, "Oh, really? Well, we'll certainly give it my best shot when we get back home." With that playful promise, we continued our leisurely stroll through the bustling streets, enjoying our treats and immersing ourselves in the sights and sounds of the city. Raria, always the well-informed guide, entertained us with stories of the city's landmarks and structures, offering insightful explanations for even the most seemingly ordinary buildings. Her expertise added depth to our exploration, enriching our understanding of the city's history and culture. Approaching a small group of people, we were drawn to the lively scene unfolding before us. Intrigued to see what had captured their attention, we eagerly joined the gathering, eager to further immerse ourselves in the vibrant atmosphere of this remarkable city. Moving through the crowded streets, we found ourselves drawn to a mesmerizing spectacle. In the center of it all, a man commanded the attention of onlookers as he conjured intricate patterns of light blue constructs that twirled and danced around him. With a graceful touch, he shaped a variety of forms, from elaborate structures and machinery to whimsical creatures and lifeless objects. As impressive as his talents were, there was a sense of restraint in his performance, as if he were purposefully holding back. Intrigued by this, I activated my ASOT to probe deeper, seeking the truth behind his skills. My suspicions were confirmed as I delved into his identity, uncovering him as a trusted subordinate of Raria. Despite his incredible abilities, he was hidden in plain sight, posing as a simple street performer, concealing his nature in the affluent city surroundings. It was a subtle disguise, allowing him to seamlessly blend in with the bustling streets while quietly wielding his formidable powers in anonymity. The title of Furuk, known as the Heavenly Energy Manipulator, caught my attention, especially given the recent discoveries about the underlying energies in this planet. Just having a conversation with Azathoth about the impact of powerful beings like Gearfather, the Sovereign of Steel and Circuitry, made me wonder if Furuk's abilities were connected to these larger forces at play. After Raria mentioned Eleanor's role in shaping the city and Furuk's contributions to its technological marvels, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Furuk than what was apparent. Was Furuk meant to have a significant part in the upcoming events? The thought lingered in my mind, stirring up anticipation and uncertainty. Looking at Azathoth, I noticed her watching me with an unreadable expression, and when I turned to Raria, I saw a similar sense of confusion in her face, indicating the complexity of the situation unfolding before us. Abruptly, he stood up from his seat, and a faint azure structure formed beneath him, gradually lifting him up. This manifestation slowly transformed into a translucent automaton with articulated limbs, beginning to move Furuk with independent motion. His laughter reverberated as the onlookers watched in amazement. With agile movements, he jumped from one limb to the next, drawing gasps from the audience. Yet he continued, his laughter growing even louder. As the performance came to an end, he gracefully descended to the ground, making a respectful bow, mirrored by the robot, drawing applause from the crowd, who then generously contributed to the hat placed before us. I mimicked the movement, upholding our mask of nonchalance as we made our exit. "Well, that was quite entertaining, don't you think?" Esena observed, her amusement clear. "He certainly has a strong command of his ability, but such mastery does make it suspicious." Aaron, Azathoth, and Raria appeared puzzled as well. "Do you care to shed some light on the matter?" Latia asked, shifting her gaze to the three of us. He felt familiar, but I can't quite put my hand on what, who, or where I had seen him before. Raria mused, her gaze fixed on the ground. Azathoth offered no response, merely shaking her head and closing her eyes, a habitual gesture that prompted Latia to shoot me a curious glance. Utilizing my abilities to survey our surroundings, I noted that Furuk remained oblivious to our discussion. With a subtle nod, I interjected he was Furuk, one of Raria's subordinates, the mastermind behind all the technological advancements in this planet. That's likely why she found him familiar. He had merely concealed his identity. Raria's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to me. I see. So that's the reason, she murmured, her brow furrowing in contemplation. But why? Why would he do that? He's usually absorbed in his laboratory, conducting experiments and creating new inventions. Maybe he needed a change of scenery? Suggested Esena, her head tilted inquisitively. He does take breaks, but usually he's either napping or engaged in other leisure activities to unwind. Stepping out, wearing a disguise, and changing his appearance, that's not a usual behavior for him, Raria explained. Latia interjected thoughtfully. Are you absolutely certain that you're familiar with all your subordinates? You mentioned there are 6 in total. Can you confidently claim to know each of them thoroughly? This caused Raria to pause, her eyes fixed on Latia, considering her question. Finally, she shook her head. No, I cannot claim to know everything about them for certain. While they may serve under my leadership, they undoubtedly have their own ambitions and feelings. I may grant them a significant amount of independence, but ultimately, like all beings in our universe, they have the ability to betray me and align with another group. It's a concept that I have always recognized, although I have doubts about its likelihood, Raria asserted confidently. You speak with confidence, Latia remarked, meeting Raria's gaze directly. A palpable tension settled over us. Cinceredo, regardless of his reasons, the truth will be revealed once we confront him. But for now, let's put an end to this tension, I interjected firmly, playfully tapping their heads with a karate chop. Both women gave me a disapproving look, but the hostility between them faded, and we continued on our journey. It was a somewhat awkward situation, considering Raria and Latia were both strong-willed individuals, fiercely independent and used to relying on themselves. Raria, in particular, had earned her position through her own hard work, albeit with perhaps a hint of help along the way. Similarly, Latia, though somewhat more naive when we first met, had since grown and carved her own path with remarkable resilience and determination. We arrived at a majestic building that bore a striking resemblance to a museum. Its flawless white exterior was bathed in a gentle blue light that harmonized with the city's architectural charm. The entrance was dominated by a sign proudly declaring the establishment's name, Museum of Stellonium. Why have you brought us to a museum? Latia asked, her interest sparked by our chosen destination. A brief history lesson wouldn't be a bad idea. It will provide context for our upcoming interactions with my subordinates, especially since all of you are here for the recruitment process, Raria explained, earning an approving nod from Latia. Esena tilted her head with curiosity and clapped her hands together. How far back does its history reach? I may have some insights to offer, given my considerable lifespan, although my memories may be somewhat foggy. Nonetheless, I traveled through many lands before my imprisonment, she offered. If you have anything to contribute, it would be greatly appreciated. Let's proceed, announced Raria, taking the lead as we entered. Inside, we were greeted by a statue of Fumara, evoking a collective but silent eye roll from everyone except Raria, who remained stoic, allowing us to react as we pleased. Once we had finished our silent commentary, she guided us to the first exhibit. Displayed before us was a mesmerizing 3D hologram video depicting a certain historical event. We gazed at it with a mixture of fascination and confusion, prompting Raria to step in and offer an explanation with palpable enthusiasm. This marks the first significant incident recorded on this planet, back when I was still a child. Although my role was limited at the time, the memory remains vivid, she began, gesturing towards the holographic scene. A massive influx of shadow devils suddenly appeared on the planet. To this day, we speculate that a third party teleported them here, for reasons unknown. The motive behind their actions remains a mystery. On the video hologram, it showed countless shadow devils going crazy and attacking everything around them. Various buildings and large portions of the planet were destroyed and ruined, all because whoever teleported them to the planet might have just felt like it or treated them as an experiment. About 50,000 lives were lost on that fateful day, Yet despite the overwhelming odds, the planet's mightiest individuals joined forces and engaged in a long drawn-out battle against the monsters, Raria recounted solemnly. It was no mere skirmish, mind you. The conflict raged on for approximately 3 weeks, marked by relentless fighting and terrible losses. It was a living nightmare, with widespread bloodshed and devastation. We remained silent as Raria guided us to another exhibit, where a floating spear held our gaze. Its surface bore the marks of dry blood, and various sections showed signs of wear and damage. This spear belonged to the leader of that courageous resistance, Raria continued, her voice filled with reverence. Even though he perished in battle, with only about 20 shadow devils left, his trusted lieutenant wielded this very weapon to vanquish the remaining monsters alongside their comrades. It took about 2 years to reconstruct our devastated city, but sadly, the aftermath brought new challenges for its residents. Raria remembered, her voice laced with bitterness. Despite their courageous efforts, the people who had bravely defended us were met with indifference by the ruling elite of that era, a man truly lacking in compassion. Because these heroes came from the poverty-stricken slums, their actions were disregarded, and instead of praise, they were faced with further isolation. A hint of anger crossed Raria's face as she continued. I still remember the day when those imposing walls went up, separating the affluent district from the rest of us. We were only allowed entry under rare circumstances, and even then, the wealthy looked down upon us, treating us as if we were nothing more than filthy animals. It was an infuriating experience. Her expression softened as she looked away, guiding us to another 3D holographic display. The change in atmosphere was tangible as her excitement returned, eager to explore the next exhibit. This was the day I returned as an eradicator, fueled by bitterness and anger towards the ruling elite who ignored my demands for change, Raria recalled, her voice tinged with a touch of nostalgia. I swiftly took down the oppressive ruler and, in a bold act of defiance, tore down the barriers that separated the wealthy from the impoverished. My mission was clear, to establish equality for my people and the elite alike. Raria's eyes glinted with resolve as she added, by that point, I had already gathered my initial group of 6 loyal subordinates, among whom Furuk stood reliably by my side. With our collective collaboration, we have gradually transformed this city into the semblance of a utopia that it is today. Wouldn't you agree? Raria remarked with a hint of fondness. Certainly, achieving such a feat did not happen overnight, but through years of tireless effort. It took approximately 5 years to shape everything according to our vision, and then another decade to elevate it to its current state. Even after reaching this level of prosperity, we continued to seek ways to innovate and improve. It was clear that beneath her stoic exterior, Raria held a deep affection for her planet, its inhabitants, and her dedicated subordinates. Despite her initial aloofness and stern demeanor, she embodied the qualities of an exemplary ruler, driven by a genuine desire to nurture and uplift her people. If only Fumara's organization operated with integrity and decency, this turn of events would be cause for celebration. Yet, as always, there lurked a shadow of doubt within the hope. I exhaled heavily, mirroring Raria's weary resignation. This clearly indicates the integration of my home planet into Lady Fumara's dominion, Raria remarked, her tone tinged with a mixture of acceptance and reluctance. At first, I was indifferent, given the stability her rule brought to conquered planets, including my own. Lady Fumara, alongside Lady Ive and Eleanor, played pivotal roles in bolstering our infrastructure. In particular, Eleanor's direct involvement facilitated the establishment of this city and its advanced technologies, she explained. During that time, Furuk also formed a closer bond with Eleanor. As they went into discussions about their ambitious projects, Raria continued, her expression reflecting a mix of admiration and bewilderment. The rest of us, less skilled in matters of technology, often found ourselves confused by their conversations. However, we had faith in their expertise and supported their endeavors, she confessed. One of the most astounding discoveries they made was this. Raria motioned toward another exhibit, unveiling a triangular object emitting a radiant glow. This is the core that serves as the lifeblood of our entire planet, she explained with a hint of awe. Situated deep within the planet's core, I have been fortunate to catch a glimpse of it alongside others on numerous occasions. Its magnificence is truly beyond words. A power source like those found in Kuo, the Dimensional Gap, Sanctuary, and the Resistance's planet? Latia asked, her eyes moving between Esena and Raria as she sought confirmation. Esena nodded, her brow furrowing in thought. Raria, do you have any idea about its origins? She asked, intrigued by the mysterious nature of the core. Unfortunately, Raria shook her head. No. Neither Furuk nor I have that knowledge, she admitted, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. Furuk suspects that Eleanor might have some understanding of its origins, but she hasn't shared any information with him. Still, he's diligently researching the matter, and his latest update indicated he was nearing a breakthrough. But Latia interjected eagerly, urging Raria to share more. But there's more to the tale, Raria disclosed, her voice tinged with a mix of disappointment and suspicion. After some time, Furuk abruptly halted his pursuit, claiming he couldn't unravel its mysteries. His once intense pursuit of its origins dwindled, and he stopped mentioning it altogether. Latia's skepticism flared at this disclosure. That's highly suspicious. If he was adamant about being on the brink of discovery, it's inconceivable that Head suddenly abandoned the endeavor. There's undoubtedly more to this than meets the eye. My instincts tell me there's something amiss, she asserted vehemently. Raria regarded Latia with a complex expression, her unspoken agreement evident in the depths of her gaze. Though reluctant to voice her agreement aloud, her concern for her people, particularly her trusted subordinates, including the first 6, was undeniable. After a short break, Raria took us on a tour in the rest of the museum, sharing fascinating insights and stories about the different exhibits. As she recounted the planet's history and the city's development, around 30 minutes passed, each moment a tribute to the progress made by both. Despite the captivating tour and Raria's informative tales, my mind remained preoccupied with the recent conversation with Azathoth and the unsettling information shared by Raria. Furuk's sudden retreat from his investigation into the core's origins lingered in my thoughts, sparking suspicion within me. I couldn't shake the feeling of whether our encounter with him earlier was just a coincidence, or if he held suspicions about Raria's involvement. I considered the possibilities, wondering if his actions were driven by intuition or deliberate strategy. However, my confidence in my reality-warping abilities reassured me that any attempts at deceit on Furuk's part would be in vain. Esena pressed her eyelids together, intertwining her fingers in a thoughtful gesture. Intrigued, we watched her closely. Even Azathoth, who had remained silent until then, fixed her gaze on the artificial goddess. After a brief pause, Esena opened her eyes. It feels strangely familiar, yet elusive, like a memory about to resurface. I apologize, but with some prompting, I might be able to recall the identity of this source of energy, she confessed, a hint of distress evident in her demeanor. I exchanged a glance with Azathoth, and she reciprocated the gesture. Then, through telepathy, I asked, does anyone have knowledge about these entities? Weren't they entities from the ancient era? Azathoth glanced at me briefly before turning her attention back to Esena, who began to show signs of restlessness. The truth is, knowledge of these entities is scarce. They would likely be seen as formidable beings existing beneath Fumara, the Eradicators, and Wayboros. Even if we were to reveal their name, it's doubtful that Raria or anyone else would recognize its significance. Azathoth explained, I have a suspicion, I began, looking at Esena, though I'm not sure if the name will mean anything to you. Any clues would be greatly appreciated, Esena eagerly replied, her tone tinged with urgency. Latia and Raria leaned in attentively, equally intrigued, waiting for my revelation. Gearfather, sovereign of steel and circuitry, I disclosed, closely observing their reactions. A being similar to the keeper of the eternal flame that you mentioned before. Azathoth and I had a discussion about such entities, and she suggested that an accident involving Gear Father long ago may have granted this planet its mysterious power source. I calmly elaborated. Isaina's eyes widened in understanding, her mind racing to piece together fragments of knowledge from the ancient era. Her eyes faintly glowed with intensity as she went on a journey of recollection, delving into the depths of her memory to unravel the mysteries of the past. Raria found herself in a state of confusion as she tried to make sense of the unfamiliar names in relation to her own knowledge. Centurado, if these entities are truly as powerful as you suggest. Aaron, she began slowly, her expression a mix of concern and uncertainty. Then it's possible that Furic's reluctance may stem from a fear of disbelief or perhaps something more sinister. Her voice trailed off, leaving the possibility ominously lingering in the air. Raria's resolute tone mirrored her determination to uncover the truth, her brow furrowing in intense frustration as she sought clarity in the uncertainty. Sinister? What exactly are you insinuating? She pressed, her voice laced with annoyance. Latia's response, delivered with a measured tone, offered a perspective steeped in caution and foresight. Beings of such magnitude often embody alignments ranging from good to evil, or even neutrality, she explained, her gaze steady as she met Raria's probing stare. Without knowing the nature of the accident attributed to Gear Father, we cannot establish its implications. Should it lean towards evil, ominous outcomes may indeed loom on the horizon. Conversely, if it veers towards neutrality or good, this planet may continue to thrive, unbothered, she concluded, her words carrying a weight of solemnity and anticipation. Raria stood on the brink of sharing her thoughts, but a subtle unease held her back. While she deeply respected and trusted her subordinates, a lingering doubt surfaced about the truth of Latia's words. Despite her desire to speak out, Raria chose silence, a deliberate decision in the center of uncertainty. Leaving the museum after 5 minutes of that silence, we found ourselves in a vast area that resembled a bustling college campus after a silent 10-minute walk, filled with the vibrant energy of youth. Despite its collegiate appearance, the numerous signs indicated that it was actually a place dedicated to education. This is where young people come to learn, Raria explained, motioning to the expansive grounds. Children as young as 5 can start their educational journey here, progressing through different stages until they reach the age of 18 to 30, depending on their chosen path. As I mentioned before, education is provided free of charge, with the exception of dormitory rent, which is due every 6 months, and the cost of food and other necessities, she clarified. It struck me that this educational institution encompassed all the traditional levels of schooling, from elementary to tertiary education. The option to graduate at the end of high school or college added a layer of flexibility to the academic journey. In addition, the widespread use of high-tech infrastructure emphasized the forward-thinking nature of this educational sanctuary, offering an immersive and innovative learning experience. The person in charge of my team takes on the roles of both teacher and president, titles that I personally bestowed upon them. They are primarily responsible for running the educational and administrative aspects of this institution. I had hoped to have a conversation with this person, but Aaron's actions have made me doubt whether they will be open to my words or capable of recognizing my identity, Raria explained. During which time period do the children from the orphanage enroll currently or in the future? Essena asked, clearly trying to change the subject from the previous uncomfortable conversation. Within a year, all of them will start their educational journey here. They receive education at the orphanage from the ages of 5 to 6, and then they come here. They will continue to stay in the orphanage until they reach adulthood, or if they are adopted, Raria clarified. Regardless, she added, let's make our way to the orphanage. It will be our final destination for the day. After that, we'll go to my home, giving us the chance to get to know my subordinates. Owen, I will make sure to remove it when the time comes, but we will still keep the ability active on us, I interrupted, to which Raria agreed. As we walked on, Raria provided more details about the institution. In brief, it was similar to any standard educational establishment in our realm. The young wards there received thorough instruction and gradually formed their own perspectives on various matters. Afterward, they would choose their own paths, pursuing careers aligned with their interests, although it became clear to us that the institution had neglected to instill ethical values and proper moral guidance. As Raria had mentioned before, a significant number of children born out of wedlock often faced abandonment. Surprisingly, even children born within marriage experienced neglect or were sent to the orphanage. However, the number of parents on this planet was limited due to the long lifespan characteristic of this universe. This extended lifespan allowed individuals to prioritize personal pursuits before considering settling down. Unfortunately, even with this, it still often resulted in the abandonment or neglect of these vulnerable children. Although I felt compelled to address the issue, I considered it unwise given the existing tension between Raria and Latia. Sensing that Raria was already aware of the issue and the strained atmosphere, I chose to postpone any discussion until a more suitable time, perhaps upon our return home. In the meantime, I decided to let the matter simmer, contemplating a more suitable course of action in due time. What on earth? How could this possibly be an orphanage? It's more like the luxurious home of a wealthy individual, Latia exclaimed incredulously. We stood at the entrance of a magnificent mansion, surrounded by an expansive walkway. In front of us stretched a long avenue bordered by a grand body of water adorned with a central fountain. Smaller pools were scattered throughout the landscape, accompanied by a variety of small to medium-sized trees. Behind us, imposing white metallic gates enclosed the entire compound. At the far end loomed the main building. Its sheer size was breathtaking, characterized by walls of pristine white stone topped with pale blue roofs, punctuated by numerous windows. Flanking the main structure were additional annexes, hinting at the immensity of the estate. Beyond, I caught a glimpse of the promise of a spacious backyard area. I too have a sense for manipulating space, Azathoth confirmed, immediately noticing the unusual spaciousness of the area. It appears that the interior has been expanded as well. Not only is there a back garden, but also a meticulously crafted underground section, perhaps in preparation for potential threats or emergencies. Raria nodded knowingly, a small smile appearing on her lips. Yes, I spare no expense for the orphanage. I am well aware of the difficulties faced by abandoned children in our society. Despite my relentless efforts to address the issue, the numbers continue to rise, increasing the urgency of our mission. Fortunately, she continued, her voice a mix of relief and contemplation, our planet's low birth rates mean that we currently have just 102 children here, a relatively modest number compared to our vast population of 150 million people. Such a low number with so many people? How is that even possible? Latia inquired, her incredulity evident. As I mentioned earlier, Raria explained, her tone laced with a hint of resignation. The priorities of our society have shifted significantly since I took on the role of eradicator and ruler. Career advancement and personal aspirations have taken precedence. Sadly, for the impoverished families and individuals, children are no longer a primary focus. Despite our efforts, Centuredo, we couldn't help but be amazed by the luxurious splendor of our surroundings. Every building radiated an aura of excessive wealth, leaving us in wonder at the sheer extravagance on display. Approaching the ornate fountain, Raria turned left, guiding us onward. Instead of a continuation of the road, an expansive body of water lay ahead, stretching out like a vast, shimmering expanse. The children's recreational areas are mainly located within the building or located behind the building, Raria explained, her voice carrying a tone of earnest instruction. Furthermore, we prioritize combat training for the young ones, recognizing the importance of self-defense skills. Kids like Osmian show remarkable potential, making them prime candidates for recruitment into Fumara's organization. She added, her words resonating with a sense of purpose and conviction. Are you still set on going down that path? Isaina's voice held a faint touch of sadness as she expressed her concern. Raria's response carried a sense of acceptance, her tone burdened with uncertainty. No matter the outcome today, I dread the challenge of convincing my people. Despite witnessing the efforts of the resistance and recognizing their worth, it will be an uphill battle to sway my citizens. Leading multiple planets only adds to the difficulty, as the existing animosity towards both myself and Fumara, along with inherent distrust, complicates the task, she explained with a solemn undertone. As I observed Raria's contemplative demeanor, I detected a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Her time in captivity had undoubtedly shaped her views, but her vast experience and deep understanding of her people added weight to her practical assessment. Glancing at Azathoth and Latia, I noticed their differing reactions. Azathoth seemed unaffected, while Latia appeared lost in thought, clearly grappling with internal deliberations. Upon arrival at the grand entrance, I couldn't help but notice the intricate details that surrounded us. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the layout offered no significant divergence. Whether we chose to go right or not, our path led inevitably to the single door hidden behind the colossal pillar at our rear. With a swift motion, Raria swung open the door, signaling our entry into the expansive interior. As I deactivated the cloak of reality manipulation surrounding her, I realized that earlier, Osmian had already discerned her identity, a fact underscored by the fact that I hadn't yet initiated the concealment. Stepping into the vast expanse beyond, we were greeted by a sight that defied our expectations. The interior boasted an impressive scale, with towering ceilings soaring overhead. A magnificent chandelier hung prominently, casting a warm glow that illuminated the space. To our collective surprise, the interior was immaculately clean, a testament to the meticulous upkeep maintained within the confines of the building. The children play a role in maintaining the premises, helping with cleaning duties in specific areas, Raria explained, her voice reflecting a sense of pride in their combined efforts. But for more demanding cleaning tasks, we rely on either our natural abilities or the assistance of the androids created by Furuk. As Raria guided our group forward, we journeyed through a maze of corridors, each revealing a variety of rooms filled with an assortment of strange objects and curiosities. Some rooms appeared as vast, empty spaces furnished with simple amenities, while others contained shelves lined with a diverse array of books, toys, and mysterious artifacts whose purposes eluded our understanding. In this diverse building, we came across essential facilities such as bathrooms, kitchens, and numerous bedrooms, scattered throughout the complex like hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. Arriving at a door hidden within the expansive right wing, Raria knocked softly before leading us inside. Upon entering the room, we were greeted by the sight of an elderly gentleman, wearing spectacles and with wisps of white hair falling from his head, accompanied by a flowing beard. Dressed in a simple gray robe, he exuded an aura of wisdom and warmth as he welcomed Raria with a gentle smile. "Madam Raria, it is truly a pleasure to have you visit today. How can I assist you?" The man's voice conveyed genuine concern as he stood up to speak to her. I should also mention that Cyroso came by to inform us of her temporary absence. "Did you go out on your usual excursions?" he asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. "I simply went on my usual excursions, Francis. There is no need to worry," Raria reassured him with a soothing smile. "How is everyone under your care faring?" Osmian and his companions went back to the slums, as you know, and we ran into them there when I returned, she explained, her words reflecting her familiarity with the routine events at the orphanage. Francis, a hint of exasperation in his expression, released a weary sigh as he pondered Osmian and his group's recurring defiance. "Once again, they have disregarded my warnings. It seems a disciplinary measure is in order," he murmured, his voice heavy with resignation. Shifting his focus to our group, Francis greeted us with a warm smile. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," he remarked, his demeanor cordial despite the underlying concern regarding Osmian's actions. "Given Madame Raria's discerning nature in selecting her companions, I can only assume that you are here under her support. It's great timing, too, as Madame Eleanor has deployed one of her androids to initiate recruitment efforts on our planet as well. All eyes turned towards me, awaiting affirmation of our intentions. With a nod, I affirmed, albeit with a touch of deceit, yes, you could say that. In anticipation of the approval of Lady Raria's other subordinates, we may indeed align ourselves with Raria in the future. Though my words concealed the nature of our visit, I maintained the facade, keeping our ulterior motives hidden for Francis. Francis nodded wisely, acknowledging the dynamics within Raria's group. Integrating into Madame Raria's circle may pose an initial challenge, as some members have reservations about newcomers. However, with time and effort, mutual respect and solidarity often blossom, bridging any initial divides, he advised, his words carrying a note of reassurance. Raria, her brow furrowed in contemplation, interjected with a sigh. The clash of personalities among certain members can make smooth cooperation in mundane tasks challenging. However, when the need arises, they demonstrate a remarkable capacity to set aside their differences and collaborate effectively to fulfill my directives, she explained, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Francis nodded in agreement, his understanding evident. Before he could respond further, the door creaked open once more, revealing another unexpected visitor, eliciting a startled reaction from Raria. Before us stood a man of commanding presence, his predominantly white hair gracefully cascading over his right eye, lending an air of mystery to his visage. His piercing gray eyes held a depth of wisdom. Complemented by the regal attire, he wore a white ensemble adorned with accents of blue and gold, exuding an aura of nobility and refinement. Black boots adorned his feet, adding contrast to his ensemble. Perched upon his left shoulder sat a strange creature, its form reminiscent of a bird, its plumage matching the man's hair and color. Adorned with a miniature top hat atop its head, the creature added a whimsical charm to his already striking appearance, hinting at a bond that transcended mere companionship. As he addressed Raria and Francis, his demeanor exuded both authority and elegance, commanding attention with his dignified presence. "Ah, Lady Raria, how unexpected. We were just about to start an announcement. Perhaps you would care to join us?" he suggested, his voice carrying a blend of formality and warmth. Upon noticing our presence, his gaze shifted towards us, his gray eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. "And are these new recruits you brought with you?" he inquired, his attention returning to Raria. With a nod, Raria affirmed his suspicions. "Yes, they are. I stumbled upon them during my customary excursions," she explained, her tone carrying a sense of authority and purpose. "Gather the others. We will arrange for a brief meeting shortly. I intend to stay here for a while longer before leaving," she instructed, her demeanor projecting a calm confidence. "Unzi-Fi will faithfully convey the message to the others. May I inquire about the duration you plan to stay in this place for?" he asked, performing a graceful bow. "We will prolong our stay by an additional 20 minutes before joining the rest of the group. In the meantime, please adjust the announcements to accommodate the android sent here on behalf of Eleanor," she ordered. "Of course, my lady. I will take care of it immediately," he exclaimed with passion, adding a wink before leaving. "He does have a certain charm, don't you think?" remarked Essena, her tone tinged with amusement. With a sigh, Raria smiled softly before saying, "Yes, he has always possessed such charisma, even since the time I found him near death. His name is Unzi-Fi, as he mentioned, and he ranks among the most loyal, second only to Cyroso." Turning to Francis, who greeted her with a warm smile, Raria spoke, "I will take care of guiding them for the next 20 minutes, Francis. You can continue with your tasks. He'll oversee the removal of the items Osmian's group collected." "If that's what you want, Madame Raria," he replied with a chuckle, settling back into his seat to resume his work. With a nod, she motioned for us to follow. "Come with me. There are some facilities that I'd like Aaron to inspect and provide feedback on." And with that, we left Francis' office, making our way through the corridors of the orphanage. Our first stop on the tour led us to a training facility designed to promote physical development among the children. The area was equipped with a variety of exercise equipment, catering to different workout routines. On the right, a setup resembling a gym caught our attention, while the left side featured an open field with training dummies and ample space for sparring sessions. In the middle of the busy activity, a group of children were engaged in workouts, mainly on the right side where they were using the equipment. We approached cautiously, allowing them to continue their exercises undisturbed. "What do you think?" Raria asked, motioning towards the bustling scene. Similar setups can be found on the Resistance's planet, but on a larger scale with more instructors. However, due to limited staffing here, this represents the extent of our capabilities, she explained, highlighting the practical approach taken despite resource constraints. With the ultimate goal of recruiting them for the Resistance in mind, I eagerly seized the opportunity to offer extensive guidance. With a confident nod, I began a detailed analysis of the training facility. It's clear that certain areas could benefit from improvement. For example, in the expansive training fields, strategically placed rest zones are essential to give individuals ample opportunities to rest and regain their stamina during the intense sessions. This balance between effort and recovery is crucial for maintaining peak performance over extended periods. Furthermore, I added, gesturing towards the bustling activity, the introduction of vending machines stocked with a variety of energizing beverages, nutritious snacks, and replenishing energy bars can serve as powerful motivators, encouraging participants to push through moments of exhaustion and remain fully committed to their training routine. Before concluding our discussion, I eagerly shared further insights, keen to contribute to the ongoing improvement of their training program. However, my attention was soon diverted when Latia discreetly pulled me aside, expressing her desire for a private conversation. While the rest of the group chatted away, Azathoth would glance in our direction now and then, only to shift her focus to the children who were busy with their exercises. Sensing Latia's unease, I asked, "What's on your mind, Latia?" as she let go of my wrist. "Unzi-Fi, I don't trust him. There's something about him that doesn't sit right with me," she declared, locking eyes with me. I responded with a smile, saying, "Why is that? Could you shed some light on it?" Despite having my own doubts about the person in question, I preferred to hear Latia's perspective before sharing my own. With a faint crease on her forehead, she carefully expressed her thoughts. His demeanor struck me as overly friendly, almost unnaturally so. At first, I found myself reciprocating that feeling towards you, but over time, your authenticity became more apparent. Yet, there's something off about him. My gut tells me that his friendliness is just a facade. Maybe that's why he struggles to truly connect with others. And the way he behaved towards us felt unsettling, like he was hiding something beneath the surface. It's possible that his personality is fake, maybe even deceitful, although I don't have solid proof. Understanding the weight of her words, I nodded slowly, taking a moment to process her insights. I shared her reservations. The intensity of his focus on me left a troubling impression. Every aspect of his manner seemed touched with suspicion. His lingering gaze, particularly aimed at me, deeply unsettled me. Understanding Latia's reluctance to voice her concerns in Raria's presence, I realized that the current atmosphere wasn't favorable to such open discussions. Without a doubt, while I have not used my abilities to uncover his true nature, I agree with your assessment of him. Therefore, I will keep a close watch on his actions. Let us both take on this responsibility and keep each other informed if we notice any suspicious behavior. Understood? I suggested to her. Latia agreed, showing her approval with a nod and saying, "Yes, I think that would be wise. But why do you held back from using your abilities to investigate him?" I plan to do so in time, but I am hesitant to share any findings with Raria, as she seems unwavering in her belief that her subordinates are loyal to her, given her affection for them. Perhaps she has chosen to overlook their potential wrongdoings because of their long-standing service under her leadership. Nevertheless, I will keep these insights and discoveries to myself for now, I explained to her. "Very well, I will trust your judgment. Centuredo, I will share the details with you later." The topic is more complex and involved than you may realize, and it will take time to explain thoroughly. Given the potential events unfolding on this planet, now may not be the best time, I explained. Latia looked at me for a moment before nodding and turning to rejoin the others. We made our way back to the group, engaging in conversation for a little while longer before Raria led us to a different section of the orphanage. A gigantic library? I exclaimed as we entered a vast expanse filled with rows upon rows of books. Several children occupied the space, many engrossed in quiet reading sessions in the distance. Raria acknowledged my query with a nod, elaborating. Indeed, as mentioned previously, the children here receive their education prior to enrolling in the institute. This area serves as the primary location for most of their classes, with an adjoining classroom facilitating instruction. Additionally, the training facility you observed earlier is utilized for their physical education, while it's at the institute offers similar amenities on a larger scale. Nevertheless, I intend to incorporate the various suggestions you proposed earlier to further enhance efficiency. She interjected, proceeding to lead the way forward. As we strolled past several children who greeted Raria with respectful nods, she led us to the furthest section, which was cordoned off with unique security measures. Placing her hand on the barrier, Raria granted us access to a different chamber, which was adorned with monitors and computer terminals. Latia, visibly puzzled by our unexpected arrival, inquired, "What is this?" "This is my personal observation room," Raria elucidated, gesturing towards the array of technology. "On the bookshelf to the left, you'll find a compilation of documentation spanning my years spent here. While this room doesn't provide complete coverage of the planet, it encompasses a significant portion. I can confidently assert that I've witnessed an innumerable of events during my time here," she elaborated. Latia and Essena nodded in acknowledgement and turned their attention to the documentation, eager to peruse its contents. Meanwhile, Azathoth stood beside me, and I felt a communication attempt coming through. I answered through my ring and initiated the dialogue. "Hello," I greeted. "Aaron, it's me. I'm ready to join." Zoria's voice came through the ring, her usual stoic tone going through it. "Ah, all right, we'll teleport you to our location," I responded, ending the call. With a snap of my fingers, a magical circle appeared on the ground, and Zoria emerged from it, immediately embracing me. "Hello to you too. Did everything go smoothly?" I asked, and she simply nodded in response. "What were you occupied with?" Azathoth inquired, taking me by surprise. They were in the process of creating something called Cosmic Gears. It's a project Azazel has been secretly pursuing in our own universe. His goal is to harness the power of the cosmos and other universes for these new sacred gears. Recognizing the nature of the inhabitants of this universe for such pursuits, he sought their assistance, Zoria disclosed in hushed tones. My eyes widened in alarm upon hearing this revelation. "Zoria, what are they currently using as a power source?" I asked, a hint of desperation creeping into my voice. She looked at me with a puzzled expression before replying, "The Abyss Puppeteer and the Anos Kalba that Natsum possesses." Upon discovering that the power source in use was the Abyss Puppeteer and the Anos Kalba, a sense of relief flooded through me. But the mention of cosmic gears sparked a concern deep within. If Azazel was delving into the ancient texts and lore of the ancient era, his pursuit of cosmic gears could pose a significant threat. Yet, if he understood the reason for avoiding such endeavors, he might reconsider his approach. It was crucial that I discuss this matter with him at once. "Cosmic gears, you say?" It does seem like something Azazel would strive to create his own unique sacred gears infused with his personal touch, rather than following the blueprints and methodologies of the late god of Christianity, Latia remarked as she and Essena sifted through the various documents together. He hasn't made any breakthroughs despite the help of scientists and researchers. Even the experiments conducted with me yielded no results, leaving them at square one. However, they may soon approach Aaron regarding this matter, Zoria explained. He'll handle the situation with him soon, so don't worry. Now, Raria, why did you bring us here? I redirected our attention to the former Eradicator. Raria acknowledged my question with a nod, clearly intrigued by the conversation revolving around cosmic gears. She then turned her focus back to the array of monitors, pointing towards one of them displaying Furuk engaged in conversation with Unzi-Fi before their departure. The last time I saw them together, they didn't seem to be on good terms. It seems that the others are unaware of this, and I think we need to gather more evidence about their activities and intentions, she remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. I don't want to confront them directly, but I feel it's necessary to gather as much information as possible. Excuse me for my question, but why assume they're scheming something together instead of just being friendly? I asked, genuinely fascinated. I couldn't help but notice your unease towards him earlier. It wasn't just a lack of trust in a stranger, but a suspicion of potential deceit. To be honest, I began to have doubts about him around 2 years ago, but chose to overlook them. However, after seeing the way he scrutinized you and the others, I felt compelled to face the truth, and lo and behold, I stumbled upon this, Raria revealed. Furuk and Unzi-Fi have never seen eye to eye. They've openly declared their mutual animosity, claiming they would hate each other for eternity. Despite this, they were willing to put aside their differences if I asked them to work together on a project. However, watching their seemingly friendly interaction raises red flags in my mind. Something doesn't seem right, Raria frankly explained. Nodding and understanding, I closed my eyes, try to gain insight into the situation unfolding before me. After a moment of deep thought, I began to unravel the events taking place. It was clear that two opposing factions were fighting for control, reaching far beyond the boundaries of our world. Letting out a heavy breath, I studied the frozen image of Furuk and Unzi-Fi deep in conversation. Squinting, I pretended to concentrate deeply before speaking. I've grasped the essence of their discussion, but that's the extent of my understanding I conveyed, although I was stretching the truth. I would suggest keeping Cyroso away from them for now. His loyalty to you is real and will never falter. However, the loyalty of the others may be more easily influenced, I added. What do you mean by that? Raria asked, a hint of worry flickering across her face. As I've mentioned, the loyalty of the other three could swing in either direction towards our cause or towards Furuk and Unzi-Fi's. Exercise caution in handling the situation. And if you fail to keep those two away from Cyroso, his life may be in danger, I warned her frankly, noting the shock that showed on her face. Raria lapsed into a thoughtful silence, pondering over my words. Eventually, she gave me a perplexed look. Why? She asked. It's a complicated matter, and our time is running out. Let's regroup with the others, I redirected, shutting down any further discussion. Leaving no room for argument, I gestured for us to leave, assuring that I would provide more insight if the opportunity arose in the future. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Raria reluctantly followed my instructions. After swiftly wrapping up our activities in the observation room, we began our discreet journey towards the imposing structure in the distance. Using a secret entrance known only to her, we stealthily made our way up the building. After a tense 15 minutes of navigating, we found ourselves standing in front of a door. Before opening it, Raria turned to me with a mix of apprehension and doubt in her expression. Were you serious? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yes, I replied firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Raria sighed, a combination of frustration and resignation evident in her demeanor, yet ultimately accepting the gravity of the situation. As Raria turned the doorknob, we entered the room to find her subordinates gathered inside. Each one had a distinctive appearance, easily setting them apart from one another. My eyes scanned the group, taking in the sight of 4 men and 2 women. Standing head and shoulders above the others was Cyroso, his expression tinged with surprise at our unexpected arrival. His graying hair was pulled back into a ponytail, accentuating his piercing yellow eyes and neatly trimmed beard. 2 locks of hair hung in front of his rugged features, adding to his authoritative presence. He was dressed in a black jacket and pants, paired with polished black shoes, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Next to Cyroso stood a woman of considerable seriousness, with short brown hair and piercing purple eyes. She exuded an air of professionalism. She wore a checked gray suit, matched with heels, and unique earrings adorned both her ears. The weathered, aged countenances of Cyroso and the woman indicated their seniority within the group. The remaining members of Raria's group were just as unique in their appearances. Unzai greeted us with a warm wave, his demeanor radiating a genuine sense of warmth and goodwill, even if it was fake. Sitting beside him was a man adorned in jet black armor, distinguished by a glowing red eye near his chest and a captivating cape resembling a vibrant purple galaxy on the inside. Despite his striking appearance, his expression betrayed an aura of anger and arrogance, indicating a formidable presence. Opposite them sat a man with long, light blonde hair, donning spectacles and boasting piercing green eyes. Clad in an elegant ensemble comprising a green shirt, jacket, and light green pants, along with black gloves, it was unmistakably Furuk. His demeanor exuded an air of superiority, as if he considered himself above the rest of us. Lastly, there was the woman beside Furuk, radiating friendliness as she waved at us. Her brown hair was fashioned into a long ponytail, framing her pale green eyes. She wore a sleek black suit that gave her a sharp, confident look. Quite a lot of ponytails, I must say. I give my approval, I commented, receiving a playful smack from Latia, much to the delight of Esena and myself. Cyroso quickly composed himself, clearing his throat before speaking to Raria. "Welcome back, Madame Raria. May I inquire about your recent whereabouts?" he asked, his gaze shifting towards us. "And who might these individuals be? Could they be new recruits you've come across?" "I went out and did my usual excursions, Cyroso. Please forgive my absence. As for these individuals, yes, they are indeed new recruits I encountered during my ventures. I have great hopes for their potential contributions to our cause," Raria replied calmly, skillfully deflecting any suspicion. Accepting Raria's explanation, Cyroso nodded with palpable relief. "I understand. Allow me to introduce ourselves then. I am Cyroso, the leader of Madame Raria's subordinates, and also the principal of the institute you may have glimpsed in our city. To my right stands Assissa. Despite her stern appearance, she is quite approachable. She and I are the eldest members of our group." He then motioned towards Unzai, indicating his familiarity. "You are likely already acquainted with him, as he informed us of your arrival." Cyroso then directed our attention to the man beside Unzai. "This is Helipos. He is a seasoned warrior, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield. Though he may come across as arrogant, his strength is undeniable." Continuing his introductions, Cyroso gestured towards Furuk. Opposite them, with the blonde hair, is Furuk. He serves as the lead researcher and scientist on our planet, and I am Anrenwu. Previously, I served under the leadership of Lord Virion Demon. However, after Madame Raria extended her invitation, I decided to join her here. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the woman interjected, offering a warm smile to the group. Cyroso cleared his throat once more before acknowledging her statement. Indeed, she is Anrenwu. Originally hailing from the planet of Fonyan Fudi, she was under the leadership of Lord Virion Demon. Upon Madame Raria's proposal, she made the decision to join us here. "Might we have the pleasure of knowing your names?" he inquired, turning his attention towards us. The room was peaceful, everyone maintaining their composure in the middle of lingering silence. Zoria, who had been absent earlier, was filled in on the recent developments and our planned course of action. Her seclusion from the public eye in this universe had left her virtually unknown, as she devoted the majority of her time to delving into the depths of libraries and immersing herself in her studies. Therefore, using her real name presented no foreseeable issue. "M0, I announced, taking the lead in introducing ourselves. "Known for my expertise in swordsmanship, it's a pleasure to meet you." Indicating the individuals with me, I added this woman by my side is Latios Latia. Standing next to her is Sini Esena. On my other side is Hazofta Azathoth. And finally, next to her is Zoria. Choosing a proactive approach to introductions, I believed it to be the most effective course of action. As Isetha and Chow Chow were preoccupied with their own activities, I chose to omit them from our current proceedings. Prior to this, I had sent a shadow soldier to inform them of our plans, which they accepted without objection. They expressed their intention to rejoin us only in the event of conflict, a condition to which we agreed to. Upon my introductions, Cyroso acknowledged with a nod. Zero, a fitting moniker indeed. The pleasure is mutual, he remarked before addressing Raria. Madam, if you permit, I suggest we proceed with the announcements now that you've returned. I've implemented the necessary adjustments in accordance with your earlier directives. After a brief moment of contemplation, Raria gave her consent with a nod. Very well, let us proceed, she declared before directing her attention towards us. As for you five, I will have one of my attendants accompany you to a nearby hotel and make arrangements for your accommodations until further notice. Our plans for your stay are still being finalized. Once the announcements are concluded, please return to this location promptly. Is that understood? Understood, Madam Raria, I confirmed with a respectful nod, offering a slight bow in acknowledgement. Gesturing for the others to follow, we left the room, where a maid was waiting to lead us to our temporary lodging. Descending in the elevator to the ground floor, we accompanied the maid on a brief stroll to a nearby hotel, conveniently located just a 5-minute walk from Raria's imposing castle structure. Upon arrival, the maid presented some documentation at the reception desk, securing a key for our temporary abode. You will all be lodging in this room for the time being. Once the accommodations are finalized, each of you will have your own residences, the maid informed us as she led the way to our designated room. Thank you, I acknowledged with a nod as we reached our destination. With the access key card in hand, the maid departed, leaving us to settle into our new surroundings. Stepping inside, we found the room to be surprisingly spacious, thanks to clever employment of spatial manipulation techniques. A large bed dominated the space, flanked by 2 comfortable sofas. Other essential amenities adorned the room, including a connected bath-shower combination, assorted furniture pieces, and a well-stocked fridge, ensuring our comfort during our stay. Now what? Latia asked, her curiosity shining through. And what's the deal with those unusual names you gave us? Zoria Samus' name seemed pretty normal. Zoria isn't exactly a common name around here, so using her real name shouldn't cause any problems. As for the rest of you, well, I took some creative liberties with your names, I admitted. For Latia, I just chose a slight variation. I chose not to mention that Latios and Latia were names from the Pokemon universe in my original universe as works of fiction. As for our next steps, let's hold off and observe. The announcement should be on television, so let's tune in. Also, I snapped my fingers, dispelling any hidden cameras or recording devices in the room. Let's plan for any potential confrontations, if they happen. Chapter 23, Part 3, Fake Recruitment and Silorex Mage's third-person point of view. The surveillance and audio transmission to their accommodation has been abruptly cut off, murmured Furuk, his brows furrowing in concern. So, they possess significant capabilities, intriguing indeed. Madam, where did you encounter these individuals? Inquired Cyroso, his curiosity stirred. I can't quite recall the names of the planets, but they hailed from Sector 81S, V91. 2 originated from the same planet, while the others hailed from different planets, Raria explained, her words laced with deceit. The coordinates she provided were a fabrication, deliberately chosen from a distant corner of the cosmos, far removed from the Resistance's base. Given her esteemed position as their leader and one of the Eradicators, her companions accepted her account without dispute. I understand. That region of space is notorious for its abundance of anomalies, but I will wholeheartedly trust your judgment, Cyroso replied, acknowledging her authority. He then turned to the remaining individuals and declared, let's move forward. We must make the announcement promptly. Otherwise, our citizens who are still confused by Madame Eleanor's android presence here will have difficulty understanding. As the group departed, Only Furuk and Unzai remained, exchanging a knowing glance. Do you truly believe they are merely capable? Furuk inquired of Unzai. Not at all. I've gone into a planet under the jurisdiction of a certain eradicator. We both know rumors on that planet has said that Madame Raria had been captured by the Resistance. Unzai responded with a mischievous grin. Captured? Furuk muttered, a smirk tugging at his lips. So she unwittingly led them to her own domain. How far she has fallen. Very well, leave it to me. I will handle them and proceed with our plans. Lady Eleanor is already informed, Furuk explained with a cold and calculating tone. Very well, scum sorcerer, I shall play my part. Unzai retorted before skipping off to rejoin the others. Furuk dismissed the playful nickname Unzai had given him. He glanced down at his left hand, a soft green glow emanating from it, a smirk forming on his lips. I owe it for this, he murmured, acknowledging the source of his newfound power, and Madame Eleanor, for revealing its potential to me. Closing his hand, he began making his way toward the designated location for the announcement, a self-assured smirk never leaving his face. He had been steadily advancing his own agenda, aiming to ascend as the new Eradicator by eliminating Raria. In their universe, lies, deceit, and betrayal were commonplace. After all, Aaron Toole's soliloquy, any thoughts on the plan? I asked, studying the expressions of those around me. It seems pretty straightforward, right? And it should be doable, especially since, as I mentioned, we have influence over 4 out of the 6. If Raria is firm, then Cyroso will definitely switch sides to support her. His loyalty is unwavering, I explained. What about Helipos, Assissa, and Anren Wu? Esena wondered. I can see Anren Wu being persuaded, given her friendly nature. And for what we've learned about Virion Demon, he seems honorable. Helipos and Assissa are still on the fence, I added, agreeing with Esena. But Anren Wu is the most likely to defect, along with Cyroso, I concluded, acknowledging his Sina's keen insight. Why is Cyroso so devoted to Raria? Could there be romantic feelings involved? Latia asked, intrigued by Cyroso's unwavering loyalty. The group nodded in agreement, including Azathoth, who seemed less familiar with Raria's subordinates. Although it was not typical for her to take a keen interest in individuals she hadn't personally encountered, she had been noticeably more amicable towards those she interacted with regularly. No, romantic entanglements are not a factor, I began to explain, but our conversation was abruptly halted as the announcements began on the television screen. He'll explain later, I assured them, and they agreed. Cyroso stood at the microphone, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, while cameras focused intently on him. Behind him stood the remainder of Raria's loyal subordinates, with Raria herself positioned by his side. Citizens of Stellonium, today I address you to unveil several imminent developments. But first and foremost, many of you have undoubtedly observed the android that has been lingering within our city's confines for some time now. Allow me to clarify. This android is under the ownership of Madame Eleanor. She is currently hosting a recruitment event for any individuals aspiring to serve as potential subordinates to an Eradicator or Wayboros. I encourage you to participate in this event. It will take place at a designated location, where all attendees will engage in various activities aimed at assessing your capabilities. As many of you are already aware, the rewards of becoming a top-tier subordinate are considerable. Therefore, I urge you to seize this opportunity and partake in the event, exclaimed Cyroso, his voice resounding with conviction. Are the benefits of serving under an Eradicator or Wayboros truly as substantial as rumored? Latia asked. I was surprised that she had not yet discussed the topic with Raria yet. I've had a few conversations with Raria about it. She mentioned that the compensation is quite generous. However, most Eradicators and Wayboros members have little need for financial resources, as they are essentially treated like royalty within the planets they oversee, Esena explained. Latia's understanding deepened as she absorbed Isina's explanation. So, I presume that the majority, if not all, utilize their resources to improve the conditions of their respective planets, correct? For the most part, yes, Esena confirmed. However, as you are aware, not all individuals in positions of power are benevolent or have the best interests of their planets at heart. Some focus solely on one or two planets, neglecting the others, leaving them to fend for themselves with whatever resources they possess. Latia let out a tired sigh, saying, I'm not surprised. At least Raria has proven that stereotype wrong for me, and maybe Virion Demon will do the same in the future. What do you know about him, Aaron? Not much, I'm afraid, I confessed. From what I've gathered, he shares Saror's principles and values. He stands out from the others and is dedicated to bringing about positive changes within the planets under his authority. 5 out of the 6 worlds he oversees are thriving under his leadership. And as for the one that's not, he's actively working to make things better. He's also a unique humanoid creature called a Strixon. If I had to make a comparison, picture a humanoid form of Godzilla. One of my Electa, I explained, trying to capture his unusual appearance. I can't quite picture that, but I'll take your word for it. Aaron, Latia responded with a slight chuckle. What's more, the quarterly combustion event is fast approaching. To all interested participants, make your preparations as it will commence in just one day. For those unfamiliar with the event, let me provide an explanation. Every 4 months on our planet, peculiar geysers emerge from the ground, emitting vibrant purple and green energy waves of energy, painting the skies of Stellonium with a breathtaking spectacle. These energy manifestations can be harnessed by individuals to enhance their abilities. However, they are famously elusive. Therefore, those seeking to capture one must possess a certain level of strength beforehand to going on this endeavor. Cyroso announced with great enthusiasm, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The combustion event? Geysers spewing out an abundance of energy to amplify one's abilities? It does seem rather questionable, but apparently it occurs at regular intervals. Latia murmured with a hint of skepticism. My attention turned to Azathoth, who gave a subtle nod in response. Zoria observed our silent exchange, her curiosity evident, but she chose not to delve further. It seemed that this event may be linked to Gear Father's actions. Whatever being or object that arrived on this planet could be the cause of the frequent geysers. Does it pose any potential health hazards to those involved? I inquired telepathically to Azathoth, seeking her insight on the matter. It's not some mystical force at play here, Azathoth explained with a sense of authority. It's simply raw, unrefined energy being released. If your body can endure and regulate it, you'll come out unscathed. But for those who lack the resilience, it's a quick path to destruction from the overload. That gentleman was speaking the truth. One must possess great strength to withstand it for any power enhancement to occur. Maybe this has something to do with Gear Father's past actions? Esena pondered, glancing at me with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Latia nodded in agreement, adding her thoughts to the mix. Do you think there's a connection? Latia asked, fixing her gaze directly on me. Undoubtedly, it's highly likely, though we shouldn't ignore the suspicious circumstances surrounding all of this. I started, my tone contemplative. You are all unaware of Furic's intentions and the full extent of Eleanor's plans for this planet. I explained, to which she nodded in agreement, her expression conveying understanding. You're not going to tell us? She asked, her curiosity evident. I began to reply, but Azathoth intervened, her grip strong on my arm, a silent command. No, he will not, she declared on my behalf, surprising me with her assertiveness. Aaron will still provide occasional support, but he will not be the primary focus. Although he may not have explicitly stated it, he wants all of you to continue evolving, much like Aoife is doing now. She is still adjusting to everything following her small growth. Therefore, I will not allow him to divulge much about what might lie ahead. She explained, her tone resolute yet compassionate. Latia stared at Azathoth for a few seconds before nodding. I see. Very well. We'll rely on our own thinking and deduction to see what is truly happening in this planet, replied Latia. At the same time, the announcements concluded on the TV. Tomorrow, the event will take place. We are already part of the group, but we need to participate or simply observe. What do you think Raria and Cyrosa will do? Asked Zoria quietly. I've been pondering that as well, mumbled Esena, her brow furrowing. She then turned to me and asked, do you think something will happen during it? Azathoth placed her hand over my mouth, halting my response. Despite her attempt to silence me, her action only served to highlight that something would indeed occur, prompting a chuckle from me. The more she tried to quiet me, the more blatant it became, unbeknownst to her. I signaled a look of caution to them, urging not to exploit the situation too much lest she become aware, and they seemed to understand my silent plea. Well, despite what you say, Azathoth, Aaron has already made plans with us in case fighting does start. So do your words even hold any significance for our current situation? Latia questioned, her gaze fixed on the former ruler. Azathoth released her hold on my mouth and locked eyes with Latia. To some extent, yes. As Aaron just mentioned, you still don't know the exact circumstances of how, when, or why this will occur, Azathoth explained. All you know is that it will happen, but not the sequence of events or the location. That's true, but even so, we'll be prepared to take action when the time comes. So my point still stands. It would be prudent to allow Aaron to actively participate in this operation we have underway, Latia countered. Azathoth let out an unexpected sigh, turned away, and crossed her arms in a silent protest. Latia and the others were taken aback, but I found her actions oddly endearing. It was like watching the former ruler huff and puff like a child because she didn't get her way. I couldn't help but chuckle when Azathoth shot me a glare, as if she sensed my amusement. Well, we still have the rest of the day ahead of us. Let's go and make the most of it. We'll undoubtedly be under surveillance. What about Chow, and Isatha? Esena asked with concern. They'll manage to find their own accommodations, so there's no need to worry about them. I reassured her, and she reluctantly agreed with my assessment. Third-person point of view care to give it a try? Chow asked Isatha, who shook her head in response. My instincts are warning me that getting involved in that event would not bode well for anyone. There's something fishy about it offering a sudden increase in strength for free. I find it hard to believe. Even if they're unaware of any potential drawbacks, I still won't participate, and I would advise you to do the same, Isatha explained. Chow attentively absorbed her words and nodded in agreement. He knew that Isatha had a keen intuition and gut feeling. Whenever they embarked on missions or assignments together, he often relied on her judgment, though he also trusted in his own intuition, which had proven to be quite reliable. Nonetheless, he welcomed hearing a different perspective. The rest will likely follow suit. What about Raria's other subordinates? Do you harbor any suspicions about them? I have my own, but I'd like to hear your thoughts first, he inquired. Isatha took a moment to collect her thoughts. The two of them were seated at a bustling cafe in the city, leisurely savoring their coffee. Earlier, they had made contact with their associate, who had deferred their meeting, leaving them in a state of anticipation. I can only make assumptions based on their outward appearance. That blonde individual in the green attire strikes me as dubious, as if he's observing the crowd as though they were subjects in an experiment waiting to be concluded. And then there's the man in black armor and the woman with the short brown hair and a perpetually stern expression, Isatha responded. What are the others? Chow prodded, but Isatha simply shook her head. They appear friendly enough, especially the woman in the bodysuit. She seems to be the most amiable of the lot. However, the man with the white hair who is excessively cheerful is quite suspect, so I cannot say for certain. What are your thoughts? Isatha inquired. I tend to agree with your suspicions. The only ones worthy of trust are probably Raria's right-hand man and the woman in the black bodysuit. The others can be seen as doubtful at best and highly suspicious at worst, replied Chow, taking a sip of his coffee. He then gazed around at their surroundings and asked, but where's your friend? It's been quite some time, and I'm starting to worry if something has happened to him. Isatha reassured her companion. They will come in due time. Just be patient as they continued to unwind. Approximately 20 minutes later, a man with short brown hair, a beard, and brown eyes approached them. Taryn, are you here to get us? Isatha inquired, scrutinizing her friend, and he nodded in confirmation. Yes, everything is in place. Please follow me, he replied, his demeanor cautious as he glanced around suspiciously. His body twitched, and he kept rubbing his hands together, as if anticipating something, yet nothing transpired. Chow Chow and Isatha stood up and followed him. Taryn led them to a secluded corner and gently pushed a wall, revealing an opening. He entered first, followed by Chow Chow and Isatha, and the door behind them closed automatically. Entering the pristine chamber, they found the space arranged in a way that seemed to have a mind of its own. Undeterred, they continued further into its depths. Inside, they came upon a group of individuals who eyed them warily, but they paid the onlookers little attention as they made their way to their destination. I have brought them, sir, Taryn informed before exiting the room. The figure in the center turned, revealing slicked-back white hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and piercing yellow eyes. Dressed in a polished brown three-piece suit, he leaned lightly on a cane. I am Gulvaha, the man stated, his tone serious as he addressed Isatha and Chow Chow of the Resistance. Welcome. I will not beat around the bush. We need your help. Assistance? In what manner can we be of help? Isatha inquired, her willingness to aid evident in her tone. Meanwhile, Chow Chow remained in thoughtful silence, taking in the full extent of the proposition before committing to any course of action. We have reason to believe that Furuk, a subordinate of Madame Raria, is plotting a scheme of significant magnitude, Gulvaha revealed, his expression grave. He has covertly gathered a following, wielding a mysterious force they refer to as magic, which we suspect originates from a different universe. Furuk's connections to Lady Eleanor suggest she may have facilitated his acquisition of this knowledge. Magic? Chow Chow interjected, his interest piqued by the revelation. You mean something like this? With a gesture, he conjured a shimmering magic circle, prompting a nod of recognition from Gulvaha. Yes, indeed. Those symbols did bear a resemblance to what you've conjured. However, the majority of them were tinged with shades of black and dark purple. Gulvaha elaborated, his brow furrowing with concern. We suspect that Furuk is imparting a malevolent form of magic to his followers, indicating ominous intentions, potentially including the overthrow of Madame Raria. As for involving the authorities, we deemed it futile without concrete evidence, fearing our words would hold little weight against theirs. Chow Chow, deep in thought, rubbed his chin contemplatively. Could they have replicated it from our universe? He pondered. Unlikely. Our universe isn't the sole user of magic. Aaron made that clear. So, perhaps from an alternate reality? If so, deciphering the complexities of their magic and devising a counter-strategy will prove challenging, unless Aaron can offer guidance. With resolve, he concluded, it's important to inform him of this development. Observing Chow Chow's expression, Isatha interjected, her voice steady with resolve. We don't object, but we're not acting alone. We're part of a larger team with a designated leader. It's prudent to consult him first. He possesses invaluable insights in such matters. Gulvahan nodded in agreement. Additional assistance is always welcome. We shall await your return. Though time is of the essence, he acknowledged, his tone tinged with urgency. Isatha and Chow Chow concurred with a nod of their own. By the way, Chow Chow interjected, seizing the opportunity to glean more information. Could you shed some light on the geysers mentioned by the individual we encountered earlier? Gulvaha's head swayed from side to side, showing his lack of concern. The geysers have always been a fixture here, sometimes yielding valuable treasures that have helped enhance my own abilities over time. I have not noticed any abnormalities in their nature. Why are you curious? It's not important. Chow Chow dismissed his previous question, choosing to pursue a different line of inquiry. And the group under Furuk's control, do they have a name? They're known as the Silorex Mages, Gulvaha disclosed. Among them, only 2 have significant proficiency, with Furuk leading the group as I mentioned. The rest are either inexperienced or have only moderate skills, he explained. Chow Chow absorbed Gulvaha's words in silence, pondering the weight of the situation. After a moment of reflection, he nodded in comprehension. So, you're suggesting that we take preemptive measures to neutralize them before they become a threat to Raria? He inquired, seeking confirmation. Gulvaha responded with a solemn nod. Yes, despite the looming shadow of her eradicator reputation, Madame Raria has made significant contributions to our planet. Much like the esteemed Lord Virion Demon, I believe she sees him as a beacon of aspiration, striving for the same achievements he has accomplished, he explained. Please, help us in stopping Furuk and his faction before their plans come to fruition, Gulvaha implored, his head bowed in earnest supplication. We will consult with our leader and then get back to you. You can be confident that his support is highly likely, Chow Chow assured. Once we have his approval, when do you propose we start the assault? Gulvaha carefully considered his response. Our reconnaissance is not yet complete, but we anticipate needing at least 2 days to finalize preparations. Our goal is not to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Our foremost aim is to apprehend them for justice, including Furuk. Understood. Aknoet Gao Gao. We will immediately inform our leader of this information. Expect us to return soon. With those words, he and Isetha left without any obstacles, quickly making their way back to the main road. Once they were clear of the immediate area, Chow Chow turned to his companion. What do you think? Do you believe their account? Or do you suspect they're lying? Wandering through the streets, Chow Chow followed the subtle energy trail coming from Aaron, leading them to their meeting point. Meanwhile, Isetha pondered his question, taking a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. I think they're being honest and truthful with us. Gulvaha's words had a sincerity that I found convincing. I sense no obvious deceit, she concluded. Chow Chow nodded in agreement, though his expression revealed a touch of dissatisfaction. Indeed, their honesty is evident, but their hesitation to disclose certain details does raise suspicion. Nevertheless, I believe their intentions are sincere, he remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. As Isetha's hand entwined with Chow Chow's, a blush crept over his cheeks, his gaze shifting away in a mix of shyness and affection. Though he hesitated, he responded with a gentle squeeze, betraying his bashfulness in the exchange. Why, yes, you make a valid point. He stumbled over his words, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Their need for discretion is undeniable, especially under Raria's subordinates' watchful eye. A single misstep could mean utter disaster for their cause, he added, regaining some composure but still carrying a hint of fluster. Hand in hand, the color fading from their cheeks, Isetha and Chow Chow continued on their walk, deep in conversation as they made their way to their destination. Their joint examination of the circumstances, along with their unwavering support for each other, bolstered their determination as they neared Aaron and his allies. Aaron Toole's soliloquium? Oh, hey, Chow Chow, Isetha, have you finished with your business? I greeted them as they approached our group beside the grand monument dedicated to Raria. The others turned their attention to them, offering friendly waves of acknowledgement. Not quite. We've encountered a matter of some urgency and seek your advice, Chow Chow replied, prompting us to step away from the bustling crowd and convene in a more secluded spot near a stone bench. There, Isetha and Chow Chow relayed the details of their recent expedition and the revelations they had uncovered. Listening intently, I furrowed my brow in contemplation. The news hinted at deeper complexities within this planet, suggesting that Furuk's involvement extended beyond mere speculation. While the notion of him plotting against Raria wasn't entirely unforeseen, it nevertheless struck a chord, underscoring the intricate web of alliances and intrigues within this universe. How it's always someone wanting a better position than what they already have. The quest for power seems to be an inherent part of human nature, extending beyond the limits of our universe, I commented with a resigned sigh. Recognizing the similarities between the maneuvers of individuals in this realm and those in corporate environments. Agreeing with my observation, Latia added, we must remain vigilant in the days ahead, especially during tomorrow's recruitment event. I advise everyone to stay alert for any signs of suspicious behavior. It's crucial that we proceed with caution, as I have a feeling that we're still being watched, likely on the orders of Cyroso, Unzai-Fi, or Furuk, she warned, prompting them to discreetly survey our surroundings for any potential threats. Azathoth and I were aware of the situation, but we opted to not directly acknowledge it in order to avoid making our companions feel awkward or overly cautious. However, Latia had evidently noticed the surveillance and felt the need to bring it up. Luckily, they handled it with a relatively calm demeanor. Let's stay composed. Latia is right to point out that we are being watched. The surveillance started from when we left the hotel and has continued as we explored the city. However, Raria herself is not the one behind it. It's her associates, except for Anren Wu, who truly believes in our supposed interest in aligning with them. I explained, prompting our companions to stop their secretive glances. Shall we head back and share the information? Asked Chow Chow, eagerly awaiting my response. Give it some time. The surveillance is still on since you approached us, but don't worry. My manipulation of reality is still in effect. Just keep up the impression of casual tourist chatting. Go about your own activities for a few hours before meeting up with that group again. It will help to avoid arousing suspicion, I reassured, receiving a nod of understanding from Chow Chow. Suddenly, Isatha winked and hugged Chow Chow's arm. Then let's make it a date. We'll meet up with you guys after our meeting with them in a few hours, she said with a smile, leading a visibly flustered Chow Chow away. I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. At least she has a good sense of humor and can playfully tease him, I commented, but the others remained quiet in their reactions. The remaining time we passed as mere tourists, anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. Third-person point of view in a distant area of the planet, with no surveillance in sight. Cyroso swiftly arrived after receiving an alert from a subordinate about a disturbance. Determined to resolve the issue quickly, he hurried to the location, aiming to prevent any further interference. However, upon arrival, he was faced with a horrifying sight. The fallen forms of his loyal subordinates lay scattered around. His eyes widened in horror as he took in the terrible scene, struggling to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Rushing to the side of one of his most trusted and formidable subordinates, he was suddenly struck a devastating blow that brought him down, sending waves of disbelief through him. Staggering back in stunned disbelief, he instinctively prepared for defense, only to be taken by surprise as a shadowy figure materialized behind him, delivering a decisive strike that overwhelmed him and extinguished his regenerative capabilities in one swift stroke. Cyroso convulsed. A sickly white radiance enveloped him, amplifying Cyroso's shock to an overwhelming level, leaving him barely able to speak. "Who are you?" He managed to gasp, his voice laced with disbelief as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. Confusion mingled with terror as he struggled to comprehend the silent scream racking his body. Suddenly, a clap resounded through the eerie silence, drawing Cyroso's attention to a familiar figure approaching. It was none other than Furuk. With closed eyes and a serene smile adorning his face, Furuk continued clapping rhythmically. As the clapping ceased, his eyes opened, fixing upon his leader with an inscrutable gaze. Furuk's touch on Cyroso's shoulder sent a shiver down his spine, and as he placed his hand beside him, a perfect duplicate materialized by his side. The serene smile never wavered as Furuk spoke to his longtime comrade. "Your contributions over the years have been quite significant, Cyroso. But now, it's time for you to take a rest and trust the future to us." Furuk's voice carried a sense of finality, hiding his underlying ambition. "Furuk, why?" Cyroso's voice, unexpectedly restored, revealed his bewilderment and shock. "Why?" echoed Furuk, his head cocking to the side. "There are many reasons, but let's simplify it. I desire to lead. With my knowledge and vision, I am confident that I can guide our planet and its people towards prosperity under my rule. Lady Eleanor is already aware of my intentions and is offering her support," he declared, a malevolent smirk creeping across his lips. Cyroso was shocked. He didn't think another Eradicator would allow such a thing to happen, but he was hearing it with his own ears. As he was about to act, Cinchuredo, he didn't understand why this was happening or why Furuk would betray them like this. However, he also knew that it would take a significant amount of work to uncover the truth because Furuk had made a replica of him and was talking to it. As Cyroso's awareness waned, a flood of memories swept through his mind like an unyielding tide. He found himself contemplating the crucial moments that had molded his life. The day he crossed paths with Raria marked a decisive shift in his journey. In his youth, he had been arrogant and dismissive, showing no respect for authority, especially Fumara and her newly formed Eradicators. However, Raria's arrival on his planet changed the course of his destiny. Despite his initial resistance, she confronted him with an impressive display of strength, leaving him battered and humbled. It was through her relentless determination and unwavering resolve that he ultimately surrendered, yielding to her offer of allegiance. The journey that followed was one of recruitment and conquest, traveling across numerous worlds as they gradually gathered their forces. Amron Wu's eventual recruitment marked the culmination of their efforts, solidifying their collective power. And now, as his life slipped away, Cyroso couldn't help but ponder the irony of his downfall, indication to the very forces he had once pledged loyalty to. As Cyroso's eyelids began to droop, his consciousness drifting into the abyss, the last images that flickered before his fading vision were of himself and Raria, frozen in a moment of youthful vigor. Despite the passage of centuries, she remained unchanged, a testament to her enduring power and resilience. In contrast, Cyroso bore the marks of age upon his visage, though his spirit retained a youthful vitality that belied his elder status. Summoning the last dregs of his strength, Cyroso managed to cast one final glance upward, only to behold his betrayer looming over him. It was Unzi-Fi, the one who had aided in his demise, his words dripping with callous indifference. Amazing, isn't it? Who would have imagined that our supposedly invincible leader could be taken down so effortlessly? Your mastery of sealing and anti-healing magic proved invaluable, Unzi-Fi remarked, a smug admiration coloring his tone as he reveled in the power he had been bestowed. Exercise caution with that power, Furuk cautioned, his tone laced with a foreboding warning. If we succeed in our mission, you may keep it indefinitely. But if you entertain treacherous thoughts, you are well aware of the consequences and the mechanisms tied to that power. Unzi-Fi's response had a sinister edge, his intentions hidden behind a facade of compliance. Understood. No need to worry. I won't disappoint, he retorted, his voice tinged with malice. Turning his attention back to the dying Cyroso, Unzi-Fi posed a question tinged with impatience. Why delay our plans? Furuk's reply was swift and decisive, tinged with an air of chilling efficiency. Fear not. I have enlisted the Juju hounds for this purpose. They will erase all evidence, leaving nothing behind but ashes. Replicas of Cyroso and his entourage have been crafted. Let's go. With a snap of his fingers, Furuk summoned forth a legion of Juju hounds, their spectral forms ready to execute his bidding without question. As they departed from the scene, Cyroso accepted his fate, closing his eyelids as the ravenous Juju hounds descended upon him and his loyal subordinates. Their ferocious onslaught brought about a terrible end, overwhelming them and claiming their lives as the spectral creatures closed in. It was a fate he had not chosen, but one that fate had bestowed upon him. Unbeknownst to the others, Furuk held nefarious designs, his ambitions extending far beyond the demise of Cyroso. With cold determination, he plotted the downfall of Amron Wu, should she fail to align with his agenda. For Furuk, power was the ultimate pursuit, and he would stop at nothing to ensure that his allies adhered to his vision, no matter the cost. Aaron Tools' soliloquy peering out of the window of my hotel room, I gaze at the peacefulness of the city below, its streets enveloped in the darkness of night. The girls were fast asleep on the bed, undisturbed by the tranquility of the late hour. Despite the lateness, the guards remained watchful, their presence a comforting sight in the silence. Earlier, Chow Chow had shared the news of their secure accommodation with the group they had visited earlier in the day, easing any worries about where they would stay. Lost in thought, I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder and turned to see Zoria standing beside me. "Trouble sleeping?" I asked softly, grateful for her presence as she leaned into me, finding comfort in the warmth of our closeness. Holding her gently, I sought solace in her presence, thankful for the silent companionship in the tranquil stillness of the night. "Tonight marks the end of one chapter and the beginning of another," Zoria murmured vaguely, her words heavy with significance. Acknowledging her cryptic statement in silence, I held her tighter, understanding the gravity of the challenges that lay ahead with the arrival of a new day. There was much to anticipate and prepare for in the hours to come. As she nestled closer to me, finding comfort in our shared presence, Zoria brought up a practical question. "Chow Chow and Isatha will be operating independently from us, correct?" I nodded, confirming our strategic decision. "Yes, they will set out on their own mission to scout the locations provided by Gulvaha and initiate their efforts to dismantle Furuk's faction. With any luck, they won't have to delay their confrontation with Furuk until the following day," I explained, hopeful for a swift and decisive resolution to their mission. "Also, it does help us focus on our goals," I added, recognizing the strategic advantage of directing our efforts towards dismantling Furuk's faction and stopping any schemes devised by Eleanor. In the ensuing silence, we stayed in each other's arms, finding comfort in our shared warmth of the moment. As time passed, I suggested that we call it a night, a sentiment Zoria agreed with without hesitation. Returning to bed, we settled next to our sleeping companions, giving in to the embrace of sleep while the anticipation of the next day hung in the air. A bustling crowd gathered in the western precinct of the city, lured by the attraction of the recruitment event taking place before them. Perched atop an elevated stand with Raria and our group, we watched the proceedings with great interest, enjoying a panoramic view of the unfolding spectacle. To the casual onlooker, we appeared as fresh recruits, blending seamlessly into the ranks and enjoying the benefits of our supposed status without raising any suspicions. As the event kicked off, a mechanized android took the spotlight, its voice filled with enthusiasm as it presented the first challenge. "The first round is a test of endurance," it announced cheerfully, its metallic voice carrying through the eager crowd. "You will face a barrage of attacks and effects. If you can withstand the onslaught without yielding or collapsing to the ground, you will advance to the next round. Kneeling is allowed." Very interesting set of rules. I wonder how this will turn out, I whispered to myself, watching the unfolding spectacle with a mix of fascination and slight indifference. As the barrage of attacks began, a flurry of elemental attacks poured down upon the participants. Despite the fierceness of the onslaught, most managed to dodge or withstand the blows, sustaining only minor injuries in the process. However, the intensity of the assault proved too much for many, leading them to withdraw from the challenge, unwilling to endure further punishment. Along with the diminishing numbers, a few steadfast contenders emerged, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. Their stoic demeanor and firm resolve brought to mind the image of hidden, powerful anime characters, standing resolute within the chaos, their determination unyielding in the face of adversity. As the first round unfolded, it became clear that these individuals were prepared to weather whatever challenges lay ahead, their resolve unshakable. As time passed and the competition advanced, the determined few continued to demonstrate their skill, navigating each challenge with almost flawless execution despite their underlying flaws. But in the middle of the competition's intensity, a sense of unease began to fill the air, heightened by the presence of suspicious individuals gathering around the venue. Feeling the impending threat, tension gripped our group, except for Raria, who remained focused on the unfolding events. Suddenly, as the final rounds began, the ominous gathering sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of magic circles that appeared in the air, creating a veil of confusion and chaos over the crowd. Faced with the imminent danger, Raria faltered briefly, her eyes darting between the mysterious magic circles and me. Reacting quickly, I instinctively raised a protective barrier, shielding our group and the surrounding participants from the onslaught of magical projectiles, standing as a strong defense against the encroaching threat. Together with the escalating chaos, the android's voice cut through with chilling clarity, its mechanical tone unwavering in the turmoil. "Continue, or the rest of the city will face annihilation," it declared, its words sending shockwaves of fear rippling through the crowd and participants alike. Raria, her anger palpable, surged forward, sword poised to strike down the android in a display of righteous fury. "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice laced with indignation and disbelief. The android remained unperturbed by Raria's aggression, its response cryptic yet ominous. "All of this is for a greater purpose," it intoned, its gaze shifting towards the final two participants with a sinister intent. "New event," the android announced, its voice reverberating through the chaos. "Eliminate the Eradicator, Raria, and be promoted to her rank once she is defeated. If both of you accomplish this, you will be granted different ranks based on the individual effort put forth." A collective gasp swept through the crowd, drowned out by the cacophony of explosions that rocked the city, signaling the onset of widespread destruction. The silent exchange of glances between the two participants unveiled a shared understanding, their grins exposing their intentions. No longer constrained by notions of righteousness, it became clear that their motivations were rooted in self-interest, yearning for the allure of glory, fame, and recognition that awaited them as esteemed subordinates within Furyk's ranks. With crazed intentions, the duo hurled themselves at Raria, their weapons poised for a lethal strike. However, Raria met their attacks with angry defiance, her sword clashing against the man's spear and the other's large frying pan. With a swift maneuver, she deftly pushed them away, her gaze ablaze with fury as she silently beckoned for assistance. Understanding the severity of the situation, we swiftly acquiesced to her unspoken plea, disappearing from sight to go and help the rest of the city while continuing our communication through the transceivers. Third-person point of view. Jolio, the master of the spear, originated from Fengyun Fudi, known for his exceptional skill with his chosen weapon. Disillusioned by the rule of the Eradicator on his home planet, he had made the decision to seek out new allegiances. When he heard whispers of Furyk's schemes, he seized the opportunity to align himself with the shadowy forces gaining power. Approaching the Silorex mages with his offer of help, Jolio encountered initial resistance. However, once Furyk gave his approval, he was embraced into their ranks as a willing pawn in their grand plan. With anger burning in his veins, Jolio launched himself at Raria, his movements driven by a potent mix of greed and disdain. Wielding his spear with reckless abandon, he unleashed a flurry of sweeping strikes and slashing maneuvers, intent on overpowering his powerful foe and securing his place of importance within Furyk's forces. Jolio's appearance was defined by short black hair, complemented by a pair of intense green eyes that burned with fervent determination. Dressed in a distinctive ensemble of green and black attire, his jacket, pants, and shoes spoke to his individualistic style and psychotic resolve. Undaunted by Raria's formidable defense, Jolio pressed on with his relentless assault, his spear a blur of motion as he sought to breach her defenses. Centurado, she deftly countered Jolio's spear thrusts with calculated precision. With a sudden burst of agility, she spun around, delivering a powerful kick to Jolio's neck, sending him reeling backward. However, before Raria could fully capitalize on her advantage, the other man re-entered the fray, resuming his assault with renewed vigor. The other man, Winston, stood out in his striking white skin-tight suit, a stark contrast to his white hair and black eyes, emanating an aura of impressive strength. Armed with an unexpected weapon, a giant frying pan, his unorthodox choice belied his combat prowess. As Raria prepared for his attack, She quickly realized that Winston possessed a raw physical strength surpassing Giolio's. Blocking his initial strike with her sword, she felt the force of his blow reverberate through her arms, a testament to his formidable might. Undeterred by Raria's skill, Winston unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks, his spinning movements creating a swirling vortex of force around him. Raria frowned in concentration, her sword poised for action as she summoned her own powers. With a decisive swing of her blade, Raria unleashed a powerful shockwave, a concentrated burst of energy hurtling towards Winston with unstoppable force. Though he managed to briefly withstand the onslaught, the sheer magnitude of Raria's attack proved overwhelming, leaving Winston reeling in its wake. Winston and Giolio regrouped after being blown away, a silent understanding passing between them, a shared purpose to overcome their powerful opponent. With renewed resolve, they charged once more towards Raria, their weapons poised for a decisive strike. Yet, Raria remained firm, her calm demeanor belying the storm of rage brewing within her. As her opponents closed in, a dark blue aura enveloped her body, imbuing her with an ominous power that crackled with untamed energy. With measured steps, Raria advanced towards the two men, the energy surrounding her serving as an impenetrable barrier against their attacks. Giolio and Winston's strikes met with futile resistance, their weapons repelled by the sheer force of Raria's aura. Locked in a tense standoff, Raria's gaze bore into the souls of her opponents, her intent clear and unyielding. Yet, before she could unleash her fury upon them, Winston's voice pierced the air, halting her impending strike. "Are you really sure about ending our lives? Would Master Rolio not be disappointed in you for resorting to such barbaric actions?" Winston's inquiry held an air of condescension, subtly aiming to sow doubt in Raria's mind. Instead of causing hesitation, Winston's words only fueled Raria's fury even more. In an instant, their weapons and limbs were sliced into countless pieces, leaving them in stunned disbelief at her incredible speed. "Holy smokes!" Winston exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and admiration evident in his smile. Throughout his life, he had longed to face formidable enemies, but the vast difference between himself and the Eradicator, ranked second, sent shivers down his spine. Undeterred by the loss of his arms, Giolio unleashed a barrage of wind blades from his mouth and legs, demonstrating his determination to persevere as long as he drew breath. Raria effortlessly deflected these attacks with her aura, her composure steadfast. Not bothered by this, Giolio's arms transformed, enveloped by radiant green energy appendages that replaced his missing limbs. Within his left arm, a luminous green spear materialized, adorned with the majestic visage of a bird of prey. With renewed resolve, he charged towards Raria, heedless of her counterattacks. Fixing his gaze upon her, Giolio wielded his spear with enhanced precision, strength, and celerity. Shedding his former avarice, he sought to confront Raria as an equal, a fellow warrior. Sensing this shift in his demeanor, Raria silently acknowledged him, a silent testament to their shared martial ethos. The clash of Raria's sword and Giolio's spear set off a spectacle of green and dark blue electricity, each collision igniting a dazzling display of energy. Winston, relying on his raw strength, observed the duel from a distance. While the assembled crowd stood transfixed, their initial panic replaced by a deep fascination with witnessing their leader engage in combat. Despite the apparent one-sided nature of the confrontation, onlookers discerned a subtle dynamic at play. Raria, along with her commanding presence, seemed to be imparting guidance and instruction to Giolio within the fluidity of their exchange. Even Giolio himself acknowledged this silent mentorship, though he refrained from vocalizing it. Despite having attained mastery of his craft 8 years prior, he found himself unexpectedly being tutored by one he perceived as younger. The realization both startled and humbled him, presenting an opportunity for growth he hadn't anticipated. Giolio's face lit up with a genuine smile as he skillfully avoided Raria's attack, using his spear to propel himself into the air. With a quick motion, he released a stream of green energy from his free hand, directed straight at his opponent. Raria, seemingly unfazed, stood her ground, but her eyes betrayed a hint of surprise before she swiftly dodged the attack. As she gracefully leaped backwards, a barrage of wind blades and verdant energy burst forth from the ground, catching her off guard with Giolio's unexpected move. Despite the surprise, Raria found herself smiling slightly at his boldness. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, Giolio was surrounded by ethereal green avians conjured forth from his green spear, a show of his full power and skill in combat. The green avians enveloped Giolio, imbuing him with heightened speed and strength before dispersing and reappearing behind Raria. With a swift thrust, Giolio directed his spear towards her back, but as she moved to intercept, Giolio and the avians dissipated into a puff of smoke. Suddenly, the real Giolio appeared above her once more, descending with his spear aimed squarely at her. At the same time, the avians unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards Raria, aiming to distract and overwhelm her. Unfazed, Raria summoned small dark blue swords above her, directing them towards the avians with deadly precision, effectively neutralizing the airborne threat. With fluid grace, she then brought her sword to bear, meeting Giolio's energy spear with a skillful block that shattered the weapon upon impact. Despite the intensity of the confrontation, Raria remained composed, her movements betraying a mastery of combat born of experience and skill. Before Giolio could summon a response, Raria's fist struck his face, sending him sprawling backward into Aaron's protective barrier, causing him to fall unconscious. With Giolio out of the fight, Raria turned her steely gaze towards Winston, advancing with a menacing air. "Why did you speak of my late master?" Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Winston blinked in disbelief before bursting into laughter, a reaction that only served to further enrage Raria. "Dead? What makes you think that? He's alive and well. He orchestrated his supposed death in front of you to make his escape. Madame Eleanor was the one who tasked him with refining your swordsmanship skills." Raria's eyes widened in complete disbelief, her astonishment quickly transforming into a simmering fury as she locked eyes with Winston. His grin only widened in response, clearly reveling in the shock he had just caused her. Before she could fully process the weight of his words, Raria swiftly took action, effortlessly teleporting everyone except themselves, the android, and the unconscious Giolio to safety. In the blink of an eye, Raria found herself face to face with Winston, her blades dangerously close to his neck, poised and ready to strike. Winston's expression twisted into one of horror, a dawning realization of the gravity of his revelation setting in too late. He had expected to provoke a reaction from her, but he had not anticipated her swift, murderous impulse. It slowly dawned on him that he had misjudged the situation, and now the repercussions of his actions loomed dangerously close. As Raria's blade descended towards Winston's neck, another blade intercepted hers, deflecting the lethal strike and pushing her back. Startled, she then blocked a sudden kick aimed at her abdomen with her arm, the impact sending her staggering backward. Confusion and anger swirled within her as she looked up, only to be met with sheer astonishment. "Well, why you howl?" Her words faltered, disbelief evident in her tone as she struggled to comprehend the sight before her. Standing before Raria was an elderly man, his appearance commanding attention despite his age. His long, graying hair framed a weathered face adorned with a goatee, and his gray eyes bore a depth of wisdom. He was clad in a pale green jacket layered over a black vest and white shirt, with black and white-lined pants and sturdy shoes completing his attire. A purple belt held the sheath of his sword, which rested at his side, while a silver chain adorned his left wrist. In his right hand, he wielded a katana with an aura of authority and skill. "Ah, it's been a while. My first disciple," the old man greeted with a warm grin. "I trust you've been keeping well?" he inquired, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he regarded Raria. Raria stared at him in disbelief, her mind struggling to reconcile the reality before her. The old man chuckled at her incredulity. "Your master Rolio is alive and thriving, and this is the reaction I receive?" I had anticipated a more dramatic reunion. His laughter echoed through the space, rich with mirth and fond memories. "How? How is this possible? I witnessed your death." Raria's words were tinged with astonishment, her emotions swirling as she grappled with the revelation. To her, this man had been not just a mentor, but a cherished parental figure, and the resurgence of his presence stirred a chaos of conflicting emotions within her. "It appears that the truth has finally surfaced," Rolio confessed, his words striking Raria with the force of a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly stunned. While Raria attempted to interrupt, but Rolio raised a hand to stop her, a solemn expression upon his face. "Let me explain. It's time you knew the full extent of the truth." Rolio's voice carried the weight of regret as he locked eyes with Raria, his gaze heavy with guilt. "Your parents, the home you were born into, it was destroyed by Eleanor. She sought to shape you into a formidable warrior and recognized your natural potential, your affinity for the sword. So, she orchestrated the annihilation of everyone you held dear, and then she reached out to me to train you. Once your training was complete, I staged my death, allowing you to forge your path independently." The revelation hung heavy in the air, its implications reverberating through Raria's core as she grappled with the enormity of the betrayal and manipulation that had shaped her past. Raria stood motionless, her thoughts spinning from the heaviness of Rolio's disclosure, her feelings a storm of uncertainty and disloyalty. In the background, Winston, unaware of the inner turmoil, whistled in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Seizing the moment to strike, he pounced at Raria with his large frying pan in hand, a wicked grin spreading across his face. But before he could fully comprehend the seriousness of his actions, Winston's existence was suddenly ended. In a split second, he was struck down by a fatal attack. The blow was swift and merciless, allowing no room for resistance or understanding. One moment he was alive, the next he was gone, a testament to the ruthless efficiency of Raria's skill. "Why?" Raria's voice quivered with anguish, her heart burdened with sorrow and confusion. "Why?" she repeated, the word lingering in the silence of the moment. For what reason? Couldn't she have handled it differently? Despair tinged her words as tears brimmed in her eyes, her world rocked by the revelations unfolding before her. Madame Eleanor operates by her own standards or actions guided by caprice and indifference toward others. She paid me to carry out her bidding, promising me rewards in return. At the time, I was blinded by my own desires and ambitions, eager to claim what was offered to me. But as the years passed and I distanced myself from all, I came to grasp the weight of my actions and the depth of my regret. Rolio confessed, his voice heavy with remorse. As Raria maintained her silence, Rolio took a deep breath, gathering the courage to speak further. "I told you before about the untimely loss of my family. My wife and daughter were taken from me before their time. Eleanor promised to reunite us if I assisted in your sword training. So, I agreed, blinded by the hope of seeing them again. And in the end, she kept her promise. They are indeed alive, but..." Raria's voice cut through the somber air, her words filled with determination. "She summoned you here, didn't she?" Rolio nodded, his expression heavy with sorrow and regret. Raria clenched her teeth, gripping her sword with resolve. "Then let today be my graduation ceremony. You once told me that to truly master swordsmanship, I must defeat a master. Today, I will defeat you, master." Her words resounded with unwavering determination, setting the stage for a showdown that would determine her fate and her legacy. Rolio stood in awed silence, watching the flood of emotions surging through Raria. Her tears betrayed the depth of her inner struggle, speaking volumes in their own right. As she enveloped herself in a shroud of dark blue energy, a visible symbol of her determination, Rolio couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow at the sight of her distress. If I don't come out on top, I will lose them again. Despite my joy at seeing you once more, I must win this too, Rolio stated, his words resounding with unexpected resolve. Taken aback by his determination, Raria listened closely. Do not hold back on my account. In this universe, it's a matter of survival of the fittest. Do you understand that? His tone was unwavering, his gaze steady as he conveyed his stern directive to Raria. Raria nodded in silent agreement as both disciple and master prepared themselves for the ultimate and decisive duel. Chow Chow clicked his teeth in irritation as he skillfully parried a flurry of magical spells with his spear, while Isetha provided essential backup from the rear. The suddenness of Furyk's group's attack had caught them off guard. They had expected at least another day before being confronted with such a challenge. This makes the third base, isn't that right? We have yet to encounter those two powerful magicians Gulvaham mentioned, Chow Chow remarked, his brow creased in concern. You're courting trouble with your words, Chow Chow. Have you not learned from past experiences? Isetha's reprimand caused a slight twitch of annoyance on Chow Chow's lips. Although he reluctantly acknowledged the truth in her words, he chose to maintain a stoic silence as they continued to navigate through the building. As they climbed higher, the sight of devastation and chaos spread across the city below elicited a deep frown from Chow Chow. The scale of destruction served as a grim reminder of the high stakes and the ruthless nature of their enemies. Isn't that the orphanage? Isetha's voice tinged with surprise and concern as they arrived at an empty floor, a vast glass window showcasing the grand structure of the city below. Her finger pointed towards the magnificent building, her excitement tempered by a sense of unease. Chow Chow's eyes widened in silent recognition as he confirmed that indeed it was the orphanage they had heard about from Esena the day before. While they hadn't yet had the chance to visit, they felt intimately connected to it through the vivid descriptions they had been given. The stories had painted a picture so vivid that it felt as though they had already experienced it firsthand. Let's entrust this to Aaron and the others. Our focus should be on our mission for now, Chow Chow stated with a furrowed brow, his tone weighed down by the gravity of their situation. Isetha reluctantly nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of prioritizing their current task over their personal desires. Ascending through the remaining floors, dispatching enemies without lethality in accordance with their agreement with Gulvaha, Chow Chow and Isetha pressed forward with a sense of urgency. They were keenly aware of the chaos wreaked by Furyk's group below, a stark contrast to their own restrained approach. Upon reaching the top floor, they came face to face with a woman with long blonde hair and dull purple eyes, donned in a black and purple robe. Her unsettling smile sent unease down their spines as she spoke in a cryptic manner. The cancers of the world have arrived. Let us revel in their ethereal demise and incinerate the rest, she declared, her words heavy with ominous intent. Puzzled by her cryptic proclamation, Chow Chow and Isetha remained silent, their weapons at the ready. The woman introduced herself to them, smiled at them once more before issuing her challenge. I am Hanesa, and I shall be your enemy, the cancers that spreads across the cosmos, she announced, her words dripping with menace as she readied herself for combat. Without hesitation, a multitude of black and purple energy orbs appeared around Chow Chow and Isetha, hurtling towards them with malevolent intent. Unfazed, Chow Chow maintained his composure, tapping the tip of his spear against the ground to erect a protective barrier around them. With practiced precision, he directed his left hand towards Hanesa, unleashing a barrage of raw magic bullets aimed squarely at her. Hanesa's smile widened as she conjured a multi-layered magic circle in front of her, seeking to intercept and deflect Chow Chow's onslaught. However, her confidence faltered as the man's attacks tore through her defensive barriers with unnerving ease, rendering them as naught but flimsy obstacles in the face of his relentless assault. As Hanesa tried to teleport away from Chow Chow's attacks, Isaetha anticipated her move and quickly teleported behind her, tracking her path with precision. With their coordinated attack ready, Isaetha unleashed their own offensive maneuver. A formidable manifestation emerged from Isaetha's grimoire, a gigantic crocodile's jaw made of swirling red and pink energy, ready to tear Hanesa apart. However, the woman was prepared, summoning several magic circles around her in a rapid display of skill. These circles fused into a protective ribcage of purple bones, creating an impressive barrier that intercepted Isaetha's attack. The sudden appearance of this defensive magic left both Isaetha and Chao momentarily stunned, their surprise evident as they witnessed the impressive prowess of their opponent. Before their eyes, the ribcage morphed into a twisted form, sprouting arms and a head. Hanesa watched in frustration as its bony appendages lashed out at Chao with unexpected speed, only to be effortlessly deflected. Meanwhile, the head atop the ribcage turned its attention to Isaetha, unleashing a powerful purple laser beam in her direction. Acting quickly, Isaetha teleported away, narrowly escaping the deadly attack. "I have never seen such magic," Isaetha commented, her gaze fixed on Hanesa with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "I have encountered something similar in the pocket dimensions Aaron has led us through before. If this is only a fraction of its power, then the consequences are dire. If she were to unleash its full potential, the destruction it could cause to the city would be catastrophic," Chao stated gravely, his expression serious as he considered the magnitude of the threat posed by Honesa's abilities. "It's not operating at full power, huh? We must act quickly then to prevent her from reaching that point," Isaetha asserted resolutely, her determination palpable. "They'll keep us locked inside this building. Go ahead and go wild against her, Chao," she directed, prompting a nod of agreement from Chao. Chao reappeared beside Hanesa with pure focus in his eyes, his spear aimed squarely at the large ribcage. As the massive bony hands surged towards him, intending to halt his attack, Chao met the challenge head-on, his spear shattering the defensive arm with decisive force. Honesa's horror was palpable as she witnessed her defensive barrier crumble before her eyes. In a desperate bid to escape, Hanesa attempted to teleport away, only to find herself unable to leave the room. Confusion clouded her face as she repeatedly attempted to teleport, each attempt met with failure. Panic began to simmer beneath the surface as the realization dawned upon her that her escape was stopped, leaving her trapped in the room with them. With a grim expression on her face, Hanesa shifted her focus to Chao and Isaetha, releasing a flurry of purple energy beams from the head atop the ribcage. At the same time, a grimoire crafted from bones materialized above her right hand, exuding malevolent energy as it conjured various attacks to attack their enemies. Undaunted, Chao swiftly intercepted the incoming barrage, using a single sweeping motion of his spear to deflect and destroy each attack with precision. Honesa's frustration became visibly apparent, her features contorting in silent fury as her attacks were effortlessly stopped. Determined to maintain their advantage, Chao closed the distance once more, closing in on Hanesa with a stoic resolve. However, before he could reach her, multiple magic circles materialized around him, each unleashing a barrage of elemental attacks from all directions. Without a second thought and with a calm look on his face, Chao activated his spear's ability, summoning several small orbs imbued with the power of destruction. These orbs streaked towards the elemental attacks, colliding with them and obliterating them in bursts of energy. Harnessing the powers of Excalibur Rapidly and Excalibur Nightmare, he increased his speed and created illusionary copies of himself, multiplying his presence on the battlefield to a total of 15. The illusionary copies of Chao wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Hanesa from all directions. Some thrust their spears towards her, while others launched potent magic attacks. With the addition of Excalibur Ruler, Chao ensured that these attacks would have a tangible effect on Hanesa rather than merely dissipating as illusions upon contact. The relentless onslaught rained down upon the purple ribcage, each strike hammering against its defenses with unyielding force. Though the ribcage remained unbroken, a small crack appeared upon its surface, a testament to the effectiveness of their assault. Seizing the opportunity of vulnerability, the original Chow drove his spear through the crack in the ribcage, striking Hanesa on the side and causing her to freeze in shock. Her widened eyes locked on a Chow as he prepared to unleash another attack. But before he could act, he was blasted away by a surge of purple wind. Cursing under his breath, Chow managed to land on his feet in the middle of the chaos, his senses heightened with alarm. "It's happening!" he exclaimed urgently, racing over to Isatha and swiftly raising a protective barrier around them. With a deafening roar, the remainder of the building erupted in a colossal pillar of purple energy, heralding the completion of Honesa's transformation. As the blinding light subsided, a towering entity loomed before them, a massive harpy-like monster, its form dwarfing the very building it had emerged from. Wings stretched wide, its visage twisted into a menacing grin, with Hanesa nestled within its head, her presence now fused with the monstrous form before them. "What the? It's even larger than before. Is this how it usually goes?" Isatha questioned, a mix of wonder and confusion in her voice. "No, it's not," Chow replied, his tone serious as he observed the monstrous entity before them. "Normally, there are stages to the transformation process. We saw in its first stage, but for some reason, it bypassed them all and went straight to its completed form. My guess is that when I injured Hanesa, she panicked, fearing for her life, and her body went into overdrive, triggering some kind of accelerated transformation," he explained. "So, she panicked and inadvertently unleashed her full potential in this form. I suppose there are benefits to being a coward after all," Isatha remarked, her tone tinged with dark humor. "Do we really have to joke at a time like this?" His expression reflecting the seriousness of their situation. "I've had a few conversations with Aaron and his women, and they've opened my eyes to the healing power of injecting humor into tense situations, even in the middle of battles," Isatha announced proudly, crossing her arms over her chest. Chow let out a sigh, shaking his head in frustration. "I wouldn't recommend taking their advice on that. Maybe on matters of romance, but certainly not on this," he replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Ah, so you prefer to go to them for romantic advice instead?" Isatha teased, moving closer to Chow with a mischievous grin. Caught off guard by her playful remark, Chow felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Let's focus on the task at hand, shall we?" he exclaimed, his voice revealing his flustered state. "Bantering in the heart of chaos? The audacity of these cancers is truly astounding," remarked Hanesa from her towering perch, her disdain evident as she peered down at the pair. "She certainly has a talent for the dramatic, doesn't she? Let's put an end to this," Isatha affirmed, summoning her grimoire and extending her right hand outward. With a determined expression, she declared, "We'll stop this weirdo and safeguard the city. I don't detect any of our allies over at the orphanage yet." From Isatha's grimoire emerged a myriad of creatures, formed from her own pink energy. Giant birds, bulls, horses, lions, tigers, and even dinosaurs appeared around them, each created with meticulous detail. Isatha had been introduced to these animals by Aaron and his companions from DXD, finding them endearing, and had integrated them into her own powers. "Yeah," Chow replied, brandishing his spear once more as he activated the balance breaker of the true Longinus Polar Knight, Longinus Chakravartin. A radiant halo of light formed behind him, accompanied by 7 identical orbs, each the size of bowling balls, hovering ominously in the air. Oomph! The towering purple harpy unleashed a barrage of large blades of purple blades, hurtling towards Chow and Isatha with lethal intent, threatening to slice through both them and the surrounding city. With swift reflexes, Chow aimed his spear towards the oncoming wind blades, employing the technique of Manaratana to redirect the attacks back towards Hanesa. However, much to his surprise, the wind blades simply reverted to raw energy and were absorbed back into the monstrous harpy, leaving Chow Chow momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Undeterred, the giant harpy unleashed another devastating attack, conjuring large tornadoes that tore through the cityscape, reducing buildings to rubble and wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. Although Aaron had successfully evacuated the populace after the initial explosions, some unfortunate souls still perished in the wake of the destruction. Isatha clicked her tongue in frustration at the harpy's ruthless tactics. She's targeting the city instead of us because she can't harm us directly? What a despicable tactic, she remarked disdainfully, her expression darkening with anger at the callous disregard for innocent lives. Looks like Aaron has already evacuated the civilians from danger. But yes, it's a deplorable tactic, Chow Chow confirmed, his eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos below. Drawing from his own past as a criminal, he understood the effectiveness of such ruthless strategies, especially when dealing with opponents who valued the lives of others. They'll confront her directly. Provide backup, Chow Chow instructed, annoyance evident in his tone as he propelled himself towards Hanesa. Summoning a small ball of draconic energy in front of him, he tapped it with his spear, sending it hurtling towards their monstrous adversary. The giant harpy tried to swat away the incoming projectile with a backhanded strike of her wing, but to her surprise, she found herself overpowered by the sheer force of the attack. A portion of her wing was obliterated upon impact, sending her reeling through the air before crashing to the ground below, adding to the devastation wrought upon the cityscape. Isatha floated in the background, commanding her summons to quell the destructive purple tornadoes wreaking havoc upon the cityscape. With efficient coordination, her summoned creatures swiftly put an end to the chaos, restoring order to the surrounding area. Refocusing her attention on the confrontation between Chow Chow and Hanesa, Isatha directed her bird summons to attack the monstrous harpy with their own barrage of pink wind blades. Simultaneously, Isatha conjured large pink blades behind her, continuously launching them towards the towering enemy. Meanwhile, Chow Chow unleashed aura slashes towards Hanesa. Cinchuredo, the explosion dissipated, leaving Hanesa and her gargantuan purple harpy unscathed. Disgruntled, both Chow Chow and Isatha clicked their tongues in frustration at the resilience of their foe. "Are you holding back?" Isatha asked, observing Chow Chow closely for any signs of restraint. Though Chow Chow stayed quiet, his expression revealed his internal struggle. It was clear that he had been holding back, a subconscious reaction driven by his instinctual concern for their surroundings and the safety of bystanders. Despite knowing absence of civilians in harm's way, his body still hesitated to unleash its full potential, resulting in attacks that were noticeably weaker than they could be. Even against an opponent, he wielded the raw power of a middle-tier god on a casual level. Their enemy, at the pinnacle of the god class, remained largely unaffected by his subdued attacks. Sighing, Isatha noticed the realization dawning upon Chow Chow. "Judging by your expression, you've just come to that realization yourself. Come now, Chow Chow. She's likely at the apex of the god class hierarchy that Aaron showed us on that sit. You possess far greater strength than that. Focus," she urged, her voice laced with a mixture of encouragement and exasperation. Chow Chow let out a heavy sigh. "You're right. As a descendant of the original Chow Chow, I cannot afford to hesitate or falter in this moment," he confirmed, his eyes briefly closing before reopening with renewed determination and vigor. While grappling with the shadow of his ancestors' legacy, Chow Chow drew encouragement from his newly found allies Team DXD, Isatha, and Aaron, each serving as a steady source of guidance and companionship along his path. He resolved not to give in to the darker aspects of his lineage, knowing that he now had a network of companions to help steer him away from that treacherous path. Recalling a proverb from his homeland, one he had encountered during a visit before entering this new universe, Chow Chow silently repeated the words in his mind. "It is hard to travel the road. It is hard to be a good person. It is hard to do the right thing. and it is hard to have a good heart. With these words resonating within him, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead, determined to uphold his principles and fight for what was right, no matter the difficulty. Without a word, Cao Cao vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later with his spear moving so fast it blurred. The colossal harpy was covered in countless punctures, the spear piercing through its flesh and even its face, revealing Hanesa nestled within. But the wounds swiftly regenerated before their eyes. "Finally taking me seriously?" Hanesa exclaimed triumphantly, her voice echoing through the chaos as she unleashed a barrage of homing energy attacks toward Cao Cao. Unfazed, Cao Cao remained silent, his focus unwavering as he used Gapatartana, bringing 10 warrior-like entities to his aid. These ethereal warriors mimicked the effects of Blade Blacksmith's Balance Breaker, Blade Knight Mass, intercepting the incoming attacks with graceful finds. Though struck by the relentless barrage, the warriors endured and regenerated, standing resolute against the onslaught. Once more, Cao Cao propelled his spear through the harpy's colossal form, employing an anti-healing and anti-regeneration technique bestowed upon Team DXD by Aaron. As the spear tore through the creature's flesh, leaving gaping wounds in its wake, there was no sign of regeneration this time, perplexing Hanesa with the unexpected turn of events. Hanesa, burning with rage and contempt, unleashed an unrelenting barrage of attacks, paying no mind to the collateral damage or the well-being of her allies. Her only goal was the destruction of those in her path, whom she saw as cancer's unredeemable nuisances deserving of eradication. In her twisted view, everything besides herself was nothing but malignant cancer. Despite her attacks, Cao Cao stood firm, effortlessly deflecting and neutralizing her attacks alongside his spectral warriors. His demeanor showed no sign of concern or fear, his expression stoic as he looked down at the raging behemoth before him. Her fury boiling over, Hanesa refused to tolerate being looked down upon. With a guttural snarl and viscous drool dripping from her mouth, she created a massive purple ball of energy from the harpy's gaping mouth. The ball grew in both power and size with alarming speed. In response to the escalating threat posed by Hanesa, Cao Cao aimed his spear at her, a palpable determination and divine energy resonating from him. A luminous sphere of pure white light formed before him, infused with holy power and righteous intent. With practiced precision, Cao Cao channeled the abilities of boosted gear, utilizing boost and pierce to maximize the orb's potency. With solemn reverence, Cao Cao intoned the incantation of truth idea, his unwavering voice cutting through the chaos. Uspeat, the true holy spear which pierces through God. Suck the ambition of the king of domination, sleeping within me, and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. You announce the will and turn into a glow. As the incantation reached its climax, Cao Cao's spear blazed with incandescent brilliance, its radiance magnified 100-fold by the power of truth idea. Simultaneously, Hanesa found herself weakened by a profound effect, her formidable strength diminishing in the face of Cao Cao's divine intervention. Furthermore, the surrounding area was enveloped in a protective aura, shielding innocence from the impending catastrophe. This version of truth idea had undergone a significant transformation. Aaron, working alongside the God of Christianity, had sought to imbue it with a potent blend of divine will and his own formidable power. The result was an upgraded version, enriched with a wider range of abilities, blessings, and miracles, far exceeding its previous form. Although initially unaware of the need for such enhancement, Cao Cao was thankful for the increased potency it brought him. Sensing an added surge of power, he looked back to see Isatha, who had further bolstered his abilities through her grimoire. A mutual smile passed between them, recognizing their shared determination to confront the looming threat posed by Hanesa. Cao Cao exuded confidence as his meticulously charged attack, infused with a myriad of powers, reached its culmination. With unwavering resolve, He locked eyes with Hanesa, imparting words of wisdom in the face of imminent confrontation. I once had sentiments nearly the same as yours, but expanding one's perspective can fill life with profound meaning, he advised, his tone tinged with compassion. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the full force of his attack upon Hanesa. A colossal beam of radiant, white holy light surged forth, its magnitude unfathomable as it engulfed everything in its path. It tore through the fabric of the city, traversed the reaches of the planet, Centurado. The catastrophic aftermath would have laid waste to a significant portion of the planet's surface. Caught off guard by the swiftness of Cao Cao's attack, Hanesa found herself grievously wounded by his devastating strike. Despite his initial intention to spare her, the blow had proven fatal, a realization that weighed heavily upon him as he knelt beside her, his expression etched with remorse. As he reached for a slime pill, a gesture of mercy in an attempt to mitigate the damage, Isetha intervened, recognizing the futility of their efforts. She's beyond salvation in her current state. Let's relocate her remains to a secure location and ask for Erin's aid in her potential revival. Provided she has not yet been reincarnated, she proposed, her voice tinged with pragmatism. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Cao acquiesced with a solemn nod. Very well, let's ensure her body is safeguarded, then resume our efforts to help others in need, he affirmed, a sense of duty driving him forward despite the weight of his actions. With Honesa's body now in a safe haven, Cao Cao took one last look at her motionless form, uncertain of what lay ahead for her. Whether she slept or had succumbed to death's grasp remained a mystery, weighing heavily on his conscience. But duty beckoned, and with Isetha by his side, he set off for their next destination without hesitation. Close to the orphanage, once a lively estate, now lay in ruins, a solemn reminder of the recent explosions that had shaken the area. In the middle of the destruction stood Erin, Azathoth, and Zoria, having arrived in the aftermath. The rest of the group had scattered throughout the city to address the turmoil and confront their foes. As they walked through the wreckage, Erin's gaze landed on the motionless bodies of several children, including Osmian and his small group of friends. Kneeling next to Osmian's small Bodu, Erin tenderly placed his fingers on the child's forehead. "Can you bring them back?" Zoria asked softly. "No," Erin responded, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Most of the children here have already been reincarnated, their spirits swiftly returning to the cycle of life. Those who remain are waiting for their turn for rebirth. The only one I sense longing for revival is Francis, the caretaker of the orphanage," he explained, standing up with a solemn expression. Silently, Erin continued to advance, his strides leading him to where Francis' lifeless figure rested. Meanwhile, Azathoth came to a stop, capturing Zoria's attention. With a curious tilt of her head, Zoria questioned, "Is something wrong?" Azathoth shook her head, her hand lifting in a commanding motion. The debris shifted around them, exposing more bodies of the departed. As they were revealed, Azathoth directed their movements, guiding them to a clear space where she arranged them in a somber line. With a gentle touch, she closed the eyes of those who still gazed upon the world of the living. Observing Azathoth's actions, Zoria joined in, aiding her in this solemn duty while Erin continued on toward Francis. Upon reaching the elderly man, Erin found him pinned by a fallen beam, with 4 children positioned behind him, as if he had used his own barato to shield them until the very end. "We may not have been close, but Raria will surely be devastated to learn of this," Erin murmured to himself, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But at the very least, you should return." With a touch, Erin caused the steel beam to vanish, simultaneously healing Francis' wounded body and restoring him to life. As Francis' form briefly shimmered with a radiant glow before settling back into stillness, the old man opened his eyes, then blinked, confusion evident in his gaze. Taking in his surroundings, Francis' memories flooded back, and he turned abruptly, his heart sinking at the sight of the children's lifeless forms. With tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, Francis knelt beside them, cradling their still bodies close as he whispered quiet pleas for them to awaken once more, his voice heavy with grief. They cannot be brought back, Aaron gently informed Francis before releasing his alter ego as Zero and revealing his identity. Francis' eyes widened in shock, a glimmer of hope flickering within them. "Outer, God, please bring them back," he pleaded, but Aaron sadly shook his head. "Once they have passed on and reincarnated, I am powerless to intervene," Aaron explained softly. "These children endured much suffering, but now they have the opportunity to find happiness in loving families across different universes," he reassured Francis. For a moment, Francis' expression shifted through a myriad of emotions. Initially angered by Aaron's refusal, his face softened as he absorbed the explanation. Closing his eyes, he accepted the harsh reality before him. At least they're going to find solace with new families who will cherish them, Francis murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "And the others?" "All of them have perished and undergone reincarnation," Aaron explained with a somber tone. "You were the sole survivor, unfortunately." Tears welled in Francis' eyes, but he valiantly held them back, nodding in understanding. Gazing up at Aaron, he posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Why have you come here? While the odds may seem impossible, I wanted to sway this planet and its inhabitants to our cause," Aaron replied earnestly. "In truth, Raria has been taken captive by the Resistance. However, she's been treated with respect and care. We arrived here because during our last mission, we discovered that Eleanor was conducting a recruitment drive, likely aiming to lure me in," he elaborated, extending a hand to help Francis to his feet. The children were gathered and brought to the place where Azathoth had instructed them to line up solemnly. A solemn hush surrounded the group as they stood among the fallen, with Francis openly shedding tears for the departed souls. Aaron offered a comforting hand on his shoulder, silently sharing in the old man's grief. "Madame Eleanor is simply manipulating us?" Francis questioned, his voice tinged with uncertainty after wiping away his tears. "I am hesitant to believe, but something in your words rings. Despite her rank as the 16th, Eleanor possesses a cunning intellect and enjoys a high level of trust from Fumara. One could even consider her Fumara's most confidant aside from Ive and Infursos," Aaron explained, shedding light on the complexities of their situation. "But to address your concerns," Aaron said, his frustration evident, "Eleanor is manipulating numerous individuals for motives that remain shrouded in mystery to many. However, I am certain that today's events are orchestrated solely to provoke a reaction from me. She already succeeded with those children in Hawiln Batteris, but today she's infuriating me once again." Furthermore, he stated, those collaborating with her include Furuk and Unzai-Fi, both of whom have turned their backs on Raria. It's essential that we intervene to stop their schemes. With that said, I will teleport you to a different section of the planet. Please remain there with the others, and we will retrieve you all once our task is complete. Francis absorbed Aaron's words, skepticism mixing with a newfound understanding. The revelation of Furuk and Unzai-Fi's betrayal shook him to the core, leaving him uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in compliance. "Very well. I will place my trust in your words for now. I shall await the resolution of this matter," Francis replied before Aaron whisked him away with a teleportation. With Francis gone, Zoria directed Aaron's attention to the lifeless forms of the children. "What do we do with them?" she inquired, her gaze filled with sorrow. Aaron surveyed the scene before him, feeling the weight of the situation on his shoulders. "I will transport them to another dimension that I possess before we regroup with the others," he decided. With a snap of his fingers, the bodies vanished from sight. Exhaling heavily, he cast a final glance around the desolate surroundings before resolving to move forward. "Let's go," Aaron declared, his voice tinged with anger as he led the way to rejoin their companions. Chapter 23, Part 4. Insanity of Furuk third-person point of view life unfurled with an unusual blend of calm and peril for him. A young lad whose existence was once cloaked in relative comfort until the harsh realities of life began to seep into his awareness. In a planet where peace reigned until the foreboding shadow of Fumara cast its oppressive shroud, the very essence of life underwent an extreme transformation. This world and its inhabitants, known for their latent ability to manipulate time, was seen as a stronghold of power and advantage by its inhabitants. Many of them held the daring belief that they were close to the divine beings of ancient legend, their arrogance thriving in the fertile ground of time manipulation. However, this grand illusion was shattered when Fumara, accompanied by one of her eradicators, descended upon their peaceful home with the intention to dominate. Despite valiant attempts to resist, using their limited control over time as a feeble defense, they found themselves mercilessly crushed beneath the unequivocal rule of Fumara. In the aftermath of Fumara's conquest, the young man's life took a decisive turn. Determined to transcend his natural limitations, he devoted himself to rigorous study and training, aspiring to unleash his innate talents to their fullest potential. His ultimate goal? To spark rebellion and break free from the oppressive shackles that held their world captive. However, despite his tireless efforts and unwavering dedication, his dreams of liberation ultimately crumbled under the weight of harsh reality. He was repeatedly reminded that his endeavors were futile, mere whispers in the wind destined to be drowned out by the racket of tyranny. Confronted with the sobering truth of his predecessor's failures, he found himself disillusioned. Countless souls had dared to dream the same dream, only to meet their death, their aspirations extinguished like weak flames in the rain. These warnings shook the very foundation of his resolve. In the wake of this revelation, he delved into the annals of history, searching for truth within the uncertainty. With each revelation uncovered, the stark reality of their plight bore down upon him, casting a blanket of disillusionment over his once-driven spirit. Resolute in the face of impending disaster, he remained steadfast in his relentless pursuit of mastery, holding on to the faint glimmer of hope that threaded through the chaotic pattern of his planet. Despite the ominous certainty of his eventual demise, he found comfort in the belief that his courageous endeavors, though seemingly futile, granted a semblance of purpose and significance upon his life. At the young age of 16, his skill had already brought him considerable praise, earning admiration from both supporters and family, including his ever-watchful parents. It was on a fateful day, in the middle of the regular rhythms of life on his besieged planet, that an unassuming event occurred, a recruitment drive organized by the organization of Fumara. Empowered by his growing abilities, he made the decision to test his strength against fellow candidates contending for entry into Fumara's regime. While he had no intention of joining their sinister cause, he viewed it as an opportunity to measure his own power and, perhaps, secure a different reward if fortune favored him. Stepping into the arena with confidence, honed through years of training, the initial rounds of the tournament unfolded with a deceptive ease. Confronted by powerful opponents, he found himself truly tested only when he reached the semifinals and finals. In these pivotal matches, he faced enemies of a different caliber, altogether veteran operatives deeply entrenched within Fumara's inner organization. Despite his valiant efforts, their ferocity proved overwhelming, leaving him battered and bloodied after the semifinal bout. Summoning every ounce of strength within him, he pressed onward into the finals, determined to emerge victorious despite the odds stacked against him. In a grueling contest of wills and strength, he ultimately triumphed, though the victory came at a staggering cost, nearly claiming his very life in the process. The harrowing ordeal captured the attention of onlookers, yet their regard for him remained tinged with skepticism, dismissing his valorous struggle as mere folly for succumbing to what they deemed as inferior followers within Fumara's hierarchy. Despite the difficulty he faced and the valor he displayed, he remained relegated to the margins of their perception, viewed through a lens of disdainful indifference. Having emerged victorious from the tournament, the young man found himself at the crossroads of destiny, facing a pivotal choice that would shape his future. Presented with the opportunity to claim any wish as his prize, he deliberated with caution, fully aware of the limitations that bound the realm of possibility. The allure of freedom beckoned tantalizingly, but he recognized the futility of such a request, resigned to the stark reality of his circumstances. Instead, he pragmatically opted to request for money, a tangible advantage that held the promise of easing the burdens weighing upon his family. As life settled back into its familiar rhythm following the culmination of the tournament, he found himself thrust into the spotlight, his deeds garnering newfound attention from admirers and haters alike. Among the crowds of onlookers, an opposition emerged, admirers drawn to the brilliance of his powers, and haters who looked on in envy and resentment, their gaze filled with simmering disdain for his perceived success. Along with the challenges and doubt that filled his days, the young man continued to strive for excellence, dedicating himself to honing his skills in the hope of reaching greatness one day. Then, like a ray of hope cutting through the darkness, destiny intervened in the form of a mysterious visitor, a woman with striking azure locks, whose presence commanded the attention of all who saw her. Initially skeptical of her intentions, the young man prepared himself for another round of scrutiny and doubt, only to be faced with a revelation that shattered his assumptions. In a display of power and skill, he found himself effortlessly outmatched, his every move countered with frustrating precision. As he lay defeated on the ground, grappling with the bitter taste of failure, the mysterious woman introduced herself as Raria, the newly appointed second rank of the formidable Eradicators. Her stern demeanor offered no comfort, only a firm handshake in acknowledgement of their meeting, an encounter that would permanently change the course of his destiny. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, the young man grappled with the harsh reality of his own vulnerability. His once formidable abilities now rendered useless in the face of Raria's overwhelming power, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, with his confidence shattered like fragile glass. "Call me Raria. I am in need of subordinates." Raria's commanding voice cut through the young man's shock, her words carrying a hint of a proposition, "and you will become one of them." Unable to form a coherent response, he remained silent, trying to process the weight of her offer. Raria, unwavering in her demeanor, yet not lacking in empathy, continued, "I want to be a good one, like the fourth ranked." Skepticism glinted in his eyes, a result of past bitter experiences. He cautiously asked, "Can I have some time to consider your offer?" With a nod, Raria agreed, her unwavering gaze conveying patience. "You have until I depart from this planet in a week," she stated firmly, with a hint of patience in her tone. With Raria's departure, the young man was left to grapple with the weight of his decision, his mind swirling with doubt and apprehension. Despite his hesitations, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, fueled by the promising prospect of a brighter future under Raria's mentorship. As he pondered the implications of her offer, his thoughts drifted to the remarkable accomplishments of the fourth-ranked Eradicator, whose compassionate guidance had changed the destinies of entire worlds. Despite the lack of concrete evidence regarding Raria's intentions, he found himself strangely drawn to the potential for change that she represented. Seeking advice from trusted friends and loved ones, he carefully considered their advice in the middle of his own turbulent emotions. With only 2 days left of Raria's visit to their planet, and in the middle of a cacophony of conflicting feelings, he finally made his decision. Embracing the uncertainty of the road ahead, the young man resolved to align himself with Raria, driven by a blend of apprehension and firm optimism. As he stepped forward to accept her offer, he dared to believe that, just maybe, this pivotal choice would pave the way for a future defined not by the shadows of the past, but by the boundless potential of what could be. Approaching Raria with a new sense of determination, the young man found her in the lively atmosphere of a local restaurant, her presence commanding attention even in the middle of the crowd. Have you made a decision? She asked, her gaze piercing yet warm as she took a sip of her drink. Yes, I want to join your cause. Furuk, by the way, he declared, extending his hand in friendship. Raria, second rank of the Eradicators. You'll be my third, Furuk. Welcome aboard, she replied, a smile gracing her features as she accepted his handshake. Surprised to learn that she already had two subordinates, Furuk decided to set aside his questions for now and embrace the opportunity before him. With a nod of acknowledgement, he silently vowed to fully devote himself to their cause. In the following days, as their bond deepened through shared experiences and growing camaraderie, Furuk found himself drawn into Raria's world, captivated by her resolve and vision for the future. Together, they navigated the familiar streets, forging a bond that surpassed the boundaries of their roles. And as they set off on their journey to unknown destinations, Furuk dared to believe that perhaps, in the company of Raria, he had found his purpose. Boarding Raria's spaceship, Furuk felt a heavy unease settle over him like a cloak. Cyroso and Assissa, Raria's subordinates, stood before him with a mix of deference and scrutiny. I have a new recruit, Furuk, Raria announced with authority. Cyroso and Assissa bowed to Raria and then turned their gaze to Furuk, their scrutiny hanging palpably in the air. Assissa broke the tense silence with a blunt assessment. He's weak, she declared, sending a jolt of indignation through Furuk. Caught off guard, Furuk uncomfortably coughed, his bewilderment evident in the furrow of his brow. Being labeled as weak by someone he had just met irked his pride and stirred a latent fear within him. After all, he had no frame of reference for their standards of power, leaving him vulnerable to their judgment. Cyroso, perhaps sensing Furuk's discomfort, interjected with a more measured assessment. He's not weak, but he falls below the threshold of most mid-range fighters in Lady Fumara's arsenal, he explained, with a hint of encouragement. Turning his gaze toward Furuk once more, he continued, however, if he can truly master the feeble time manipulation unique to his species, he will undoubtedly prove to be a valuable asset. Furuk felt a strange mix of emotions inside him, caught between doubt and a spark of resolve in response to Cyroso's evaluation. With a wary inclination of his head, he acknowledged the older man's words, though their meaning remained elusive. Watching Furuk's reaction, Raria's smirk widened, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Well, he's staying, so get used to him. Anyway, we're off. I need at least 6 of you before we start with the various projects and the planets I oversee. Let's go, she declared, her tone brooking no dissent as she swiftly led the way toward the cockpit. Many years had passed since Raria had gathered her subordinates and embarked on the monumental task of rejuvenating her planet. Together, they implemented extensive reforms, dismantling the deep-rooted structures of corruption that had long afflicted their society. Day by day, Furuk grew more skilled under Raria's guidance, learning from the wisdom of Cyroso and Assissa to become an invaluable asset to their cause. However, their routine was disrupted one fateful day when the 16th-ranked Eradicator, Eleanor, descended upon their planet at Raria's request. Entrusting the development of her world to both Eleanor and Furuk, Raria set the stage for a new chapter in their journey. So you were the one who won that tournament, weren't you? Eleanor's gaze bore into Furuk, her scrutiny unsettling. Nervousness gripped Furuk as he stood before the esteemed Eradicator, his words tumbling forth with a stutter. Why, yes, I was. Did Madame Raria tell you? He inquired, his voice betraying his apprehension. No, you may not have known, but I was the one overseeing that planet. And I was there when Lady Fumara took over, Eleanor said casually. But that is all in the past now. Your planet is thriving under our rule. With that being said, Eleanor's voice trailed off, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Do you truly understand the reality of this planet? She asked, leaving Furuk feeling confused. Reality? He echoed, nervously, a sense of unease creeping over him. She studied him for a moment before letting out a light chuckle. It appears that you do not. Come with me. I will bestow upon you a certain power and reveal something truly remarkable, she declared, leading him to a specific location at the heart of the planet. Furyk stood in stunned silence, his mind reeling at the sight before him. What he beheld was beyond his understanding, a mere fragment of something infinitely larger, its nature shrouded in mystery. This is just a small part of this creature, I believe a small section of its tail. Long ago, a certain entity accidentally threw this creature here and let it be. Slowly, it merged with the planet and powered it while also protecting it. Eleanor elucidated cryptically, her words adding to the mystery surrounding the creature. Creature? What is it called? And who is the being? And what are they called? Centurato, the mere touch of it could drain the very essence of your life. Unless, of course, you have been marked as its chosen wielder, Eleanor cautioned, her tone icy, causing Furyk to quickly pull back his hand. As for the name of this artifact, according to Ive, it is known as Gatoros, the Astrodroid Sentinel, she continued, her words carrying a weight of solemnity. Gatoros, Furyk whispered in awe, the name igniting a strange sense of recognition within him, and the beings akin to it are referred to as Celestials. The one specifically responsible for creating Gatoros, even if it was an accidental creation, is known as Gear Father, sovereign of steel and circuitry. They were mightier than the old-era gods, but weaker than Lady Fumara and Master Magnum Tenebrosum, Eleanor explained, a trace of yearning evident in her voice. Celestials, Gear Father, Furyk echoed, his mind buzzing with a newfound knowledge and intrigue. Why are you divulging these details to me? He inquired, his curiosity sparked by Eleanor's unexpected revelation. You are about to become its first wielder. No one has ever successfully wielded it before. But after learning how to control it from Ive, I have decided to pass it on to you. I have too many projects and responsibilities to handle on my own, so I am entrusting it to you along with an additional power to assist you, Eleanor declared firmly as she reached out toward Furyk. Although taken aback by the sudden intensity of her touch, Furyk remained composed, his senses overwhelmed as a strange green glowing energy surrounded him entirely. Along with it came a flood of information, facts, and insights about the vast multiverse, broadening his understanding beyond the limits of his previous knowledge. As the energy faded and Eleanor released her hold, a sense of empowerment surged through Furyk, mingling with a newfound sense of purpose. Now, touch it and become its new master, Eleanor ordered, her voice conveying the weight of anticipation. Furyk stood there for a few moments, his mind racing with the implications of what had just occurred. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in silent determination, reaching out to make contact with the crystal-like protrusion emerging from Gatoros' tail. The moment Furyk's hand connected with Gatoros, a surge of energy pulsed through him, intertwining with the newfound power bestowed upon him by Eleanor. In that instant, Gatoros sensed his potential as a master and accepted him without hesitation. As Furyk's mind was flooded with even more information, his eyes widened in awe. Despite the overwhelming flood of knowledge, a smile crept across his face, a smile that exuded a newfound sense of confidence and determination, one that Eleanor had hoped to evoke. I am grateful, Madame Eleanor. With this new power, I feel like I can achieve so much more, Furyk expressed, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. A radiant green glow enveloped Furyk's hand, suffused with the pulsating energy of his newfound abilities. With a subtle flicker, the glow dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Thank you again. I will make use of this and come here more often. May I know the coordinates? He inquired, his gaze fixed expectantly upon Eleanor. Eleanor gave a nod, gently tapping Furyk's forehead once more as she shared the coordinates with him. With a strong sense of purpose, she turned away, her words filled with amusement. We will be leaving now. I plan to stay on this planet for a few years, supporting all of you and helping you gain complete mastery of this creature. Now come with me. We have work to do, she declared, her gaze steady as she set off on her journey. Yes, Furyk replied, his smirk widening with newfound resolve. This marked a significant turning point in Furuk's journey. With renewed power and purpose flowing through him, he began a path of transformation. Before long, Furuk started to gather his own covert group, naming them the Silorex Mages. United by a common vision and empowered by their individual strengths, they would carve their own destiny amidst the ever-changing tides of fate. Cao Cao and Isetha made their way to the final stronghold of the Silorex Mages. As they delved deeper into the building, they encountered a lone figure standing in their path. Upon seeing them, he greeted them with a friendly wave. "Ah, it appears you have been quite active in destroying our bases today," he said, his tone tinged with amusement. This unknown man had short brown hair and matching eyes. He was clad in a flowing gray robe adorned with gilded trimmings. Underneath, he wore a lighter-hued robe, along with gray trousers and knee-high brown boots. "And who might you be?" asked Cao Cao, pointing his spear at the newcomer. "I am Hamel, a lieutenant in the service of Lord Furuk, and one of the esteemed leaders of the Silorex Mages," he replied, summoning a grimoire in shades of brown and gold, its pages fluttering feverishly beside him. "Why partake in such actions?" Isetha inquired, her grimoire in hand, energy swirling around her. Hamel's smile faltered, replaced by a hint of sorrow. "I did not willingly choose this path. My allegiance belongs to Lord Furuk, and I owe him my life. Thus, I am compelled to be involved in this conflict. As for his motivations, they are born from a multitude of reasons." "And were those reasons?" pressed Isetha, as ethereal creatures of pink energy materialized behind her. "Over the years, his mental state has steadily deteriorated," Hamel confessed, his voice heavy with remorse. "As one of his closest confidants, I have witnessed this decline firsthand. The cause remains a mystery to me, but I suspect that his association with Madame Eleanor exacerbated his descent into madness. She must have wielded some influence over him," he concluded with a somber tone. "Always that troublesome woman," Isetha spat, her frustration evident. "Why not abandon this futile endeavor and stand with us?" she implored. Hamel pulled back a portion of his robe, revealing a prominent tattoo adorning his neck, a depiction of a serpent dragon consuming its own tail. "Lord Furuk bound me to his cause through a pact, leaving me no choice but to fight," he disclosed grimly, the weight of his predicament evident. "Else, I face the dire consequences," he added, conjuring magic circles behind him. "An Ouroboros dragon," Isetha murmured, her gaze fixed on the tattoo. "The symbol of infinity, much like Ophis," Cao Cao remarked thoughtfully. "Ah, so you're familiar with it as well?" Hamel replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Lord Furuk acquired this knowledge from another world, referencing the endless cycle of life," he elaborated, his demeanor tinged with intrigue. "The Ouroboros symbolizes a serpent or dragon devouring its own tail. It is commonly seen as representing cyclical renewal and infinity in various cultures and belief systems. It is believed to signify the never-ending cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And in alchemy, it is a symbol of the merging of opposites and the continual cycle of change. The Ouroboros has also been linked to ideas such as eternity, eternal recurrence, and the interconnectedness of all things. Its meaning has been understood in diverse ways across different contexts, but it generally conveys the concept of endless cycles and the interconnectedness of existence. All right, let's not waste any time. No hard feelings, but if you spare me, I might reconsider my allegiance, especially since this tattoo won't last forever," Hamel quipped before launching a relentless barrage of magic attacks at them. Isetha quickly commanded two of her energy animal constructs into action. One transformed into a crocodile, intercepting a significant portion of the onslaught by swallowing it whole. The other took the form of a frog, skillfully using its tongue to snatch the attacks mid-air, reminiscent of the lasso techniques used by cowboys. Undeterred by Isetha's defensive maneuvers, Hamel summoned a cannon from the depths of darkness behind him, relentlessly bombarding both Cao Cao and Isetha. Finally, Chow Chow sprang into action, slicing apart the cannonballs forged from darkness with his Aradoval, all while wielding the true Longinus balance breaker Polar Knight, Longinus Chakravartin. His spear aimed straight at Hamel, swiftly extending towards him. However, Hamel, using wind magic to enhance his speed, narrowly evaded it, though not without consequence, as a trickle of blood escaped from a small wound on his arm. Undeterred, Hamel conjured several blades of light around him, enshrouding them in darkness before launching them toward Chow Chow, imbuing them with additional speed using wind magic. Attempting to ensnare Chow Chow with shadowy hands, Hamel found his efforts impeded by the radiant light emitted from Chow Chow's spear, which swiftly obliterated the shadows. With ease, Chow Chow effortlessly sliced apart the blades of light, displaying remarkable composure in the face of danger. He then lunged towards Hamel, closing the distance between them in a single swift motion, and swung his spear with precision. Anticipating the attack, Hamel countered by unleashing a burst of scorching steam towards Chow Chow through a meticulously drawn magic circle. This maneuver not only propelled him away from Chow Chow's reach, but also served as an offensive tactic against his assailant. A faint aura surrounded Chow Chow's body, creating a protective barrier that lessened the force of the attack, preventing it from causing significant harm. Undeterred, Chow Chow quickly propelled himself towards Hamel once again, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Anticipating Chow Chow's move, Hamel braced himself, preparing to counter the imminent attack. However, as he turned to face where Chow Chow was expected to reappear, he found nothing but empty space. Panic began to grip Hamel as he frantically scanned his surroundings, unable to locate his elusive opponent. Caught off guard by his distraction, a rhino formed from Isaetha's pink energy charged at him, crashing into his abdomen with formidable bravado. The brutal impact knocked the wind out of him and left him visibly injured. His multilayered defensive magic circle held strong, preventing any significant breach of his defenses. Despite being thrown back with considerable bravado, Hamel quickly regained his composure, floating in the air while casting his gaze downward at Isaetha. Despite his defensive measures, he still felt lingering pain in his stomach, a reminder of the shockwave unleashed by the rhino's impact. Without warning, a powerful kick slammed into Hamel's cheek, sending him tumbling through the air once more. Before he could fully comprehend what had happened, he felt sharp, stabbing pains attacking multiple areas of his body. With a dazed realization, he saw the figure responsible for his predicament, Chow Chow, standing with a look of indifference on his face. As he surveyed his own injured body, Hamel saw the unsettling sight of his defenses being breached by Chow Chow's spear and attacks. A mix of pain and disappointment filled him as he grunted audibly. Clearly, my supposed defenses were no match for such attacks. Hamel lamented internally, his thoughts reflecting his physical discomfort as he landed heavily on the ground, burdened by the weight of his injuries. Examining the numerous puncture wounds across his body, he realized that they had been strategically placed, meant not to deliver a deadly blow but to hinder and incapacitate him. If you continue, you'll only exhaust yourself further. It would be wise to surrender now, Chow Chow remarked stoically as he touched down in front of Hamel. Determined to press on, Hamel defiantly enveloped himself in shadows and darkness, staunchly halting the flow of blood from his wounds. "This is not enough. I must continue to fight," Hamel declared resolutely, his voice laced with determination, "even if it means losing a limb or two before this tattoo fades." With a sudden backward fall, Hamel vanished into the shadows, only to reappear above Chow Chow, launching himself downwards with arms cloaked in darkness. However, Chow Chow remained unfazed by the tactic, effortlessly sidestepping the attack with practiced ease. Undeterred, Hamel retreated once more into the shadows, repeating the cycle of attacks several times. Intermingling various elemental magic attacks with his shadowy strikes, he sought to catch Chow Chow off guard. Yet, Chow Chow remained stoic, effortlessly evading each attack with minimal effort, showcasing his unparalleled agility and skill. What Cao Cao was trying to replicate was the elusive Ultra Instinct technique he had witnessed Aaron Rossweiss and Sona Citri master. Cao Cao dedicated himself to emulating its mysterious powers. Despite his persistent endeavors, success remained just out of reach. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his persistence, prepared to devote the rest of his life to the pursuit. While he had not yet achieved the use of Ultra Instinct, Cao Cao had managed to develop a semblance of the technique, albeit a less potent version. Using this partial replication, he continued to evade Hamel's relentless attacks with remarkable agility, striving to match the fluidity and intuition of the elusive technique. Growing tired of the relentless assault, Cao Cao finally reached his limit. As Hamel emerged from yet another shadowy portal in the air, Cao Cao seized the opportunity, censuring his movements visibly shaken by the impact of Cao Cao's counterattack. Cao Cao raised his spear, tapping it purposefully against the ground, momentarily bewildering Hamel. However, his bewilderment quickly turned into a sharp, searing pain as he felt a sensation coursing through his right arm. Looking down, his eyes widened in shock as he saw the terrible injury he had sustained. Despite the sudden loss, Hamel's reaction was unexpectedly lighthearted. "Well, I suppose I did ask for it, didn't I?" he remarked casually, a hint of amusement in his tone, despite the seriousness of the situation. With a calm demeanor, he proceeded to use fire magic to cauterize the wound, his expression contorting in discomfort as he endured the intense pain of the process. Although he flinched and squinted throughout, he remained resolute, determined to address the injury swiftly and effectively. "As you suggested, I merely followed through," Cao Cao retorted, his tone indifferent as he acknowledged Hamel's remark. "Rest assured, I can heal your wounds once this ordeal is over." Hamel nodded in acknowledgement before the two enemies resumed their fierce combat. Meanwhile, Isatha observed from the sidelines, witnessing the intense exchange between the two combatants. Over the course of several minutes, Cao Cao gradually wore down Hamel's defenses, relentlessly pressing the attack until finally he landed a decisive blow that left Hamel unable to continue fighting. Exhausted and wounded, Hamel collapsed onto the ground, his breaths labored as he sat, bravado and wounded. Suddenly, Hamel's tattoo began to emit a haunting glow, signaling the start of a terrifying event. Before he could utter a word, a powerful explosion struck him. Both Cao Cao and Isatha stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered by the grim scene playing out before them. They had never envisioned such a merciless end for Hamel, especially at the hands of their own leader. Furyk's betrayal cut deeper than they could have ever imagined, leaving them reeling in disbelief at the terrible outcome. A stark reminder of the treachery that had unfolded before their eyes. "Did that really just happen?" Isatha's voice quivered with disbelief as she struggled to come to terms with the gruesome scene before her. Cao Cao's expression darkened with a frown as he confirmed Isatha's question with a solemn nod. "I have to confront this Furyk person and give him a good punch," he declared, his eyes flashing with resolve and a hint of anger. Standing in solidarity beside Cao Cao, Isatha voiced her agreement. Indeed, Furyk likely anticipated such a turn of events, especially considering Hamel's wavering commitment to their cause and mission. Acknowledging Isatha's observation with a silent nod, Cao Cao offered a silent prayer for Hamel before they both turned away from the grim scene and departed. With resolve in their hearts, they embarked on their journey to confront Furyk and hold him accountable for his betrayal. Zoria and Azathoth came across Unzai-Fi and Anrenwu accompanied by the ruins in the southern part of the city. Upon their arrival, Anrenwu promptly shifted into a defensive stance, her face contorted with fury. "Why have you brought such devastation to our city?" Anrenwu demanded, her voice sharp with accusation. "We had no part in this destruction," Zoria responded, her tone tinged with confusion. "Lies!" Anrenwu retorted vehemently, her anger escalating. "Unzai-Fi has exposed your treachery, claiming you planted the bombs and that the Resistance intends to annihilate our planet. Unzi-Fi stood nearby, a smug grin playing across his face as he observed the confrontation. He knew well of Anren Wu's unwavering loyalty and stubborn nature, confident that she would unquestioningly side with him over the fake recruits before her. Anren Wu wasted no time in launching herself towards Zoria and Azathoth with a look of fury, her movements swift and fueled by a potent combination of light blue and green energy. With a powerful leap, she soared towards them, executing a spinning maneuver before delivering a devastating leg strike that shattered the ground upon impact. Reacting instantly, both Azathoth and Zoria evaded the attack, leaping away to safety. Yet, Anren Wu remained relentless, her pursuit driven by an unseen compulsion that propelled her forward without hesitation. As Azathoth and Zoria exchanged a knowing glance, Zoria understood the unspoken message conveyed by her companion. With a speedy motion, Zoria landed gracefully on the ground, immediately launching herself towards Unzi-Fi, who awaited her arrival with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Anren Wu continued her onslaught against Azathoth, her strikes relentless and unyielding. Despite her best efforts, she found herself bewildered by Azathoth's seemingly effortless evasion. In a surreal and almost cinematic manner, Azathoth gracefully sidestepped each attack with minimal movement, leaving Anren Wu puzzled and off-balance in the middle of the flurry of blows. Anren Wu's power surged as she leapt away, channeling her energies to a heightened intensity. A fusion of blue and green energies swirled around her, culminating in a powerful explosion that engulfed her surroundings. Undeterred by the destruction, she charged back towards Azathoth with renewed vigor, her presence causing further devastation to the already battered environment. With remarkable speed, Anren Wu appeared directly in front of Azathoth, poised to strike. Yet, despite her ferocious attack, Azathoth remained unmoved, her demeanor calm and composed. Once again, Azathoth effortlessly evaded Anren Wu's attack, sidestepping her powerful blow with apparent ease. The force of the missed strike unleashed a fearsome shockwave that tore through the surrounding structures, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Despite Anren Wu's relentless onslaught, Azathoth continued to evade her attacks with an air of indifference, leaving her enemy frustrated and perplexed by her seemingly unbothered expression, along with her agility and reflexes. As Anren Wu relentlessly pursued her opponent, her mounting frustration and confusion mirrored each unsuccessful strike. Despite utilizing all her techniques and fighting at her utmost capacity, her attacks continued to miss their mark, ruined by Azathoth's uncanny evasion. Reflecting on her past training under the tutelage of the 4th-ranked Eradicator, Anren Wu recalled the techniques she had learned and the moments when she had successfully landed blows on her former mentor. Although she acknowledged that he may have held back his strength during their training sessions, she had gained valuable experience and honed her combat skills. Now facing an opponent whom she perceived to be of equal or greater strength than her former mentor, Anren Wu unleashed her full power without reservation. Yet, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to connect with her opponent, leaving her bewildered and questioning the efficacy of her attacks against Azathoth. The sense of futility she experienced in the face of Azathoth's seemingly insurmountable defenses left her grappling with uncertainty and frustration, unsure of how to overcome the formidable obstacle before her. "Do you truly believe his words?" Azathoth's voice sliced through the chaos of their battle, causing Anren Wu to briefly hesitate in her attack. Unperturbed by the interruption, Anren Wu pressed on with her assault, her resolve unyielding. "Yes, why should I trust any of you when you've deceived us from the very beginning, including Lady Raria?" she declared vehemently, her fury and frustration propelling her forward. Azathoth regarded her with a serene expression, her gaze piercing. In a moment that defied comprehension, Anren Wu suddenly found herself collapsing to the ground, her senses reeling as her vision swam and dimmed. Stunned and disoriented, Anren Wu looked up at Azathoth, struggling to make sense of the sudden turn of events. Before she could regain her bearings, Azathoth spoke with steady authority. "I am Azathoth, the original ruler of the Omniverse. You will never touch me," she declared, her voice resonating with power. With a decisive motion, Azathoth reached out and touched Anren Wu's head, flooding her consciousness with a deluge of information. In an instant, Anren Wu's mind was inundated with the truth of what had transpired, exposing the hidden scheming and deception that had brought them to this pivotal moment. As Anren Wu's mind overflowed with the information, Azathoth carefully withheld certain details, mindful of not overwhelming her fragile state of mind. Choosing to follow Aren's directive to spare Anren Wu's life, Azathoth decided to share knowledge instead of delivering swift retribution. Anren Wu's shock was evident as she processed the revelations, her mind struggling with the weight of the truth. Learning about the real Cyroso's death only added to her turmoil, leaving her overwhelmed with despair. "Why? I don't understand. It's Madame Eleanor's fault. It's all for her sick entertainment." Anren Wu's voice trembled with despair, her words capturing the devastating realization of the extent of the deception and manipulation that had ensnared them all. In the face of Anren Wu's despair, Azathoth remained composed, silently acknowledging the pain and confusion that now consumed her. Despite the option to end Anren Wu's life, Azathoth chose instead to provide her with a glimpse of the truth, leaving the burden of understanding and acceptance in Anren Wu's hands. The look of despair on Anren Wu's face turned into seething anger as she struggled to stand, her rage overpowering her physical weakness. But before she could confront Unzai-Fi, Azathoth swiftly intervened, catching her before she could move forward. With a strong hold on Anren Wu, Azathoth asked a pointed question, her demeanor composed yet expectant. "What will you do now?" Gritting her teeth with anger, Anren Wu's voice trembled with fury as she spoke. "I need answers." That revelation was too detailed to be fabricated. Depending on the truth behind it, I may be willing to form a temporary alliance with your group. Recognizing the sincerity in Anren Wu's words, Azathoth nodded silently before extending her healing powers to restore Anren Wu's strength. With her body now healed, Anren Wu wasted no time in dashing toward Zoria and Unzai-Fi, her pursuit of answers driving her forward with renewed purpose. Unzai-Fi's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift, his once charming facade replaced by a chillingly sinister grin that made Zoria feel a bit uneasy. With fierce intensity, Unzai-Fi launched a series of magic attacks toward Zoria, his expression twisted with a mix of malice and desperation. However, to his surprise, Zoria effortlessly countered each magic attack with her own divine magic, her movements minimal yet precise. Accompanied by the chaos unfolding around them, Unzai-Fi's focus remained fixed on Zoria, his erratic behavior betraying his inner turmoil. "Come now, don't be so silent. This is a momentous occasion, don't you think?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration as he continued his relentless assault. Zoria remained silent, her focus steady as she sensed the approaching presence of two familiar auras. With calm resolve, she chose not to engage in verbal banter with Unzai-Fi, recognizing the urgency of the situation unfolding before them. Instead, she prepared herself for the imminent arrival of their unexpected guests. Unzai-Fi seethed with frustration as Zoria remained unaffected by his mockery. Turning to his avian companion, Hattie, he issued a command with a touch of irritation. "Mr. Hattie, why don't you give her a bit of a performance?" Unzai-Fi instructed, his voice tinged with impatience. With a sharp chirp, Hattie complied, flying off Unzai-Fi's shoulder and positioning himself in front of Zoria. Letting out another piercing cry, Hattie summoned enormous white lightning beside him, directing it towards Zoria with a fierce intensity. In response, Zoria calmly conjured a futuristic gun in her hands, her expression unchanging as she took aim and fired precise shots at the incoming lightning attacks. With impeccable accuracy, She obliterated each lightning bolt the moment it drew near, effortlessly neutralizing the threat posed by Hattie's attacks. Having repelled the attacks with ease, Zoria ceased firing and turned her gaze towards Unzai-Fi and Hattie, her demeanor composed yet resolute, with a silent challenge in her eyes. She awaited their next move, prepared to face whatever attacks they threw her way. Unzai-Fi's frustration reached its boiling point as Zoria continued to maintain her stoic demeanor, her lack of response only serving to further aggravate him. "I detest those who remain emotionless and stoic," Unzai-Fi muttered, his irritation evident as he glared at Zoria. "How could a mere conventional weapon repel my attacks? It defies all logic," he grumbled, his frustration mounting. Suddenly, both Unzai-Fi and Hattie vanished from sight, only to reappear behind and above Zoria respectively. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of close-range attacks, catching Zoria off guard. The resulting explosion sent them both flying backward, a satisfied grin spreading across Unzai-Fi's face as he observed the aftermath of their attacks. However, his triumphant expression quickly faltered as he realized that Zoria remained unscathed by the explosion. Confusion mingled with panic as Hattie chirped in alarm, prompting Unzai-Fi to turn around and witness Zoria's godly resilience. Despite his efforts, it became clear that Zoria was not so easily defeated, leaving Unzai-Fi to reassess his approach with a newfound sense of uncertainty. Stepping forward with annoyance, the figure of Zoria in front of him suddenly flickered, like a glitch in a digital display, before vanishing in a small explosion reminiscent of a technical malfunction. Cinceredo, trying to tap into his inner power to start the healing process, he encountered an unexpected barrier, stopping his efforts. "What in the world?" he exclaimed, frustration and confusion mingling in his voice. "How could she have used such a technique to stop my healing abilities? And this healing ability is from a different world. So how does that work?" Frantically scanning his surroundings, Unzai-Fi's eyes darted around while Hattie quickly erected a protective barrier of swirling wind around them. Although the barrier offered some semblance of safety, it did little to ease Unzai-Fi's growing apprehension. Despite the clear view provided by the barrier, Zoria remained elusive, her presence seemingly cloaked from his sight. Another invisible attack struck the barrier with unyielding force, shattering it into a flurry of wind fragments, leaving Unzai-Fi reeling in disbelief. "Hattie, maintain the barrier," he commanded urgently, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "I have to find her." Frantically, he scanned his surroundings, his mind racing as he simultaneously summoned intricate magic circles in a desperate attempt to unveil Zoria's hidden position. Yet, despite his efforts, the relentless barrage of attacks continued without pause. Each new barrier erected by Hattie crumbled under the unrelenting assault, sapping their combined strength and stamina with every passing moment. As exhaustion gripped his muscles and fatigue threatened to overpower him, Unzai-Fi's panic surged to new heights. "Where is that wretched woman?" he seethed inwardly, his frustration boiling over as he persisted in searching for Zoria through the intricate patterns of his magic circles. Then, without warning, Zoria appeared before them, her presence fleeting yet unmistakable. With a mocking gesture, she flashed a peace sign before vanishing once more into the ether. Cinceredo, shattering every barrier built by Hattie with unrelenting precision. With each relentless attack, Hattie's endurance faltered, his fatigued form collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, drained by the constant demand to summon protection. Unzai-Fi's patience finally snapped, a surge of vibrant energy engulfing his being as he leaped to Hattie's side, wrapping him in a protective hold. "Well, just wipe out everything from this place," he declared fervently, his voice brimming with anger, only to be abruptly interrupted by a vicious blow to his face. Cinceredo and Anren Wu, her countenance twisted with unmistakable rage as she advanced menacingly towards him. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Unzai-Fi's manner changed abruptly, the mask of charm and composure giving way to a raw intensity. How about you tell me? You took Cyroso's life, didn't you? Anrin Wu retorted, her voice echoing with a simmering anger that matched the seismic impact of her every step, fracturing the earth beneath her. Unzai frowned at the display, his smile turning into a grimace before blooming into a mocking smirk. Oh, so you've heard about it, have you? He teased, the glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, I was the one who killed him just last night. A necessary removal of an aging relic, he scoffed callously. It was about time the decaying old geezer finally died. Anrin Wu's eyes blazed with righteous indignation at his heartless confession. Cyroso held a special place in her heart, his efficiency tempered by kindness resonating deeply with her own values. His death, relayed to her by Azathoth, struck her to the core, evoking memories of another mentor, Virion. The combination of loss and betrayal fueled the flames of her fury, propelling her towards Unzai. Caught off guard by Anrin Wu's sudden attack, Unzai staggered backward as her knees struck his face, sending him reeling through the air. But, to his resilient nature, he quickly regained his balance and fought back with a series of magical attacks aimed at his assailant. Anrin Wu, driven by an unyielding fury, surrounded herself in a swirling aura of green and blue energy, effortlessly deflecting Unzai's attacks. Sensing an opportunity, she launched herself at him once more, showcasing her formidable strength as her foot collided with his chest, Centurado, who tended to his wounds with her healing powers before gently lulling him into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Unzai returned to the fight, his eyes burning with a newfound fury, prepared to face his adversaries with renewed purpose. Give Hattie back to me. Unzai's voice quivered with a hint of desperation, his plea tinged with a vulnerability rarely seen in him. Don't hold out hope, Unzai. Your betrayal runs deep, not only against us but against Madame Raria and the promise you once swore, Anrin Wu retorted, her words dripping with righteous anger as the telltale green and blue tattoos etched themselves across her skin, a visual manifestation of her burgeoning power. Unzai's laughter cut through the tension like a jagged blade. You're actually using that technique? You're playing with fire, Anrin Wu. If you use it, then you'll meet your death in the end. As the final tattoo appeared above Anrin Wu's heart, signaling the end of the technique, Azathoth observed with a solemn recognition. It's similar to the 8 gates. Perplexed, Zoria turned to Azathoth, her expression clouded with confusion. What do you mean? She inquired, seeking clarity amidst the chaos. Azathoth's response was cryptic yet laden with significance. It's of no consequence to you. Pay it no mind, she dismissed, a shadow of concern flickering across her features. With an astonishing speed, Anrin Wu disappeared from view, her presence announced only by the powerful strike that struck Unzai, the sheer impact of her blow knocking him back and sending him flying. The incredible strength behind her hit left the surrounding area damaged, a testament to her overwhelming power. Unperturbed by the chaos, Anrin Wu's eyes focused on the barren landscape beyond, where the desolate terrain quaked under the shockwave of her punch, molding the very earth with its ferocity. Certain that no innocent bystanders remained, she unleashed her power without restraint, knowing that the residents had been safely evacuated. With her anger still swirling inside of her, Anrin Wu pursued Unzai through the chaos, resolute as she watched his battered yet defiant form. Do you really believe this is enough to defeat me? Think again. He bellowed in defiance, summoning massive green constructs formed from his own energy, a proof to his unyielding spirit in the face of impending death. At the peak of their tension, the swirling green energy around Unzai intensified, his eyes locked onto Anrin Wu with a dead-eye stare. With a primal scream piercing through the area, he charged forward, unleashing a cascade of magic circles that filled the sky with a dazzling show of arcane power. Anrin Wu met his onslaught head-on, her own momentum propelling her as she deflected and destroyed the magical attacks raining down upon her. Despite her remarkable resilience, a few stray attacks found their mark, causing fleeting bursts of pain to pierce her body. Yet, with a burning rage within her, she pressed forward, the dull ache of her injuries a minor inconvenience in the face of her resolve. Once again closing the distance between them, Anren Wu hurled herself at Un Zai-Fi, aiming her fist for his cheek in a repeat of their previous clash. To her surprise, Un Zai-Fi's grin remained firm as he met her blow with a brutal headbutt, the sickening crunch of bone meeting bone reverberating through the air. With a savage twist, he unleashed a point-blank blast of green energy, sending Anren Wu hurtling away with tremendous bravado. As Anren Wu gathered her strength for another attack, the toll of her technique became increasingly apparent, her powers waning as exhaustion gnawed at her reserves. Despite her heavy breaths, her resolve remained unbroken, her gaze fixed firmly on Un Zai-Fi, who was consumed by manic laughter, his desperate cries for Hattie echoing through the chaotic battlefield. Undeterred by the looming threat of defeat, Anren Wu surged forward once more, engaging Un Zai-Fi in a fierce duel. Recognizing his newfound advantage, she suppressed the rising panic within her, channeling her focus into enhancing the speed and precision of her strikes. With each calculated movement, she closed the distance between them, landing blows with increasing accuracy and ferocity. A sharp strike to the cheek, a swift kick to the leg, and a resounding smack to his side, each blow landed with precision, forcing Un Zai-Fi onto the defensive as he struggled to parry her relentless assault. Yet, despite her mounting success, Anren Wu could feel the strain of her technique weighing heavily upon her body and spirit. Un Zai-Fi, sensing her vulnerability, succumbed to a sinister snicker, his derision evident as he taunted her with mocking laughter. But in the middle of the chaos and uncertainty, Anren Wu remained steadfast, her willpower unyielding as she pressed forward, resolved to overcome both her enemy and the limitations of her own power. Un Zai-Fi's taunts went unheard as Anren Wu's strength of mind remained firm, fueled by a higher purpose. With conviction, she met his arrogance with a bold declaration, her words resonating with the depth of her loyalty to Raria. Even if I were to die today, I will not go down without dragging you with me. That is the least I can do for Madame Raria, she declared, her resolve igniting a surge of power within her as she struck Un Zai-Fi in the stomach, drawing a shocked gasp from him. Before he could speak again, Anren Wu delivered a punishing headbutt, sending him crashing to the ground in a daze. With practiced precision, she formed a triangle with her hands, channeling her energy into a terrifyingly large beam of green and blue energy that surged towards Un Zai-Fi with unstoppable force. Caught off guard by her sudden attack, Un Zai-Fi's attempts to react were futile as the beam collided with him, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the surrounding area in a maelstrom of destruction. The earth trembled beneath the onslaught of power, the landscape reshaped by the ferocity of her clash as Un Zai-Fi's laughter was silenced by the overwhelming bravado of Anren Wu's final, decisive blow. Anren Wu was astonished by the severity of Un Zai-Fi's defeat, yet Un Zai-Fi, somehow, remained remarkably alive. She hovered momentarily in disbelief before abruptly plummeting to the ground, clutching her heart as it raced with a fervor that signaled impending doom, a consequence of her technique's exertion. Azathoth and Zoria loomed over her, their gazes fixed upon her prone form. Zoria's face betrayed concern, contrasting sharply with Azathoth's characteristic indifference, her face devoid of emotion. "Do you want to keep living?" Azathoth inquired, her tone devoid of inflection, almost mechanical. This unexpected offer caught Zoria off guard, her surprise evident in her expression. Anren Wu gazed up at Azathoth, extending her trembling hand. I wish to survive," she murmured, her voice strained with desperation. "I am willing to serve you, even as your subordinate, outer god." Azathoth held her gaze for a fleeting moment before acknowledging Anren Wu's plea with a solemn nod. Bending down, Censuredo, only to awaken moments later as her heart's rhythm stabilized to a more tranquil pace. With her eyes fluttering open, she fixed her gaze upon Azathoth as she began, but her words were preemptively silenced by the former ruler of the Omniverse. "You're not bound to me," Azathoth interjected, her tone measured. "Aaron has instructed us to ensure your survival. Hence, I merely facilitated your healing. What path you choose from here on is yours to determine." With that, Azathoth straightened up, directing her attention towards the still barely conscious Unzi-Fi, who mumbled incomprehensible gibberish nearby. Anren Wu stared at Azathoth for a brief moment, acknowledging her with a nod before rising to her feet and advancing towards Unzi-Fi. Azathoth and Zoria followed suit, accompanying her. In a sudden burst of movement, Hattie leaped away from Zoria's side, bounding over to Unzi-Fi and showering him with affectionate licks. "Hattie!" "Hattie's returned," Unzi-Fi murmured, his attention consumed by the loyal bird-like creature, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the three women. "Why'd you take such action?" Anren Wu inquired, her gaze steady as she fixed it upon Unzi-Fi. Unzi-Fi remained silent for a prolonged moment, engrossed in playful interaction with Hattie, who appeared increasingly weaker. Eventually, he lifted his gaze to meet theirs. Hattie nestled against his chest. His expression bore a sense of resignation as he regarded them. "I had my own reasons, not just because of Furuk," Unzi-Fi began, his voice wavering as he faced his impending end. "I don't have much time, but Madame Eleanor led me to one of them. Beings conspiring against Madame Fumara and Master Magnum Tenebrosum. She called them Shashu, the Lord of Endings, and the Eternal Emptiness, Nullium Argentum," he murmured before succumbing to death's embrace. Hattie, perched on his chest, withered away as well as Unzi-Fi passed, a sudden and unforeseen twist. "Shashu, the Lord of Endings, and the Eternal Emptiness, Nullium Argentum? What? Who are they?" Anren Wu questioned, her gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Unzi-Fi. Turning to Azathoth, she asked, "Do you have any knowledge of these beings?" Azathoth met Anren Wu's gaze with a curt nod. "They are remnants of the ancient era within your universe. Fumara attempted to erase them from history, but their existence persists as long as reality persists. They are unchangeable unless we, the outer gods, intervene. If you need more insight, Aaron would be the one to consult," she explained, although Anren Wu found the explanation somewhat lacking. She acknowledged Azathoth's words with a grateful nod before expressing her intention to confront her remaining colleagues. Helipos, Assissa, the imposter Cyroso, and Furuk still remain. We must stop their plans, assuming Helipos and Assissa are indeed complicit in this rebellion, she declared. Meanwhile, Zoria shifted her attention to a holographic display emanating from her wrist, providing valuable information. "For what I can see, Assissa is engaged in a dispute with Furuk and Cyroso, while Helipos is engaged in combat with Latia. Essena has ventured to aid the inhabitants of this city in their recovery at a different dimension," she reported. Anren Wu fixed her gaze on Zoria and nodded decisively. "I want both of you to accompany me to confront Assissa, Cyroso, and Furuk. Given our current alliance, your presence would be invaluable," she affirmed, to which both Zoria and Azathoth consented. Preparing for potential conflict, Zoria inquired about their course of action in the event of a fight. Anren Wu pondered briefly before responding, her tone with no room for refusal. "Our response will depend upon the unfolding circumstances, but I will align myself with those who seek to preserve the well-being of this city and planet," she declared. With a nod of understanding, Zoria dismissed the holographic display, readying herself for their next move. "Very well, let us proceed," she affirmed, initiating their teleportation to the designated location without hesitation. Upon their arrival, Anren Wu wasted no time in confronting Assissa and the fake Cyroso, her urgency palpable. "Where's Furuk?" she demanded, her voice edged with concern. The fake Cyroso feigned innocence, attempting to deceive with a casual demeanor. "He departed moments ago." "What's the matter?" he replied, but Anren Wu saw through the charade, her accusation cutting through the facade. "Enough with the lies. The real Cyroso is dead, and you're nothing but a fake created by Furuk. Why is he doing this?" Anren Wu's accusation reverberated through the air, catching the imposter off guard. Yet, to her dismay, his reaction revealed a sinister satisfaction, his guise no longer necessary. Assisa, taken aback by this revelation, regarded Anren Wu with a mix of shock and disbelief. "Are you serious?" she queried, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I am," Anren Wu affirmed, her expression not changing before she turned to Azathoth, silently appealing for assistance. In response, Azathoth raised her hand, conjuring a magical circle that displayed the events of the previous night. The truth unfurled before them, exposing Furuk and Unzifai's treacherous act of slaying the original Cyroso, revealing the figure before them to be nothing more than a fake. Assisa, initially numb to the revelation, was overcome by a torrent of emotions. Anguish and fury surged within her, directed towards both the imposter Cyroso and those responsible for his creation. She unleashed her wrath upon the fake Cyroso, hurling curses at him while damning Unzifai and Furuk for their deceit. In response to Assisa's outburst, the fake Cyroso simply grinned, his laughter mocking her anguish and rage, further fueling the flames of her fury. "Last night, it seems we had an unwelcome observer. Tell me, ma'am, how did you manage it?" The fake Cyroso taunted, his grin fixed on Azathoth. However, Azathoth remained impassive, offering no response to his inquiry. This lack of reaction only seemed to fuel the imposter's amusement, prompting him to laugh even harder. A massive, dark purple sphere, shrouded in shadows, hurtled towards him, but he casually deflected it with a dismissive slap. Assisa, her breaths ragged and her eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed a barrage of attacks, her desperation evident as she sought to exact vengeance upon the imposter who had taken so much from her. You despicable scumbag," she bellowed, launching relentless attacks at the fake Cyroso, who remained unfazed by her efforts to harm him. His grin widened as he taunted Assisa further. "You've lost your beloved and husband. I understand your rage, but it serves no purpose in the grand scheme of things," he jeered, his mocking tone exacerbating Assisa's fury. The imposter Cyroso brandished a table tennis racket, accompanied by a small white ball, leaving Azathoth and Zoria utterly perplexed. With a swift motion, he threw the ball into the air, striking it with the racket. In a flash, the ball shattered into 20 smaller projectiles, each cloaked in darkness and flames, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Anren Wu reacted swiftly, swatting away the projectiles, although not without sustaining injuries in the process. Despite the temptation to utilize her formidable technique once more, she hesitated, mindful of the potential consequences. "I've lifted the constraints on your technique. However, its use will now exact a toll on your stamina threefold," Azathoth announced, her revelation surprising Anren Wu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Anren Wu acknowledged Azathoth's assistance with a nod of gratitude. "I understand. Thank you," she murmured before activating her technique once more, bracing herself for the exertion ahead. Anren Wu's technique, known as the crane ascent method, consisted of 4 distinct stages, each progressively enhancing her physical attributes and improving the effectiveness of her techniques. At its peak, the technique utilized the power of her heart as the primary energy source, working in harmony with the functions of her entire body. Azathoth, acknowledging the potential dangers of such a technique, chose to mitigate its negative effects by tripling the stamina drain for Anren Wu. Though she did not have a nuanced understanding of appropriate limitations for powers and abilities, Azathoth sought to find a balance, drawing upon knowledge from her readings to guide her decision-making process. Her goal was to reduce inconvenience while still imposing a significant restriction on the use of Anren Wu's powerful technique. Anren Wu dashed at Cyroso, but he skillfully used a cue stick to block her attack. In response, a swarm of ping-pong balls appeared above him, controlled by spectral hands, and launched towards her. Thinking on her feet, Anren Wu used a healing technique to mend her injuries and then deflected the incoming barrage, coming out unscathed. Taking advantage of the moment, she leapt back, putting some distance between herself and Cyroso. While airborne, she performed a complex hand movement, channeling her energy into a powerful offensive move. With a sharp flick of her hand, a majestic blue crane formed from her palm, charging towards the Cyroso with undeniable power. Unperturbed, the impostor used his powers to create a cane, striking the ground and summoning a series of large purple and white rings that encircled him. The rings closed in on the crane-like creature, trapping it in a deadly embrace before exploding in a burst of raw energy. Despite Anren Wu's brave effort, her attack was foiled by Cyroso's cunning defense. Assisa charged back into the fight, launching a relentless series of massive attacks in the form of cards, each infused with either pulsing purple energy, shadows, darkness, or scorching flames. Despite the intensity of her attacks, every strike was ensnared by Cyroso's intricate rings, swiftly neutralized and destroyed. Have you forgotten that the original body was celebrated as the most powerful among your group of outcasts? Cyroso jeered, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. That was no empty boast. And now, with my amplified power, courtesy of the original, I can wield his abilities with unmatched lethality. With a sinister tap of his cane, crackling hounds of lightning were conjured at his side, their wild forms lunging towards Anren Wu. Assisa, and even Azathoth and Zoria, who observed the chaos from the rear with a mixture of indifference and apprehension. Assisa leaped back, her face contorting into a frown as she faced the menacing lightning hounds. With impressive agility, she produced a card between her fingers and flung it at the creature, striking it squarely on the head. Although it seemed ineffective at first, the hound met its demise moments later as a colossal metallic hammer appeared above it, descending with crushing force and reducing the creature to nothingness. Meanwhile, Anren Wu swiftly dealt with her own lightning hound opponent with a powerful punch, creating a shockwave that reverberated towards the Cyroso. However, the doppelganger of the Elder Man dodged the attack with a nimble leap, narrowly avoiding contact. As the tension escalated, Azathoth maintained a stoic silence, her gaze fixed on the encroaching lightning hounds. With each step, their movement slowed until they came to a halt, cowering in terror before the former ruler. Observing their submission, Zoria engaged in a silent exchange with Azathoth, understanding passing between them without the need for words. Raising her weapon, Zoria unleashed a barrage of divine bullets, bringing a swift end to the four lightning hounds. Their brief existence snuffed out by her abrupt attack. The fake Cyroso landed gracefully on the ground, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Ah, those two in the back may pose a threat, but Yu's words were abruptly cut off as Anren Wu's foot connected with his face, sending him reeling backward. Save your breath and prepare to die, you scumbag. You killed the real Cyroso last night. Anren Wu's voice rang out with righteous fury as she launched herself at the impostor once more. Cyroso chuckled in response, swiftly regaining his composure. With a casual tap of his cane, a small, ominous dark purple circle materialized beneath him. As Anren Wu unwittingly stepped into its bounds, she felt her movements sluggish and labored, as if she were wading through molasses. Undeterred by the sudden impediment, Anren Wu pressed on, though each stride felt like an eternity. To her astonishment, the impostor closed the distance effortlessly, moving beside her with an unnerving ease that defied the laws of physics. An eerie grin spread across the impostor's face as he revealed the sinister nature of his dark purple circle. "Witness my domain," he declared with a hint of arrogance. Within this confined space, the speed of all who step on it is halved, with the excess granted to me. Anrin Wu's shock turned to realization as the full extent of his power became clear. Before she could respond, a swift and brutal assault sent her crashing to the ground, the impact reverberating through her body as she fought against the oppressive force of the circle's influence. Meanwhile, outside the confines of the circle, Assisa unleashed a barrage of attacks on the imposter, only to see her strikes slow to a crawl as they entered the boundary. Frowning in frustration, Assisa deduced the reach of the circle's effect. So it extends beyond mere movement, affecting inanimate objects as well. She pondered aloud, her thoughts racing as she sought a way to counter the imposter's formidable abilities. Should we help them? Zoria's question made Azathoth reconsider the ongoing battle, her eyes fixed on the intense struggle within the dark purple circle. After a moment of thought, she shook her head decisively. I will only intervene when they are truly in need, Azathoth declared firmly. So far, they seem to be handling it well. However, the introduction of Cyroso's new technique has definitely raised the difficulty level they are facing. Zoria observed Azathoth thoughtfully before turning her attention back to the ongoing conflict. How do you define struggling? She asked, her voice filled with curiosity. With your unmatched abilities, very few enemies can truly threaten you. Azathoth fell silent, her thoughts turning inward as she grappled with Zoria's remark. Her unparalleled power had indeed made her nearly unbeatable until Eren and his transformative abilities emerged, bringing in a new era of uncertainty and entertaining challenges. Zoria swiftly aimed her gun at Assisa and Anrin Wu, pulling the trigger with precision. The modified divine bullets found their marks, unleashing a transformative power that surged through the bodies of the two warriors, altering them in ways yet unknown. As Cyroso witnessed the unexpected turn of events, a smirk graced his lips, amused by the unfolding chaos. However, his amusement was short-lived as Anrin Wu's quick retaliation caught him off guard, her foot connecting with his cheek and propelling him out of the confines of his own circle, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The sudden disruption caused the dark purple circle to shatter into fragments, dispersing its malicious effects. Yet, Cyroso regained his footing with ease, his gaze fixing upon Anrin Wu with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Truly fascinating, he remarked with a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I wonder what effects those bullets have given you both. Assisa launched a flurry of cards at Cyroso, taking aim with deadly precision at his throat. In response, Cyroso swiftly retaliated, tapping his cane to unleash a series of elemental attacks in the form of billiard balls. However, much to his surprise, it was his own projectiles that shattered upon impact, forcing him to quickly raise a defensive shield and retreat. While some of Assisa's cards were deflected by the shield, others managed to slice through Cyroso's defenses, causing wounds to his body. Yet undeterred, the imposter swiftly healed the damage and landed back on the ground with a defiant smirk. It seems your newly acquired powers are lacking, he taunted with an air of arrogance. Before he could speak another word, Anrin Wu's fist crashed into his back with crushing force, resulting in a powerful impact as he was thrown backward. Cyroso was sent hurtling through the air by the strength of her blow, his words silenced by the intensity of the battle raging around him. What did your bullets do? Azathoth's gaze bore into Zoria as she asked about the effects of her modified divine bullets, her arms folded across her chest in a stance of authority. Zoria hesitated briefly before replying, a hint of satisfaction evident in her expression. They've been augmented to match Cyroso's strength, then amplified sixfold. This encompasses their physical strength, abilities, and speed. It should give them a significant advantage against the imposter, she explained, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Glancing back at Azathoth, Zoria couldn't help but ask further. Shouldn't you have been able to discern this with your own powers? She queried. Azathoth's response was measured, her tone carrying a weight of wisdom. We do not rely solely on our powers, Zoria. You know well that constant use, even passively, of our abilities or auras by us, the outer gods, or even lesser gods, could lead to the destruction of entire civilizations, she stated firmly. Zoria nodded in understanding, acknowledging the validity of Azathoth's words. Fair point, she conceded, recognizing the delicate balance that must be maintained in wielding such immense power. Anren Wu hurled a barrage of energy bullets resembling fists at Cyroso, who swiftly summoned Dark Purple Hand from the ground to intercept them. Despite his efforts, a few of Anren Wu's attacks managed to breach his defenses, inflicting damage upon his body. Frustration simmered within Cyroso as he began to resent Zoria's intervention, his gaze narrowing into a glare of contempt directed at her. Contemplating whether to eliminate her and, thus, nullifying the effects of her bullets, he weighed the potential consequences of such an action. With a subtle gesture, Cyroso summoned Dark Purple Hands behind him, each wielding tennis rackets. As small, white, glowing balls appeared in front of them, they split into numerous fragments after being hit by the rackets, hurtling towards Zoria with lethal intent. Observing the incoming onslaught, Zoria remained steadfast, her annoyance palpable. "Seems we have no choice but to intervene now," she muttered resignedly, bracing herself for the inevitable confrontation. Zoria's sigh carried her acceptance as she raised her gun, her expression unchanging with annoyance. With a single shot, the weapon released a flurry of smaller energy bullets, intercepting and neutralizing the attacks sent by Cyroso. The resulting collisions ignited tiny explosions, lighting up the battlefield with bursts of light. Despite this, Cyroso's relentless assault continued as a gigantic dark purple hand appeared before Zoria, hurtling towards her with deadly intent. Reacting swiftly, Zoria tapped her foot, invoking divine magic circles that stopped the hand's descent before annihilating it with a display of divine power. With the threat eliminated, Zoria shifted her attention back to Cyroso, her aim steady. She fired a single shot, the bullet racing towards its target with unmatched speed. Before Cyroso could respond, the bullet struck his thigh with precision, causing him to grunt in pain and collapse to one knee, his anger rising after being shot by her. "Curse that woman!" Cyroso grunted, his teeth clenched in pain as he attempted to heal his wound with no success. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he summoned dark purple hands from his legs to compensate for his impaired mobility, dulling the pain as he moved with renewed irritation. His smirk faded as another onslaught of energy bullets, this time in the form of fists, came at him from Anren Wu. "Stop getting distracted, you old fool," she bellowed, her words a fierce reminder of the intensity of their battle. Closing the distance with lightning speed, she delivered a devastating blow to Cyroso's stomach, causing him to cough up blood and spit as he was sent hurtling away. Assissa joined the attack, unleashing a volley of purple spheres that struck Cyroso's back as he flew past her, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Rising to his feet with a look of sheer hatred and fury etched upon his features, Cyroso's resolve remained unbroken, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance. Struggling to rise, Cyroso's gaze widened in disbelief as he realized that his wounds refused to heal, and the pain intensified with each movement. Blood dripped from his injuries, staining his once immaculate form, while patches of his flesh slowly began to take on a ghastly purple hue. Before he could fully comprehend the gravity of his situation, Anren Wu descended upon him once more, her fists raining down upon him with relentless fury. Caught off guard by her onslaught, Cyroso faltered, his consciousness beginning to wane as darkness crept at the edges of his vision. Just as Cyroso teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a sudden burst of green energy streaked towards Anren Wu, prompting her to leap aside to evade the attack. To the astonishment of all present, Furuk materialized once more, though now appearing markedly more feminine, a transformation that left the onlookers bewildered. "Furuk's a woman?" Zoria voiced her surprise aloud, her confusion mirroring that of the others as they grappled with this unexpected revelation. "Took you long enough, clone," Cyroso uttered with a hint of defiance, his grip tightening on his cane as he fixed his glare upon Zoria and Anrenwu. "I'm going to use it. Don't stop me." "Fufu, go ahead," the female version of Furuk responded, her tone laced with amusement. In a mere instant, an inconceivable transformation unfolded before their eyes. Cyroso's form underwent a rapid crystallization, followed by a shattering that revealed a new, or perhaps his original, body. The truth remained shrouded in mystery, known only to the enigmatic figure standing before them. Standing at a towering height of 1,011, his body was a fusion of the void and pulsating purple-blue crystals. At its center, a swirling and glowing universe emanated a mesmerizing light. His fingers, now claw-like appendages, were encased in the same crystalline substance that adorned his formidable form. Sharp protrusions adorned his shoulders and head, accentuating his imposing presence. Instead of a mouth, only two piercing red eyes gazed out from the depths of his strange face, silently conveying an aura of unfathomable power and ancient wisdom. "Wasn't he supposed to be a clone?" Enrenwu asked, her confusion evident as the sudden transformation unfolded. "Not exactly," the female Furuk clarified, shedding light on the intricate origins of Cyroso. His creation was the result of combining various lost magics from a different universe with the use of two ancient species believed to be extinct in our universe. Madame Eleanor had managed to replicate some of these species, providing a convenient foundation for our endeavors. With the addition of my newfound powers, we fashioned the entity you see before you. A smirk played on her lips as she continued. "However, I'm afraid I won't be sharing the exact details of our methods. Where's the fun in revealing all the secrets? Consider it a playful tease, if you will." With a snap of her fingers, numerous large green magic circles materialized around them, casting an ominous aura over the battlefield. "I'm not here to assist you, Cyroso," the female Furuk declared, a hint of malice in her tone. "My purpose is simply to delay them, allowing the original to proceed with his plans uninterrupted." Assissa released a flurry of large, energy-infused cards towards the female Furuk, only to witness them suddenly stop in midair, ensnared by an unseen force. The smirk on the female Furuk's face grew as she summoned a colossal entity of green energy, its spear striking Assissa with devastating bravado from behind. "It's just like how the real Cyroso died. Quite ironic, don't you think, Assissa?" she taunted, her words dripping with cruelty as she addressed the elder woman. Anrenwu stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Even more surprising was Assissa's lack of resistance. It seemed as though she had accepted her fate, closing her eyes in resignation. "It was inevitable," Assissa murmured softly, her voice carrying a sense of finality. In a burst of green energy, the spear and Assissa alike disintegrated into small particles, vanishing into the wind. Anrenwu could only watch helplessly as her ally succumbed to the devastating attack, her heart heavy with sorrow at the loss of a comrade. "Darn it!" Anrenwu's frustration boiled over, her voice echoing with raw emotion as she grappled with the weight of betrayal and loss. The bond she had forged with her allies now shattered, leaving her feeling alone and uncertain in the face of adversity. Furuk and Unzifai's betrayal cut deep, a painful knife in the back from those she had trusted and relied upon. The deaths of her mentors added to her anguish, leaving her with a sense of profound loss and grief. With only Helipos remaining, his allegiance uncertain and inscrutable, Anrenwu felt a creeping sense of dread at the thought of potential conflict with him in the future. "Come now, don't keep us waiting, martial arts girl," the female Furuk taunted in a mocking tone, her words a cruel reminder of the perilous situation Anrenwu found herself in. With a wave of her hand, a new formidable entity materialized, its spear poised to strike as it charged towards Anrenwu. Zoria's immediate intervention shattered the large entity with a single well-placed bullet before redirecting her aim towards Anrenwu. Another modified bullet found its mark, imbuing her with even greater speed, amplifying her abilities in the heat of battle. Sensing the surge of newfound power coursing through her veins, Anrenwu channeled her rage, focusing it into a devastating attack. With unparalleled swiftness, she closed the distance between herself and the female Furuk, delivering a powerful kick to her adversary's stomach with unbridled force. Caught off guard by the sudden surge in Anrenwu's strength, the female Furuk found herself launched backwards, her surprise evident as she struggled to regain her footing. Yet, Anrenwu pressed on relentlessly, her barrage of kicks and punches raining down upon her opponent with precision. The female Furuk, taken aback by the intensity of Anrenwu's assault, retaliated with a burst of energy from her own body, forcing Anrenwu to stagger back under the sheer force of the counterattack. Despite the setback, Anrenwu remained undeterred, her resolve unyielding as she prepared to continue the battle. I began the female Furuk, her voice faltering as she fell to one knee, clearly injured and in pain. With confusion etched across her features, she wiped her bravado, her gaze fixated on the crimson droplets with bewilderment. "What have you done?" she inquired, her eyes seeking answers from Anrenwu. "I didn't do anything. I simply beat you up," Anrenwu declared, her gaze locked on her kneeling opponent. The female Furuk's gaze shifted to Zoria and Azathoth, her expression darkening with suspicion. "What have you done?" she hissed, her voice laced with accusation as she demanded an explanation. Zoria merely shrugged in response, her tone nonchalant as she stated, "I only assisted Anrenwu. I didn't interfere with you." She cast a fleeting glance towards Azathoth, a subtle smirk playing upon her lips, but offered no further explanation. Azathoth remained silent, her inscrutable expression betraying nothing as she observed the unfolding confrontation with a sense of detached amusement. With a grunt of frustration, the female Furuk struggled to rise while the transformed Cyroso unleashed a barrage of large, dark purple orbs towards Anrenwu. Instinctively, she moved to deflect them, but was abruptly halted by Azathoth, who intervened to prevent her from engaging directly by pulling her back. "It's dangerous," Azathoth cautioned, her expression grave as she shook her head in warning. "Range attacks. Any direct touch with it will destroy parts of your soul," she explained solemnly, her words carrying a weight of urgency. Anrenwu absorbed the warning, nodding in acknowledgement of the perilous threat. Turning her attention to Zoria, Zoria silently communicated her plan, and Zoria agreed to confront the female Furuk, ready to assist in the ensuing battle. Meanwhile, Anrenwu unleashed a volley of blue and green energy attacks at the transformed Cyroso, only to watch in disbelief as they passed through him without causing any harm. Shocked by this revelation, she realized that direct physical contact with Cyroso posed a grave risk to her soul. With this newfound understanding, Anrenwu resolved to approach the battle with caution, refraining from any close-quarters combat with the formidable entity before her. Cyroso manifested a massive, swirling dark purple scythe, imbued with the essence of the cosmos, and swung it mercilessly towards Anrenwu. Despite her efforts to dodge the deadly strike, she found herself ensnared by the cosmic edge of the scythe, countless wounds appearing across her form in a brutal display. Her life hung by a thread, until Azathoth intervened, swiftly healing her wounds and sparing her from certain death. As Anrenwu landed, her shock palpable, she surveyed her miraculously restored form with disbelief, her gaze shifting to the silent figure of Cyroso before her. "Was I just defeated right now?" she questioned, her voice trembling with a mixture of confusion and fear. "Yes, you were," Azathoth confirmed solemnly, her expression grave as she contemplated the gravity of the situation. "It would be best if but before Azathoth could finish her sentence, Anrenwu interjected, her determination shining through despite the dire circumstances. "No, they'll fight him. I have to. Please, grant me temporary power to stand against him. It feels like I'm powerless against him. That's what my soul is telling me," she pleaded, her resolve steady as she prepared to confront her enemy once more. Anrin Wu's gaze met Azathoth for a brief moment before she granted her request. With a touch infused with divine power, she bestowed upon Anrin Wu a temporary surge in strength, enveloping her in a deep darkness crackling with newfound energy. As she locked eyes with Cyroso, a palpable tension filled the air, each combatant poised for the impending clash. Anrin Wu stood as an anomaly among her people, a rare exception in a universe where the use of darkness and shadows manipulation was common. Unlike the rest of her kind, she was born devoid of the ability to wield darkness or shadows, a phenomenon unheard of in generations of the Wu family lineage. Her unique existence defied the norms of her society, marking her as an enigma within the endless expanse of the universe. In spite of her inability to harness the darkness and shadows like her peers, Anrin Wu possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts and wielded a unique energy of her own, a blend of blue and green hues that she had never formally named. Referred to by many as her Qing Tongguang Huan Bianji technique, or the Cobalt Halo weaving technique, it set her apart from the rest and garnered her a degree of fame within her community. Anrin Wu's distinctiveness did not go unnoticed, particularly by Virion Demon, a powerful figure whose keen eye recognized her potential. Intrigued by her abilities, he approached her and extended an offer to become one of his disciples. Eager to further hone her skills and unlock her full potential, Anrin Wu accepted, embarking on a journey of growth and empowerment under Virion's tutelage. Through rigorous training and dedication to honing her powers, Anrin Wu flourished under Virion's guidance, ascending to become one of his most powerful subordinates. Her journey from anomaly to adept served as a testament to her resilience and inner strength, propelling her towards a destiny of greatness in the middle of the ever-shifting tides of this universe's uncertain fate. Witnessing the potential synergy between her innate technique and the temporary grant of shadow and darkness manipulation, Anrin Wu wasted no time in merging the two energies together. The combination resulted in a peculiar amalgamation that surrounded parts of her body, materializing as a light armor that enhanced her strength and offered protection against the powers that Cyroso used. Have no fear of touching him or being touched. You will be shielded by it. Now, go forth and demonstrate your resolve, Azathoth assured, her words filled with confidence and encouragement. Anrin Wu nodded in acknowledgement, her resolve firm as she prepared to confront her opponent once more. With unmatched speed, Anrin Wu propelled herself toward Cyroso, closing the distance with lightning speed. She delivered a devastating knee strike to his face, shattering his strange visage and sending him reeling backwards. As Cyroso staggered from the impact, Anrin Wu landed gracefully on the ground, her focus steady as she conjured an enormous fist of darkness on her left arm. Without wasting another second, she hurled the darkened fist forward, unleashing its destructive force upon everything in its path, obliterating obstacles with accuracy. As the dust settled and the echoes of destruction faded, Cyroso emerged from the aftermath, his body marked by the brutal attack. Despite the severity of his injuries, he remained resolute, his eyes locked on Anrin Wu with an unmistakable fiery rage. Undeterred by Cyroso's defiance, Anrin Wu stood poised in an offensive stance, her resolve unmatched as she readied herself to face him once more. Chapter 23, Part 5. A planet no more third-person point of view. Aaron watched with intense interest as Raria and her former master, Rolio, clashed. Despite their undeniable skill and power, a subtle hesitance tinged their movements and strikes, evident even to the untrained eye. The ferocity of their exchanges reverberated through the protective barrier that surrounded them. Without this magical shield, the bustling city would surely have faced utter devastation with each clash of their blades. underscoring the sheer potency of their restrained blows. Inwardly, Eren acknowledged the potential cataclysmic consequences if they were to unleash their full might. The sheer magnitude of the cosmic upheaval that would ensue, especially from Raria's overwhelming power, left him acutely aware of the daunting task of repairing and restoring vast expanses of the universe in the aftermath of such a confrontation. After all, he recognized Raria's innate strength far surpassed that of her former mentor, Rolio. Across from him, upon his self-made platform, crafted through his own mysterious abilities, stood Furuk. His expression held a subtle amusement as he observed the clash between student and mentor. Without speaking a word since his arrival 2 minutes earlier, his silent presence spoke volumes, hinting at impending developments that Eren couldn't quite decipher, yet instinctively apprehended. Eren's gaze fixated on Furuk, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. He recognized the signs of imminent change, yet a familiar reluctance held him back from taking decisive action. It was a familiar struggle, one that echoed his past dilemmas, wherein his inclination towards non-intervention mirrored that of Azathoth, the passive observer within the chaos of the Omniverse. Despite his inner turmoil, Eren resolved to stand aside, allowing those alongside him to confront the impending threat and gauge their response. Though every fiber of his being urged him to intervene, he wrestled with the weight of past failures, uncertain whether his interference would yield the desired outcome or merely exacerbate the situation. "Will you not make an attempt to stop me?" Furuk's smirk held the challenge as he turned his gaze towards Eren. Eren met Furuk's gaze with steady composure. "Whether I choose to intervene now or assign the task to my comrades, the outcome remains inevitable. Your plots will unravel, and your aspirations will crumble," he replied with a calm tone, sounding almost poetic. Deep down, Eren nurtured ambitions of authority and sovereignty, embracing his newfound role as a king or ruler. Drawing from the analogies of monarchy, he compared his position to that of a sovereign who, in times of conflict, refrains from personally entering into battle, but instead assigns the task to their subordinates. He understood that effective leadership often involves strategic delegation, placing trust in the abilities of his allies to uphold his vision and achieve victory without his direct involvement. From that day forward, Eren made a firm decision to take a more hands-off approach, entrusting certain tasks to others while being open to potential changes in the future. He realized that personal growth and transformation take time, acknowledging his ongoing challenges while also recognizing the progress achieved in just 1 year. Furuk's expression turned sour as Eren responded with stoicism, his gaze hardening as he unleashed a barrage of vibrant energy bullets aimed at Eren. Much to Furuk's surprise, the projectiles dissipated as they approached a certain radius around Eren, rendering his efforts futile and draining. Watching the interaction, both Eren and Furuk turned their attention back to the master and student duel, their presence not going unnoticed by the combatants. As Raria's fury intensified, her initial hesitation faded, replaced by a determined resolve to end the duel, defeat her mentor, and confront Furuk directly. Every action, every endeavor, it's all in service of a greater cause, even if the world that emerges is unrecognizable, Furuk whispered to himself, a wild laughter escaping his lips. The glint of madness danced in his eyes, a stark reminder of the depths to which he had plunged. Eren's gaze shifted downward, contemplating the earth beneath his feet with a heavy sigh. The tragic consequences of a failed creation weighed heavily on his mind, a sobering realization of the havoc wreaked by unintentional experiments gone awry. If such accidental creations could drive individuals to madness, he couldn't help but ponder the fate of those manipulated by entities like Gearfather and their sinister entities. Mindful of the immense reach and incredible power possessed by the Outer Gods, Eren contemplated his own encounters, having once seen the damage done by these beings himself. Azathoth, in her infinite wisdom, had revealed glimpses of the possible repercussions of their actions, recounting the untamed chaos unleashed by her offspring before drifting into slumber. Considering the implications within this universe, Aaron reflected on the profound influence of entities like Magnum Tenebrosum, Nyarlathotep, and Magnum Innominandum. Each held their own distinct sway, molding the fabric of reality in subtle and profound ways. While he had yet to extensively explore the affairs of other universes, Aaron maintained the belief that the schemes of these cosmic beings surpassed the boundaries of individual realities, potentially exerting their influence across the vast expanse of the multiverse. Latia's blow struck Helipos with such force that it sent him staggering backward. Yet, despite the searing pain in his body, Helipos remained resolute, the intensity of his resolve etched on his grimace. With each strike, his innate abilities only grew stronger, enhancing his regenerative powers, fortifying his physique, and bolstering his physical prowess. Latia, undeterred by his admirable resilience, censuredo as they exchanged words in the middle of the chaos of battle. Helipos' mood darkened with each utterance from Latia. Yet, beneath the veil of hostility, a flicker of recognition glimmered within his eyes. It became evident that Helipos harbored his own reservations towards Unzi-Fi and Furuk from the outset, his skepticism tempered by a cautious acknowledgement of their motives. With the swiftness of lightning, Helipos lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air with lethal purpose. Yet, Latia's nimble footwork allowed her to gracefully evade his attack, her movements as elegant as they were strategic. However, the calm of the moment was shattered as a massive beam of black and red energy surged from Helipos' sword, tearing through the surrounding space with devastating power. Reacting quickly, Helipos pivoted on his heel, unleashing a relentless barrage of black crowns with astonishing speed. Unfazed, Latia summoned her grimoire, creating spells that appeared as shimmering white orbs encircling her. With a commanding gesture, the orbs surged forth, intercepting the oncoming attacks with accuracy. The clash of powers resulted in a momentary standstill, the Black Crowns halted in their tracks by Latia's counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, she amplified the size and momentum of her orbs, sending them hurtling back towards Helipos with renewed vigor. Though momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Helipos swiftly deflected the orbs with a display of skill, dismissing the threat they posed. Yet, undeterred, Helipos conjured forth a larger crown, its ominous form adorned with 3 imposing arms. As the foreboding red eye appeared at the forefront of the towering crown creature, its radiant glow grew stronger, signaling an impending attack. Without saying a word, Helipos pointed his sword at Latia, urging the creature to advance with a piercing shriek that resonated through the battlefield. Unfazed by the looming danger, Latia prepared herself for the confrontation. With a resigned breath, she summoned her strength and raised her arm, ready to face the imminent threat head-on. In a swift and decisive movement, Latia vanished from view, teleporting behind Helipos in the blink of an eye. With seamless grace, her grimoire transformed into a blade, poised to strike at Helipos' vulnerable point of defense. However, Helipos' instincts took over with lightning speed, as he quickly turned to meet the oncoming attack, barely managing to deflect Latia's blade. The sheer force of her strike sent him hurtling backward, his collision with a nearby structure shattering the peace of the surroundings. Undeterred by the setback, Helipos and his crown creature surged forward once again, their attack relentless and unforgiving. This time, the crown conjured smaller jet-black hands, each hurtling towards Latia with deadly precision. Latia, determined and focused, slammed her foot onto the ground, sending a flurry of debris swirling into the air like a chaotic dance. With quick reflexes, she used her powers to switch places with a nearby fragment, driving her sword into the creature with precision, accompanied by an eruption of glowing green flames. The crown emitted shrill shrieks as it retaliated, unleashing crimson beams of energy from its eyes, displaying its pain. Sensing the looming presence of Helipos, Latia swiftly repeated her actions, switching places with another floating shard. her foot striking his face with a swift and decisive blow, sending him reeling once more. Returning her focus to the crowned creature, Latia's blade slashed through the air with a diagonal arc, enveloped in a crackling aura of violet electricity. As the blade made contact, the creature shattered into fragmented pieces, met with a surge of electric shockwaves. Despite being broken apart, the creature didn't die, its malevolent essence refusing to yield, although its powers were rendered utterly useless in this state. Nonetheless, it continued to move, albeit in a feeble and futile manner, a mere shadow of its former menacing self. Latia wasted no time, propelling herself forward in a swift charge towards Helipose, leaving behind a trail of ominous, demonic circles. From these circles, she unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks, each aimed squarely at her adversary. Unfazed, Helipose stood his ground, the mysterious sigil upon his armor pulsating with an ominous glow, amplifying his already formidable strength. Silence enveloped the battlefield as the confrontation intensified. Without the need for words, Helipose drew back his sword, its blade gleaming ominously before he thrust it towards Latia. From its tip erupted a colossal, piercing beam, swirling with hues of black and red, hurtling menacingly in her direction. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Latia's demonic attacks slammed into the beam, slowing its advance significantly before she deftly redirected the attack, closing the distance between herself and Helipose in a swift dash. Yet, the redirected attack proved treacherous as the explosive force it carried detonated in the sky, shattering into myriad diamond-shaped fragments. These crystalline shards solidified with quick intent, soared back towards Latia with deadly precision. Reacting swiftly, Latia raised her right hand, covered with a soft, azure radiance, which enveloped the oncoming fragments, freezing them in their tracks mid-attack. Helipose found himself ensnared by an unexpected turn of events. Struggling to break free, an eerie glow emanated from the ground, materializing in his spectral hands that seized hold of his legs with a firm grip. Despite his efforts, he found himself immobilized, his body held captive by the spectral grasp. However, his faculties remained intact, allowing him to shift his gaze towards Latia with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Unfazed by his predicament, Latia stepped forward, her voice resonating with a calm yet authoritative tone. I was born from the branch family of the Astaroth clan, and, in turn, inherited the Time clan trait from the Agar's clan, courtesy of one of my parents who belonged to that lineage. Initially, it wasn't a formidable ability. I witnessed Seek-Vera use it to craft weaker time barriers, akin to Aaron's. As she spoke, her gaze bore into Helipose, her words laden with a sense of resolve and purpose. Despite her calm demeanor, the air crackled with tension, hinting at the latent power simmering within her. Latia maintained her composure as she spoke to Helipose, describing her newly developed abilities with a steady voice. Under Aaron's guidance, I was able to refine and expand my control over the Time Clan trait. While he initially assisted in altering its nature, I eventually gained autonomy over its usage. It's possible that these capabilities were always present, but remained undiscovered as I focused on honing my other skills. She paused, taking a soft breath before addressing Helipose once more, her tone softening with a hint of optimism. Now, with this fresh understanding, can't we engage in a more civilized conversation and resolve matters cordially? Helipose remained silent, his gaze fixed on Latia with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her words. After a momentary pause, Latia pressed on, unbothered by his lack of response. I've been truthful from the beginning, she affirmed, her tone calm. Yes, we are from the Resistance. However, it's important to recognize that Raria chose to join us willingly before this meeting. Her wish to imitate the fourth-ranking member of the Eradicators remains unchanged, doesn't it? Therefore, her decision to engage in these actions with us should not be dismissed as improbable. Her words hung in the air, waiting for Helipo's reaction as the tension between them lingered. "Then state your intentions," demanded Helipos, his piercing gaze fixed on Latia as he waited for her response. Latia let out a heavy sigh, her expression reflecting the weight of their current predicament. "As I mentioned before, our goal here is to convince your people to join the resistance. With Raria's help, we were hoping to find even the smallest glimmer of opportunity." Helipos continued to study Latia closely, his thoughts churning as he processed her words. Finally, he let out a resigned sigh. "Your assessment is correct. Despite the recent victories of the resistance, they are overshadowed by centuries of defeat, not only here, but on countless other worlds. To sway the population, you must achieve something monumental, something that deeply resonates with their collective consciousness." Latia met Helipo's skepticism with certain facts. "We destroyed Ferothos Prime and Viritera Remetra, crucial planets at the core of Fumara's operation. These actions strike at the core of their power, disrupting their ability to produce weapons, armor, and healing supplies." Helipos remained composed, his response deliberate. For those in the know, these victories carry great significance. However, for the common folk, these events may not hold the same weight. While they may have some awareness, it may not be their foremost concern. "Would it?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Latia. Recognizing the validity of his point, Latia nodded in agreement. "You are right. These victories may not be the forefront of their minds when thinking of the resistance. However, our efforts to destroy the Eradicators and Wayborough's members will surely capture their attention. With each step, we move closer to gaining their support." Latia was deeply affected by Helipos' opposing viewpoints, causing her to furrow her brow with concern. She pondered over his words, struggling with the harsh reality they portrayed. Despite the efforts of the resistance, their progress was still lacking. Her silence conveyed her agreement with Helipos' assessment. While her arguments had their merit, they couldn't overshadow the daunting truth that a significant portion of the universe was still beyond their reach. Thoughts of Asina's warnings echoed in Latia's mind, highlighting the immense challenge that lay ahead. The initial version of the resistance had overwhelming support, with an estimated 87 backing throughout the cosmos. However, the present situation painted a much bleaker picture, filled with uncertainty and fear. With a heavy heart, Latia recognized the difficult journey that awaited them, filled with obstacles and unknowns. Despite feeling disheartened, she remained resolute in her belief in them to push forward despite the overwhelming odds against them. Latia's grit remained immovable, her resolve steady in the face of these facts. "Our successes speak for themselves. We have become the most powerful version of the resistance to date. Our mission continues until every being in the universe is freed from tyranny. The choice is yours. Will you stand with me, or will I be forced to take you as a captive?" she asked, her tone strong yet tinged with urgency. Helipos pondered for a long moment, his expression a mask of deep thought as he considered his options. "Before I make a commitment, I need certain proof of your intentions. I will not align myself with you based solely on words," he stated firmly. Acknowledging his request, Latia nodded in agreement. "Understood. Let me show you our cause firsthand. I will take you to Aaron," she said, amused certainty shining in her eyes. With a quick gesture, Latia initiated their teleportation, transporting them to where Aaron awaited, prepared to reveal the truth behind her words. Anrin Wu charged ahead, meeting Cyroso's fierce attack head-on as he unleashed a barrage of dark purple orbs in her direction. Almost as if it were natural to her, she shrouded her hand in darkness, effortlessly deflecting the orbs to Cyroso's surprise. Taking advantage of the opening, she instantly closed the gap between them and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his stomach, sending him flying backwards. Cyroso's disbelief grew as Anrin Wu's blow broke through his defenses, but he quickly regained his composure, stopping his own momentum as he released a flurry of blue and purple lines from his body. Undeterred, Anrin Wu skillfully evaded his attacks, deftly maneuvering out of harm's way. Without delay, she infused her hands with a blend of blue and green energy, merging it with darkness, before delivering a punishing strike to Cyroso once more, driving him back with a resounding impact. Anren jumped towards Cyroso with unmatched grace, delivering a relentless flurry of kicks, each infused with a powerful combination of blue and green energy, interwoven with darkness. With each strike, afterimages appeared alongside them, heightening the attack and overwhelming Cyroso's defenses. Despite his efforts to block the onslaught with his own arms and a shroud of darkness, they proved futile, breaking under the relentless barrage of attacks. Performing a graceful backflip, Anren landed on the ground, her movements fluid and precise. Concentrating her energy, she executed intricate hand signs, summoning a magnificent blue energy crane cloaked in darkness. With astonishing speed, the crane soared towards Cyroso, who hastily erected another multi-layered shroud of darkness in a desperate attempt to protect himself. Cinchuredo, leaving Cyroso reeling from the devastating impact of her attack. Despite the brutal damage inflicted upon his body, Cyroso was somehow alive, his eyes burning with fury as he met Anren's gaze. Anren watched his resilience with a mix of disdain and reluctant respect. "He's proven to be quite stubborn for a fake," she commented, her voice dripping with scorn as she glared at him. As Cyroso's life began to dwindle, he focused his remaining strength and life force on the swirling universe within his chest. With grim resolve, he poured every last ounce of his essence into the pulsating vortex, sacrificing himself to unleash its destructive power. A being born from mere whims, Cyroso knew his own worth all too well. In his final act of rebellion, he vowed to take everyone in the vicinity down with him, regardless of the consequences. Not even the clone of Furuk, whom he had once worked with, would be spared from the cataclysm he intended to unleash. The female Furuk's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed Cyroso's desperate gambit. "You're seriously going to use that?" "At least let me," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief and concern. Before she could complete her plea, Zoria intervened. Cinchuredo, despite the searing pain in her cheek, the female Furuk attempted to heal her wound, only to find that her abilities were inexplicably hindered. Though she brushed off the inconvenience with a facade of nonchalance, her prideful nature bristled at the idea of being rendered powerless, much like her progenitor, the real Furuk. Anren dashed forward with all her might, determined to prevent Cyroso's catastrophic final act. Every fiber of her being was covered with the combined energies of blue, green, and darkness, forming a protective barrier around her as she charged toward him. Sensing the imminent danger, the energies transformed into a large serpent-like entity to envelop her body and immediate vicinity, bolstering her defenses and attack power. Yet, before Cyroso could unleash his devastating attack, a miraculous turn of events unfolded. His red eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that the swirling universe within his chest had inexplicably vanished. Confusion swept over him as he scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of the ominous vortex. His gaze finally settled on Azathoth, who stood before him, the swirling universe cradled in her palm. A sense of awe and bewilderment washed over Cyroso as he beheld the scene before him, his plan stopped by an unforeseen intervention. As the swirling energy quickly vanished from Cyroso's chest, as Anren's fist landed with even more force, striking him squarely in the chest. The impact set off a tremendous explosion, resembling a writhing serpent of destruction that ascended into the atmosphere, engulfing the planet in its fiery embrace. The ground trembled beneath the magnitude of the explosion, forcing Anren to leap away to safety, her gaze locked on the cataclysmic display before her. Once the dust settled, only Cyroso's lifeless Barado remained, its vacant gaze fixed upon the sky. For a fleeting moment, his eyes glowed with residual energy before fading into nothingness, leaving behind only an empty husk. However, the respite was short-lived as the female Furuk resumed her attack on Zoria with renewed fervor, unleashing a barrage of magic attacks while taunting her enemy with laughter. He met his end in such a pitiful manner. How could he squander such an opportunity? She jeered, her words dripping with scorn and disdain. As the female Furuk's ramblings became increasingly obscure, Zoria's patience wore thin. With a decisive motion, she aimed her gun at her target once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of divine bullets with unparalleled speed. Each projectile found its mark, striking down the female Furuk with unwavering precision. The attack continued fiercely until the final blow silenced her laughter and brought her to the ground, her gaze fixed skyward. Despite the mortal wounds, she continued to speak ominous prophecies until she finally fell still, her final words echoing ominously. Nothing will stop it now. The chaos from back then and everything after has fed it. It will soon wake up. It can't be stopped now. It can't be. Her sentence remained unfinished as she shattered into fragments, leaving nothing but remnants strewn across the ground, a chilling testament to the impending doom she foretold. Zoria spoke, breaking the heavy silence left in the wake of the female Furuk's unsettling revelation. What did she mean by that? She asked, turning her gaze to Azathoth, who remained eerily quiet. Azathoth offered no immediate answer, her expression inscrutable as she contemplated the implications of the female Furuk's enigmatic words. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Anren Wu quickly shifted their attention to taking action, despite the uncertainty surrounding them. The real Furuk is still alive, Anren Wu asserted, her voice filled with resolve. Let's find him. I sense conflicting energies at the recruitment event site. Without waiting for a response, she leapt into action, her movements swift and purposeful. Zoria and Azathoth followed suit, the latter safely securing the swirling universe in a separate dimension until it could be delivered to Eren. Arriving at the scene, their eyes immediately landed on Eren, Latia, Helipos, and the mysterious figure of Furuk. He observed the unfolding battle between Raria and Rolio with a smirk on his lips, meeting Eren's gaze with chilling intensity, exuding calculated malevolence. It appears that all the pawns have been taken care of, haven't they? Furuk remarked, dripping with disdain as he addressed Eren directly. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Helipos finally spoke up, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. Furuk, why are you doing this? He demanded, his gaze burning with righteous indignation. Furuk's smirk widened as he met Helipos' gaze, his own eyes gleaming with a sinister gleam. Your simple mind wouldn't comprehend it. I have no intention of explaining myself to you, he retorted dismissively. But rest assured, it will benefit us all in the end. Just go along with it. Helipos' anger boiled over at Furuk's callous indifference. Are you suggesting that their deaths are justified? What about the bonds we forged with them over the years? He protested, his voice echoing with a mix of frustration and anguish. Trapped by Latia's hold, he was unable to confront Furuk directly, his hands clenched in impotent rage. Furuk's words sliced through the tension like a blade, his tone carrying a chilling detachment as he addressed Helipos' concerns about the bonds they had formed with their allies. He spoke of lost feelings and disillusionment, downplaying the significance of those connections with casual indifference. Maybe I once felt the same way about them, Furuk reflected, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. But as time passed, those feelings faded. What Raria attempted was nearly impossible. Virion Demon is a formidable foe, comparable to Madame Fumara in his monstrous nature. Raria's rise to power showcased her cunning and ambition, but she could never surpass Virion Demon's sheer strength and conviction. He continued, his words filled with conviction. Virion Demon embodies the essence of a warrior, firm in his convictions and ideals. While many may admire such qualities, they ultimately relegate him to fourth place among the Eradicators. Raria's efforts to emulate his ideals are fruitless and misguided. She should be replaced, for she seeks to replicate virtues that she can never truly embody. The resistance has reached unprecedented levels of strength, reminiscent of its earliest incarnation, Furuk declared, his smile betraying a sense of confidence in his plan. It is imperative that we adapt to these changing circumstances. Raria's leadership, while commendable in its own right, has its limitations. To truly confront the challenges ahead, I must ascend to the position of second rank among the eradicators. Helepo's frustration and confusion grew as Furuk unveiled his intentions. So, in pursuit of your own delusions, you would discard the progress Raria has painstakingly achieved over the years? He questioned, his voice tinged with incredulity. She has already begun the arduous task of rebuilding and revitalizing another planet. Are you willing to sacrifice all of that for your own ambitions? Furuk responded with a calm determination, unfazed by Helepo's accusations. He emphasized the need for sacrifice and reform, steadfast in his belief that change was essential for the advancement of their domain. To him, Raria's leadership embodied outdated ideals that required significant adjustments to confront the challenges ahead. This is a sacrifice I am willing to make, Furuk reiterated, his tone resolute. Under Raria's rule, planets have stagnated, holding on to outdated beliefs without necessary adaptations. As an overseer and ruler, I will implement reforms that align with the realities of our existence. Today marks the genesis of a new era, and I will ensure that change permeates every corner of our domain. Helepo's anger surged at Furuk's callous disregard for their joint accomplishments. You're insane, he retorted, his voice filled with frustration. Look around you. Everything we have built together is in ruins. How can you speak of such matters with such disregard? Furuk surveyed their surroundings with a detached gaze, his demeanor unchanged. Only some things have been destroyed, he remarked casually. The outer god has preserved the rest. While the damage is significant, it is not irreversible. Everything can be reconstructed in time. What matters now is the course of action we take. Everything in this world is fleeting, including my own position. I act with the understanding that change is inevitable, even for me. The tension in the air was palpable, shattered only by the sudden noise, a grunt of pain, the clang of steel, and then an ominous hush. All eyes turned to see Raria, standing triumphantly over her defeated master, Rolio, the outcome of their duel now determined. His sword lay shattered, and his arm grievously injured. I have emerged victorious, master. I ask you to surrender, Raria declared, her voice resolute and steady. And it's about time I start the next phase of my plan. Furuk's grin widened, unsettling the gathered group with his ominous words, sparking apprehension among them. Before anyone could react, he set his plan into motion, shrouded in secrecy. Despite his defeat, Rolio managed a tired smile as he looked up at Raria. It seems a new beginning awaits me. My family and we will join the resistance, he uttered, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Furuk's sudden appearance behind Rolio sent a chill down their spines, his words cutting through the air with a chilling finality. No, you will not, he declared ominously. Neither Madame Eleanor nor I will permit it. With a quick and merciless strike, Furuk struck Rolio down before their horrified eyes. Sensurito Raria's anguished cry shattered the silence as she knelt beside her fallen master, his lifeless body cradled in her arms. Desperation etched her features as she begged for assistance, her gaze locking onto Aaron with a desperate plea for help. Aaron and the others hurried to Raria's side, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Using his powers, Aaron fashioned a new heart and placed it within Rolio's chest, channeling his healing magic to restore life to his body. Yet, despite their efforts, Rolio remained motionless, his once vibrant spirit extinguished by Furuk's merciless act. A heavy silence descended upon them, punctuated only by the echoes of Raria's grief-stricken cries, as they struggled to come to terms with the grim reality of their loss. "Why? Isn't he waking up, Aaron?" Zoria's voice was barely a whisper in the solemn air. As I've mentioned before, the journey to reincarnation varies for each soul. Rolio, unfortunately, quickly transitioned to his new existence the moment life left his body, Aaron explained, rising to his feet and casting a glance in a specific direction. Tragically, his family met the same fate just moments ago, though their transition to the next life is slow. The revelation hit them with an unexpected force, exposing the harsh truth of their universe before them. Raria's sobs stopped, replaced by a simmering rage that bubbled beneath the surface. "It's starting," Azathoth murmured, her hand gently resting on Helipos as she released him from his restraints. A seismic tremor shook the planet, signaling the onset of transformation. Across the landscape, intricate circuitry appeared, interwoven with luminous crystals and metallic structures, a symphony of technological evolution unfolding before their eyes. A miraculous transformation swept through many regions of the planet, as if the very essence of the landscape was undergoing a metamorphosis into something completely surreal. "When the universe is happening," Helipos muttered, bewildered by the sudden and bewildering changes unfolding across the planet. In the distance, an enormous head emerged from the ground, its appearance defying all sense of normalcy. A long metallic neck, adorned with azure spikes along its length, extended from the ground, leading to a head of immense proportions, comparable in size to the sun as witnessed from the draconic dais. This head boasted 6 spikes, 3 on each side, with a singular, larger spike positioned prominently in the center. Its eyes, mere slits glowing with an otherworldly blue hue, fixated upon the city sprawled out before it, while a small opening hinted at a mysterious intent. "I will take charge of this new operation for now. We need to stop this entity, known as Gatoros, the Astrodroid Sentinel, created by Gearfather. My team, along with Anrin Wu, Raria, and Helipos, will unite. Chow Chow and Isatha are also on their way to our location," Aaron stated firmly. "The head we see is just a decoy. There are 6 powerful barriers protecting its head. Once you break through those and the head, you'll face the real body. I will stay here briefly before meeting with Esena to evaluate the situation elsewhere." "Any questions?" Aaron asked, scanning the group for any signs of doubt. "Do we have any specific intelligence about this entity that we should be aware of?" Raria asked stoically, her eyes fixed on the imposing presence of the creature in front of them. "Any traditional tool or technological device you depend on will prove useless against its influence. Gatoros has the ability to take control of such mechanisms. Along with its impressive size and electrical power, it also possesses the capability to petrify objects at will," Aaron explained, his words filled with a sense of urgency. "Furuk is currently fused with the real body, effectively combining 2 minds into one entity. It may sound confusing, but imagine it as Furuk having the capacity to transfer his consciousness between himself and Gatoros at any moment," he continued. "Whoever reaches Furuk first, hold off on dealing with him. I reserve that privilege for myself. Dispose of Gatoros, but leave Furuk for me to handle." Raria interjected vehemently, her frustration palpable. With unanimous agreement, the group quickly departed, leaving Aaron alone with Azathoth. She turned to him, her expression expectant, and asked, "Have you gone deeper into this matter?" "Partially. I've managed to decode their names and gain some insights, but there are still mysteries to uncover. I became intrigued during Raria and Rolio's conflict," Aaron admitted, his tone contemplative. "Aren't you going with them?" "I will stay here with you. Let's leave the task to them," Azathoth replied, taking her place next to him. Aaron didn't say anything, instead using his abilities to lift them to a high vantage point. Together, they watched in silence for several minutes, observing the unfolding events below. "It's one event after another. We can't catch a break," exclaimed Chow Chow, his voice rising above the chaos of the ongoing battle as he deftly deflected a barrage of electrical attacks aimed at him and Isatha. Informed discreetly by Aaron through his shadow soldiers, they hurried towards one of the 6 barriers with the intention of destroying it. There are 6 barriers in total, right? How many allies do we have with us? Isatha asked, matching Chow Chow's pace as she rode on a horse conjured from her own rosy-hued energy. Yeah, there are 6 barriers standing in our way. If we coordinate our efforts, we may be able to eliminate them all at once. Could you communicate this strategy to the others? Cao suget ugenti. I don't want to delay this any longer. Good idea. Isatha. Chow Chow complimented as she activated her transceiver, relaying the coordinated plan to their allies. After approximately 40 seconds, Isatha completed her communication, apprising Chow Chow of the devised strategy. Latia will create portals at each barrier, allowing us to synchronize our attacks and destroy them simultaneously. She mentioned that they might require simultaneous destruction to ensure that they are permanently destroyed, Isatha explained, her voice tinged with a hint of seriousness. At the same time, Chow Chow exclaimed incredulously, deflecting yet another incoming attack. That sounds incredibly tedious. Isatha chuckled in response, her laughter ringing out within the chaos. When is dealing with powerful and large enemies ever anything but bothersome? Chow Chow maintained his silence, finding Isatha's observation oddly amusing despite the chaos that surrounded them. Without another word from him, they pressed forward, skillfully navigating through the relentless attacks in order to reach their destination. As they finally approached one of the imposing barriers, Isatha couldn't ignore the intense gaze fixed upon them from the colossal head. It seems to have its sights set on us, Isatha muttered, her eyes fixed on the ominous, looming head. Before she could speak again, a searing laser beam shot forth from its eyes, hurtling towards her with alarming speed. Reacting quickly, Chow Chow sprang into action, conjuring defensive magic circles and enveloping Isatha in Dimension Lost's purple mist, reinforced by his own power. Their combined barrier halted the lethal beam in its tracks, protecting Isatha from harm. We have to continue to withstand its constant attacks while we wait for our allies' synchronized attacks on the barriers. And Latia's portals have yet to appear too, Chow Chow remarked, his gaze steady as he faced the mechanical monstrosity before them. It's a waiting game then. Also, sorry for being caught off guard there, Isatha agreed, maintaining her focus as she called forth more creatures from her purple energy, ready to defend against Gatoro's relentless attacks once again. No need for apologies. We have to stay vigilant, reassured Chow Chow, his concentration at its peak as he unleashed an impressive display of power. Activating 3 balance breakers, simultaneously a fusion of divine dividing, true Longinus. An unknown dictator, Chow showcased his mastery over a multitude of abilities. After dedicating a significant amount of time to honing his skills, Chow Chow had achieved the ability to wield 6 distinct powers at once. These abilities could encompass various sacred gears, as well as the inherent traits of devil clans, or even a fusion of both. Clad in a magnificent array of armor, Chow Chow underwent a stunning transformation as his body became partially encased in gleaming white plating. His arms, legs, torso, and a visor appeared before his eyes, not only enhancing his defense, but also adding to his striking appearance. The orbs of his polar knight, Longinus Chakravartin, manifested alongside the addition of iron, enveloping various parts of his body like a protective sheath. In addition, his wings, empowered by divine dividing, were now augmented with the metallic reinforcement granted by unknown dictator's balance breaker. Isatha couldn't help but whistle in awe, a laugh bubbling up from within her. "Look at you, putting on quite the show," she remarked, her amusement evident. "Cao tuka in zetponse," reveling in the light-hearted moment in the middle of the battlefield. "I'm just about ready. I will begin creating the portals in a moment," Latia declared to the group through their transceivers, taking her position at the designated barrier. As she surveyed the scene before her, a twinge of concern crept in when she realized they were one member short for the coordinated attack. Before she could dwell on the issue further, a voice addressed her. "Shall I assist you, Latia-sama?" It inquired. Latia glanced down at her wrist, where a small bracelet rested, and let out a resigned sigh. "I suppose it's time," Latia responded, accepting the inevitable. "Please proceed to the final barrier and prepare with the others." With a shimmering effect, a figure emerged from the bracelet, standing before Latia with arms crossed and a playful smile adorning her face. It was one of the Malebranche, Alicino, the Harlequin, gifted to Latia prior to their arrival in this universe. Latia and other devils within DxD were bestowed with the Malebranche to enhance their strength and capabilities. Fufu, right away. Latia-sama, perhaps he'll catch Aaron Samus' attention after this, Alicino teased playfully, adding a wink before vanishing in a teleportation swirl, leaving Latia to ponder the continued fascination with Aaron among their comrades. Shaking her head in amusement, Latia muttered to herself, "What's with everyone's obsession with Aaron? It feels like it's going to be a universal phenomenon." "I'm ready." Latia-sama Alicino's voice came through their transceivers, causing Latia to refocus on the task at hand. "Very well. Let's begin," Latia responded, her voice carrying a hint of determination. Summoning 6 enormous white portals around each of the remaining barriers, she awaited her allies' readiness. "Unleash your attacks simultaneously. Don't hold back. Use your most powerful attacks," Latia commanded through the transceivers, receiving affirmations from her team members. Using her necklace to assess the barriers, Latia recognized their formidable strength, similar to low Dragon God-class barriers. Concern gripped her, especially for one team in particular, as she prepared for the impending attack. Question: why do we need to channel our attacks through your portals? Helipose inquired, seeking clarification. "It's to ensure precise synchronization," Latia responded. "Once your attacks pass through my portals, they will harmonize their speed with one another, allowing them to strike the barriers simultaneously. This synchronized attack maximizes our chances of breaching the barriers and destroying them in unison." "Understood. I'll await further instructions," Helipose acknowledged. Taking a deep breath, Latia initiated her own attack. Concentrating her demonic powers, she conjured an immense ball of swirling green and yellow energy above her, drawing in debris from her surroundings. With practiced precision, she began to manipulate the ball, spinning it in a circular motion as it steadily grew in size and power. After a brief moment, she received confirmation from the rest of her team that they were prepared to unleash their attacks in tandem. 3, 2, 1, fire! Latia's voice thundered, signaling the simultaneous release of their attacks. 8 powerful attacks went through her portals, their speeds perfectly aligned as they hurtled towards the barriers. After a tense moment, it seemed as though their efforts had been futile, as the barriers remained seemingly unharmed. But just seconds later, hairline fractures began to spread across the barriers, multiplying rapidly until they shattered completely. The combined force of their attacks had proven successful, breaching the barriers at the same time. "Furuk is mine. Everyone else, focus your efforts on Gatoros." Raria's voice reverberated through their transceivers, her anger tangible. With a shared sense of purpose, they rallied together and directed their attention towards the large and fake Gatoros, quickly converging on their target to confront the looming threat. I had been worried that Anrin Wu and Helipo's team would struggle, but it seems my fears were unfounded. Latia pondered silently as they battled the fabricated Gatoros alongside the others. "We can't stay here for long. I will take care of this quickly. Get ready to move towards the real Gatoros," declared Chow Chow, his voice authoritative. Using the combined power of his balance breakers, Chow Chow propelled himself towards the massive head, his spear striking its neck and face with swift and precise blows. Despite the barrage of attacks aimed at him, Chow Chow skillfully dodged each one, keeping his focus on his target. As he moved away from the head, a triumphant smile spread across Chow Chow's face. "Divide!" he shouted, With a burst of light, the creature's strength was cleaved in half. In a fury, the fake Gatoros let out a bellow and released a barrage of electrical attacks at Chow Chow. In quick retaliation, he used Half Dimension, combined with Divide, causing the attacks to dissipate. Taking control of the debris and wreckage around him using Unknown Dictator, he created a colossal metallic arm that emerged from the ground, commanding it to deliver a devastating blow to the fake Gatoros. To Chow Chow's surprise, the fake Gatoros summoned a wing of crackling electricity to shield itself. Despite this defense, the force behind the attack shattered through the wing, crashing into the beast's neck with a resounding impact, eliciting a roar of irritation from the fake creature. Undeterred, the fake Gatoros retaliated with a barrage of yellow beams that came out of his mouth, only for Chow Chow to counter with Manratana. Redirecting the attack back toward the fake Gatoros, the beam struck a vulnerable section of its neck, causing it to petrify under the onslaught. Once again using Divide, Chow Chow weakened the beast, diminishing its power even more. Quickly climbing up its neck, he struck the creature's metallic hide with his spear, leaving deep marks behind. As he continued his attack, he trapped the creature in iron from his barato and wings, further restricting its barato. Despite the increasing damage, the fake Gatoros intensified its attacks, shooting a barrage of yellow energy beams from its eyes. With agile reflexes, Chow Chow skillfully dodged the onslaught, using a combination of Divide, Half Dimension, and Compression Divider to counter the attacks. Closing in on its face, Chow Chow launched a rapid series of stabs aimed at blinding the creature. While successful in causing harm, the creature adapted, using its internal machinery and sensors to detect Chow Chow's life signature, preventing his attempts to incapacitate it through conventional means. As the fake Gatoros continued its relentless attacks, Chow Chow rose into the sky, positioning himself above the creature. From his elevated vantage point, he called upon Gahapatarutana and summoned 10 warriors to serve as distractions. With a commanding gesture, he directed them to charge at the fake Gatoros, aiming to divert its attention. Meanwhile, Chow Chow concentrated his energy, channeling the formidable power of Paranacaratana into his spear. The weapon glowed with an intense brilliance, its energy multiplying exponentially with each passing moment. Drawing upon the energy he had absorbed with Divine Dividing, Chow Chow further augmented the spear's power, causing the planet and the space surrounding it to tremble under the immense force being unleashed. As he continued to strengthen his attack, the area crackled with anticipation, signaling the impending release of a devastating attack. With the fake Gatoros launching a desperate attack, Chow Chow's warriors valiantly intercepted each attack, sacrificing themselves to shield him from harm. Without hesitation, they stood as defenses against the onslaught, their own weapons either destroying the incoming attacks or succumbing to petrification as they blocked it with their own bodies. Sensing the culmination of Chow Chow's final strike, the onlookers braced themselves, knowing that this would mark the decisive moment in their battle. With an annoyed grunt, Chow Chow swung his spear with unparalleled ferocity, unleashing an immense golden and emerald slash that split the very fabric of space before him. The force of his attack transcended the bounds of time and space, cleaving through the myriad dimensions of a universe and threatening to unravel the fabric of reality itself. The surrounding space and planets near Stellonium trembled in the wake of his devastating attack, bearing witness to the overwhelming power unleashed by Chow Chow's decisive blow. As the fake Gatoros unleashed its desperate final attack, a combination of blue electricity and yellow energy petrification formed a devastating beam aimed at Chow Chow's slash, creating a tense anticipation in the air. The collision of the two opposing forces was spectacular, but to the surprise of onlookers, Chow Chow's attack effortlessly sliced through the amalgamation as if it were mere air. With unstoppable momentum, Chow Chow's slash surged forward, obliterating everything in its path until it collided with the enormous fake Gatoros. The impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion, threatening to engulf the entire planet in its destructive wake. Aaron intervened, employing his powers to mitigate the devastation. With his assistance, the explosion was contained, sparing the planet from annihilation. The only casualty was the fake Gatoros, reduced to lifeless wreckage as the final invisible barrier guarding Furuk and the real Gatoros was shattered, granting them access to their targets. Raria leapt into action, her figure vanishing in an instant as a powerful clash of blue and green energies erupted in the distance, marking her confrontation with Furuk. With haste, the rest of the group quickly followed, arriving at the scene to witness the ongoing battle between Raria and Furuk. Even to the untrained eye, it was clear that Raria held back, her attacks restrained by a reluctance to harm Furuk, perhaps driven by a desire to uncover the truth from him. In contrast, Furuk's demeanor displayed a sinister grin, his intentions cloaked in mystery. As Raria urged them to stay back, she disappeared from view, leaving behind a flurry of explosions in her wake as she engaged Furuk in a fierce duel. "Let's focus on taking down this creature," Latia declared, rallying the group to action. However, before she could issue further commands, Alicino unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks from her position, raining down countless historical weapons upon Gatoros. The creature responded by raising a formidable electric shield, deflecting the incoming onslaught with ease. Alicino summoned a massive crossbow infused with demonic power, releasing it with a resounding shout aimed at Gatoros. Despite the creature's initial indifference, its demeanor abruptly shifted as the attack shattered its barrier, causing it to evade the incoming attack by transforming into electricity. Gatoros narrowed its eyes at the intruders, preparing to retaliate, only to be overwhelmed by a coordinated attack from Chow Chow, Isatha, Anrinwu, and Helipos. Each of them unleashed their own devastating attacks, but Gatoros met their onslaught head-on, countering with powerful golden energy and azure electrical attacks of its own. The real Gatoros proved to be a formidable adversary, its attacks far surpassing those of its fake counterpart that Chow Chow had just vanquished just moments ago. As the intense battle raged on, the fate of Stellonium hung in the balance, with the outcome resting on the shoulders of those engaged in the struggle against the Astrodroid Sentinel. Latia stood in disbelief as her group launched into an attack, but she understood their purpose. They were determined to neutralize the creature and create an opening for Raria to confront Furuk without any other trouble. With a sigh, she allowed them to proceed, remaining vigilant in case they required assistance. "I am not as weak as you may think," Gatoros declared in Furuk's voice, catching them off guard. "Why the surprise? Allow me to enlighten you. Several weeks ago, Madame Eleanor provided me with an experimental device. It was designed to establish a connection between Gatoros and myself, linking our minds and hearts. Cinchuredo, as they processed this new information, once we have concluded our affairs on this world, we will proceed with the merger and expand our rule to Raria's other planets. Those who oppose us will be speedily dealt with, paving the way for a unified domain. Under my rule, uniformity will reign supreme," he explained, outlining his grand scheme. "Gatoros and I will take the reins of power, while my new followers will act as enforcers in this emerging society. Quite the visionary plan, isn't it? I aim to protect all, while eliminating the malicious forces that dare to oppose us," he said, a sly grin appearing on his face, mirrored by Gatoros. "Coercion is not the solution. You cannot impose your will onto others." Isatha protested strongly, her voice filled with defiance as she launched a barrage of pink energy blades at Gatoros, only to have them effortlessly deflected. "And what of the resistance? Are they not guilty of the same? Spare me your hypocrisy," he retorted, his words oozing with disdain as he handed over control to Gatoros. "Dispose of them all. They serve me no purpose." Gatoros swiftly took charge again, his anger showing as he pounded the ground, causing massive spikes to burst from the earth while manipulating the shattered remnants around him, hurling them towards their enemies. Alicino sprang into action, summoning a massive net to trap some of the debris, halting the attack. Meanwhile, Cao Cao unleashed his true Longinus balance breaker, an unknown dictator, seizing control of the wreckage and repurposing it into a makeshift cannon, from which he unleashed a devastating blast of aura. Gatoros released a powerful breath attack, a combination of the same vivid blue and yellow energies as before, but amplified in both intensity and size. The collision of the two opposing forces resulted in a small explosion that sent them flying backward. Anren Wu and Helipose descended from the sky, launching an attack on Gatoros, only to have their efforts stopped by an automated electric shield that intercepted their strikes. Before they could express their frustration, Gatoros swiftly dealt with them with a flick of his tail. "Cao Cao, why don't you use that earlier attack?" Isatha called out, desperation evident in her voice. "There's a catch to it. I can only use it 5 times a day, with an hour cooldown between each use. Jinsurado Latia-sama, although we haven't achieved full synchronization with the pseudo-sacred gear yet, between just the two of us, it should be manageable, don't you agree? We've even experimented with that larger form before. Fufu no, it's not stable enough yet. I want both forms to be fully developed before we attempt it. Let's utilize our other powers for now. Return to me, Alicino," Latia responded, causing Alicino to pout reluctantly as she obeyed. Transforming back into her bracelet form, she nestled on Latia's wrist. A serene smile graced Latia's lips. "I was initially hesitant, but we seem to have an uncanny compatibility. Let's show them the essence of a harlequin," she declared, prompting the bracelet to emanate a brilliant glow as Alicino's laughter echoed from within. Latia lifted her hand, causing the bracelet to emit an even brighter light before. Numerous oversized Pikachus appeared throughout the area, leaving everyone bewildered. Emitting cheerful Pika cries, they discharged bolts of yellow electricity toward Gatoros. In retaliation, Gatoros unleashed his own electrical attacks, resulting in a clash that culminated in a spectacular explosion. The Pikachus vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Suddenly, a gargantuan cheesecake adorned with frosting descended from the heavens, landing squarely on top of Gatoros. Following this, an enormous baseball bat with an attached arm emerged from the ground, delivering a powerful blow that sent him hurtling away. What on earth is going on?" Isatha exclaimed, utterly perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. Could it possibly be Latia behind all of this? Wondered Cao Cao aloud, his perplexity reflected by the others as they directed their attention toward Latia. Serenely poised in the middle of the commotion, she maintained a tranquil smile while her bracelet and hand emitted a gentle glow. Gigantic jack-in-the-boxes appeared all around them, bounding toward Gatoros with maniacal laughter as they unleashed elemental attacks upon him. Despite the relentless attack, Gatoros remained steadfast, though clearly puzzled by the unprecedented turn of events. In response, he unleashed his own barrage of attacks, leading to yet another explosive collision. Anren Wu and Helipose reappeared, bearing severe injuries, prompting Cao Cao and Isatha to rush to their aid. Employing the combination of Twilight Healing and the Sephiroth Grawl Sacred Gears, Cao Cao administered healing, rapidly mending their wounds. Despite their renewed health, they too found themselves bemused by the surreal occurrences unfolding around them. They quickly made their way to Latia. Latia, could you please shed some light on what's happening?" Isatha asked, her curiosity sparked by the bewildering spectacle unfolding around them. Latia turned to Isatha, her expression calm as she continued to monitor the chaos she had unleashed with her summons. "Do you know what a harlequin or the significance of the term is?" She countered. A harlequin is a character originating from traditional Italian theater, particularly the Commedia dell'arte. Cao Cao interjected, his tone thoughtful as he delved into the explanation. Usually dressed in a vibrant costume featuring diamond-shaped patterns, the harlequin embodies a playful and mischievous spirit. Often portrayed as a servant or a clown, he is known for his acrobatic skill and quick wit, engaging in comedic antics and trickery. The Harlequin's flamboyant attire and exaggerated movements make him a distinctive and memorable presence in theatrical performances and cultural lore. He continued to delve into the origins and significance of the term Harlequin. The term Harlequin has its roots in the Old French word harlequin, believed to have originated from the Italian arlecchino. Although the exact etymology remains uncertain, it is thought to be connected to folklore, possibly stemming from the name of a demon or spirit in Italian mythology. In the world of theater, Harlequin is more than just a label. It represents a distinct character archetype rather than a specific definition. However, it has become synonymous with traits such as mischievousness, playfulness, and a preference for comedic antics, mirroring the attributes often displayed by the character in theatrical performances. Expanding on the concept, he added, "A harlequin embodies a clever and agile fool, skilled at incorporating pranks, tricks, and practical jokes into his performance. With a mischievous demeanor and a penchant for humor, the Harlequin brings a sense of whimsy and entertainment to theatrical productions, capturing the light-hearted essence of human nature." Helipose tilted his head slightly, his curiosity evident as he posed his question. "How does that relate to her abilities?" Chow Chow nodded in acknowledgement before offering his perspective. "This is purely speculative on my part, but perhaps Latia is manifesting tangible illusions drawn from her own imagination, or possibly from a collaborative effort with Alicino. Whatever the case, it seems she's conjuring, well, whatever is currently attacking Gatoros. The sheer unpredictability of her power, coupled with her innate strength serving as a constant energy source, alongside the influence of the individual she was previously with, this could indeed be a powerful ability," Aaron Wu remarked, her gaze fixed on Latia with a mixture of admiration and wonder. Another thunderous roar echoed through the area as Gatoros found himself overwhelmed by several towering manifestations of Aquino-wielding bats, further emphasizing the absurdity of the situation. "Latia, what in the world are you up to?" Aaron's voice suddenly interrupted, accompanied by a small blue game-like screen appearing beside Latia. Latia's cheeks turned red in response, while Alicino burst into laughter from her wrist. After regaining her composure, Alicino replied, "Aaron-sama, it's mostly Latia Simas' imagination at work. I simply offered a helping hand here and there. She does have a rather unconventional perspective, wouldn't you agree?" Aaron fell silent for a moment before letting out an audible sigh. "I won't interfere with your use of your powers as you see fit, but seeing this from a distance is strange. Even Esena is getting distracted, and she's insisted earlier on tending to the injured herself." Latia's cheeks continued to burn crimson as she averted her gaze, her embarrassment quite obvious. "I'll proceed as planned," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper as the screen vanished. Taking a moment to collect herself, she glanced around to find amused expressions all around, with Helipose casting her a particularly peculiar look. Promptly regaining her composure, Latia summoned several imposing torii gates, encircling Gatoros. Each gate expanded, ensnaring the creature within, while simultaneously diminishing its size and limiting the use of its abilities. "Couldn't you have done that earlier?" Isatha questioned incredulously, her gaze fixed on Latia in disbelief. Attempting to provide an explanation, Latia faltered, prompting Alicino to intervene. Latia-sama desired to embody the role of a harlequin, indulging in whimsical tricks and antics against our opponent. Though I have to admit, I never anticipated her imagination to be, shall we say, unconventional. "It's of no consequence now," Latia remarked, her tone carrying a hint of resignation. "That being said, how do you propose we handle the Gatoro situation?" Aaron didn't seem interested in seizing control of it. If he has no intentions for it, Helipose pondered, then I believe Madame Raria would prefer it to be destroyed. It was one of the catalysts for everything that has unfolded. If Furuk hadn't come into contact with it, I believe he would still be the same person he was before encountering it. "Let's wait for Madame Raria then," suggested Anren Wu. She should have the final say in this matter. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, their focus shifting back to the spectacle of Furuk and Raria's duel playing out in the distance. Why? Raria's cry resounded across the battlefield, her relentless barrage of energy/attacks unleashed at Furuk. Maintaining his trademark smirk, Furuk skillfully countered her attack, sending green wisps of flames to intercept Raria's strikes, resulting in many explosions that punctuated the air. With a quick motion, he conjured a green platform beneath him and soared away from the woman. "What do you mean, why?" Furuk taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I've already explained it to you. Are you slow or something?" Gritting her teeth in frustration, Raria refused to be discouraged. She vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Furuk in a flash, her sword swinging downward in a fierce strike. However, Furuk anticipated her move and teleported out of harm's way, though not without consequence. A serious wound marred his shoulder. Raria's ferocious attack tore through the very fabric of the planet, leaving a devastating scar in its wake. Yet, thanks to Aaron's protective barrier, Stellonium remained intact, spared from being cleaved in two. However, the neighboring planets weren't as fortunate, succumbing to destruction under the unstoppable force of Raria's attack. Furuk whistled casually as he surveyed the destruction around them, appearing unruffled as he tended to his wounds. Always resorting to brute force, he needled Raria, his voice dripping with condescension. "Is there anything else you rely on?" Before Furuk could continue, Raria's knee connected with Furuk's stomach with a force that took his breath away, propelling him backwards. In an instant, she unleashed a barrage of energy slashes, each 4 times larger than before, causing the very air to quake with their power. Undaunted, Furuk flashed a defiant grin and conjured intricate magic circles before him, infusing them with his own energy to intercept the incoming attacks, just barely managing to hold them off. Raria narrowed her eyes in frustration, while Furuk's smirk only grew broader. "Don't hold back on me, madam," he taunted, his voice laced with mockery. "It's rather insulting if you do." With a cocky flourish, he awaited her next move, his confidence growing in the face of her overwhelming power. "Very well," Raria growled, her anger shining through her intensified glare. "To save my planet, I must part ways with you. It was enjoyable while it lasted." "Furuk," she declared, her voice carrying a sense of finality as she tapped in her full power, sending tremors through this corner of the cosmos. "Huh, this is what I've been anticipating," Furuk bellowed in response, his confidence firm as he embraced the challenge. "Come, let me demonstrate who is truly superior." Raria, with a primal scream, his entire body became enveloped in vibrant green flames, erupting into a towering pillar of energy. Meanwhile, blue and red energy crackled and surged around Raria's figure as she readied herself to unleash her devastating attack upon Furuk. Yet, in a surprising display of sportsmanship, she chose to give him a fighting chance, allowing him to power up as well. For Raria, the satisfaction of defeating him at his peak and humiliating him was worth the risk of facing him at his strongest. The sight that Raria beheld left her bewildered and shocked as the pillar of energy dissipated. Before her stood a ghastly sight, a skeletal figure bathed in an eerie green glow, its eyes blazing crimson, shrouded in a cloak of darkness that billowed behind it. Malevolent green skulls orbited around it, lending an aura of ominous power. "You've forsaken every trace of your humanity for power?" Raria's voice quivered with a mixture of disbelief and disdain as she stared at the grotesque apparition before her. "You're despicable." Furuk's laughter echoed hollowly through the air, reverberating with a chilling resonance. "Power is everything in our universe," he retorted, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You know that as well as I do. I've also tapped into Gatoro's powers through your master's heart, keeping myself connected. Even if they sealed it, I can still access it. That's just how it works, thanks to what Madame Eleanor revealed to me. I don't care how it works." Raria's roar reverberated through the battlefield as she flung herself at Furuk with unmatched speed, vanishing from sight and reappearing to strike him down with a single devastating blow. The sheer force behind her attack sent shockwaves rippling through the air, their destructive power extending into the depths of space and obliterating distant planets in their wake. "Phew! Brute strength won't save you now," Furuk declared with a smirk, his shattered bravado regenerating as he turned to face Raria once more. With a sinister command, countless green skulls and flames obeyed his will, hurtling towards Raria with lethal intent. Raria's heart sank as she realized the futility of her efforts. Though she had hoped her attack would succeed, she had anticipated Furuk's resilience. Desperation fueled her as she summoned red and blue energy balls to counter his attacks, only to watch in disbelief as her attacks passed harmlessly through his defenses. Unable to evade Furuk's relentless onslaught, Raria was forced to retreat, her mind racing as she sought a strategy to turn the tide. "You can't hide forever, Raria." Furuk's taunting voice echoed through the chaos, his maniacal laughter ringing in her ears as she struggled to evade his relentless pursuit. No matter how hard Raria tried, her attacks continued to pass through Furuk as if he were a ghost haunting the battlefield. Fueled by desperation, she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each one driven by frustration and fear of the unknown. This situation was unlike anything Raria had faced before. Even her brief encounter with Eren hadn't pushed her to this extent. Back then, she had held back, allowing herself to be defeated rather than engaging in a real fight. Yet, deep down, she knew that even if they had clashed at full power, victory would have remained out of reach. Now, faced with an opponent whose very essence defied logic, Raria found herself at her breaking point. Despite her vast combat experience, she had never encountered a foe like Furuk in his current form. Though she had overcome enemies with similar properties in the past, this time felt different. Her usual tactics were ineffective, leaving her searching for a solution in the heat of battle. One of them she had to keep fighting for a whole day, slowly dwindling their powers and stamina down before she got an opening. Another was just locating the source and destroying it so she could touch them again. But she knew that what Furuk had was something different, and it annoyed her rather than scare. Struggling to land a hit. "Huh?" Furuk's taunting voice sliced through the fight, his grin stretching wider as he savored Raria's frustration. "But now it's time to end this," he triumphantly declared, conjuring a sinister green scythe from the flames that engulfed him before charging at Raria with deadly intent. Meanwhile, Raria's mind raced, considering countless scenarios in search of a solution to her seemingly insurmountable predicament. In a bold gamble, she chose to trust her instincts and take action. With a new fire blazing in her eyes, she hurled herself at Furuk, her blade cutting through the air as she phased through his spectral form. To no one's surprise, Raria's blade passed through him harmlessly, leaving him briefly perplexed by her move. He then swung his scythe at her, hitting her side, but it didn't slice through. Seizing the opportunity, Raria pivoted swiftly, her sword flashing as it sliced through Furuk's arm with surgical precision. With a pained grunt, Furuk flew back, his expression twisted in both surprise and agony as he realized the tables had turned. Before Furuk could react or use his new abilities again, Raria's foot struck his face with a resounding smack, sending him hurtling backward to crash unceremoniously onto the ground below. With rage still in her, Raria descended upon him, her blade slicing through the air with deadly precision, unleashing a colossal energy slash, igniting another explosive eruption of power. As the echoes of the blast subsided, a massive blade of green flames hurtled towards Raria with deadly intent. With calculated precision, she narrowly avoided the lethal strike, her gaze locked on her enemy. Though Furuk stood before her in his new, skeletal form, his skeletal frame marred by missing parts and his once potent aura now significantly weakened, his eyes burned with an intensity that matched Raria's own resolve. In the silence that followed, the battlefield lay still, Tension thick in the air as the two enemies faced each other once more. Even with your newfound power, you're still no match for me. Was it truly worth it? Raria's voice reverberated, a potent mix of anger and disappointment lacing her words. Look at the devastation you've caused. Was it all worth it? She screamed, her words echoing across the battlefield. Furik's laughter pierced the air like a chilling wind. Get lost, Raria before he could finish his sentence. A colossal pulse of energy rippled through the planet, shaking it to its core. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed by a towering pillar of light, shrouding that corner of the cosmos in its blinding embrace. As the dust settled and the chaos diminished, Raria stood along with her companions, their expressions mirroring her own shock and disbelief. Before them loomed a new, monstrous threat, its presence a stark reminder of the ever-escalating dangers they faced. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Eleanor, you betrayed me. Furik's anguished screams echoed through the air before abruptly fading away, leaving a palpable sense of despair in their wake. And here I thought we had managed to seal that thing, Aaron muttered, her gaze fixed upon the towering creature before them. Now what? Suddenly, Eleanor's voice pierced through the silence, emanating from the monstrous entity that loomed ominously before them. Hi, is everyone here? Or whoever is left? Her cheerful tone sharply contrasted with the gravity of the situation, eliciting puzzled glances from those gathered. Azathoth and Aaron appeared, joining the group as they faced the creature. Aaron's expression darkened as he regarded the abomination before them, while Eleanor continued to speak. I removed a lot of little Furik's memories, she explained nonchalantly, so he has large gaps in them since I experimented with him already. He and Gatoros were already the same person, but I made him believe that he had to do all of that to merge with him, she concluded, punctuating her revelation with a disturbing laugh that made more of them angry. All this seems rather pointless, considering he did it all for no reason. Eleanor's voice echoed with mockery. But then again, why do you think I invested so much time in him? He may not have gone insane, but he certainly became more paranoid before I changed his memories and personality to fit the new Furik. He was incredibly reluctant to face you. Doesn't that make him a loyal and obedient subordinate? Her words sliced through the air like a blade, their implications making Raria even more furious. How do you like my little surprise, Aaron? Eleanor's tone shifted to one of sweetness, laced with malice. Isn't it delightful? I put a lot of thought into it. I initially had something else in mind for Furik, but then I decided to blend my plans together to see what would happen. And voila, this is the result. Centuredo, his expression inscrutable as he pondered their next move. The creature bore a resemblance to Gatoros, but with a mechanical aspect and a foreboding aura of darkness surrounding its form, highlighted by the presence of flaming green skulls. Latia's voice shattered the silence, tinged with concern as she voiced the question weighing heavily on their minds. What should we do? Before anyone could respond, Eleanor's voice pierced the air once more, her words dripping with malice. By the way, the other planets under Raria have been destroyed along with the people on it. We removed everything that was useful to us, items and people, and then destroyed the rest. Her revelation hung heavy in the air, casting a somber sheet over the group as they absorbed the extent of the devastation wrought by her actions. A cold silence settled over the group as they stared at the colossal beast before them, their thoughts consumed by a mixture of anger and uncertainty. Eleanor's laughter shattered the stillness, her words laced with dark amusement. I love watching people fall to ruin. I love the look on their faces, Raria. I do like to add one more thing, though Rolio may have already informed you the tragedies from your youth. I orchestrated it all. Well, with this revelation, do you hate me? Do you want to destroy me? Her excitement was intense, her anticipation hanging in the air like a dark cloud, awaiting Raria's response. Raria simmered with anger, her muscles tensed and ready to strike at Eleanor. But Aaron's soothing touch on her shoulder held her back, reminding her to contain her fury for now. Despite the tight coil of her muscles, She begrudgingly held back, swallowing her anger and fixing her gaze on the beast with rage. Their brief moment of calm was shattered as Eleanor spoke again, her voice laced with a malicious excitement. "Oh yes, I stumbled upon something incredible. Recently, one of my little companions finally emerged from the other universe you banished them from. When you cut off universal travel, she was on her way back to our world, and because of your interference, she fell into a deep slumber. But she's awake now, and she's given me something extraordinary." Eleanor's words hung in the air, charged with anticipation as the group braced themselves for yet another revelation. "It's from a different world. I believe they called it Spirit Corroder. As the name implies, it will corrode and destroy the soul if used on a person. Quite remarkable, don't you think?" Eleanor spoke with quiet confidence as she unveiled the nature of the newfound weapon. "I believe Lady Fumara could create something similar, but at a weaker rate since she didn't require its frequent use, thus no need to use or master it. However, with this, I can mass-produce it as a weapon or even create new beings capable of destroying souls with their attacks. Pretty amazing, right?" Her laughter reverberated through the air, a chilling proof to her twisted delight in the suffering of others. Aaron remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he extended his hand forward. In response, two objects appeared before him. The first was a small orb containing a strange, rapidly moving green liquid, its ominous appearance hinting at its destructive potential. The second was a soft, glowing blue light, its gentle radiance providing a stark contrast to the malevolent aura that permeated the conversation. Eleanor lapsed into an uneasy hush, her expression a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. "What have you done?" she cautiously inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Aaron's smile broadened as he locked eyes with the beast, his gaze exuding quiet confidence. "I'm capable of many things, Eleanor," he cryptically replied, his tone laced with subtle menace. "Typically, I would observe and let events unfold, but I decided to shake things up a bit." With a flick of his wrist, he indicated the two items before them. "The green liquid is the Spirit Corroder, the original, and the one you receive from your subordinate. The blue represents the knowledge you obtained about it. I have extracted it from you and made it impossible for you to duplicate. Furthermore, I have eradicated any efforts you may have made to recreate it, along with all physical notes you may have possessed." With another flick, Aaron dispelled the objects and stowed them away in his inventory. As he refocused his attention on the looming creature before them, Eleanor stood in stunned silence, momentarily robbed of her voice by the revelation of Aaron's actions. "Your move." Aaron's taunting voice sliced through the tense air, a sly grin playing across his face. But before anyone could respond, Eleanor's presence abruptly vanished, replaced by a piercing scream that echoed through the surroundings. With a weary exhale, Aaron shook his head, his expression serious as he addressed the group. "Let's not waste any more time," he stated, his eyes fixing on Raria. "Do you want him dead or alive?" Raria's body quivered with barely contained fury as she locked gazes with a monstrous fusion of Gatoros and Furuk. "He was responsible for all of this, the annihilation of the planets under my care," she hissed, her voice dripping with spite. "He should endure the same fate. Show him what happens when he crosses us." Her demand echoed with a fierceness that somehow made the area more silent. With a nod, Aaron honored her wishes. With a simple flick of his finger, he unleashed a powerful blast that struck the fusion of Gatoros and Furuk, rending them apart both mentally and physically in a brutal display of power. Though they survived the attack, they were left shattered and exposed, their reign of terror brought to an abrupt and violent end. "WW is happening." Centurato plunging it back into a hibernating state, unaware of the chaos unfolding around it. Gatoros lay dormant once more, a silent observer to the events that transpired. Aaron turned to Raria, his gaze steady as he sought her approval. "You can exact your own revenge. I won't partake in it, but this outcome satisfies you, doesn't it?" he inquired, awaiting her response. Without a word, Raria descended from her perch, her footsteps resolute as she made her way towards the flailing figure of Furuk. Anrin Wu and Helipose lingered behind, allowing their leader to confront her tormentor alone. As the tension eased, Latia seized the opportunity to voice her curiosity. "Why didn't you do that earlier?" she asked Aaron, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. "As previously mentioned, I left this entire mission up to you, but when Eleanor brought up an interesting point, I decided to step in and take control. After that, I let Raria handle the rest. You all did your part well, so the majority of the work was accomplished by all of you in the end," Aaron explained in response to Latia's query. Latia nodded in comprehension. "I understand. And what about this planet? Are we going to bring it back with us like the others?" she inquired, her interest piqued. Aaron's expression turned thoughtful as he considered her question. "No," he eventually replied. "Taking the planet back with us would only draw unnecessary attention. We have plenty of space on the current planets we possess. We can easily recreate the city on one of them, eliminating the need to transport an entire planet." "What about Gatoros?" Anrin Wu asked, her brow creased with worry. "And where did that other person go?" "The nun-like woman." Aaron nodded thoughtfully, his eyes shifting as he pondered her questions. "Esena is with your people, looking after them," he confirmed. "As for Gatoros, I'm not certain yet," he admitted, his face clouded with uncertainty. However, a sudden realization lit up his face, prompting a smile to spread across his face. "No, I do have an idea. It's absurd, and it makes me wonder how much more powerful he'll become, but—" Aaron trailed off, his eyes determined as he turned to face the dormant Gatoros. "I'm taking him with me." The rest of the group exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of Aaron's intentions, except for Azathoth, whose lips curved into a small, amused smile. Sensing Latia's silent inquiry, Azathoth shook her head subtly, choosing not to divulge the details. Accepting Aaron's decision, the group returned their focus to Raria, their interest piqued by Aaron's mysterious plans. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron banished Gatoros into another dimension, signaling the end of their eventful encounter. Raria stood resolute before the frantic figure of Furuk, her eyes devoid of emotion as she raised her sword, its blade surrounded by a swirling mix of blue and red energy. "This is the consequence of your actions," she declared, her voice firm and filled with anger. Madam Raria, please forgive me. It was a mistake. I swear it wasn't my fault. Eleanor was the one who did this to me. Please believe me." Furuk's desperate pleas echoed through the air as he thrashed about, his hands reaching out in a futile attempt to seek Raria's forgiveness. "Lies.